Hello friends, I'm extremely happy to announce that my 30 React Projects course is out today. As the title specifies, this is a project-based course that focuses on sharpening your skills as a web developer. And it will do this by creating modern web applications using the React JavaScript framework and its large NPM library. This course will also teach you the most powerful and commonly used hooks like useState, useEffect, useRef, useContext, and many more, together with which we'll create powerful reusable components that you can then later on use in your own projects. Now at this point I would like to make a disclaimer: this course will only focus on functional components and we will not take into consideration class-based components. So who is this course for? This course is for beginner to intermediate web developers who want to fill their portfolios with modern web applications that range from simple to more complex ones, while also understanding project structure, use cases for different React hooks, and creation of powerful components. So what will you learn in this course? By taking this course, you will learn multiple use cases for the most powerful React hooks like useEffect, useState, useContext, and useRef, also use memo. And not only that, but furthermore, how to process data from local databases and also bringing it in from servers. How to use React icons, how to use React style components, how to use the React routing system, and how to install third-party packages using NPM, and also much more. But if you're asking yourself the question why even bother with React, well, let me tell you something. React actually saves you time and money on development because it is component based. You can break down your UI into reusable components that allows you to build dynamic user interfaces. Here are even more reasons why you should learn React. First of all, React is declarative. React makes app development much easier. The React community is amazing. React is all about reusable components. React is used by huge organizations. React is SEO friendly. React fully embraces JavaScript and TypeScript, and React has a fast and efficient learning curve. So there we go, 8 reasons. Come on, learn React. So please come with me on this journey. Let's create some awesome applications. See you in the course. All right, everyone. So before we get started with our projects, first let's set up an environment which we all take part of. And I would recommend that we all have the same environment. Now, in my case, I am going to use Visual Studio Code, and I am recommending that you also do so. But if you are using something else, then by all means, the main focus of this course is for you to know React and to learn React by creating better and better projects. Okay, so for the code editor, I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. I'm going to leave a link in the next section for you to download Visual Studio Code if you don't have it. Also for NPM, I'm going to use NPM and Node.js. So I'm not going to use Yarn. Also going to leave a link in the next lecture is actually a resource lecture where you're going to get all of your resources that we are going to use here. After you have Visual Studio, so if you don't have it installed, then please follow the link in the next lecture and come back to this because I am going to take you through a couple of steps. We are going to, after you have Visual Studio Code installed and it's up and running, then please create a folder wherever you wish to create it and call it Project Sandbox or call it whatever you wish, but please create only one folder not on your desktop if possible, but create it somewhere else in a secured location so you don't lose it. Okay, now on the left side, if you click on our Explorer, you can see I'm already in a folder, so I cannot create another one or cannot open another one. But really quick, I want to show you one simple extension, and this is going to be ES7, and this is the code snippet. So I want you to install both of them. First one being ES7 React Redux styled component snippets. This is going to install all of the snippets for React. I'm actually going to use a couple of them. Also the hook snippets are excellent. And then please also install ES7 React Redux React native snippets. Okay, so if you have, and also GraphQL, this is also important. Now, if you have all of them installed, then we can go back and create our React application. So first things first, let me make something really clear. We are not going to create the React app for each and every project. I'm going to simplify everything by creating the React app only once. So let me close this up. Let's open up the terminal, Control-tilde, and please be sure that you are in your folder. My folder is called curriculum. And within here, I'm going to npx create-react-app space and dot because I want to create the React application within this folder. So let's npx create-react-app space, and I could go with dot, but just that we have the same procedure, I'm going to type in the name of the project. Is going to be project-sandbox. Okay, now let's hit enter, and the installation will take just a couple of moments. I'm going to use these moments to inform you that if you want to learn the basics of React, I'm also creating a complete course for complete beginners where I'm going to take you from HTML, CSS, and React. So this course should be also out in just a couple of weeks after releasing this one. But in the meantime, you can check out my free React crash course, which is on YouTube. I'm going to leave the link in the resource folders. So what is the idea here? Why am I creating a sandbox? Because all of the projects will be created in this sandbox. Basically, we're going to install React app within here, but we're going to use a separate folder where we're going to store each and every project. Meaning, when we're creating a project, we're going to create it in our source folder, and we're going to always refer or link up the app component to that folder. So let's get rid of everything that is in here. I'm not going to go through the details of what each and every folder means. Please check out the crash course for this, or just check out the main course for learning React. I'm assuming that you either taken my crash course before this, because that's really helpful for understanding the basics, but I'm also assuming that you know the basics. This is why I'm going to move a bit faster. So let's delete this. Don't need the logo. I'm going to leave here. Let's just leave here an H1. Oh, and by the way, you see this is app.js and no annotation is taking effect here. This is happening to you. Then just go down here where it says JavaScript. Click on it. Then type in React and enter. Now Emmet should work. So if I create a div or a H1, you'll see Emmet working. Okay, so this will be project. Let's hit save. Let's see. We don't need the test. We don't need the index. We don't need in the CSS. A logo, report, setups. Just delete those. Let's go into our index.js. We're going to delete from here index CSS. The report. We're going to delete this. Hit save. And I think we're good to go. I'm also going to delete everything that is in the app, and we're going to paste in here our CSS, which is going to come from the file that is supplied to you in the resource folder. Okay, so just copy in the entire CSS, and now we can just get started by typing in npm and start, and this should start our application. Wait, we need to cd into project, sandbox, and here npm start. Sorry about that. Okay, and this should start your React server. Start in Google Chrome in my case. So I'm going to make this smaller. We're going to have the app to the right side. Okay, we have it there. Project working. Perfect. As you can see in your CSS, there are a couple of fonts inserted here. You can obviously change them if you don't like them. We're going to go with Roboto for the entire projects, and we're going to reset margins, paddings, the same thing. Now, these classes right here are my classes, and I'm using these classes because I don't want to use Bootstrap, don't want to use any kind of framework, Tailwind CSS that could change over time, because then I would have to come back to the course and change a couple of things. So you're going to learn React here, and this is why I'm going to use my own created CSS, which I actually, this actually I created when I created my advanced CSS and SAS course. And as you can see here, a lot of classes are similar to Bootstrap or Tailwind CSS or so far and so on. So we're going to use classes, and we're also going to use style components, inline style. We're going to use everything in our project. So you're going to have, at the end of this course, you are going to master any type of CSS within React. Also style components, okay, because we are going to install them. So you're in your source. As you can see, you should have only these three files: your app, your index, your app, and your app.css file. Now let's create a new folder called projects, and we're going to end the video here. So project, hit enter, and this is where we're going to create our very first project. Okay, so see you in the very first project. Welcome to the very first project. In this project, we're going to create a simple signature application, which is going to record your name and the date, or the date and your name, depending on in which order you're writing them in. Now in this project, we're going to use useState, which is a React hook. We're also going to create our first component. We're going to do some inline styles, and well, that's basically it. We're also going to check out how we can create styles using variables and how we can use functions in JSX. So hope you're excited. Let me also show you how the project works. It's a pretty simple project, but that's also the idea here. We're going to start simple, and again, we're going to go into more complex projects. So let's choose a date from down here. Say today, 19th of November, and we can type in here name, let's Norbert, and hit enter, and there we go. There's a name. If you want to change something here, you can type in Laura. It's going to change it up. Okay, these are also capital letters. We can also change it up to lowercase, or the first letters to be uppercase, and then everything else to be lowercase, and there's your date right here. So simple application, but a lot to learn. Let's get started with this project. Okay, so let's get started with the project. For this, we're going to go into projects, and within here, we're going to create a new folder. And please consider keeping my naming convention. So 01-e-signature and -app. Okay, within here, let's create a file and let's call it e-signature. And we're going to call it, we're going to use now capital letters. So signature and app.js and x. Okay, I'm going to use here a self-exporting function RFC. I'm going to use the export up here, export default function and signature function. So we're not going to use class-based components. We're going to use function-based components. Let me delete this here. We're actually going to export here a div with the class of container. So class name, container, and I'm going to also use text center as style. Let's go right in here. I'm going to create our very first component. So let's create a folder outside of the projects. You know what? Let's create it in the project. So projects, new folder, and we're going to call this components. And all of our components will live in here. And I'm missing here an N. Components. There we go. So let's create the very first component. We have to create here a title component. Title.jsx, RFCE, or just RFC. RFC, and there we go. So the title component. The title component will consist of an h1. Let's replace this div with an h1. Let's give it the class name of title, and let's also add here text center. Let's hit enter. Let's import this component so we can already see what is happening here. So importing the component, and let me first of all hit save. Let's import the component here. Also, if you just type in title, the component, because it's already in here, should be recognized. If you have all of your snippets, close it up, hit save, and you should see the title component right here. There's nothing in here yet, just the title. And we also didn't import our project into our application. So app, there's our app. Instead of this project, we're going to import our very first project. So first project is the e-signature application. You can already see it's recognized here. And it's also imported and automatically up there. Just close it up, and now you should see title, because this is what we have in here in the component and also in our application. So remember, the strategy here is not to install React 1000 million times, but each and every application that we're going to create is going to be imported here, and this is going to be the application. So the next application, just going to comment this out, and then I'm going to comment in the next application, or import in the next application. Okay, let's move back to our signature application. We got here our title, the component. We imported it up here from components. Now we're going to go back to component because this is not done. We still need to add a couple of things. Let's say the title will not be title. It's going to be something else. So the idea here is that I'm going to create a condition. So if there is a title passed in here, a variable, let's just say if there is no text passed in here, then use the text of title. If there is something passed in here, then use that text. And we're going to pass this in as a prop up here as text. Okay, so if we pass in something into our title, for example, in our case is going to be text and this will be name, then instead of title we're going to have name. You can already see this appearing here. But if we wouldn't have anything in there, then it's going to be title. We're not done with the title component. I also want to add here a couple of conditions for the class, or actually just one condition. So instead of having this in here, let's wrap this into curly brackets. And let's say if there is a class passed in here, or there are multiple classes, or if there are no classes passed in here, classes, then just display the title, text center, and so forth and so on. But if there is something passed in here, then we are going to use those classes. So classes, and what am I doing wrong here? I have too much S's here. And also let's pass it up here. You can pass it before the title even, or before the text. So classes and comma, and there we go. So if I would pass in here class, let's say I'm going to change this. Let's use classes prop. And let's say I'm going to choose here to pass in instead of a title, let's say this is going to be a subtitle. So subtitle, which is basically a class that I do have in our CSS. Let's see, you can search here, .subtitle, and there we go. It's going to have a font size of 2.5 RAM, font weight of 400, so forth and so on. But the title is much larger, should be up here, 3.75, okay? So if you're passing in some kind of class, there is anything else, then the title, then that will be, that will replace the title class. Okay, so we have a title, and actually I'm going to copy this one more time because the second one was going to be date. We're going to have a name and a date, exactly as we have here. You could also change this or leave it as main title, and this will be bolded out, but you know what? I'm going to change this down here to main title, and I'm going to leave this as title. So like that. Okay, next I'm going to pass a paragraph tag under this title, paragraph, and you can add here lorem, let's say lorem 300. That's too much. Let's just leave a lorem as it is. And let's pass in here a margin bottom of 4. It's going to give us a bit more space here. And now for the text, so for the date, we have here date and a signature status. Both of them are input tags. Let's pass them in here. Okay, so input. And the type of the input is going to be date, the very first one, because we're going to pass in number or a date here. And then we're going to have a value. Now the value that we're going to pass in here, I'm just going to leave it as an empty string for now. And I'm going to copy this. Now, you know what? Let me add a style to this. So there are two ways of adding styles. As you know, in CSS, we can add here our own style, type something in, or we could use a variable. Now, this is what I'm actually going to do here. Above the return, I'm going to create a const. And let's say this is going to be input style. Now I'm going to assign this to an object. I'm going to use border, and let's set this to none. And I'm going to start passing this automatically in here. So instead of 2 curly brackets, I'm going to pass in the variable, which is going to take out the borders from this. Now you know what? I'm going to copy this one more time, change this to text. We're going to also have our signature on the right side. Let's go back up to our input style. And after border, I'm going to pass in a couple of things. Let's say a border to the bottom now, border. And remember, when you're typing in styles, exactly as in inline styles in React, you need to use camel case, so border and camel case, so not dash, but border, camel case, bottom. And I'm going to give this a border to the bottom, and now you need to add between quotation mark 2 pixels and dot it. And there we go. Okay, next up, let's also take out the outline. So when I'm focusing in here, don't want to have that outline, so outline column and string of none. Close it with a comma, and the last thing I want to add to this is a padding. I'm going to add a padding of 0.35 rem, and this is going to be top and bottom, and we're going to add 0 to left and right. Okay, now one last thing, if you want to change the background color, for example, of the entire document, you can select from here the document that is going to be automatically styled, then document body dot style, and let's go with the background, and I'm going to change the background to, let's say, hash EEE. It's going to be a grayed out background. Okay, you can see how easy we just styled the background color by grabbing onto the DOM element. It's not the shadow DOM, but the DOM element. So these two input tags, they should be way down here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap them into a footer tag. You can also use just a regular div, but because they're all almost in a footer, I'm going to use a footer tag. So I'm going to select these two fellows. So U and U. Hold down Shift, select them both, hold down Option or Alt on a PC, and arrow up. They should be moved up now. Okay, I'm going to use here a couple of classes now. So class name dFlex, this is going to display it as flex. And now let's just use an inline style. So style, and let's pass in here so you can also see some inline styles. Let's pass in here a justify and content, and we're going to justify the content here with space around the elements. Now let's also display them relative. So position, comma, position dash string of relative. And now we can position them somewhere. I'm going to position them from the top with, let's say, 60 viewport heights. Okay, and they're going to be pushed down. You know, that's too much. 40 viewport heights. That's much better. Okay, so right now, if I would type something in our input tag, you will see it's not working because I add a empty value to it. Also, the date will not work because I just added empty values to it. If I would delete, let's delete it from the text, the empty value, it's safe. Type something in here, then it's going to work. But why am I adding here a value? Because I want to use this value. So let's hit save again and put our value back. And now it's time to use useState. Okay, now in order to use state, we need to import it up here from React. So let's go up here. You can also do React, useState, and there we go. We just imported useState. Now in order to use state, you need to go down here, assign it to a variable. So let's use const. And we're going to destructure here two values, actually one value and one function that is going to set that value. Let's first of all take care of the naming part. So name, and we're going to use a function which is going to set the name. So set name, and we're going to assign this to useState. Okay, and we can also assign state or leave this empty, which basically means nothing. We can also assign an empty string. Now we're going to use this state in our values. So instead of this empty string, we're going to add in here the state of name. Now if you start typing in something in here, nothing happens because when you're trying to type something into an input tag, you're trying to change something. This means that you need to have a change event listener. So let's just use here on change, and when we are changing something in this input tag, then something should happen. and something should be handled by a function, and usually we call these functions handlers. So let's call this handle name change. Okay, now we need to create this function because the function is not in here. Just going to use the function in here. It's always screaming at me, hey, where's my function? Well, your function will be up here. And I'm also going to use here const, the name of the function, and then I'm going to assign it to a arrow function. Now I'm also going to pass in here the event, because this needs to listen to whatever happens in there. So what event are we listening to? We're listening to a onChange event. So let me just hit save for now, and let's open up the console. Right click, inspect, open up the console. Well, this is not what I wanted. So console, I'm going to move you down here, and voila, empty console. So let's say that when I'm changing something in there, I'm going to console log it, and I'm going to console log the e.target.value. So let's see what happens if you start typing something in here. You can see it's going to start outputting the value here. So we don't want to output it in our console, but we want to output it up here. Instead of the name, we want to output whatever we type in here. First, this means that we need to replace the name here with this value, with the name value from here. Now you could either pass it in here. So if we just pass it in as, let me make a copy of this, copy it, comment it out, take this name variable from the state. So the state is currently empty. Because the state is empty, it's going to pass in here an empty state. That means it's going to recognize there's nothing in here and it's going to display title, just as we did in our component. If nothing is passed in here, then display title. If I would pass something in here, let's say Norbert or Bert, what am I doing? Norbert, and sorry about the S, and hit save, we will see Norbert, because now the state is Norbert and it's passed down here, and this recognizes that there's something in there. But what we actually want is to pass in whatever we type in here. And also you can see down here in the signature, it's already Norbert. That's not what we want. We want to change the state. In order to change the state, we need our set name function, which is going to change this state. So let me comment out its console log. We're going to use the set name function, and we're going to pass in here the e.target.value. What is that? Value. There we go. That we are passing in here. So instead of, let me save, and let me also delete Norbert. We're going to have a title, and we're going to pass in here Norbert, and you can already see it is passed in. Now let's pass in here sign, and you can see it's now signed down here. And if we type in Norbert, it's going to change, and on a refresh, it's also going to change back. And let's all. But I actually want to pass in here your signature, lowercase s. So you just saw how easily we can change this to Norbert by using useState. And we're going to do the same thing for the date. So I'm going to create another state. I'm going to call this date. I'm going to call this set date. And I'm going to leave this empty. And now instead of date, let me go down here. Instead of date, we're going to pass down here date. Date, and it's going to take the date. Well, it's empty. But this is actually, in our case, really not what we want. We want to not have here title, but we could either type in here something. So let's say select date, save it. You will have your select date here. Or you could do something else. You can go down here and say, if there is no date, then please display the OB, which is just short for date of birth. And oops, should be a question mark. But if there is a date, then display that date. So instead of having the state passed in here, just give you another example. Then you're going to have the OB, so as a default value. Now let's actually pass in a date, and let's actually make this input tag do something. So the value will be, instead of an empty string, the date that's going to be passed in. And we're going to, again, listen to the change, so on change. But this time we need a different handler, and we're going to call this handle change, not name, but handle date change. Now let's create a function. We're going to go underneath this function, copy. You just copy and paste this function. Copy, paste it down here, handle date. And again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to select target, e.value.target. Basically, this means we're going to change the date down here. I don't need the console anymore. Select the date. We're going to pass in up here and assign with Norbert, BM. And that's it. That's our very first project. Okay, so hope you enjoyed the project and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to the Color Randomizer application. In this application, you will learn how to use or create a couple of buttons, also how to use the map functionality in React, and how to hook up buttons with callback functions that, when triggered, will randomize different colors. Also randomize the background color and randomize the title. And let's just try out the application. Let's say I'm going to click the very first button. Now Now if I click it, take a look at the background, take a look at the title, take a look at the button. So first click, second click, third click, and so on and so on. You can see all the buttons are randomly changing their color. The background is changing the color. Now if I start clicking the next button, this button is now start to randomly change its color, and also the background again, the next button, and the next button. So pretty simple application, but I think you are going to learn a lot. So let's get started with the project. Now, first things first, we need to deactivate our previous project by commenting out this and commenting out the import. So let's go back to our application. If we save, we'll see nothing. Next step is to actually create the project folder. So once again, let's go into our projects, create another folder, 0202-randomize colors, hit enter, and then create the application itself. So randomize and colors. Remember, camel case everything and JSX. Okay, RFC. Give a short. Start with the shortcut, and also first things first, we need to save and import it within here. So let's go one step down. Open, randomize colors. There it is. Close it up. Hit save, and it should work. So need to zoom in a bit. Let's see. I'm at 200%. Holy moly. Okay, let's go back to our randomized colors. Now again, I'm going to return a container, so a class name of container. And let's move down here. Let's delete this randomized colors and move it into a title component. So component title, capital T, title. So for some reason, this time it was not recognized, but no problem. We can import our components. So import title from, we need to go one level up, components. And from here, we're going to choose the title component. Title, we need to have you as a text, so text, and paste this in as a string, randomized color. So let's make a space between them. Next, let's move underneath of it. And also let's insert here another class, or class name or classes, and let's add here a MB and margin to the bottom of 4. And now because I changed the class on it, you know what? Let's move back to our component. I want to change something here. So if the I still want this title to be in here. So I could do something like pass it in the title and also pass it in here, class and a string of title. Okay, I want this title to remain there nevertheless. Also, if you pass in a subtitle, then this should change. Okay, let's move back to our component. So let's say we added the margin to the bottom of 4, but I think now the text center is gone. So let's also add back. Why am I even, text center should still remain. So I'm going to take it out from here, pass it back in here, and just leave it at title. Okay, so we got a title set up. Next up, let's create a button. So just a regular button tag, and this button tag should have the handle of click me, not free, click me. Okay, now buttons have a couple of classes. If you take a look now in my CSS, and you can first of all choose a BTN. This will give you a regular button, and then let's go with the BTN dash danger, and this will give you a red button. Okay, let's copy this button a couple of times. Let's copy it 4 times because I want to show you a couple of things. So the second one, let's change it to success. Then let's change the next one to primary, and let's also do a warning button. Warning, there we go. So we got our buttons set up. Let's see, are there, well, they're not centered because let's also do here margin auto and text center. Okay, so everything is now centered. So how do we handle our events? You know, regularly if you take in your HTML button, you would add an event list. You would take this button from the DOM, add an event listener to it, and in our case we just need to type in a click. So on click, and let's do something. Let's handle click. So the first one will handle the click. Now it's looking for this function. We're going to create this function. So function and handle click. I'm going to pass it in as just a regular console log. So console log and usual console log click. Okay, let's hit save. Let's check out the console, inspect, go to the console, and let's move up here. And why are you looking for values? We don't need you. Okay, let's do here refresh. So if I'm going to click one of the buttons, nothing happens. If I'm going to click the very first button, then I should go at this console log click. So each time I'm clicking on the button, this function will be executed. Now, why did I pass in the button as such? So handle click, and why didn't the function, and why didn't I pass it in as an execution like this? Basically adding, and just comment this out, basically adding the parentheses. Well, because let's hit the refresh and just take a look down in the console. You see it just automatically executed and cannot execute it any longer. So in order to pass in a function, we need to pass it in as such, as its name. Now let's say I want to grab onto the event from this button. Then I could do something like this. I'm going to create here a callback function, anonymous one, and this is going to trigger the button. Now, if I want to pass in the event, so if I now try to click it, not working anymore. Now I need to call the function here. As you can see, if I refresh the page, it's no longer executing, only when I'm clicking it. So why is this helpful? Well, because I can now pass in the event. So if I'm passing down the event, I need to catch it here. For example here, E or event. It's easier for you to understand this way. So event, and if I'm clicking now the button, this still works. And also if I want to, let's copy this console log, comment it out, and console log the event dot target, or let's just console log the event. It should give me a execution of click event. So if I console log it now, it's undefined because I also need to catch it here, event. And now if I'm clicking it, you can see it's synthetic base event on click and so far and so on. So it's basically telling me that this was a click event. Okay, so I'm passing down the event execution here, passing it down to the function and grabbing it in here. And we can now do something like target and click on it again. It's going to give me the very first button. So you get the idea. Now, actually, we're doing something else in React. We are using arrow functions up here. So you can do something like this, const. We're going to do exactly the same thing as we did up there. So handle click, and we're going to assign it, not click. And now we can assign it to a anonymous function up here, passing the event in here, and then do something. So you can just remove, actually, you know what? I'm going to change, going to go to the next button. So just to show that it's the same thing. On click, you will handle sec click, and I'm going to rename my function up here in sec click, and I'm going to console log now this event target, and whoop, this way. So the first one, if I'm clicking it, actually, let me just clear the console. So the first one, if I'm clicking it to get the first button, the second button should be now this button. Okay, you can see it's doing exactly the same thing, but this is a much shorter way. So grab on, create a function up here as an arrow function, using a const, use an anonymous function up here, grab onto the event. So whenever this function is called on whatever element, because if I'm doing it this way, I have to pass in this to each and every one of them. So this is the much shorter way. So let me pass on this function, the second one. Let me pass it in both of them. I just hold down Option, click through two things that I want to add a function to, and it added the function to both of the places. I'm going to leave in this one. This is just an example for you for later on to work with it. Now let's actually work in this and also in that function. I'm going to create another function. I'm going to create a function that is going to change the body color. Not the body color, but it's going to generate a random color. So let's create here a function, get random color. And you obviously saw this function multiple times in JavaScript. Let's create a variable called letters. I'm going to pass in here in a string 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then A, B, C, D, E, F. Oh, C, D, E, F, because all of the hexadecimal colors start with a number, or can start with anything, but they're basically from 0 to 9 and A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, and then let's create another variable called color or hex, or what you want to name it. I'm going to pass in here the string of hexadecimal, and now we're going to compile them or combine them using a for loop. So for let where I is this it's so rare that I use a regular for loop. So where I is less than 6, because I don't want to have a number that is more than 6. It can be less than 6, but not greater than 6, as you know, hexadecimal numbers. Then we're going to iterate I, and let's return a color, and let's add to this color plus equal the letters. So the first variable, letters, we're going to add to this hexadecimal a random iteration of this string. Now we're going to use math floor for this, the math method, and floor, and we're going to loop over our math method again, and use the random method on it, and we're going to multiply this 16. Okay, and this entire function should just return the color variable, and that's it. So if I'm going to execute this function, then I should get a hexadecimal color. So let me pass this function in here on this handle click call. Let's take a look down here in the console. So if I press the very first one, nothing will happen. But if and also let me comment out this, just going to comment console log the event there, which is the button. But if I pass the second one, then it should generate a random number, but I should have also passed it into a console. So console.log the execution of that function. So let's click again, and there we go. We have a string of a hexadecimal number of 6 digits. Perfect. Now, what can we do with this random color? Well, we need to pass it in as a background color and as a color to the buttons. So what I'm going to do here is, first of all, grab onto the bodies. You can grab onto the body tag using regular JavaScript. So document, pre-selector, and we're going to grab onto the body tag. Okay, and now let's add to the body tag the style and background of the function of getRandomColor, and that's it. So if I will click now, I'm also going to close up the console. If I'm going to click now that second button, then the background color should get a random color, and boom, there we go. You can see, simple as that. Okay, now let's grab onto the buttons. Now you see we have here a event, and we know that we can grab onto the target by clicking on. So let's use that, and we're going to grab onto the e.target. So whatever button we're going to click on, we're going to grab onto the style of it. So dot style, and we're going to change its background color. We're going to assign it to the getRandomColor function. So basically, we're going to click on the very first button. It's going to not only generate a random color from the background, but also change the background color of the button that was clicked. Okay, and simple as that. Now, I just wanted to illustrate within this project how event handling works in React. So hope you enjoyed this project. Hope you understood how this works. And this is why I didn't create any kind of button component. We're going to create the button component just in a couple of minutes or in the next project. And also how we can use functions. So hope you learned a lot, and see you in the next project. Bye-bye. So in this project, we're going to learn how to use clicks and double clicks, and also how to integrate icons. And be more specifically, we're going to integrate not Font Awesome icons, but React icons. And React has access to a multitude of libraries like Font Awesome, Bootstrap, and also other companies. You will see just in a couple of seconds. Now we're going to install React icons, and we're also going to use state in order to, for example, like something. Then this heart will appear. Also this counter, one like up there. And we can also double click on this little puppy, and it will like or dislike the photo. Okay, so that's kind of the project. Hope you're excited. So let's just get started with the project. So let's get started by creating our folder for the project. Let's go in our projects, new folder, 03. It's going to be called like my photo. Okay, let's go in here, create a new file. Let's call this like photo app, photo and app.jsx. Hit enter, RFC. By the way, you could also do RFCE if you want to export it down here, whatever you prefer. So I'm going to go with RFC, export the app. Let's also import it. And really quick before we do that, you can see I uncommented this. And this will also happen to you. So uncomment that, import your like photo app. It's going to be imported up there. Let's comment this back in, and you will see that the background doesn't change. Now you need to do just a small refresh, and then everything is going to be pushed out of the browser's memory. Okay, so let's go back to our application and let's get started coding. So first things first, let's create a container. Again, I'm going to have just one div with a class of containers, class name container. Instead of that, I'm going to go down here. Let's import a title component. So title, why isn't this recognizing the title? Nevertheless, let's just import this. Import title from title. Up one level, components / title. There we go. So I'm going to use the title, I'm going to use the text as this, cut it out, paste it in here between quotations. So we're going to have our text. Let's also leave some spaces here. Next up, let's create the H2, which is going to host this like button, this like counter here. So a H2. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use another title component. So let's just copy this, paste it down here. Let's change classes to main title. Actually, subtitle. What am I doing here? So subtitle, and let's quickly go back to the components. Let's go components, and this should be a or, not a and. It's either one or the other. Okay, and again, I'm going to center everything, text and center. Now for the text, I'm going to have here count or likes, so just like that, and we're going to put our likes in here, but for now let's just have the text. Now let's create a little dog there, and this dog is going to actually live in a card. The poor dog is going to live in a card, but nevertheless, let's create a div, and I'm just going to use classes. So I'm going to use my card classes. So card, let's go with the card dark. You could also do another color and a margin auto, and whatever will live in this card will have then a dark border. So if you hit save, you're just going to see this margin appearing. No worries. We can also decrease the size. This is a bit too large. Let's just do here inline style of width, and let's just go with 300. So if you're only typing in numbers, this will also work. You don't have to necessarily type in pixels. And also let's do a cursor pointer because I want to hover over it. Cursor and the string of pointer. And in this video, we're just going to style our card. And that's it. Now let's go into the card itself. And let's do a card header. So class card header. And I'm also going to increase the FX, so the font size. I should adjust my font sizes to XL. Okay, there's the header. There's nothing in there yet, but we are going to place something in there. Let's just say a small tag with doggy dog. Doggy, not dodgy. Also do a dodgy dog. Doggy dog. Okay, so there's a doggy dog as a header. Let's move outside the header, and now within here I'm going to insert an image. This image is going to be empty for now, so let's just type in as alternative img. There's the image holder, and I also want the image later on to have a style to fit content, so we can just do a style and a height of fit content. Basically it's going to fit whatever the content or whatever the body in here will have as a width. Fit content, and there we go. Okay, so the last thing that we need is down here the footer, where we're going to have this comment and the heart as a like. So we're going to go underneath our image. I'm going to create another div. We're going to have the class of card footer. So let's type in card and footer, and also let's increase the font size of fs-xl, again a large font size, and we're going to display everything as flex. So d flex is going to flex everything in a row direction. And let's also add a style of space between, because I want to have a complete space between the left side, so basically this icon and this icon. So let's type in here justify content, and it's going to be space between. Okay, so let's go back to our project actually. So that's the card for now. We need to next up integrate icons, so let's install React icons. Okay, so the next step is to add icons like smiley face, this and this to our card here. And the way we do this is, first of all, we're going to install as a dependency React icons. Now just do a Google search, or actually you have everything in your resource folder, so you have the link to this. If not, then just do a Google search for React icons and you should land on this page. Now this is where you will find all of the icons. In order to have the icons, first needs to install them. So basically we're going to go ahead down in the terminal, open up another terminal. Please take care to be in your project folder, so you need to cd and into project sandbox, and from here just do a npm install react-icons. Okay, just hit enter, and this should install React icons. Now also, if you take a look in your package.json, you will see React icons v46 and so on and so on. If you're watching this later on and this has changed, then just compare to the latest version that you see up here. Okay, next up, let's use our icons. Now the title. So let's go up here where we're importing, and in order to use an icon you need to import it. Now the very first icon that we're going to use will be the smiley face. Now if you type in your search back to React icons and just type in smile, you will see a multitude of smiley faces appear. No matter which one you choose, I'm going to show you how you can actually use them. So for example, if I choose the very first one, this one right here, click on it, you will see it's going to be copied to clipboard. I can go in here. The way you import them is using curly brackets. Paste this in, and now you need to import it from React icons. Okay, but that's not all. You also need to specify this right here. The very first two letters is actually the library. This is coming from AI. I don't know what this is. These are always the abbreviations or the shorts form, the short term for. I think it's flat color icons. FI. I don't know exactly, but you will also need to type in the abbreviation, so / and type in AI, and we'll already see it there. Okay, so it's going to come from there. Now you can use this icon by just copying. This is basically a component, so you can just use it as one. So the smiley face will be in the header. Let's go to our header here, and let's insert the icon. Let's go to a header here. Let's go down, and as I said, exactly as a component, so open and close it up, and you should see the icon appearing right here. Now you can also add classes to this. So let's say m margin to the right side, so that's margin end, and 2 rem, and this should margin start, margin end 2, because small tags are, for example, if I use here div, so the right side is mr and 2. This is a bit different than what you will see in Bootstrap. suppose that this would be margin end. Does not work because for me logically is margin to the right side, not the end. Okay, so we just added a bit of margin to the doggy dog and between the doggy dog and the smiley face, actually to the smiley face. So you can see classes, you can also add them here. Next, let's add those two icons down in the footer. And for this, you need to import the following icons. So let's just go up here. If they are in the same library, you can import them here. If you're importing something from a different library, they need to do another import. So we're going to stick with this. We're going to see in other project that I'm going to import multiple libraries. So let's import the next one, AI, fill, and heart. And then AI, outline, heart. And let me just do these two first of all. So we're going to insert this heart right here. As you sign up finish project, if I click on it, it's going to be red and also filled. If I click on it again, it's going to be outlined and, well, empty. So this is why I'm importing two icons, and I'm going to use both of them. Let me also close up the left side. I want you to have more real estate here to work with. Now those two icons are going to be placed in the footer. So let's go on down in the footer tag. You know what? Let me insert also the outline, that outline comment. So comma, AI, outline, and comment. There we go. So the first things first, we're going to use our comment here. We're going to go in our footer and use the comment tag. Close it up, and there should be the comment. Okay, the next one will be our heart. And for this, I'm going to pass it in to a condition. So the condition will be if this is liked. So if the action exists of like, then open and close parenthesis, show me your AI fill heart. And also going to add to this a class name of text-danger. It's going to give us then a red color. But if not, then I'm going to have, and also need to close this up, that the default icon that we're going to see is a AI outline heart. Okay, and close this up. Let's also add to this, and that's it. Okay, now it's asking me for dislike. What is dislike? Well, it's an action that we need to take. So let me just demonstrate it up here. Just create a let with like. It exists. Now it's undefined, but it exists. Now is it doing anything? No, because it just exists, but it's undefined. So if I would set this to true, so some kind of boolean, then you will see this turning into red. If I set this to false, then it will turn to a outline heart. Now we are going to change this. I'm going to also show you how, but for now let's just add the image and then we're done with this part. So the way we use images in React, first of all you need to download the image and add it here as an image. Let's create another folder, img. I'm just going to add the image. You can add another image if you want. This really doesn't matter. Let's add the image here, and now we have access to the image. So next up I'm going to import the image. So import, I'm just going to use img, or let's use doggy, and we're going to import it from here and image and then dog.jpg. Now remember, you need to also type in the extension jpeg, and it's not an I but it's a J. Okay, we have a doggy dog. We have doggy dog. Let's copy this. And the way you use images is you go into the source from the image. Instead of those quotations, you type in curly brackets and add this as a variable. And there we go. There's a dog. And there should be a D. What am I doing? D and D. Okay. So there's a dog image. Now all we need to do is somehow make this guy likable. So if I click on a heart, one click here this should turn red. Also, if you double click the image, it should change the heart and also change your counter. So that's what we're going to tackle up next. So in order to change this from false to true, we need some kind of action. And most preferably, we should have a click as an event listener. And then, well, we are in React, so we can add this to a state. So first things first, let me actually drop this down here, make this larger and make this smaller. I want you to see the code more. Okay. First things first, we need to import useState. We have here React. We can also import it up here, curly brackets, useState. So we have access to useState now. And let's create here within the function. We're returning it, first of all, a const. And we're going to call the first one like the state, just as I did up here. And then we need something to set it. So set like when we are changing this. And we're going to use state here and set it default to false, just as I set it up here. Now this should give an error. I'm going to comment this out and now it should work again. So if I would set this to true in the state, so just take a look at the heart down there. So true, then it's going to turn red. So let's set this back to false. And now we need some kind of action if I'm clicking on this to turn red. So let's create here a const and toggle like. I'm going to set this to an error function, just as I showed you in the previous. And now I'm going to check if like does not exist. Then I'm going to set like to true. Else, I'm going to set like to false. Okay, now let's take this toggle like and add it to our heart down here. So for the first state is our heart is in a outline, whatever it is, outline heart. Okay, so this is the state that is in because it's set to false. So I'm going to add an event listener to this on click, and I'm going to set the toggle button to it. So basically, if I'm clicking now on this, it's going to turn red. But if I'm clicking the heart again, it's not turning back because now it has changed to this icon. So let's also add the event listener of on click with the toggler on our red heart. And now if I click on the right heart, it's going to toggle our heart to the next icon. Let's also inspect this. I didn't use the components, and let's go down to components. So let's look at icon, fill heart, and let's see, it has the function of toggle like on it as a prop. If I go on the icon itself, you can see that text is class danger. Okay, and you can also see the state here. Let me just make this a bit smaller, or actually larger. This one, don't need the component list. You can see the state here changing, so false and true. Okay, now let's close this up and let's take care of our likes up here. For this, I'm just going to create another const, another useState, and I'm going to call this count, and this one will be set count. Again, we're going to use useState, and what is this going to do? Well, each time we like it, it should add a number here. Now, because our state is at its beginning at 0, we're going to pass in here 0. Then we're going to use our count instead of likes down here. I'm going to change the quotation marks to template literals. So I'm going to use backticks. Then I'm going to pass this in as a variable and likes count. Okay, and this is now 0. If I would change this to 1, it's going to change to 1 and back to 0. Now, we don't want to change it here, we want to change it on a like. So the like is currently setting this to true, and we can also use the set count here to set our count plus 1. Basically, if we're liking something, then we're going to have 1 like. Now, if we're disliking it, then it should remove this, and for this, we're just going to copy this, add it down here, and I'm going to change this to a minus sign. So if I'm liking it, well, let's go back to, let's just refresh it because the state just added another one to it. So we had 0 likes. If I like it, you're going to have 1 like. If I dislike it, it's going to have 0 like. Now, obviously, you can change this up to have multiple likes. Just add to it. But this is not part of this project, so we're just going to leave it as it is. Also, what I wanted to add here is a shadow to the container. So shadow and MD. Okay, so it's a bit, that's too much. Let's do it SM. Shadow SM, and there we go. Just a bit of a shadow to the card. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's just take a look at this again. Like the dog. Oh, double click. We forgot to double click. Okay, so we have our likes. We can like it here, but I also want to click the image and be able to like it. So double click it. So for this, I'm going to add a event listener to the card itself. We can go to the div of card and add here a on double click. And just use the same function that we did up here, toggle like. So if I pass this in here, oh, not on the footer. Sorry about that, but on the card up here. So now if I click the card, it's going to like and dislike my photo, but you need to double click it. Okay, and actually you could also add it to the image only. It's only if you click the image. Where's the image? There's the image. Only then the like will be toggled. Okay, so that's it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you liked this little doggy dog, and especially I hope you learned a lot. In this project, you're going to learn how to create this small little testimonial application. And it's pretty important because now we're going to get into useEffect, a next React hook, which is going to allow us to get API requests or fetch requests from a mock server. We're going to use the JSON placeholder server, this is right here, and we're going to fetch some data from it. So what are we going to fetch? We're going to fetch some posts. We're going to post them in a card. We're going to fetch some users with their email addresses, and we're also going to fetch comments from those users, depending on their ID, what they said, and what their email address are. So pretty exciting project. We're also going to create a couple of new components. It's going to be the button component, which is going to allow us to insert text in the component, insert icons in the component, and also have its own click event on each of them. Obviously, we're also going to use state in order to change the state of our component. So hope you're excited, and let's get started with the project. Okay, let's get started with our testimonial application. For this, as always, we're going to create our container, our folder for the application. This is going to be the number 4. So 04, And let's just type in here testimonial-app, actually testimonials, multiples. I'm just going to copy this testimonials, enter, and create a new file. And you're going to use here capital case because this is going to be a component, and also app with capital case. So let's end it with a .jsx and rfc, and we're good to go with our testimonials. And also here, well, I just messed it up all over the place. So testimonials, and also up here. Okay, now let's add it to the app.js. Down here, testimonials, close it up. We should get here our testimonials if it is. Wait a second. Yeah, compiled successful. And let's hit save here. Okay, so there we go. There's our application. Next up, let's give this a class of container. Also a margin auto, and we're good to go. Next, let's insert here title. So title component. Also import it. Import title from title. We're going to go up, components dash title. Let's use the text as the testimonials app. Okay, testimonials and application, and you should be a string. Okay, next up, we're going to create our second component, which is going to be a button component. So let's go to our components folder right here, create a new file. Let's call it button.jsx. It's rfc, and instead of the divs, we're going to return here a button. Now we're also going to return a couple of classes. For the class name, I'm first of all going to use here curly brackets and then backticks, because I want each and every button that is going to be created to have the class of btn. For the text, we're going to insert here a text, and let's also bring in here text. Okay, and now let's just bring in this component. So we're going to bring in, just going to copy the title and replace this with button. So button, and down here I can now insert my button. So component, button, close it up, and let's just leave it as it is. And now we should pass in here a kind of a default text. So if there is no text, then display, well, let's just say click. But if there is a text, then display the text. So we're going to have it like this, and we can see we have here click. Okay, next up, I want to be able to change the class of the button. So what I'm going to do here, add here variable, $sign, and we're going to call this btn class. Now we're going to use this as a prop up here. And this just means that if I go back here, and instead of the class, oh, let's also add the text. So text, let's say the very first one will be posts. Okay, so I just change it to post. And let's also add a class. So class, btn class, and I'm going to add here btn info. So the button retains its btn, its main class, but also adds to it btn info class. We could also have btn sm. That's going to make a small button, or lg, going to make a large button. So I'm going to leave it as a regular button, and that's it. Okay, let's go back to the component, because we're not done yet. We also want to be able to add some kind of icon in a button. So right before the text here, I'm going to add another variable of icon or another prop, and also pass it up here. It doesn't matter which order you pass them in, icon, but down here it does matter, because this is where the icon will appear if you have an icon. So if I would give this button an icon, and for this let's just insert some kind of icon. We already have React icons installed. If not, npm install -react icons. And for the posts, let's just bring in an icon. So disable this. And this time I'm going to bring in an icon from ps. So import, and the name of the icon will be bs fill file and post fill. Post and fill. And this is going to come from React icons and bs, because we started with bs. Okay, so let's just add this icon. Now the way you add icons, for example here, I'm going to use the prop of icon. And the way you add icons, well, is exactly as you would add a normal icon. So open, close, and close up this, and there we go, there's our icon. Okay, one last thing about the button. If you want to keep this shorter, you can add here a default text. So let's just add here a click and delete this. Okay, it's the same thing. As you can see, if I copy this button and remove the text from here, it's just going to say, oh, add it to the class. No, not the class, and there we go, click. Okay, but I want to change the icon from here, so I'm going to copy this icon, the import, I'm going to replace it with FA, user, and alt, and this is going to come from FA. So FA, and also copy this and replace it in here. I'm going to have here a user. Okay, the last icon, let's also add this one. We're going to copy the button and add here, be a commented detail. This is going to come from BI, and also add it down here. And there we go. We have 3 buttons. Oh, we forgot to add the text. So text will be for this one, users, and for, let me just copy this. For the last button is going to be comments. comments. And there we go. So we add our 3 buttons. If you wish to add a bit more space between them, then you can just go into the icon and add a class name of margin right. Let's say 1, and so add a bit of a margin to it. But I'm going to leave this up to you. Okay, the last thing I want to add to the buttons is a click event. Basically, if I click on one of the buttons, then something should happen. Now let's open up the console. The console. There's our console. Let's also delete everything that is in there. We might have some errors from previous things. And now let's add here right after the class name, a on click. And we're going to pass it this. I'm going to pass it on as on and click. And we're going to add it up here as a prop, so on click. Okay, so if you're using this on click, then it's going to be passed in as a prop into the button, and here it should do something. So for example, if I would create a function, a const handle click, and let's just pass in here console log my click. Well, you should be an error function. What are you doing, buddy? Okay, so we can already pass this handle click a button. Let's pass it here at the end. So on click, just handle this on click. Remember, this is a component. It's not actually a button. This component returns a button, and we're passing down this function into that button. Okay, so if I will click the very first button, then it's going to handle my click, and I can do this to all of my buttons. So paste this in here and paste it in here to the very last one. So let's just change. Let's leave it at this. So click, click, and clicks. Okay, so yeah, we're done with this part. Now let's move on to using some effects and also use state. Okay, now we got our buttons done. Let me just close out the console and let's get started by adding here a subtitle. So the subtitle, copy the title component. We're going to add it down here, and instead of text, let's type in here select from above, and after the title, let's add here. Let's actually add to this a class. So we're going to say that the class says, we're going to add multiple classes, is going to be subtitle. So within a string, subtitle, there we go. This makes it smaller, and then we could also add a color to the subtitle. I'm going to add a text of primary. Okay, now why do we want to select from above? Because if I will click one of these buttons, it should either display posts, users, or comments, and this will be displayed from this this mock server. Now this is the JSON server, and from here you can get mock data. As you can see here, we're going to use this as a fetch request, and we're going to use this fetch request within a useState, actually within a useEffect. But first, let me get useState. So above here, comma, and we're going to use useState and also comma useEffect. Now I'm also going to delete, or actually just comment out this, and let's get started by assigning here const. I'm going to assign this to testimonials, and then comma set testimonials. Okay, and we're going to assign this to useState. Okay, so our testimonials will be displayed down here after the title. So first, let me just go here. Yeah, we're missing handle click, I know. I'm going to just select this everywhere. So select the first, command D and D, and let's delete it for now. Okay, this is going to yell at me, but let's just add, actually, empty string. Yeah, let's just add an empty string, so it doesn't yell at us anymore, because it's missing that that function that we created. Okay, so instead of the title here, select from above, I actually want to display the testimonial that I selected. So either it's a post, a user, or comments. Now we are going to pass in here, instead of the text, we're going to pass in a question first. So if testimonials exist, then, so if they don't exist, then display select from above. But if they do exist, then display the testimonials. So pretty simple. Now, where are these testimonials coming from? They're going to come from another state. Basically, when we're going to set a testimonial, so post, user, or comment, it's going to appear here. So we're going to use our set testimonials. We're going to go down here into each of the buttons. And let's just say that if I click on this button, then, oops. So if I click on posts, then I'm going to pass in here a arrow function. And this arrow function will set testimonials to the string of posts. Okay. The next one, so basically if I click on posts, is going to change this to posts. I know that I just clicked on posts. The next one, which is going to be users, are going to be changed to users. And the very last one, obviously, is going to be changed to comments. So copy, paste it in here, and comments. Okay, so if I click through here, we're going to see users, comments, posts, so far and so on. If there's nothing selected, then it prompts me to select something. Now, next step is to get some data. And for this, we're going to use useEffect. So let's use here useEffect, And useEffect has a callback function, an anonymous function, which is going to call whatever is passed in here and set it at the beginning of the application. So as soon as the application loads, it's going to do this. So for this, we're going to go to the JSON server, and as always, you're going to have all of the links in the resource portion of the course. So just copy this, paste it in here, and instead of to-dos, right after the /, we're going to pass in here, so this should be in, so not a string, we're going to replace the string with template literals, and we're going to pass in here the variable of testimonials, or the state of testimonials. Now remember, when we're clicking through the state, so when we're clicking through these buttons, we're resetting the state to either comment, post, user, and so on and so on. And this means that also within here, after the /, it's going to be, instead of posts, or instead of to-dos, as you saw there, as you saw here, instead of to-dos, we're going to have users or posts or comments. Now the response is going to come in, is going to be turned into JSON data, and then we're not going to console log that JSON data, but we're going to create another variable. We're going to create another state. Let me just copy this and replace this testimonials with items, and this should be a capital I. Now we're fetching some kind of data, so we're fetching these items, and we're going to set those items down here as JSON data, and each time our testimonials change, then the data, so on each press of this button, the data will refresh, will change this, and this function will run again. So as soon as testimonials changes, this function will run again. But because at the beginning it's set to nothing, well, it's not going to display anything. Okay, so where should we display something? Well, we're going to go down after our title, in our case subtitle, and we're going to display here, well, if there are any items, because we're setting that up there to items, then do nothing. But if there are any kind of items, then we're going to take those items and we're going to loop over them using a map method. Now a map returns a new array, so we're going to take each item from that array, we're going to pass it through another callback function, and within here we're going to implicitly return now. So what should we return? Well, we're going to return a card. So let's start out by creating a div with the class of card, and you can change this if you want, card primary. Wait, why isn't Emmet working? So I'm returning here, that's closing up there, and that's closing up here. That's so strange. Div, extremely strange. Nevertheless, let's return a div, class name of card and card primary, and also let's add a margin to the bottom of 2. So I'm going to close this up here and then close up the div tag. And something is wrong, so I'm returning that item map item, and in here should be the item that I'm returning. So what is your problem, Bob? Okay, I'm outside this, closing here. Oh yeah, and you should be here. Okay, so as you can see, we're returning items for each of those posts. Now there are a lot of posts, so we're returning items. If I return comments, then again I'm returning items, and so on and so on. Now from those items, we can select different things. If you take a look in our this server, for example, in posts, if you click on post, you'll see you have a user ID, you have an ID, you have a title, you have a body. So basically we can select each one of them. If I want to select item.id, then I'm going to get their IDs. Wait just a second, they should be in curly brackets. So I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so on. I want to get title, then I'm going to get their title. These are just lorem ipsum titles. And if I go to posts or users, there's nothing, comments, there's nothing, but only posts. So basically we're returning from this data. If we're clicking on user, then we're returning users. And if we go to users, so let me just click here on back, well, forward, back. If you go to users, so instead of posts, we're passing in users. You can get a user ID, you can get a username. So let's try name. And if I'm on post, then I'm going to get nothing. But if I go to users, I'm going to get some kind of generated names. Okay, so let's create here some kind of nice looking data. And one last thing, when you're using a map method, you should always assign a key. So in our case, to this main div, which is a card, I'm also going to add the key property. And for the key, I'm going to set the item.id. Okay, so it needs some kind of key. Now I'm going to use this item.name. As you can see here, in case of a name, because of a post, we don't have any kind of name. So if there is no name, I also don't want to display anything. So basically we're going to say if there is a name, then return a h2. Just going to do it this way. Then return an h2 with the class name of card-header. And in here, I'm going to have the item.name. Okay, so in posts, we're not going to get anything, but in users, we're going to get this. In comments, we're going to get this because they also someone did comment it. Next, after the name, let's add a class of card dash body. Also going to be a div, and within here we're going to get h. Let's add a h4 with an item.title. Then let's copy this. Let's change it to a paragraph tag instead of item.body, which is going to be the post itself. This. So if you're on post, you're going to get this and this. If you're on users, you're going to get the user name. And let's also add their email addresses just for fun. So if the item, you know what, I'm going to copy this. It's almost the same thing. So if there is an item, and I'm going to replace this with email, then I'm going to return that item email, but I'm going to return it in a small tag. And this small tag would have the class of card footer instead of header. Okay, as you can see, each card will have now in their footer the email address. Now, if you click through them, you're going to see your posts, your users, and your comments. And the comments going to also have the text in the middle. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this project. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned a lot. Let's click through it. You just see how useEffect works. Basically, it loads when the application loads. So if I would reload, because it's set to absolutely nothing, I also need to set it to an empty string. So because it's set to nothing, it's not going to show. Let's just reload it again. Because it's set to nothing, it's not going to show any kind of data. Down here, we have this question. If there isn't any data, then just do nothing. But if there is some data, then loop through that data, return each item of that array or object. Actually, it's an object. And then within some basic styling, return from that item a ID as a key, name if there is a name, title, body, email, and so on and so on. Now I would suggest that you play around with this JSON mock data. Is JSON placeholder. If you search for JSON placeholder, you will end up on this page. But as I said, it's also in the description in resources. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Thank you very much and hope you learned a lot. All right, in this project, you're going to learn one of the most useful components I consider is alerts. So you're going to learn how to create alerts, so basically alert components. So let me just hit a refresh here. There are 3 alerts. One of them will display after delay. This is going to be approximately 5 seconds. See it disappearing. You can also click on alerts and they will completely disappear. And you can also make them all disappear and also with a delay. So we're going to have different situations with different color alerts. So the first alert, as you can see, is a danger alert, and you have a successful alert, or you will have an information alert, which will disappear after the delay. The delay you can set for yourself. Basically, you can set it for 5 seconds, 1 second, 3 seconds. The 3 second one, I believe, is the best. So 2.5, 3 seconds, somewhere there is the best time for someone to quickly read the alert, and then the alert disappears. Also, you will be able to click on it and it's going to disappear. We're going to use useState, useEffect also. And yeah, let's get started with the project. So let's create a new folder for our alerts. So this will be basically number 5. So project number 5, going to call this alerts. And let's create within here, new file, alert app.jsx, rfc. Whoa, rf, wait, what did I do wrong? RFC. There we go. Again, it's just going to be a container. So class name and container, and that's it. Now within here, we're going to bring in our alert. So let me first bring this alert app into app.js. Let's go down here, open alert, and they should bring in alert up there. Let's close it up, and we should now have our alert. Obviously, there's nothing in there. Let's do in alert. Let's hit save. So just that we have something in there. Okay, so we have our alert. Let's also add margin auto to this. Margin auto. Let me just quickly check something in our CSS. So m auto, margin auto, but I love to have margin auto. Let me copy this on the x-axis only. So mx, and this will be auto on the x-axis and 0 left and right. So if I go here, margin x auto, that's much better. Okay, next up, we're going to create a alert component in our components. So components, alert, the capital A, alert, JSX, RFC, alert, and let's also bring it in here as, let's just go down, bit of indentation, and let's bring in alert from components alert, close it up, and instead of having here alert, I'm going to pass it in here as alert. Okay, there we go. We have our alert component. Next, in our component, I'm going to bring in useState. So within curly brackets, useState and useEffect. So state will change and update the state, and effect will load on the start of the application. Okay, first things first, let's grab onto our alert. Let's go before the return and let's create a const show alert and set show alert. Okay, I'm going to set this to useState. Now the state will be set to true because I want to be able to activate or deactivate this later on using our set show alert. Now in the return bracket, we're going to return, first of all, this is going to be within parentheses, we're going to return show alert. And if there is a show alert, then we're going to return a div. So basically open and close div is going to have a class name of, and these are actually the classes that are in your CSS. So it's going to have a class of alert, the main class, and I'm going to set this within backticks. Let's also close up that so we have more space. So alert will be the main class. Then we're going to have alert and then dash, and whatever will be passed in here as a variable, basically the type, which is going to be passed up here as a prop. I'm just going to copy this and send it up here as a prompt. So we can always see that we have the alert. Now it just needs to have some kind of style. And the first, let's type in here alert and type, and let's say success. And there should be actually quotation. So this is going to be a type of success alert. Hit save, and going to see it's going to be green. I'm not colorblind. Relax. Okay, next up. Within the div, we're going to pass in the option to close the alert. So I'm going to create another div to actually go with a class of alert dash close. And within here, we're going to have two things. First of all, we're going to have the message, and then we're going to have a closing button. So for the message, I'm going to use a span tag, span with a class of margin right 1. And I'm going to pass in here the message as a prop. It's message, and up here we can pass it then in message, and whatever we set, message. And whatever we set the message to will be then shown. So message, let's say for example, let's type in successful login. Okay, this is the message. And now we need a closing button. So let's go back to our alert component. And after the span tag, I'm going to bring in the button component. So button, hey, what are you doing? Button. And let's also bring in the button component. So import button. I'm going to import it from dot and / and button because we are already in components, don't forget that. Okay, so there's our button, just a second, but this button is not going to be a click, it's going to be let's change this class, and I'm going to set, class, btn class, btn, I'm going to set this to btn dash close, okay? Now you just saw that disappear, and instead of the text, we're going to type in a simple X for the text, and then on click, we're going to set this to close alert because we want to be able, when we're clicking this button, you can see already if I hover, it's going to be red. This is because of the btn close class, and we're going to set this to close alert. Now the close alert will be a function that we're going to create up here. So let's go up here and say const and close alert. We're going to set this to a callback function and e.target.parent element and .parent element again because we want to go out of this button and select the entire thing. So I'm going to copy the parent element, set it here again, and then class list. And I'm going to select from the class list to add the class of fade alert. Now this will only add the class to it. So I'm going to show you what it's going to do. It's going to do that fade animation, but it's not going to remove it. So what we need to do now is we're going to use a set timeout function, and after a specific time, let's say after 3 seconds or 0.3 seconds, we're also going to show alert or set show alert. We're going to set this to false. And you know what's going to happen when this is set to false, it's going to change the state of the alert. So let's try this. If I click on this, it's going to make my alert disappear. You know what? I could also increase this to 5. Boom. There we go. Let me just quickly check at which speed the fade alert class is set. So I'm going to go into my CSS, fade alert, and it's set to 0.5. So this is why I'm going to leave it at 5 or even 4, because if I would come back here, hit refresh, close the alert again, it's going to have the same animation speed. Okay, so that's it for this part. Now next up, let's make it so the alert will close automatically after a specific time. So we're going to tackle that next on. Okay, now it's time to add a delay effect to our alert. And with that, I mean that after the delay appeared or it was triggered, it should have an automatic timer that will make it disappear. Now for this, we will use useEffect. So let's use our useEffect hook and let's pass in here some sort of conditioning. First, I would like to set some kind of trigger. For example, if an alert is set to automatically disappear after a specific time, then we should be able to access this throughout props. So let's set here a delay as a prop. We're going to pass it in here actually. So right up here in our alert, we'll pass in delay as a prop, and we're going to automatically set this to false. So if a delay exists, then and only then we're going to trigger a set timeout function again, which will now change our state to set show alert. And we're going to set this to false. Okay, and we also need a timer here, so let's say 4,000 seconds, or let's just say 5,000. This will be 5 seconds. Let's make it a bit quicker, 3 seconds. Okay, so basically I'm going to create here another alert, another component, and this time let's say this is going to be a info and coming soon, and let's say this is time triggered, and let's now set the delay to true. So delay, we're going to set this to the boolean of true, basically enabling the delay for this. So our alert already appeared and it also disappeared after 3 seconds. Now if I would increase this to 5 seconds and let's refresh here, our delay will take 5 seconds and after that disappear. Okay, but we could also set it to, we could also close it up from here and basically it's gone. It no longer needs to disappear. Now we can do the same thing. We can still close this one and then close this one, or just close one of them and wait for the other one to disappear after 5 seconds. And as you can see, 5 seconds is just too long. If you want to also have access to this timer, let's say I'm going to pass in here, then time or delay time, whatever you want to call it, delay, let's call it delay time. And we're going to set this to 3000 and I'm going to pass it down here as delay time. So basically we're going to have 3 seconds and they should disappear. And if I want to change this, then I just need to pass in delay time. I'm going to increase this to, or decrease it to 1 second. So it's going to appear and 1 second and disappear. Okay, and boom, it's gone. So this is how easily we can create alerts and as you will see later on in future projects, delays are extremely powerful components. You just pop one of them in and they just work. Okay, so hope you enjoyed this project and catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Alright everyone, in this project we're going to create a smaller temperature monitor, actually temperature controller, and we can increase and decrease the temperature using these two plus and minus buttons. Now when we're going to do this, for example using the plus button, we're going to increase the temperature. This also means we're going to go into positive temperatures. This also means that we're going to change the background color of this display. So if you're increasing by 1 click, then it's going to turn red, and then it's going to just add 1 degree to each click that you're adding. Now let's decrease this, and also when it's going to go back to 0, then it's going to turn blue, and so far and so on. It's going to decrease to whichever temperature you wish. Now if you want to change this to Fahrenheit, feel free to do so. I'm going to leave it as at Celsius. Okay, so hope you're excited. Small little project, but pretty cool. We're going to use useState, and we're also going to update the state. So I think we're ready to get started with the project. Okay, so let's get started by creating a new folder within your projects. I'm going to call this 06-temperature-controller. Okay, let's close this up. Let's create here a file. Again, we're going to call it the same way as we call the folder. This will be temperature, but now with capital T. Temperature and controller dot, and also app and dot .jsx. Okay, RFC. We're going to leave the div. I seem to be missing here an L and here an L, and also let's change all of them. So they should have an L and you should have an extra L. Okay, within our div, we're going to create a class name. I'm going to assign this to container, and also let's add a bit of margin here and there. So let me go into our file. It's going to have a margin to the top of 2, 3. Let's add a 3, and let's also let's text center. If you wish, you can add the title. I'm not going to do this right now. I'm going to leave it open, and I'm going to start off by creating a card within here. So card.bglight, bg-light, going to have a light background, a bluish light background, and then a margin auto. Now within here, let's add an h1. Is going to hold the temperature. Okay, let's hit save. And I forgot to include it within our app. So temperature controller, and close it up, and it should automatically import. If it doesn't do this for you, then you need to import it. Okay, let's go back to our temperature. Let's also close this up. We don't need it. So here's the temperature. Here's our H1. And going back to the card, I still want to add something. I want to limit this. Let's say style. I'm going to limit this to a width of just 200. Now going back to our H1, I'm going to add to this a class name. I'm just going to add here a text of light. You know what? I'm also going to place this in a card. I know it sounds dumb. It's a card within a card, but just bear with me. You're going to see why I'm doing this just in a couple of seconds. I'm going to also add a bit of styling because I don't want the general style of the card to take place. I want to change it, and let's set a height of 150, a width of 150 is basically it's going to be square, and a border radius. Or you know what? I'm going to add the border radius here, so border dash 50, and just going to add here a border of 2 pixels. So this should be then in quotations 2 pixels, solid, and hash 666. Okay, there we go. Now our text is white, but we're going to change this just in a couple of seconds. Now underneath our h1, we're going to need 2 buttons, but I want to display them as left and right from one another because buttons are block elements. So we're going to use a class of display flex, and we're going to add a margin on the y-axis of 2. Within here, we're going to create our 2 buttons, and I'm also going to import the button component now. So button, and still not importing. This is so strange sometimes. Okay, there should be a component, and I'm going to import up here, import button from dash dash / components and / button. Okay, so we got our button component. Now we can pass in here our button text. Or just text, was it just text? Yep, it was text. We're going to pass in here minus, going to be the left one. Then for the button class, I'm going to pass in a btn, and I'm going to pass in a large button. So btn dash large dash lg. And by the way, these classes are from my advanced CSS and Sass course. So if you want to check that one out, I created a complete CSS framework within there. So you're creating your own components and so on and so on. So please check that out if you wish so. Now on click, we're going to assign this to a function. Let's just console log here minus. Okay, I'm going to copy this button. I'm going to add to this a plus and to this a plus, and that's basically it. Okay, so let's check this out, inspect, and we should see in our console, because I'm automatically executing this, this shouldn't happen. And this should be actually in a callback function, so arrow function, and also here an arrow function, and now we should be able to console our plus and minus. Okay. Okay, now that's basically it for this part. Next, we need to somehow increase and decrease a number here. I'm going to take care of this using useState. So let's do that. Okay, now we need to import useState from React. So comma and useState. Let's go above the return. And now let's create a const and structure here a temperature and a set temperature. We're going to assign this to useState. And the value, the state, will be 0. Now we have this temperature up here, and we also have the temperature down here. So if I transform this into a variable, then instead of, I still can see the color. Instead of temperature, the text you should see here, 0. So let's take care of this. Actually, I'm going to change something. Let's change the colors. And we're going to change the colors right here in the classes. So where we have text, light and card and border radius, I'm going to change this to template literals. So I'm going to do this, then I'm going to pack everything into curly brackets, and at the end I'm going to add the temperature variable. Okay, now if this is larger than 0, then we're going to have here a bg danger, and if this is not 0, so it's higher than 0, then we're going to have a bg info. This should be a bg info, and we're missing here a question mark. Okay, so the temperature is not above 0, so the background is going to be blue, a light color, and now we need to increase the temperature to be above 0, and we're just going to close up here the console. Now we can use our set temperature to increase this temperature. You saw here me creating these two console logs. We're going to replace them with functions. So the first function will increase our temperature. So let's create a const. Let's assign this to increase temperature. Assign it to arrow function. And basically this function is going to set the temperature to the temperature, and we're going to increase it. And we're going to do the same thing to decrease the temperatures, and just copy, paste, and going to be decrease. And this is going to be a minus because we're going to decrease with each click the temperature. So let's copy the increase function. Let's replace it in this button, and let's copy the decrease function, and let's replace it in here. So let's see if we did everything right. If we did, then clicking the plus button will increase the temperature and will change the color, and clicking the decrease button will decrease the temperature and also change the color. Okay, one last thing, after the temperature you need a little sign, that is the degree sign. If you can't find it, then go to Google and type in degree or degrees, and sign. If you don't have it on a keyboard, and just copy it and paste it right after the temperature, and then you can add a Fahrenheit or a C for Celsius. And maybe I'm going to change here something up. Yay! I'm going to change here something up later on in the course, but not right now. So this is going to be an update to this course. I'm going to have here a click, and this should change this to Fahrenheit or to Celsius. Okay, so with this being done, we are kind of done with the project. I told you, there are simple projects, there are advanced projects, the medium project. This one is a really simple one, but you can see how easily we can use state to modify something. So, hope you learned a lot, and catch you next time. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to go to the dark side, and from then we're going to go to the light side, because we are going to create a dark mode or a dark theme for our web pages. Basically, when we're going to push a button, the theme of the website is going to turn to dark or light, depending on which theme you choose. Now, let's take a look at this button. This is also going to change color. This is thanks to the context provider, and also this entire thing. Let's just take a look at here. Instead of light, is going to turn dark now. Is also thanks to the context provider, and the context provider is actually a hook. We're going to use useContext because we already learned to use useState and useEffect. That's why we're now moving on to our next hook, which is going to be useContext. So the project is pretty simple. It also is meant to be extremely simple, because the one thing that you need to learn here is how to use the useContext. Okay, hope you're excited. So let's get into the project. So let's get started by creating our project folder again. So new folder, I'm going to go in here 07 dash, we're going to call this light and dark mode. So light and dark mode. I'm going to copy this, copy it, and within here we're going to create our very first file, which is going to be, paste this in here, and it's going to be the first component, also JSX. And you know what? I messed up here. Let me just quickly change this. So this should be light dash and all lowercase letters, dark and dash and mode. There we go, much better. Okay, let's RFC. Let's create a functional component and also export it, and let's also integrate it within our app. So down here we're going to import our light and dark mode. Okay, close it up, and there we go. It should be imported up here. Always check if it is imported, and then you should see it already appearing. Come on, why aren't you appearing? Light and dark mode. Light and dark mode. This is returning a div because I didn't hit save. I'm always forgetting to hit save on my very first component. Okay, I'm going to start really simply. First of all, let's create another file here. There's going to be another component. Let's say we're going to create here a blog. Just imagine that you have a blog and you wish to import that blog within here. Okay, so JSX, RFC, and we're going to return here a blog component, and the blog component will return a div with a class of container, and also import the blog component here. So I'm going to delete this and import the blog and close it up. Okay, so we're seeing here blog. Let's go back to our blog file. I'm also going to close up the Explorer window on the left side. So move back to the blog file and add here also padding. Now instead of blog, we're going to import our title component. So title, and obviously it's not importing it here. So let's import it up here, title from, and 2 levels up, components and / title. Now let's add this text here as blog. So instead of blog here, we're going to add it in here within quotations, and we have our blog as a title up here. Also, we're going to add to this my blog width and theme, and I'm going to leave this theme as it is. Just for now, I'm going to leave it as a string, and then capital theme. Okay, let's leave it as it is. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to pass in here theme as a variable, basically as a prop. So we need to turn this into backticks, this into backticks. It's going to be much simpler if you see it this way. They will understand it on the fly. So we're going to pass this theme in here. Let's move down. Next, we're going to have a span tag, which is going to contain a button. But I need this span tag because I want to position my button. I want to position. You know what? Let's insert first of all the button. So within here, we're going to have a button. For this, we're going to import a button component. So, wait a second, select both of them. Button. I'm going a bit quicker in this project, okay? Now let's import our button here, or let's use it. Button, there's the button, and I want to move it up here to the right side. So basically I need to, because I can pass style into this. Well, you could pass style. If I would have passed style into my button component, as a prop, then I could use style as a style prop and pass everything that I pass in here as a style will be passed then down to that button. But I'm not going to do that because I really rarely pass styles into buttons. So only in this case, I'm going to wrap the button in a span tag, and I'm going to position this absolute. I'm going to position it where? Well, we're going to position it from the top 10 units, and from the, wait a second, was it from the right side? Right side also 10 units, and it should be up here. Okay, we can click it and nothing happens. Okay, instead of click, I want to pass to the button a text. So btn, I think I changed this to text, and we're going to pass in here basically the same thing that I passed up here. So I'm going to change this to a theme. Okay, so I'm going to pass down the theme here. There we go. So because there is no theme, then the text is still click, and that's it for the button for now. And let's also add here a paragraph tag with just some lorem ipsum. Okay, that's it. Okay, now this is a component. It has a prop of theme. Now we could take this theme, go back to a light mode, and let's say that I want to pass in here a theme. Let's just say I'm going to pass in here light mode, so light, just a string of light. What will happen? Well, instead of this undefined and instead of this clicks, I'm going to have light. Simple, isn't it? Okay, now I don't want to. Okay, next I'm going to import useState. So use useState, and I could use here the state. Let's just destructure const, and let's destructure here theme and set theme. Okay, I'm going to set this to useState, and I'm going to use here the string of light. And basically, if I would pass down theme here, then I would still have light. If I would change this to dark, then I would have dark. So until now, nothing new under the sun. I could also pass down here a onClick event to the button component and click this and create here a handler. And on the click, I would change this to dark and this to dark and light and so far and so on. And also add a couple of properties to them. The only problem with this would be that it would be the same state for multiple components. If I would have multiple components, then it would be the same state. So what we're going to do now is use useContext, which is going to have individual context for individual components. So next up, let's use useContext. Now, before we get started with useContext, just imagine context in the following way. Context is designed to share data that can be considered kind of global data, okay? It can be shared everywhere. A tree of React components, such as the current blog, where we need to add a different themes for different colors. In our case, we were just going to use light and dark, but you can add later on also multiple themes. Here is where the global state is necessary. So this is why useContext is so important. So let me show you first of all where you should create your context. So the context is basically the data that you're going to use. I would always suggest to create, I have components open. I would always suggest to create a new folder and name it context. And you will also see this is going to be recognized here. You're going to see a little tree here. Now within here, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it theme and dash context.jsx. Now I always suggest to name them with context the files, but the naming convention is basically up to you. This I find a pretty good naming convention. If you want to do something else, then please feel free to do so. But the structure, I would strongly suggest to use it this way. So create a context folder, because you could have here multiple contexts. You could have here, you'll see later on, we're going to create a project where we're going to have users or passwords, and another project where we're going to have different kind of currencies. And you can create a currency context, you can create a user context, a password context, and so forth and so on. So within here, the first thing that we need is not import React.js, and we're not going to use RFC or something like that, but we're going to import the create context provider from React. Now in a previous version, or if you would use classes, then you would need to create context from React, and basically it's a different process. But we are now in React 18 and we are using functional components, so this is the way we're going to use this. Okay, now next up I'm going to create and also export a const called themes. And one day I will be able to type themes correctly. Now I'm going to assign this to an object. So basically I'm going to export an object, and this object we're going to have a dark key with the value dark as a string, and then a light key with the value, you guessed it, light as a string. Next I'm going to take these themes, actually not these themes, but next I'm going to export a context. So the way you're going to create context is by exporting another const, giving it the name. This is going to be themes, just theme context, and you're going to assign it to create context and open and close parentheses, because this is a function. I'm going to export just a empty object. Okay, and that's basically it. You not necessarily would need this, but in our case, we are going to use the context from within here. So we are creating these two within our context. Create a variable, assign it to the context to create context. And now we can go back. We can actually close this up. You're not going to need it anymore. You're going to move to your light. You're going to move to your light and dark mode. And instead of these two divs, you're going to import, first of all, your context, the theme context. So import theme context from /context and /theme context. But as you saw, I exported it not as default, but just as a regular function. So here you will need to wrap it into curly brackets. Okay. Next, you're going to use this context down here instead of the div. So select both of these tags and add and replace them to it. So it's going to have an opening and a closing tag. It's not a component, okay? It's a functional. It's just a function. Now this context, whatever you will name it, is going to appear here. But this context has two properties. It has a provider and a consumer. Now the provider we do need, and you're going to assign this as provider, but the consumer, I'm going to come to the consumer a bit later on, but you're not going to need it anymore because now it works differently. So back to the provider. The provider provides the context for whatever is between these two tags. So whatever is set in here is going to provide the context too. Now everything that is in here can be a context consumer. Okay. So this means that everything that we would pass in as a value will then be consumed by the consumer. Now I know it's a bit fuzzy, but we are going to create multiple projects with useContext, so just stick with me. Okay. The only property that, or the only prop that theme context, that the context has, is the value. Now this can be anything. For example, if I would delete this and pass it in here, pass in here dark, let's pass in here Norbert. So let's see, let's pass in here value. Let's say I'm passing in here a string of Norbert. Save this. Now let's say I'm going to pass in here a string of Norbert. Save it and nothing happens. Because now we're going to go to our blog, I'm going to close out the consumer. I'm going to take out this theme. You're not sending it down as a prop. I'm going to leave the theme here, in here. And now I'm going to import here the use context. So because this is a hook, I could either import it here from React. So use context. And to whatever we assign this use context to will be the context for this component. So before the return, I could create just a const. Let's say this is my context and assign it to use context, and that's almost it, because now we need our provider. So let's import our themes again. Again, this is a function, so themes context, and now I'm going to add it to this use context. So basically now it's using whatever is in here and assigning it to this variable. So if I would now copy and instead of theme, you know what, I'm going to name it theme, not my context but theme. Hit save, and now you can see here Norbert and Norbert, without passing down any kind of prop. Got it? So this was what useContext does. It creates a global variable, and you can use it anywhere as long as you're using useContext and you're dragging it in for whatever provider you created. Again, this could be users, this could be colors, this could be multiple things. Okay, so we got our context here, but now I'm passing in a forced value. Now the value that I passed in here is basically this value. So again, I could use theme and pass it down here. So from my useState, and you will see now it's dark, and if I would change this to light, it's now light again. Now you would say, okay, but this is basically a prop, isn't it? Well, not quite. I can do things with it. Instead of this useState of light, I can now use my context theme, but not this, but the themes themselves. So if you go back to themes context, you see these themes. Now let's take these themes. And also, because we did export it here, export const, this means I could now import it here, themes, and let's pass these themes down here. Now I'm passing down a object, obviously, so I need to select something from it. I'm going to select dot light again. And there we go, we have light. If I would select from this dark, then I'm going to get dark. Okay, let's move back to light, hit save, and there we go. So what if I want to change this to dark? Then I would need to have a function that changes this. So I'm going to create here a function, and change theme. In order to change the theme, we would need to set the theme. Now this, first of all, let's check in which theme we're in. So let's create here console log, and we're going to log the theme. Now let's pass down this change theme as another value of, well, of this value. So I'm going to create here an object, pass down the theme, and also the change and theme. Now This is going to give me an error because now I need to go back to my blog. And instead of having this as const theme, I need to now pass in the structure object. So theme and change theme. Now this is a handler and we can pass it to this button as a click event. So on click, and if we click on this button, then it should change the theme. Okay, and let's just click on inspect here, go to the console. I have a bunch of errors. Do a refresh. Let's delete this. Now if I click on this light button, it should, what should it do? It should console log theme. So let's try it, and there we go. I clicked multiple times on it. Okay, so we know we have access to this function. This function is working. Now all we need to do is set the theme to something else than theme light. And we have the possibility to set it to theme dark. Now I could just set theme and theme, actually themes dot dark, because we're changing these themes. And if I click on this button, this will turn to dark, but I can't change it back anymore. So let's do here a condition. I'm going to comment out the console log. Let's do a condition. If theme, so the state is triple equal to themes.light, which is the default state. I did set it to themes.light. Then change the theme or set the theme to dark. And if not, then set the theme to themes.light again. Okay, so let's try this out. Click on it, light, dark, light, dark. Okay, also going to close out the console. Now we could already do something with it. We can go back to our button or to our blog, and within here to our button. And let's just say that if within here, where the text, there's the text. So if the theme is equal to the string of dark, then display the string of light, because we want to change it to light then. And if it's not, then leave it at dark. Okay, so basically now the theme is, we can now change it to dark, and if I click on it, it's going to change to dark, and the button text is going to change to theme, because it's indicating that if I click on it, it's going to change to something light. Now let's also change the color of this. We can now use, well, let's just use it before the click. We can now use our btn classes, and we're going to assign this to, if the theme is equal to the string of dark again, then change the class or use the class here of btn light. Okay, let's hit save, and voila. And if we would pack this into a template literal, then I could add another, because I need to have this in a comment. I need to have this in curly brackets, add this as a variable, and after that I could add a btn-sm, which will make my button small. So basically you can use here variables, and then you can add a string again to it. Now we're still not done because we didn't change our theme. So let's go back to our light dark mode. Now let's use a useEffect hook. So useEffect. I don't need the return, so don't need to clear it. I just need to watch out for the theme. And if the theme changes, then we're going to use a switch statement. This is going to take in a theme and watch for this theme, because we have two cases. If, so the very first case, the themes is .light, then we're going to take the document. You know what, let me create here a let document, let doc body, which is going to be document.body, and that's basically it. Now I'm going to take this, add it down here, .style, and I should also bring in the useEffect as a hook. So useEffect, and there we go. Let's move this outside the useEffect. So if the doc body, doc class list, so if the theme class, so if the first case is true, theme class is light, then the doc body, doc class list should add the bg light, which is our class, bg light theme. I'm going to copy this, and also should add a text of dark. So you can always see the color changing here. Now the next case, let's add here a break, indicating that's it for this case. Now let's copy this. Let's add another case. If this is dark, then this should be, the background should be dark, and the text should be light. So if I would now press on this button, then it should turn dark. But I have a small problem. I didn't remove here the text dark and the background light. So first thing that we need to do is copy these two, add them down here. Instead of add, the first two will be remove. And then I'm going to copy these two, add them up here. And again, the first two will be remove. Because the first thing that we need to do is to remove those classes. So light and dark and light and dark. Okay? So that's basically it. Easy as that. But using the context provider, you can see how easy it is. As I said, with context, I was able to share data throughout the components. And although I could achieve the same results simply passing props down, which would be easier since this project is pretty small. The context offers a great solution when you have multiple components relying on the same data. And if this data changes, such changes must be communicated to all components at once. So that's pretty much it for the project. Thank you very much for watching and catch you next time. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a lock screen. And if we wish, we can also unlock the screen. Basically by sliding this to the right side, this will unlock the screen. Also, if you want to lock the screen, then we just need to click on this little lock here. And you can see title changes, background changes, the icon down here changes. This actually component is going to be an input tag. We're going to use we're going to use React hooks like useEffect, useState, and we're also going to use React icons. So let's get started with the project. Okay, so before we get started with the project, please check if you have React icons installed. So go to package.json and you should see here React icons. If you don't have it, then open up another terminal and just npm in react-icons, and they should install icons. Also hit enter. I'm not going to hit enter. I already have them installed as you just saw in our package.json. So let's close our let's close our package.json and let's go to our project folder. Then here let's create a new folder. This will be the project number 8 and let's call it slide to unlock. Okay, let's copy the title very quickly and let's open the folder, create a new file within here, paste this in and change it to capital letters, slide to and unlock and .jsx. There we go. RFC, create our very first component. Also go to our app, import the component here, slide to unlock, close it up, check if it was imported up here, and save, and you should see slide to unlock. Perfect. Next up, let's create our very first component, which will be the slide. Let me just show you here. It will be this down here. This is the slider. So let's go in here, new file, and we're going to create a lock and slider.jsx. Okay, RFC, React functional component. And we also need to create here a new file, which is going to be called the same file, the same name as the other one. So lock slider, but .css. Now, there's a small problem. We cannot use WebKits in style inside of React. So we need to create a small CSS file where we'll style our slider. So let's create a slider class. I'm going to add here a WebKit, and this is going to be slider and thumb. Okay, and you need to copy this because you also need to add a active state to it. So active basically when you hold down the button. Okay, now the active slider will have an appearance of none, a width of, you know what, let me first, I'm just going to comment this out, and let me first go in here and actually create a slider and then add the CSS. So you can already import the CSS. So / and lock slider, no, not you, lock slider.css. And also you need to import the lock slider into your slider to unlock component. So import lock slider, I'm going to import it here, and let's add here lock slider, and let's also use it. So go down here and lock slider. Okay, close it up, and there's a component. Lock slider, perfect. Now the lock slider will just return a input tag, so we can, you know what, I'm going to delete here everything. So input tag, input, and we're going to have here a range input tag. Then, as I said, it's going to have the class name of slider, and let's just check if this is working. Let's add here rock slider and background. Let's add here RGBA of 188 for the reds, 190 for the greens, and 188 for the blues, and 0.5. Hit save, and you should see here a slider. Wait just a second, I missing here an N. Okay, there we go. So there's a slider. As you can see, the background is gray. So let's go back to our slider. Also, I want to add here a style, and I'm not going to type in here the style. I'm actually going to type it up here. Let me create a let style and slider style. Let's call this slider and style. So we're creating a variable, and we're passing in here the styles, and then we're going to pass this down here, and the styles, whatever we pass in here, will then take effect over here. So appearance. Now everything that is a string, you need to pass it. So basically we're creating here a object, and this means keys and values. So everything that's a value, you need to pass it in as a string. So appearance none, it's going to make that disappear. Then we're going to add here a width, and let's say we're going to have 300 pixels, as a width. Let's also add to it a height of 50 pixels. Again, this should be in a string, so 50 pixels. You know what, let's set the background color because we can't see anything. And I'm going to copy the color from here. I'm going to pass it in here. And you should be in a string, I know. In a string, and you should end in a comma. Okay, so there's a slider, there's the background. Okay, let's take out the outlines. Outline, string of none. And the last thing I want to add is a border radius and a margin to the bottom. So border, you know what, I actually have this in as a class, so I can pass it here mb2 and then border, I believe it was -5, and this should, yep, it's giving me 5 border. So these are already predefined CSS classes, so you should have them in here. But right, this here is only taking effect if we pass it through our style. Also, if this happens to you, so you can see this cut off, you just need to go here, settings, control panel, and toggle word wrap, and you should toggle it on. What's going on? There we go, word wrap on. Okay, now a couple of things. I also want to have to this input tag a onChange event. So a on input, because when we're changing the slider, we're inputting value. So on input, and we're going to handle this input, handle input. We're going to pass in the handle input as a prop up here. So handle input, pass it in as a prop, and whatever I will pass in here as a handle input is going to take effect here. Now the slider is also going to have a value, so depending on where this is, I want to be able to grab onto this value. So let's grab onto the value. I'm going to assign this to another prop, which is going to be slider and the value. Okay, let's pass this in, slider value. And the last thing I want to pass in here is actually a width. So width, we're going to take this width and pass it as a width in here, and you can actually add here also variables. So let's say if there is no width, then give me a width of 300, but if there is a width, then it's going to be that width. Okay, pretty simple. Okay, so that's it for a slider component. Let's also change the style of this thumbnail here, and for the active state. Okay, so we can comment this back in and just see what's going to happen. So if you comment this back in, see appearance none, then we're going to give this a width of 50 pixels, which is slider, and I'm missing here the dash. Ooh, terribly sorry about that. Okay, so now it's gone. Let me comment this back in because I do want to see it when I'm styling it. So width and also height is also going to be 50 pixels. Then a border radius of 50%, and we're going to give it a background of hash AAA. And I'm going to see it just in a couple of seconds why I'm giving it this background and not this, because now if I do a appearance none, then it's going to get this. Okay, so we're going to have this use slider, and obviously when I'm going over it, I want the cursor to be pointer. Okay, so now we can check this slider. Boom. Now when it's in an active state, and we're going to change the class. So let's change, not the class, but the background color. Let's go with background, and we're going to have it hash FFF. So when I'm clicking on it, holding down, sliding, then it should change the background color. And we're also going to have a couple of icons. So should I do it? Yeah, because we have access to CSS, I'm going to do it right in here. So unlock an icon, and just going to copy in the, don't need to learn CSS right here. This was the important part. So the unlock icon, which you will see just in a couple of minutes, and also when we're hovering over the unlock icon, then we're going to have the same color as we have here. Okay, CSS is closed. Let's just check. We also don't need you anymore. We can close you up, and let's go back to our slider. Now in our screen here, we need to take care of a couple of things. First, let's just add to this a container class. So class name container, also text dash center. We're going to display everything as flex. That's going to be in this container, and the flex direction will be column. Now the first thing that we have in here is a lock slider, and we can change its width by just simply typing in width. And if you would pass in here 250 pixels, for example, then you would change the width of the slider. Now I just wanted to show you that you can pass in here props and catch them also in the style variable, because later on when we're going to move to style components, this is going to be extremely helpful. Now I'm still going to leave this open. We will need it just in a couple of seconds. Okay, next I'm going to style the image. Next we're going to style this right here. So the lock screen. For this, we are going to go into our main div, and let's use our style tag again. a style property, and let's add a height here. And I want to limit this to only 70%, or not 70%, but 70 viewport heights. Let's add a margin from the top of 15 viewport heights. Let's add a width of 340, basically to the entire container. Let's add a border of, this should be in a string, of 4 pixels, solid, and hash 000. Again, I could do this using CSS and just add a class to it, but I do want you to learn how you can add in here styles. But I would recommend using here CSS. So just add a class to this, in this specific case only. Now let's also add the border radius. You know what? In this case, I could add here a border of 5 again. Let's set 15. Let's see how 15 looks. Or 25? I don't have 25. Not 20. That's also okay. That works for me. Okay, and underneath of this, and before the lock screen, we're going to add a title. So something that's to signify that here is happening something. So I can use a title component, but in our case, I'm just going to use a h1, but I'm still going to use a class of title on it. So title, and let's just pass in here title. Okay. Next, let's add down here a icon which will signify that is unlocked or locked. So I'm going to let's go down here. Let's say AI fill unlock and close it up. Let's see, did it automatically import? No. Okay, we need to go up here and let's just import AI fill unlock from React icons and /AI. Okay, and there's the little lock sign. Now I do remember that we can add classes to them, and we also style this class. So if I would type in here on lock icon, then it should be already styled. Okay, and if I hover over it, it should, well, it's going to turn white because the entire screen is white. No, but I don't want this icon to be shown when I also have this slider up here, because one is unlocking the screen and the other one is locking the screen. So we're going to add here a condition. This condition needs a useState. So let's import useState. And let's add down here, now up here. Let's create a const, and let's destructure here the state. So we're basically going to have a show lock slider and set show lock slider. And we're going to use state. And we're going to set this to 0. Okay, now let's take a show lock slider, pass it in here. And let's just ask the question, if the lock slider exists, then show lock slider. If not, then show the lock icon. And the lock slider is gone. And this means that the screen is unlocked and we could lock it. Oh, sorry, this should be set to true. What am I doing? So true. And yeah, so we need to unlock the screen. And after the screen is unlocked, because we're starting with the lock screen, obviously, then we can lock it afterwards. Okay, so next up, let's also add a couple of UI components to this using useState. So let's do that. In order to add UI components, I'm going to do something that I believe you didn't see up until now. I'm going to create a useState, but I'm going to call this UI props. UI props, what am I doing? Props, and set UI props. Okay, we're going to assign this to useState. And now I'm going to pass in, wait a second, props. And now I'm going to pass in here a object. I'm going to add key value pairs UI text. And for example, this is going to have the value of unlock screen. And now I can select this UI prop and use it in my title down here as a text. So instead of having this title, I'm going to type in here UI props and UI text. Okay, so instead of the text, I'm going to have this text. Okay, meaning that if I want to unlock the screen, I need to slide the slider. Also, let's add another property, a UI color. I'm going to set the color to hash EEE. And I'm also going to use a UI BG as a background. And we're going to set this to a template library using backsticks. And let's just call upon a URL. And this URL we will need to import, because the URL will be an image. And you know that images can only be imported using variables. So if I would import here an image, we also need to create an image folder, mg. I'm going to pass in here 2 images. Now they are in your download file, so please download them. Okay, we're going to have home image and a moon image. So let's go back to the slider and let's import lock screen img. I'm going to import it from /images, and this is going to be moon MON and .jpg, and the next one is going to be home lock screen, so home, and this is going to be home JPEG. Now the lock screen that we're going to use here is basically using a variable and passing in here the lock screen. Now where should the lock screen be? The lock screen should be in here in this style. So let's go after border, let's say background, and we're going to pass in the background as UI props and UIBG. Okay, and we should see, why can I see the, we should already see the background here changing. See the refresh? No. Oh yeah, because it's UIBG. Okay, and there's a screen. It's completely black because it's too large. The image is too large, so we need to add here no repeat. Actually, you know what? I'm going to add center /cover first of all. Okay, there's an image. You could also add a no repeat if you don't wish to no-repeat. If you don't wish to the image to repeat itself. Okay, now you can see the color is right, so you can use a UI color. And we're going to go down into the text and style, h1 style. I'm going to pass in the UI color from UI props, obviously, .UI color, which is going to be the color. There we go. Okay, lock screen, white color is our slider. There's the background. What else do we need? We also need a shadow to our container column border, shadow.sm. And that's more like it. It's a slight difference, but it's a meaningful difference. Let me also close up the Explorer tag, just taking up real estate. And you could also go here, and you could go here, so people can see more. Okay, so our lock screen is done. Next, we need to lock and unlock our screen somehow. So we need useState and useEffect for this. Okay, so let's lock the screen for now. For this, I'm going to create another const. We're going to use another state. So const, into this structure here, lock slider and value, and set lock slider value. We're going to set this to useState, and this is going to be 0. We'll also need a handler, so let's create another function, const handle lock slider input. We're going to set this to an enormous arrow function, but this is going to take in the event because we want to set the not the lock slider, set the lock slider to the e.target.value. Okay, so where are we going to use this handle lock slider input? Well, in the input. So we're going to go down here where our lock slider is, and if you can remember, we created, if you take a look in our lock slider, we had here a handle input. Okay, so we're going to access this handle input. Also, if you hover over one of your components, you will see all of its property, all of its props. So handle input, slide value, and width. Okay, so we can pass in here handle input, and you're going to assign this to handle lock slider input, and you also had the value. You can assign this to the state of lock slider value. Okay, so let's pass this in here, and now it's looking for the value. So when I'm passing this, when I'm changing this, let me also console log the value so you can see this better. So console log this value right here, and let's inspect our project. Now if you take a look in your console, and also let's delete all of this. If you take a look on your console and start sliding around, you will see the value. You can see 100 when you're on the right side, and you can see 0 when you're on the left side. And I do have here a mistake. The lock slider should have not the border 5, but it should have border and radius of 25 pixels. Okay, there we go. So it's the same width, as you can see now. It's the same radius. Now, what we can do with this value is grab onto the value, as you saw in here. We grabbed onto the value, we see what the value is using the lock slider. Why isn't this disappearing? Amazing. So we have the value, we're setting it to this lock slider. Now let's create another function called const. In order to lock the screen, we need to set the show lock slider to false. So I could also do it in here, set show lock slider and false. But all that this will do is, as soon as I do this, as soon as I touch it, it's going to make the lock appear. So basically, we just lock the screen. Okay. So next, we need to use something that is going to track the value of it. And when it reaches 100%, then it's going to lock the screen. So that's what we're going to do next. Next, we have a fun little project. We're just going to slide here to grow. So if just take a look at this little red 0 in the center of the page. If we're increasing this, then there's a bubble that's going to grow, change the color of the text after a certain point, and so on until we reach 100%. Now, although this is a extremely simple project, there are a couple of important things that you will learn here, and that is passing down props. So we're going to use useState. We're going to style here a slider component and this little fellow right here, and also going to pass down a couple of props. So let's get started with the project. Okay, let's go into our project folder. Let's create a new folder 09, and it's going to be slider or custom slider. Let's just leave it as slider. Okay, I don't even need to copy it. So slider, I'm going to close this up. Let's create a file. Let's call this slider app.jsx. Let's RFC. RFC. You're going to save this. Let's import it in our app. Go down here, slider app. Let's close it up. It's already imported up there. Now, if your background remains gray, remember you need to do a refresh in order to get rid of the stored in CSS. Okay, we can move on. We have here our slider app. Next, we need a slider component. So let's go in here, slider comp and JSX and RFC slider component. Let's save it and also import it here. So import slider component from components. And now we can use it in here as slider and comp and close it up. Okay, so we have our slider component. Now, first things first, we're going to take care of the slider component. Within the slider component, most of what the slider component is going to do is basically help us style the slider and also create this little bubble right here. Okay, now the slider component will live in a container. So let's change the class name here to container flex, display flex, and flex column in order to flex everything into a column direction. And because we're going to have two independent items within here, so we're going to have, let's go down here, a input tag with the type of range again, just as we did in a previous project. So range. This is also going to have a min, which is going to be 0, and also a, well, what am I doing here? Close it up. And a max, which is going to be 100. Also, you could type in here 100, it's the same thing. Now, the next element that we're going to need is just a div. So let's go outside our input tag. Right after this, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a span, and this span is going to have a circle. Okay, so here's our range, here's our circle. Why range? Not ranger, range. Ranger, again, ranger. Range, ranger. Okay. So we got our range here. Let's set the value here to 0. Let's pass 0. The range is going to be at 0. We also cannot change its value because we set it to something. So that is why we're going to use state in just a couple of minutes. Okay, between these two, I want to have a gap. So let's go up here in the main component style, and we're going to pass in a gap of, let's say, 100 units. Let's go back to the slider, and within here, you know what? I'm going to import a title component. So import from components or title from up one level and components / title, and let's pass it in here. So title. And this is perfect exercise for you to learn using components. You learn to use props. This is why I created all of these little projects. It's excellent for training your React muscles. Okay, so the title head, remember, if you hover over it, you will see the props. So it has a class and text. So we're going to use text, and we're going to pass in here slide to grow. Okay, also let's do here class name of text and center. You know what? I could change this. Don't need you right here. I actually need you in here. Okay, so we got a slider, we got a circle, which is basically just a div and a text. Now let's add a bit of style to the circle. So we're going to take this div and add some style to it. Let's add a color, and the color will be, I'll just say we're going to start with black. In order to see something, let's also add a height and a width. Say height of, let's say, you could also add here temporary literals. Let's say 3 pixels, or let's say 30 pixels height. I'm going to copy this and change this to width. And let's now add a up here. So I'm going to add a color and a background. And the background will be, let's do a light gray. Light and gray. It doesn't actually matter for now. Okay, so there's a light gray color. Let's also increase the font size of whatever text is in here. So font, you know what? No, let's increase the font weight. Font weight, go to 600. Let's center it, and we can center it by displaying it as flex. So display and flex. And now we can use justify. Whoa, missing here the comma. Justify content. I'm going to justify the content center. I'm going to use the same thing for align items. So replace this with align items. Okay, and this should be perfectly centered now. Now, if you want this to be a circle, all you need to do is change the border radius to 50% and add it into a string. Okay, so that's it for now for styling. Next, we need to be able to change the value of this slider. This should influence the circle that we have down here. It should influence its size, its text color, and its background color. So next up, we're going to take care of this. Okay, so let's start manipulating this. Now let's go back to our slider app. I'm going to actually close up the Explorer, go to see more. And now we need useState. So let's import useState up here. You know what? You do know that you can remove this import React, because as I said, you don't need to do this anymore after React 18. And you can just import here useState, and this will basically do the same thing. Okay, now let's use useState. Let's destructure here in a const a slide value and set slide value. I'm going to use state and set the state to 0. Now let's pass in the slide value and pass it into the slide component as a prop. So we're going to pass down here a set value. I'm going to pass in here the slide value. Let's grab onto this in the component here, pass it down as a prop. So set value, and we're going to pass it to the value here. Okay, so set value, slide value. If I would increase this to, let's say 20, then it should go to 20. Okay, so now I can manipulate the slider using useState. So I'm going to set this back to 0. Okay, next I want to be able to change the input, and for this we're going to need a handle input as another prop, and it's going to handle, what am I doing? Handle the slider value change. So let's create a function up here, const handle slider value change, set it to an anonymous function, pass in the event, because we need to grab onto the event, and the event will then set the slider value to the event.target.value. Okay, so if I start sliding this, oh yeah, and we need to pass now down the handler. So the handle input as a prop in here, grab it on, then go to our input, and on input we're going to handle the input. Okay, and now you should be able to slide the slider. Okay, so now we can slide the slider. We can change its value by sliding it. This means then by sliding the value, we could actually manipulate a couple of things. Let's go back to our slider app, and right after our slider value, let's create two variables. Let's create a let bg color, just going to initiate them here, and let text color. Now you can either create switch statement, you can create if statements, you can also pass it into a useEffect. But I think that by creating if statements, it's much clearer especially for the beginners. So let's say that if the slider value is less than 25, then we're going to change the background color to a color of red. The text color, we're going to change to also red. And now let's take into consideration another case. If the slider value is under 25, but it is also under 50, then let's change the background color to blue, and the text color we're not going to touch at all. Okay, and only with these two informations we could already do something, and that is to pass down this information to the slider component. And we're going to pass in here a bg color, which is going to be the bg color, and we're also going to pass down here a text color, which is going to be equal, or is going to take into consideration the text color. Now let's grab onto these two props in our slider component. So within here, destructuring bg color and text color. So where should they take effect? Well, down here in our component, in our circle. Now we see we have here a black color for the text, but I could actually type in here that if there is no text color, then yes, the color should be black. But if there is a text color, then the text color should be set to whatever the text color is. And we know that the text color will now change depending on the value of the slider. So you can see if I'm going down here, that is going to change red. We can do the same thing also for the background color. Again, I'm going to ask it if there is a background color, or if there's no background color, then leave the background color as light gray. But if there is a background color, then please set it to that background color. Again, this background color is influenced by the value. Now, at the above value, we don't have any values, so let's go after 50 and add a couple of different values. So we can add here after 50. Let me just take this one. So if the slider is above 51, but it is slider value under 75 or equal to 75, then let's change the background color to green and let's change the text to white. Okay, so you can always see it takes effect. Now let's add two more possibilities. Let's say the background color is above 75 and let's change this to orange. Let's leave the color at white, and the last possibility is that it is exactly 100. Then we're going to change only the background color to red. I'm going to remove this because it is above 75, so it can only be white text. So let's go to 100 and you can see this changes. Okay, now let's change the dimension of this circle. So with this, for this, we're going to go back to the slider component, and instead of circle, we're going to pass in here the set value property. Okay, so now you can see we are also getting our data, so our information at what value the circle is. Now in order to increase the circle, we have here height and width. So you can see I intentionally added here backticks because I'm going to use this as, actually I'm going to delete this 30. I'm going to wrap it into, you know what, I'm going to select both of them. So click once here, hold down Option, click once here, select both of them, wrap them into curly brackets, then add a $sign at the front of them, go back in, type in set value and multiply it times 3. Okay, so basically when we're increasing or decreasing the value, the width and height will increase the set value times a number, and it's going to result in pixels right here. Okay, the last thing I want to do is style the input, the slider here, and this is pretty simple. We're just going to go up here, and where do I have it? I'm going to add here to the input, I'm going to add a style property, and I could type in here the style, but I'm going to slider style, and I'm going to style it up here before the return. So const slider style, and let's add a object to it. And again, this is pretty simple. I'm just going to set appearance to the string of none. I'm going to add here width of 100% of its container. So the height of 25, comma, and comma, of course. Let's add a background. I'm going to use the same background as I did here. So background, pass in the background color. Where's the slider? There we go. So the background color would also could depend on this. I don't know if you like it or not. I'd rather not use this. Now, you know what? I'm going to comment this out. If you wish to use it, you can use it, but I'm just going to use the regular background of, let's just say light gray. Okay, cursor pointer as always. Cursor pointer. Let's also add a bit of an opacity to the whole thing. Opacity of just, let's say 0.7. That's enough. Yeah, that's it. That's it for the slider. So you can slide it, and you will increase and decrease the size, and you will also get the value here. Okay, so hope you understand how useful props are, and you can also use them in styles. Really important. You can also use them for calculations. So hope you enjoyed the project. Hope you learned a lot, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a hidden search bar, which will be activated by this little loop icon right here. So if I click on it, then the search bar will appear, and also the screen will darken. Now, as you can see, it is automatically focusing on the input of the search bar. And in this project, we're going to use React icons. We're also going to use React hooks like useEffect, useState, and we're going to use, for the very first time, useRef, which is going to help us to refer to specific portions of the code. Now, this little project will be extremely useful in later projects, so please pay attention to how useRef works. Okay, so hope you're excited for the project. If you also click somewhere else, then we're going to defocus, and this is going to disappear, and you can also type something in there. Okay, so hope you're excited for the project, and let's get started. Okay, so let's get started by creating our project folder again. So let's go to projects, and this will be the 10th project. Woohoo! So let's name this hidden-search and -bar. Okay, let me also copy this, and let's go in here. Let's create a file of, let's paste it in. I'm going to use here capital letter hidden search and bar and app and .jsx. Okay, RFC for React functional component, and I mistyped two Ds. Sorry about that. Let me just quickly fix this, and also user. Now, I'm not going to create a different component for this, and please also verify that you do have in your package.json again React icons installed. If not, then please install them using npm install and react-icons, exactly as it stands here. So if you have them installed, let's hit a save here. Let's also go to our project folder and let's also include it in our application. Let's go down here and include our search, actually hidden search bar app, close it up, and we should see it up here. Okay, perfect. Now I'm also going to close up the Explorer because we're not going to need it. We're not going to create separate components. This would be a very good example for a style component, but still, I don't want to. Maybe I'll add a style component to this later on. Let's you know what? I'm going to revisit this and add a style component later on to this. Okay, let's go up to our app, and first let's grab onto or bring in useState. Let's delete this, move down here, and let's return a container, class name, container, and within here we're going to create the input tag. We can leave it as text. We can also add a placeholder to it. Placeholder, let's say search, and that's it for this part. Now down here we're going to add a search icon. Now there are multiple search icons. I will import from React icons the BS. Basically this means that it's a bootstrap icon, BS search, and this should come from double quotation marks React icons and / BS. Okay, so from the BS library, and it doesn't mean what you think it means. So let's bring in our BS search here. I should have taken something else. And there we go. There's a little icon. Now I'm just going to add a bit of style to it. Let me just think about it. I could add it here, but you know what? Let's add it up here. So let BS search style, and I'm going to add here a color of FFF. Could have just typed in white. Okay, let's increase its font size. You know what? Let's also add it here. So we can pass in here a style because it does have a style prop. I'm going to pass the style as this variable we just created up here. Okay, the color is now white. We can't see it anymore. Okay, so we can see that icon again. And now let me increase its font size. I'm going to increase it to 50. If I'm hovering over it, let's add a cursor of pointer. So pointer within a string. Let's position it absolute because I want to push it up here in the upper right corner. So top, let's add 20, and also right, let's add 20. Okay, so it's up there. Now remember, I'm zoomed in to 150%. This is why it's so large. Maybe you see it a bit smaller. Okay, so that's it for the styling for our search icon here. Sadly, I cannot add a hover effect because I would add a hover effect of if I hover over it, it should be another color, or it should be a gray color, something like that, just to signify that I'm hovering over it. But I am going to change it when I'm going to use style components later on. This means we are going to revisit this project. Okay, next let's style also the input tag. So I'm going to add here a style, and this will be input style. So let's grab onto this input style. Let's maintain the order. So input style would be up here, paste it in. Just remember, I'm just showing you how you can do some inline styling in React. You should get used to this because sometimes you will need it, or sometimes you will just use Tailwind CSS, or sometimes you're going to use Bootstrap. But I don't want you to just rely on my styling, which we have in here. App.css, as you can see, there's a lot of styling happening here. We have over 1000 lines of code, but I don't want you to just rely on these styles. Just if you add some kind of class in here, everything happens. I do want you to see how you can style things. You also saw in a previous project how you can pass down variables and pass down state and change different key value pairs within here. Okay, so this is important. Okay, so for the input style, let's add a margin, and within a string of 10 viewport heights, 25 viewport heights for top and bottom and left and right. Actually, this will be viewport width. And let's also add now a width of string 20 viewport heights. Now let's change its height, and let's add here 30 pixels. This should be enough. If you want to make it larger or smaller, it's up to you. Set a padding. So we're passing in some kind of numbers here. 1 rem, top and bottom, and 0.3 rem, left and right. Okay, let's take out its border by just typing in border and set it to none. And as always, I'm going to take out the outline. I don't want that outline to shine when I'm in the input tag. So also none. Okay, now because this is going to be white later on, so let me just show you this. If I would now grab onto the document.body.style, and I will pass in here as a style a background, let's say equal to the color of purple. Okay, so we got our background color. We can see the background of the input tag is white. So this is why we're going to change the background of the input tag to transparent. And also if you wish to choose another color, then please feel free to do so. And again, you see how easy it would be if I would have access to the placeholder, but within here I do not have access, because I would change this color to darker color or something white in order to stand out, because this gray is, well, you can see it's not that pretty. Also I can now comment in our white loop here, because now we have our background color. We are going to change this. I'm going to add something different to this. And also I'm going to let body and is equal and so far and so on. Okay, I need to have this in a variable for later purposes, not for now. Okay, back to our input tag. Let's add, because I took out all of the borders, let's add a border to the bottom. So we're going to type in border bottom, and now we can use temporary rules because we need to pass in here a 1 pixel and solid, and let's just add in for now a dark. Yeah, that's okay. But I am going to change this with a component, so with a state. Okay, so just in a couple of minutes. Okay, let's increase a bit the font size. So if I type something in there, I want to have a font size, let's just say 1.3 rem. Again, you can play around with this if you wish. So the color of the text that we're going to type in here is going to be a hash EEE. Well, go back. And let's also add a box shadow to our input style of a string of 0 pixels, 55 pixels, 60 pixels, and a negative 15 pixels. And for the color, we're going to go with RGBA. And let's just pass in here completely dark color, so 0, 0, 0, and comma again, and 0.75. Okay. Also going to add here opacity, and let's just say 0.9. I'm going to change this a bit later on, and a transition of string of all 0.3 seconds, and yeah, let's go with ease. Okay. And this transition will only take effect when the search bar will appear. The last thing that I want to style is the body tag, but for this we need some state, because we are going to use here useEffect. Okay, so next up, let's make things disappear. Let's make this search bar disappear. Okay, so let's bring in now useState. We already have it in here, and let's create here our very first state. So const, I'm going to pass in here a UI prop. So all of the styling for the UI, and especially for the body, and also if I'm changing in here something, if I change here something in the UI, then I want this state to handle this. So also let's also pass in the function to set UI and props, and we're going to assign this to useState. Now I'm going to pass into our state a couple of options as a object which is going to have key value pairs. First of all, background. The background should have the value of purple. So I could now take my UI props, pass it in here, and say .bg, and it's going to have exactly the same effect. I'm also going to use here a shadow. I'm going to leave this as an empty string. Next, I'm going to use a transition. This would be all 0.3 seconds and ease. Then a opacity of 0, of the value 0. And then a show, search, and icon. I'm going to set this to the boolean of true. Okay, so this is basically the UI that we want to interchange when we're doing something. Or these are the properties from the UI. Okay, first things first, let's make the search bar disappear. So we're going to take our show search icon. I'm going to pass it in here. Let's wrap this into curly brackets. And let's say search bar. And if it's false, wait a second, UI props dot, because it's a property of this props, and it should be props. So UI props. So if this does not exist, then the search bar disappears. Basically, if this exists. The other way around will be if this is set to false, then the other one shouldn't exist. Now let's use our useEffect to handle some kind of automatic change when the application loads. So let's first of all bring in useEffect, and let's also use useEffect down here. So useEffect, callback function, and let's pass in here. Well, what I did up here, this lad body document, so far and so on, I'll grab on now to the body, to the variable, pass it in here, and I'm going to take out this. Actually, I'm going to set it to this, but bit way down here, and also not the background. I'm going to take this out because I just want to grab onto the body. Okay, so body dot background and purple. Okay, also if you hit refresh, this should remain purple. So when the application loads, it's going to set the body to background purple. Also, body, box shadow. I'm going to use here the UI props. I'm going to set this to shadow. Now remember, our shadow is nothing, so we can set it later on. It's going to have a value of an empty string. Okay, let's also set the transition body and dot transition. I'm going to go to our UI props. I'm going to use the transition effect from it. Now all of this will watch when the UI changes. So UI props is if something updates here, especially the shadow, then this should all take effect. Remember, this argument will update our useEffect. Although useEffect will be triggered when the application loads and will be triggered again if something here in the shadow changes. Next, let's create a function that's going to show us the search bar. So let's create here const show search. Let's assign it to an arrow function and use the set UI props. I'm going to set this to, well, we're only going to change the opacity to 1 and the search or the show and the show icon to false. Now this should be negated. Okay, so if I pass in here to my icon a onClick event, on click, and I would pass in this function, then this will set the show search icon to false. Okay, now let's go back to our input style, and here where we have a opacity of 0.9, let's now pass in the UI props. I'm going to pass in the opacity props.opacity. Okay, and this will basically set the opacity as you have it up here, and also we need to do a little bit of refresh, and this will set the opacity to 0. We could also change the border color. For example, if I would take this and pass it up here, border, bottom, and color, I could set this to, let's say, when I'm focusing on, let's say, white color, so #FFF. And I can now pass this in here. So again, UI props and dot border bottom color. Okay, now let's go down here and let's change this to if show props is true, then show this, else do nothing, else show nothing. So let's just refresh our component, move up, and now let's create another function that is going to handle the search focus. So if I go down here, let's create a const. I'm going to call this handle search and focus, and we're going to set this to set UI props. I'm going to set our props here. So basically we're just changing here the props to shadow, and we're going to set here shadow of inset. This is going to reverse the shadow. Instead of being outside, it's going to be inside. So inset 0 minus 60 viewport heights, 30 viewport widths, and 200 pixels, and a RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and 0.8. Okay. And the last property that I want to change here is to change the border. So this property that we created up here, this prop, this value actually, let's change this to a green color. So green. Now I'm going to pass this handle search focus into my input tag as a on focus event. And this will help us when we're focusing on a search bar. You can see the shadow is now reversed. Okay, now if I click outside of this search bar, then I want the search bar to disappear. So for this, we're going to create another function that is going to handle our blur effect. Okay, so let's go down here, const, and this is going to handle the search and blur. So let's pass in here the event, because this is very important. We need to grab onto the event, and let's set UI props. Again, we're going to go and change now the shadow to none. So basically we're manipulating the state using these functions, and using this function we also manipulate the UI, so the entire screen here. We're going to set the opacity to 0. Basically we're going to make it disappear again, and the back and border bottom, where we have border bottom, we'll know what will be green, but it's going to be #FFF, and also going to set the show search icon to true again. Okay, and we need to pass this into our input. There's an input, there it is, to a on blur event. Okay, let's pass it in here. So now if I click someone else, wait, why isn't this working? Exactly. So the search icon appears and the search bar disappears. Now if I click on this again, then this appears and the other one appears. Now, something is wrong with the box shadow, so let me just take a look in here. So shadow, inset, because I forgot the container. So let's just go back to the container. Sorry about that, but you need to, this div right here, your application should be the entire height of the viewport. So let's add here a style. We're going to set this to height, and let's set this to 1 to 100%, or 100 viewport heights. Okay, so now if I'm focusing in here, you're going to get this. Okay, next up, let's autofocus. So when I'm clicking on our search button here, let's autofocus on the search bar. Okay, so now when I click on the search icon, our search bar is shown, but I want to be autofocused and also the screen to darken. So for this, we're going to use another hook, which is useRef. So let's call for useRef. And this is a pretty simple hook. It's basically whatever you set it is going to reference that specific part in your code. So for example, if I would go down here, right before the return, and let's say const input element, so L, and let's set this to useRef. Whoa, what did I just do there? We're going to set it to useRef and we're going to set the value to null. Okay, now in order to use this, we're going to now go down to our input tag and add here a reference, and we're going to set this to input element. This basically means then this is now referencing to this element. Now how can we use this? Well, we could pass this const, and I now need to move it up. So I'm going to take it out and move it up, up. Let's move it up here, where we have all of our variables. So let's move it up here, and I can now pass it in here when I'm using this show search. So input element, and this has a property. If you add a dot, you will see you have a current, and this is basically referring to the current element that is focused. And now we can use the dot focus method on it, open close parenthesis, and this just means that if I will click, because remember this show search is here on this click event, and this will also trigger this. So it's going to trigger the useRef hook. So if I will click on this, it's going to automatically focus on my input tag. Now the last thing that I want to add here, because you see the input tag is actually there, I'm not going to use this opacity property anymore, but I'm going to add here right after our show search icon a show search and bar. Okay, I'm going to set this to false. Now as long as this is false, so basically we can go down to our return, wrap this input into curly brackets, and say that UI props, well, it should be up here. So UI props and dot show search bar. If this is true, then you're going to show me the search bar. But if it's not true, then you will hide the search bar. So how can we change this to true? Well, when we're clicking on our icon here. So basically we can go up to our handle search bar, show search, and we can pass this, but before anything changes here, we can pass it as also not only show search icon to false, but show search bar as true. Okay, so this means I can no longer click it because it is set to false, so it's gone, it's not showing. But if I click this search icon, then it should show me the search bar. Okay, so we're going to have a small problem here, and that is basically the order of execution. So this is setting, when I'm clicking here, is setting this to true, show the bar, but it cannot execute. So how can I explain this? It has no access to input element. Okay, so the reference. So it cannot execute the focus. And this is where side effects again come into play. So we're going to take this. Now, first of all, we're going to do something else. We're going to take our input tag and we're going to move it down here. Basically, and we can remove this. This just states that if the show icon is active, then show the icon. So if this is true, show the icon. If not, then show the input tag. And we know that we could trigger our show search when we are clicking on the icon. Okay. Now, when this is active, then we're going to use a side effect. And for the side effect, we're going to go up here in our useEffects. We're going to say comma, And now we're going to look for the props show search bar. And if this changes, so if anything changes in this show search bar, then we're going to, let's just UI props.search show search bar. And if this is true, then we're going to input focus and current, or input current and focus. Okay, so let's hit save, and now let's see what happens if I click on the search icon. Voila, it automatically focuses here. Now we can type something in here, defocus. This is going to make it disappear again, and if we focus again, we're going to be in here. Okay, and I did this a previous version, so just don't wonder, this event was actually meant to clear the search here, but because it's changing the state, this is automatically cleared. We could use here use memo if you want to remember what we typed in here, but this is outside of the focus of this project. So hope you enjoyed the project, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, so in this project, we're going to create two pop-ups. One of them will be a timer pop-up. As you can see here, it's going to be triggered after a specific time. And it's also going to block the entire page. So as long as I don't close this pop-up, I cannot click this button, I cannot copy the context here, I can't do anything. But as soon as I close this pop-up, I can activate the button, I could copy this, so I have access to the page. Now, if I would click this button, another pop-up will pop up, but this will be a trigger pop-up. So basically, we're going to create a main component that we are going to use differently depending on our situation. And this will be an excellent component for also future projects. So please pay extra attention to this because it's going to be a cool one. Okay, so I hope you're excited. And with this being said, let me do another refresh. Let's wait 3 seconds, 1, 2, 3, and pop up, and let's get started with the project. So let's get started by creating again a new folder. Let's go in here, folder 11. Woo, project number 11. This is going to be magic, pop up, pop, and up. And we're going to create here a pop-up app, new file, pop up, and app. Okay, this is not going to be the component. The component we are going to create in our components, or the pop-up itself. But first of all, let's get started with this. Oh, I accidentally created a component which is exporting down here, but I usually use my exports up here. Okay, let's also integrate it, hit save, and let's integrate it into our app. So down here, let's import pop-up, and they should import it up there, close it up, and they should already work. Let's take a look in our project. If not, then just hit a refresh here. Okay, this is done. Now let's go into components, because the first part, we're going to create the actual component. So let's get started by creating a pop-up component. We have our alert, we have our buttons, we have a title, but next we're going to create a pop-up. And also you can do .component and .jsx, just so you know. Okay, RFC, and we're going to integrate here a pop-up. So just as you know, that is a component, but you could obviously delete this part and still it will maintain its naming convention here. But when you're importing it, you just need this. Okay, first things first, I'm going to take this pop-up. I don't need this. First of all, we're going to create a style for the pop-up. Let's call this const and pop-up and container. And this is going to have a position absolute, so string. They're going to push it to the top, so top and 0. Now you saw that it's kind of taking up the entire screen, and this is easily done by adding a height of 100 viewport heights and also a width of 100. Also 100 viewport widths. Okay, and let's just add a background of a RGBA because I do want to have some kind of transparency. And this is why I'm going to, first of all, this should be a string, and this is why we're going to use RGBA. So dark color and let's go with the 0.1. Okay, let's also import this pop-up in here as a component. So pop-up, and first let's import it up here actually. Import pop-up, and from outside components / and pop-up component. And now we can just add it down here. Okay, and we should see our pop-up. Hey, did I hit save here? Oh, I don't have anything. Pop. Let's just say pop. Okay, there's a pop. Let's add to this a style. I'm going to add the pop-up container. As you can always see, it's taking the effect. Oh, wait a second. So viewport and width. Okay, so it's completely great. Let's add here 0. Okay, and you saw that I couldn't select anything. This is because this will now have the exact index of -1. Okay, so this is just a gray screen. Now the pop-up itself will be in here. So let's create here another div. It's going to have the class. Well, actually this class will have a I'll just create a class. Let's start with a div and class name, and we're going to add in here whatever we will pass in here as a prop as a class, because as you saw, I had a blue and a red pop-up, and this is because I'm using the alert classes for this, or actually pop-up classes. So let's add here a variable of type, which is actually going to be brought into us from the props. Okay, and now for a style, we're going to add up here a different style by creating a const. This is going to be the pop-up style. Again, it's going to be an object, and I'm already going to pass it in here. So as soon as I edit something, you already see the changes. So the position from this will be now relative, and we're going to add some margin to it. Margin, and let's go with 40 viewport heights for top and bottom, and auto for left and right. And why aren't you formatting? Because I'm missing here a comma. Okay, now this will have the z index of 1 because it's going to be over this grayed out screen. Now for the pop-up, let's go in here. Let's create another div with a class of alert-close for our closing. And within here, we're going to have our message and also the closing button. So basically, I'm going to have, I'm going to have a title, a message, and the closing button. Exactly. So I'm going to place all of this in a deflex and also flex column. And now I can pass in here an h4, the class name of margin button 1, because I do want to have some kind of difference, distance. And let's also pass in here a title. And if there is a title, then display title. If there isn't a title, then let's just display pop up and title. And let's also pass the title up here as a prop. Okay, so pop up title. And let's just add a type to this. Let's see, we're going to add here type, the very first one. Let's go with a triggered one. So I'm going to add here type of alert-info. Okay, so there we go. There's a pop-up. It's much easier to see now. Now I still need a text here and also a closing button. You can also do it without a title and only have a text as you wish. Let me just think about it. So if you add a text, then the text should be displayed. If not, a placeholder. Well, so now I'm just thinking of, if you don't want to have the title, then I should do something like this. So if there is a title, display the title. If there's nothing, then, well, don't display anything. Now what I'm going to leave it as this. It's much easier to use it this way. Okay, the second one will be just the paragraph text. I'm going to copy it. So I'm going to copy and paste this and replace this with a paragraph tag. And this is just going to have the text within here. So text, and if there's no text, then don't display any text. Okay, text, we also need to pass it in as a prop. So it's pretty much empty. The whole thing is empty, but I could pass in things. So let's say, no, I'm going to do this at the end. Let's do this at the end. Let's just finish this by adding the button. So outside of this flex column, next is going to come a button. Now you already guessed that we're going to import a button component here. So let's go up here and import. This is why we're creating components button. And we're going to import this from. I'm going to go. We are in components. I'm going to import it from here. So just button. Boom. Okay. Now let's use the button after div tag. So open, close it up, and let's add as a class. Alert class. So class. No, btn class. So button class. So we're going to add the btn close class for this. So btn dash close, and we have a click there, but I want to replace this with the text, and I'm going to replace this with a specific HTML text. So let's pass it in as a string of, we need to pass in, let me just think about it. To pass it in as a string, so ampersand times and like this. Nope, this doesn't work. What? Yeah, because this is now a string. So how should I pass it in? Because this is a HTML symbol. Man, this is so strange. How can I pass this in? Let's see if I do this. Nope, this also doesn't work. Really weird. How about if I pass it in like this? Nope. Oh, that's amazing. Let me try something. I never tried this actually. And times, let's assign this to, yeah, but it's still a string. This won't be helpful, I guess. I'm going to pass in here times. Nope. Okay, so this doesn't work. If you would use a regular button, then it would work, but we got to pass in here just a regular X. Okay, so there's a closing button. And also on click, this should do something. So on click, and this should then, we're going to pass in here the callback function itself. So handle close. Okay, so handle close is now a prop, and let's pass it up here. Handle close, and we can then pass down the close effect. Okay, so this is the pop-up component. It's actually all that we need for the component. Next up, let's do something with the component. Let's make it appear and disappear. Okay, so now let's actually design our UI here, because we're missing some title. The click button is actually the most important part. So let's go back to our pop-up app, because we're pretty much done with the pop-up component. I could actually close it up. We don't need it anymore. Now for our app, let me import first of all a button component. So import, or I could just copy this. Let's just copy this, delete this import, and instead of pop-up, I'm going to go to import a button, and we don't have this dot component after it, though I could replace them all. Okay, so we have now our button. Let's also import a title if you wish so, by simply copying the button and replacing this with a title. Okay, let's add the title here. First, let's add a class of text center. So let's have everything centered nicely. Center. Now let's add a title component. Title. I'm going to pass in here, close it up, pass in the text, and let's see, we're going to have click for pop up, comma, or wait 3 seconds. Okay, so click for pop up or wait 3 seconds. Now let's add a button. So button, and this is going to have a button class. Now you can add whatever class you want to this. Let's go with btn and primary. Again, you can add whatever class you want. Okay, click. You can click it there. Don't need to add any kind of text to it, but I do need to add the handler. So on click, and this is going to handle or trigger. Yeah, trigger. Yeah, let's go with trigger pop-up. Okay, so this means that if we are going to click this button, then some kind of pop-up should be triggered. So let's create a const trigger pop-up. Let's assign it to an arrow function, and this should then trigger our pop-up. First of all, let's console log trigger pop-up. Let's check it out. Right click, console. There we go. Clear the console. Click it. Trigger pop-up button. What's happening here? Oh, because this is now overlaying. I'm going to close the pop-up. Okay, so if I click this, trigger pop-up. Okay, so I just commented out the pop-up because it's getting in our way. Okay, now we need to add some kind of trigger to this pop-up, and for this we're going to import state. So let's use useState here, and let's just go down here and say that const and trigger and set trigger. Okay, and we're going to assign this to useState, and we're going to set this to false. Because it's pretty simple. When we're going to use this set trigger, then we're going to set it to true. That's basically all that we need to do. So set trigger true, this will set this trigger to true, and this means that if the trigger is true, then it's going to show us a pop-up. Okay, so we could just go here and set, let's back this into curly brackets, and if this exists, then pop-up should be triggered. Okay, so if I click on this, the pop-up will be triggered. Okay, pretty simple. So let's also add now a text to this, or title, and this will be, let's call this triggered pop-up. Let's also add some text to it just for context. So the text property. So let's type in here, this pop-up was triggered by a button. Okay, and you know what? I really don't like that this is center. So let's let's open up the pop-up and let's pass on here text left. No, not here, in the column here. Let's also close up this container. So basically the pop-up is opened using this click, and if we, why isn't this now aligned to the left side? It's annoying. Let's pass it up here. Should explicitly text line and left. Man, this isn't working at all. Okay, I'm going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. Maybe because I'm messing up text center from here, which is already centering everything. No, pop-up is pretty stubborn. Let's just leave it this way. I'm going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. Okay, so our pop-up can be triggered by clicking this. Now I need to also close up the pop-up, so let's take care of this. I'm going to go so the pop-up is here. We can trigger it, but we also need here a function that can close the pop-up. And you can either pass it down through the pop-up, or we could also just add here, not the handle, but we could just pass down here the state. So if I would go back here and say in my pop-up that handle pop-up and just pass down here the state, which is basically set trigger, go back to the pop-up, and instead of having this handle like this, I'm going to actually use here a arrow function, and this should set or handle the pop-up by setting it to false. Okay, so if I would click now on this, boom, pop-up is gone. Okay, so just like that, we can trigger a pop-up, and which will completely render our site useless, and also close the pop-up. Now, next up, let's create a pop-up that is going to open up automatically, and then we can then close by triggering that close button. Because as you can see here, all the pop-ups that will be created can be closed by this single handle or this single state. This will always close a pop-up. Okay, so let's import now useEffect, because useEffect will help us. useEffect will help us to automatically trigger a pop-up when the page loads or when the application loads. So let's go before I return, and let's say useEffect, and useEffect should create a pop-up. Now we can create a pop-up. Let's also create another state. Now this state will handle only the timer pop-up. So this would be a time trigger. I'm also going to set here the time and trigger. So when we're triggering the set time trigger, a pop-up should appear after a certain time. Now we can use a set timer function, and this will basically just use the state setter, so set time trigger, and set it to true. Okay, so this one right here. Now, how long should this take? Well, let's just try 3 seconds. So this will be basically 3000 milliseconds. Okay, now I'm going to take this time trigger and make it optional. So either trigger or set time trigger is triggered here. So if either of them are triggered or are true, then it's going to set the pop-up. Okay, so let's wait 3 seconds, just hit a refresh, and boom, there it is. Now I could close it up, but for this I need to also pass in the set timer, and use this as a trigger. But this just throws me the pop-up back, because as soon as this reloads, then this is going to wait 3 seconds and it's going to throw me the pop-up back. Because remember, when we're passing down set timer trigger, and if we take a look in our pop-up, and we're handling here by closing it, then it's basically resetting this timer trigger to false, and if this is false, then it's going to reset this to true. So what we could do now is go into the pop-up, the element itself, and this element will only show if a trigger exists. Now let's pass this again as a prop. So we're going to pass the trigger as a pop, hit save, go back, going to take this one out, take out the function from here. Let's pass in now trigger, and we're going to set this to trigger. We are no longer going to need this, because this will be on itself a component that will only be triggered on a click event. So if I click this, then the component will be triggered. If I close it up, because it's going to pass now down the component here, or the state here, is going to be closed. Okay, but now for the timeout trigger, we're going to need another component, another prop, another pop-up. We're going to set this to, let's say, danger, so alert danger. Let's change it up. This is going to be time triggered pop-up. This pop-up was triggered by a delay. And within here, we're going to pass in now the timer trigger. And also here, we're going to add the set timer trigger. Okay, so let's do a refresh and wait 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and there we go. This is the timer trigger. Now I can't do anything, but if I close it up, this will give me our blue pop-up. But as you can see, the timer trigger still takes effect, and this means we need to update the state here by looking for trigger. Okay, so let's try this again. If I would now close up the trigger, let's wait again 3 seconds. And as you can see, it's no longer triggered. Even if yeah, sorry about that, this should be actually empty. Okay, so let's just hit the refresh here and we're good to go. So let's wait 3 seconds, then they should appear. We're going to now close it up. Now click the trigger, this will trigger pop up, and you can see the timeout no longer appears because this just cleared this entire thing. Okay, so basically that's kind of it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it. You can create obviously multiple triggers. You can create for different triggers, different states. Let's say you're going to create a warning trigger, time trigger, warning, and this is going to set time trigger, warning, and let's just say going to trigger this set time trigger warning a bit later on. Let's say after 5 seconds. Now we just need to create another pop up here, and let's type in warning, and let's just change the states. So change the state here, and also change the set. Sorry about that. Let's also change the set timeout here. Okay, so let's just hit a refresh. So first of all, we're going to have a warning or danger. I'm going to close this up, and if I wait a couple of seconds, then the warning pop-up will appear. Okay, this is the yellow one. Close this up. You can also let's increase this to 7 seconds because I want to have no 8. So let's have 5 seconds difference between those two. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, close it up, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's the next one. Okay, so pretty cool, pretty simple. Also, you can trigger this one and close it up. And that's it. That's it for a project. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Now, this one right here is one of my favorite projects. We're basically going to create a project status tracker by creating a couple of progress bars. So the idea here is that if you would type in here, for example, the UI status is only 30%, then this will move automatically. And the same thing for all of the other values. Now, also, I want to include down here this strangely looking thing, which is actually a randomly generated status for the bottom part of the progress bar. And this is a pretty nice trick. I wanted to include it here, so just you can have it. And also, we are going to create a progress bar component. You will learn how to use useState, useEffect, and useRef, and also use a couple of methods like map and math. So, hope you're excited, and let's get started with the project. So let's create our new project by creating a new folder. It's going to be number 12 and progress-bars. Let's create a new file, and we're going to call this, what should we call it? Project status app. No, progress bar container. Progress bars container. So progress bars and container.jsx rfc. Let's hit save. Let's also integrate it in our app. So this is going to be here. Progress bars container. Close it up, and we should already have it here. Remember to do a refresh so nothing, no type of styling would remain in here. Now let's go to our progress bars, and also actually let's start out by creating our component. Now in our case, first of all, let's start out by creating the UI. So first things first, we're going to create here the UI, which is going to have this div. The very first div is going to have a class of container, and also a container-sm, basically a small container, and margins auto on the y-axis, on the x-axis. And let's also add a text of center. Okay, next up, let's import a title. So import title component from up and components. What am I doing? From components and / title. Let's add a title here as a component, and the text will be progress, and you should be in a string and bars. Okay, I should close you up. I know, don't yell at me. Okay, progress bars, there we go. Next, underneath the progress bars, let's create this project status. And it's basically just going to be, I'm going to delete this. It's going to be a h2 with project status semicolon. Underneath of this, I'm going to create a ul and the li that is going to have a input tag with a type of numbers. So the input and numbers, no number. Okay, there we go. We don't need a name. We don't need a ID. What am I doing here? Don't need the name. Oh, sorry about that. So don't need the name, don't need an ID, but I do need a text. So basically this is going to be UI status column, and there we go. Now for each input tag that I'm going to create, I'm also going to add here a style. So let's go up here, const of input style. I'm going to add here, let's say the width. We're going to reduce the width to only 50. I'm going to obviously, as always, take out the borders. You can leave them in if you want. It's just a preferred method for me. None. Then we're going to also have no outline. None. And I do want to have a text align to center. And I do want to have a border bottom. Let's set this to a string of 1 pixels, solid, and light gray. Okay, now let's also add the style to the input tag. I'm going to go down here to the input tag style, and let's just add this variable. Okay, so there's an input tag, and also there's a styling. So bam, 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 bam. Now I do need 3 more of these, but should I add them now? I also will need a value for this. I'm going to leave it as an empty string and a on change event, which will, well, I'm going to pass in here everything. So on change and handle change. Now first of all, console log, and we're going to console log the event.target.value. Okay, so let's open up the console, inspect, and there we go. There's the value. Okay, so if I type something in here, there's the value, and also here should be the target.value. So I could pass. Oh, sorry about that. This in here, but this is undefined. So let's just leave it as an empty string. This is enough for now. Also, I'm going to close up the console, and let's proceed with our design here. So we do need 3 more of these. I'm going to copy in the next one. This is going to be UX status, and I'm going to leave it exactly as this. And the next li will be, let's say, data status. And again, we're going to leave it as it is. So there are awaited 3 values from us, and these 3 values should then manipulate these 3 bars. Also, one last thing I want to do here before we move on to using useState, I'm going to import useRef, so use and ref, and we're going to set, when we're starting the application, we're going to set it so that the first thing that we need to introduce here is the UI status. So let's create, I also need to import useEffect, so both of them. Okay, first things first, let's create a const. Let's say that this is going to be the UI input, and we're going to assign this to useRef, and we're going to set the value to null. And now I can use this value by using our useEffect, and let's say that when the application loads, then this UI input, which is going to be the reference to this input, let's add it after style. So ref, and it's going to ref to UI input, which is null for now. But when the application starts, we're going to UI input.current and dot focus, and voila, when the application starts, the first thing that is going to be focused is this UI status. Okay, so you already know how to use useEffect, also use ref, so I believe this is easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Okay, so let's move on now. Okay, next up, let's start creating our progress bar. So, and for this, we're going to create a component. So let's go to components, new file, let's say progress bar.jsx or fc. But actually, you know what? We're not going to export this as default. We're going to export here a functional component, or a function, not a component actually. So we need to set this to a arrow function. And we're doing this because we're actually going to call this function, and this function will do a couple of things when it is called in the progress bar. So let's go back to the progress bar. Let's say import, and we're going to import between curly brackets. Remember, when we're importing functions and not components, we need to import them with curly brackets, and this is going to be progress and bar, and it's going to come from /components and /progress bar. There we go. Okay, so down here, let's say after ul, we're going to have, let's type in a comment, progress bars, and we can now add here our progress bar. So progress bar, and open close component, and basically just states progress bar. Okay, let's go back to the progress bar, and we're going to return here a div, but this div is going to have, first of all, a container. This div is going to contain the entire progress bar, and then we're going to wrap this in another container, so another div. And within this div, we're going to have a span tag. And this span tag will be the actual progress. So basically, I'm going to create here a progress bar. It's not going to be an input tag with the type of range, but it's going to be a styled progress bar. And later on, I'm going to revisit this. I'm going to do this using style components. So let's first of all create a const because I do need to do a bit of styling in here. So container and styles, and we're going to assign this to, well, the very first style here will be the container styles. The next one, let's just add them here, will be the filler. We just still need to create. So const filler styles, add this to an object. And the last one will be the label. Now the label, so we have a container, we have the filler, and we have the label. So 3 things. And all 3 of them will be manipulated using this data. So this means that we are going to pass down here props, and you will see just in a couple of seconds what kind of props we're going to pass down here. But let's continue on here with a span tag. It's going to have the style of label styles. And I'm saying styles because we can actually push in here multiple styles, and you will see just in a couple of seconds. Okay, so just going to be, you know what, I'm just going to copy this and replace it. Label styles, and that's almost it. Let's just style it. So you can see the progress bar has disappeared here. Step again, progress. Now let's actually type in here completed. So I'm going to open and close curly brackets and type in the string of completed or status. Completed. Completed. Okay, hit save. Completed. Okay, so this is the progress bar. Just says completed. Whoop-de-doo. Okay, now let's go to the container. So up here, we're going to have a height of 25. Then let's already add a bit of color so you can see what's happening here. So a background and color. We're going to go with a hexadecimal color of E0, E0, and DE. Okay, so there's a progress bar. Let's also add a border, and radius of, let's say, 50. And let's add a margin. Should I add the all around margin? Yeah, we could add the all around margin. Margin of also 50. And there we go. Now let's also type in the width. The width of this will always be 100% of its container. So 100%. Okay, so there's a width and there's a little progress bar. Okay, next up, let's style the filter style. So let's go to this one and let's start with this background color. So background color, and actually, you know what? I'm going to pass in here the BG, and this will be actually a prop that we're going to pass in here. So we're going to pass in here the BG color, and this will be the BG and color here. Okay, there's nothing in here, so nothing will be changed. Also, this is going to have a height of 100% of its container, a width, and the width is very important. The width will, the width is actually, this is the width, and the width will be variable depending, that's too much, depending on what I type in here. Okay, so the width actually determines how much progress has been made. So this means that I need to add the width here again as a variable. So I'm going to do backticks and variable and complete it, and this is going to be passed in here again as a prop. Okay, now the border radius, because as you saw, this should have the same border radius as its container, so we're going to pass in here a border radius, but instead of 50, I'm going to say inherit, and if you would change this border radius to whatever else, then this is going to be inherited, and you don't have to change both of them. Okay, let's start with the text alignment. I'm going to add it to the right side. And now I still need a effect here, so I'm going to use transition, and we're going to transition the width to 1 second and ease in and out. Basically have that linear, almost linear motion, but it's going to be much slower when the progress, as you can see, if I would change this to 55, then zoop. Okay, so it starts quickly, but it ends so slowly. That's why it's ease in and then out. We could also do it with a longer animation, but 1 second, that's enough, believe me. But please play around with it. Okay, next up for the label style, let's add a padding of 15 and a margin, a little round margin of 10. And 2 important things, the color, you need to change the color because the dark color will interfere with everything that we're doing here. You can use a hash of FFF, say white color, and let's also increase the font weight. So font weight, let's say we're going to use a bold font weight. Okay, we're almost done with our container here. Also these right here completed, we need to pass it down here again as a prop. So whatever will be in here, the value will be passed down here. And they should also have percentages. So you know what, I'm going to pass it down as a template literal, and then at the end percentage. Okay, so it's undefined because it don't have any values, but we're going to take care of this in the next couple of seconds. So we're done with our progress bar. We can move back to the progress container, and now we can add some progress to this. Okay, let's close up the left side. It's just interfering with our progress here. Okay, so in the progress bars container, we need now to import useState. So useState, and we need to add some state to this progress bar. As you saw, we had a completed. Now this completed, we are actually going to pass in as a state. So state, so const and completed, and I'm going to set completed. I'm going to assign this to useState, and the state will be 0 for starters. Next, let's create a const here with project data, and from here I'm just going to create an array. And you saw we had 3 progress bars because we have 3 states or 3 statuses. So we have the UX design, the UI design, the UX design, and the data. So let's create for each of them a color and a completed status. So for this, we're going to pass in an object. Let's say bg and color. Did I use bg color here? Yep, bg color. And bg color for the first one, let's say, is going to be a hash 7 6. I really don't like these colors. I need to change it up to something. I like the purple one, but I'm going to change up the next ones. 3 6 6 3 3 F9, and then another one with completed. And for example, if I would just pass in here 57, the number 57, and now from this I could now pass down to my component a bg color, which is going to be from project completed the bg color, and completed with project data and dot completed. And I'm sorry, I did have it in here as a, and you can't see any kind of changes because they should be, this is an array and this is the very first item of the array, and you would need to do the same thing for the next one. So for the first item from the array, and there we go. Okay, but we have multiple actions here: UI status, UX status, and data status. So we actually need to create 3 progress bars. This means that we are going to create here 3 values. So I'm going to copy this, comma once, comma twice, and we don't need this comma. And let's just change up the color. So I'm going to use here a green color and then a red color, and there we go. And let's also change the values to 20 and 88%. Now, because this is an array of objects, we can now use the map method on it and display 3 progress bars. So up here, I'm going to use the project data, and there should be within curly brackets. So project data, and now on project data, you can use the map method. So dot map, and for each data that we're going to get from this project data, we'll pass down the data, but using an arrow function, and the data we're going to pass into a progress bar component. So I'm going to take this progress bar and paste it in here, and the user should have a parenthesis here. Okay, so I'm getting 3 progress bars. They are getting the same type of value, but I'm going to now delete or replace data, project data with data, and also delete the string, and delete also the array number, because we are now looping over them, and it's getting, for each of these 3 values, we're now getting 3 completely different progress bars. Now, if you would take a look in your console, you will see this little error that says each child in a list should have a unique key as a prop. Okay, so you also need to pass in for the progress bar a key, and you should, or you could pass in the index, because from each data that you're getting from there, you're also going to get the index. And now this little error should disappear. Okay, so we're done with this part. Next up, let's make so that we can manipulate this data using our 3 input tags here. So I could use this completed, the state of completed, to update my state here, and I would have 0 all over the place because the value of completed is 0. I could update this state, but this will only update this right here, which is basically just one value. So we need multiple values for this. Now I'm going to leave this completed as it is, and I'm going to create another state. I'm going to call this status, and also here set status. And instead of 0, I'm going to create an object, and we're going to have a value for UI, and we can now enter here a couple of values. So UI 55, let's say UX, let's say we are 33%, and data we are at 33%, and at data we are at 20%. So I could use now status instead of completed, change it up here, and let's say the first one is going to be UI, and if I hit save, you just see here 55%. Let's also do a refresh if this isn't updating to you. Let's close out the console. The next, let's say UI status of UX, and the last one should be status of the data. Okay, and each of them should have a specific. Why aren't you updating? Why aren't you? Wait just a second. So components. Wait, I have here with 100%. What am I doing? Okay, let's do another refresh here. Okay, I seem to have some kind of typo here. So all three of them are have their width according to their number. So if I would change the numbers within here, so let's say this would be 73, then it's going to jump here. Now what we need to do is make it possible so we can manipulate the state from our input tags here. And this means we need to go into our input tags. So the value here, the very first one for the UI, will be this value right here. So let's pass in here the value. We'll have 55. If I would change it here, say 20, we'll change both this and this. So what we need to do now is use our set status to change the value, well, to handle the change of the value. So instead of having this console log, I'm going to pass in here set status. And now we need to do a bit of destruction. Or actually, we need to use the spread operator because we'll take the values that we already have for our status. We're going to spread them out. And then for the UI, we're going to assign the e.target.value. So we're going to assign the data that is going to be passed in here. So this means that I could already, as you can see, change the data. So it would be 98% or 9% or 29%. You can see how easily I can change the data now. Now we need to do the same thing for all three of them. So I'm just going to, well, let's see what's the easiest way. Yep, I'm going to copy this once here, change this to UX, change this to UX, then take it, copy it once more here, and this should be, select both of them and data. And there we go. So this means that if I would change this now to 29, 27, then the next one to, whoa, so the next one to 50. And also, wait just a second, because this is jumping up there because I don't have here a cleaner refresher. Okay, so useState, this should stay here now. Okay, 72, and let's change the next one, 23, and so far and so on. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Next up, let's make this random data changer. So let's take care of this. So for our randomly generated data there, and first of all, I'm going to import another progress bar. So I'm going to take this progress bar, go down here and paste it in and just remove this index. Now it's going to scream at me that it cannot find the data, but that's actually okay. I'm not going to use that data. I'm going to use the data from this state. So completed. So I'm going to take this state of completed. I'm going to pass it once for the background color and once for completed. So there's our empty progress bar. It's at 0. It doesn't have any kind of color. Now we could add some kind of color directly from here. So let's say, for example, if the status of completed is greater than 50%, then the background color should be, let's see, this color right here. And else we're going to choose, let's say, the green color. Momentarily it's at 0, but if I would change this, the status, to 50, oh yeah, 50, then it's going to be red. If it's 51, it's purple. Okay, how can we generate this change randomly? Well, in our useEffect, in here, we're going to use a set interval function. And what this does is at any given interval that you define, in our case, let's define here a interval of, let's say 2 seconds. So 2000 milliseconds. Now at this interval, we're going to change the state. So set completed, this is the function that is going to change our state. And we're going to change it using math.floor. And now we can use math.random. And we're going to multiply this times 100 and then plus 1. Okay, now let's see what happens. Every 2 seconds, this is going to change. As you can see, the value, because it's multiplying about 100, is going to change every 2 seconds. It's going to also change the color and the dimension of its width. Okay, so easy as that. We're using a set interval, and in the set interval, every 2 seconds, we're going to call on the set completed function, which is just going to randomly generate a number. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned a lot. So catch you next time. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a small little dialog box that will prompt us to subscribe as soon as the page loads. Now, usually you will see something like this when, for example, you're scrolling down a web page and out of nowhere a subscribe appears and you can cancel it or subscribe to it. Now, not only that, but you can then later on also subscribe. So we're going to use a couple of icons here, React icons. That is, we're also going to use useEffect and useState. Now, if you would hit unsubscribe, this is going to send you to another dialog box, which sorry to see you go. Okay, and you can subscribe back, of course, but usually you would just close it up and mind your own business. Okay, small little project, extremely useful project, believe me. I've done tons of these dialog boxes in projects, in larger projects. So it's an extremely good component to have for React. Okay, so hope you're excited and let's get started with the project. Okay, so now we're going to focus on creating the UI. So first things first, let's also create our project folder, go up into projects, create a new folder. It's going to be number 13 and it's going to be called dialog-box. Also select it, go into your dialog box, you'll create a dialog box folder and create a dialog box component.jsx. We're also going to use here camel case. So delete u box and go to the end and dialog. Okay, let's start off with the React functional component and let's take care of this. We're going to create here, first of all, we're going to use a card. So again, we're going to use card class name, card, and we're going to have a bg-light, margin auto, and margin top. We're going to push it down a bit, so margin top 4. And let's also import this. So let's go to, close this one up. Let's go to apps and let's import our dialog box. So right down here, after progress bar, I'm going to import dialog box from here and I'm going to have it imported up here. Okay, and there's a dialog box. Okay, also I'm going to close up this part. No, wait, we are going to also create a CSS file in here, but this is going to be done later on when we're going to do the bounce animation, because as you saw in our finished project, when we subscribe, this has a bit of a bounce to it, this card. Okay, let's go back to our project. So we have our main class here defined. Let's also close up the left part. I don't need this anymore. And I'm going to give it a maximal width. So let's do here a little style, inline styling width of 350 pixels. Or you could just type in 350. That's enough. So this is the size of the dialog box. If you wish to change this, then I would suggest passing it down here as a parp. So width as, let's pass it here down as width and just assign it to 350 and pass it down here. So if there's, sorry about that. So width and width. So if there's no width defined, then it's going to be 350. If there is any kind of other width defined, then the width will be accordingly. Okay, so we have this part done. Now let's create the card body. So I'm going to leave this dialog box for now in here, just to have something that is in here. Next, we're going to create another div with a class name of card-body. And let's move this one in here. Don't even need it. In our card-body, we'll have two elements, and that will be this text part right here. So a section that's going to take care of the text and a section that's going to take care of this little icon right here. So what I'm going to do is create within our card body, let's go down here, create another div with a class of the grid. Now I want to actually manipulate this a bit. So I'm going to also style this grid by adding a grid template column of two FR and one FR. So I want to have two portions of this. So let's actually start styling this. So grid template columns. I'm going to have here columns, not L, two dots, column and two FR and one FR. So whatever I pass in here is going to have, let me actually pull this one in here just so you can see what I mean. So I'm going to have this in a paragraph tag. Actually, let's pass in the section. So next up, I'm going to have a section with an H2 that's going to actually display the card title. So let's type in the class of card-title and it's going to have a title. And after that, I'm going to have an H4, the class of card-text. And it's going to have some kind of text in here. Okay, so title text. And then after this, so this is the section tag. This is one part of this. Is going to come a icon part. So if you would just pass in here a div and just icon, that's basically it. But I'm not done with this part. I also want to add here a align items to the center, also align self center, and I also want to justify the content to the center. So justify content and of course center. Okay, so everything is aligned nicely now. You also saw in our finished project that we refresh this. And we had a couple of buttons and they started appearing and disappearing. And these are actually condition based. So if something is, then something is not, and so far and so on. And we're going to take care of this when we're going to do our logic. But for now, we just want to design this placeholder for the buttons. So we have this card body remaining within the card body, but the content of the buttons will be after the card body. So we're going to move out of here Let's do an HR. Just created a bit of space here. You can't see much, but if I would comment it out, just take a look at here. Hit save. You can see it's creating just a bit of space. So let's create another div, and this is going to be displayed as flex. It's going to have a margin from the bottom of 2, a padding on the x-axis of 1, and a text to end. Okay, so whatever we pass in here, it's going to have all of these classes. So we need to import our button now so we can use it. Let's go up here, import our button component, button from -- up components and / and button. And now we can use our button down here. Okay, we're going to create 3 buttons. So the first button will be our cancel button. So btn classes, let's actually type in the text first of all. So text for the button will be cancel, and the class will be btn, should be in a string, btn and light. Okay, so there's our very first button. Let's create another one. So I'm just going to copy and paste it. The next one will be subscribe, and it's going to be a btn danger. And then the last one will be unsubscribe. So I'm just going to delete this and unsubscribe. Okay, and this is going to be also button danger, but let's do this a btn and block -block. Okay, so we have our 3 buttons. Now each of them should be displayed in a specific condition. So next, let's take care of these conditions by adding a state to the component, and this means let's import useState. Okay, so next up, let's take care of the very first card, which is the very first dialog box, which is going to be this hello, would you like to subscribe? So this is a state in which the dialog box is actually in. So for this, let's bring in useState for React. So right up here, useState, the useState hook. Let's go down here and let's create a UI state for the first dialog box. Basically, we're going to destructure here const, and we're going to pass in here a state where, let's say, is anyone subscribed? So the state will be subscription and also set subscription. Okay, and let's assign this to useState. And within here, we're going to create an object. Oops, sorry about that. So this and this, and also usesub, and I'm missing an I here. Okay, subscription. Now, the subscription is going to have a title. As you saw up here, we're going to have a title. So let's pass in here a title, and let's just start with hello. Then we're going to have a description. As you can see here, we have a text. So let's do here, or you can limit text, whatever. Description, and the first state will be, would user like to subscribe, or ma'am, and question mark. Okay, the next thing will be to assign it a state. So the state, first of all, will be, well, not this state. We're going to assign it to null, and I'm going to explain this just in a couple of seconds. And let's also justify the content, and I'm going to use this justify content for the buttons. And let's use justify content and with space between. So depending in which state this dialog box is in, we are going to change these properties of the subscription. Okay, so let's first of all handle a subscription. So let's create a const handle subscribe, and let's assign this to an arrow function. And let's say that if, so we're going to just set the subscription. So set subscription, and when we're subscribing, then we're going to set the subscription. I'm going to copy this part, and let's replace here a couple of things. So if we're subscribing, then we're going to thank the subscriber as a title. We're going to change the text to for your subscription, also the smiley face, or leave it open. And we're going to set now the state to subscribed. Also, we're going to change this to flex end. And let me show you why. Subscribe, not defined, because this will be a string. What am I doing here? So this will mean that if we subscribe here, this should change. So what should change? Well, the title down here, actually, let's open up the body. The title should be now, instead of title, we're going to change this to subscription and dot title, because we have access now to our title. So this will be hello. Then the next one will be subscription dot description. It's, I make a rhyme every time. Okay, so we have our title, subscription, and we're missing here an icon. So let's also bring in the icons. For this, let's go up here and bring in, let's import, and I'm going to import a BS, wait a second, BS. You know what? I'm first of all going to do the import from, so import from React icons and -bs, and now I have access to BS, fill. You can see it's showing me now all of the icons, fill, emoji, which one was this? Emoji from fill, and another one will be BS, fill, emoji, emoji, and smile fill. Okay, these two. Now for this I need to create another state. So how do you create it up here? Where should I create it? Yeah, let's create it up here. Actually, right after the handle subscription. Let's create it right after that one. Const, and let's bring in here icon and set icon and assign it to useState. What am I doing? Icon and useState. And we will check here. Let's first of all create a variable for this. So icon style, because I want to style them right here. So don't have to do any kind of inline styling. Icon style. Okay, so this is where the styling will happen. But first let me bring in an icon. So the icon will be down here. Okay, so icon, and this will change depending on the state of the dialog box. So let's just hit save. Depending on the state of the dialog box, the icon will appear and also will appear in one of its forms. In order to make the icon appear in one of its forms, we need to use a useEffect for this. Remember, useEffect will change every time we'll update our page whenever we pass something, or when we're triggering something. And in this case, we're going to trigger the state of the subscription, or we're going to watch the state of the subscription. And if that is triggered, then we're going to do something with it. Okay, but the very first thing that we need to take into consideration here is what happens with these buttons, because we have a lot of buttons here and we don't need to see all of them. So let's go down to the buttons and let's just take the very first button. I'm going to dress this into curly braces and let's say if subscription dot state, and now let's just check if it is null, then well, don't do anything with the cancel button. But if the subscription state is, I'm just going to copy this, is subscribed, let's change this to subscribed, then do nothing, else show me the subscribe button. And also the last one, if the subscription dot state is equal to subscribed, then show me the button, else return null. Okay, let's hit save. Let's just see what happens. And there we go. Now we have only two options here, either to cancel this or to subscribe. And wait just a second, it also changed here the style of this. So because we are now in the subscribe state, then this should be flex end. No, wait, this should be, up subscribe, this should be space between. So this state right here. So we could take this, the subscription, justify content, and pass it, where do we have it? In our main, here we have it, right here with a comma. No, not here. We're down here in the buttons and we're going to pass it in here with style. And let's first of all set the width to 100%. So this right here should take a 100% of its container. And let's also add down here a justify content, and we're going to set this to a template literal now, so to a template string. And we're going to pass in here now the subscribe or subscription. Sorry, I'm still saying subscribe. So subscription and dot justify content. Okay, and now there's space between. Now, if I would change this later on to subscribe, then you will see it's going to change to space flex end. And we can already do that by simply adding to this button, to the subscription button, which is this one. We're going to add a on click event, and we're going to handle subscription. Okay, so if I click now on handle subscription, you can say it's going to change this to thank you for your subscription, and you can now unsubscribe. Okay, now next up, let's handle this unsubscribe, which will unsubscribe us from here. And also we need to add a bit of styling to this. Okay, next, first of all, let's handle also the unsubscribe, and let's handle the unsubscribe first of all. So for this, let's create here after handle subscribe, let's create another one, const, and this will handle the unsubscribe. Unsubscribe, again, we're going to assign this to an error function, and I'm having too many errors there. So what will this do? Well, this will set, we need to manipulate the state again, this will set the state to another state. This will set the title to the string of sorry, and then the description to the string of to see you go. Is going to set the state to unsubscribed, and is going to change the justify content and content to flex end. Okay, so let's add our unsubscribe to our unsubscribe button, which is this one, the last button. Let's handle on click event, and this will handle unsubscribe. Okay, so if I click on unsubscribe, then I'm going to be set back to, or not set back, it's going to change the state to subscribe, so on and so on. and we can subscribe again. And if I click on the subscribe button, let's just see what happens. Well, it's the same button, so it's going to send me back here. Okay, so this is what these conditions do. Okay, now let's also add those icons, and we're done with this part. After that, we're going to take care of styling. Okay, in order to add here the icons, we're going to check always for the state, and we can easily do this by using useEffect. So right after icons here, I'm going to first of all use our useEffect. So useEffect, and also bring in useEffect up here, useEffect. And as I said, this will always watch for the subscription. So this is going to watch for the subscription is going to watch for its state. So when the state changes, remember the state is null when everything starts. So when we're here, we're at state null. If the state changes to subscribed or unsubscribed, then it needs to display an icon. So first of all, let's handle if the subscription.state is equal to unsubscribed, then we're going to set icon. Basically, we're going to use the state to set the icon, and we're going to set the icon to BS, and we're going to use BS fill emoji forward. Okay, and now I'm going to add to this the style of icon and style. Okay, and let's also close it up here, and we're missing the closing tag, so we don't need you. Okay, so this is the first icon. Now if the state I should have handled the subscription first. So if the state is subscribed, then it should display the BS smile emoji. So the state is nothing, it's null. If I click on subscribe, then it's going to give me the smile emoji. If I click on unsubscribe, then it's going to give me the sad emoji, and subscribe back again, and the emoji is happy. Now it's also style this little emoji. So icons, and within here in this variable, we're going to style our emoji. So let's first of all start up by increasing its font size. So font size, I'm going to increase it to, let's just say 80 pixels. Okay, we're going to justify the content as, actually justify self, because I want the icon itself to be justified. So self, remember this is in a grid display. I'm going to use here center. And now we're going to choose a color, and this will depend on, so color, on in which state we're in. So if we are in subscription, and you didn't think you could do this here. So if we're in subscription state, and this is equal to subscribed, then we're going to have the state of, let's just say RGBA, what am I doing? RGBA, and let's go here with a 59, comma 137, comma 90, and comma 0.04 for the alpha. And the next one will be, so I'm just going to copy this entire string, and else you're going to use here a RGB of 26, 118, 16 null, and the alpha the same. Okay, let's hit save. Let's do here refresh, subscribe, unsubscribe, and I'm having here space. What am I doing here? Okay, and there we go. So smiley face, sad face, blue sad face, smiley face again, so far and so on. Now let's also add a background to this. So again, we're going to go down to our useEffect, and right here where we have subscribed, we can add another argument. Not only that you're going to do this, but you are also going to do the following thing. Going to grab onto the document and dot body and dot style and dot background, and we're going to set the background to the same color as the emoji. So we're going to have this green color, this right here, and there should be a comma, and you should have a return before this if you're doing multiple statements, and pass this up here. And this is actually one case where I would recommend using either if statements. Yeah, let's just use if statements because this is so annoying. So if the subscription is this, then this should happen. I'm going to delete this, grab onto you, pass in here, and if the subscription is this, the status, then you should happen. So open and close curly bracket, and pass you up here, and copy this little fella from here. Change this, delete these two parentheses, we don't need them. Close you up here. You should be also without the parentheses. Okay, this is looking much better, and this one should be the blue color. Okay, so you should be this one, and there we go. So let's just do a refresh. So if we are subscribed, we're going to have a smiley face with a green smiley face, also green background. If we're unsubscribed, a sad blue face and a blue background. This is basically what this useEffect does. And if we refresh it, then it's going to be nothing from here will take effect because these are conditioned by this right here. Okay, Hope you understand this. So we got this in the bag. Next, we need to add the bounce effect. So let's do that next. Now, in order to add that bounce effect as we had in our finished project, I would suggest that we create a CSS file. Later, I will revisit this project and also add to the component a style component. This means we're not going to use any CSS within here, any CSS files. But for now, let's do a bounce.css file, and let's also import it up here. You can import it at the end if you wish so. So import, and it should be within quotations bounce.css. And also this is in, this directory right here. So bounce.css is in here. Then we can close up the Explorer part, and let's now style our CSS. Let's add some code here. There's not much to add. It's just a class of bounce, and this will just have a animation. So animation, and this will wait for a keyframe. So let's create a keyframe down here. So add keyframes, and we're going to call this, well, obviously bounce. And let's see, we're going to go from 0% to 100% with a transform, and we're going to translate on the x-axis, so top and bottom, with minus 30 pixels, and we're going to have a opacity. What am I doing here? Come on. And we're going to add to this also a opacity, so we're going to start from a opacity of 0. So let me just copy these two, edit them down here. We're going to go then at 100% to 0 and have a opacity of 1. Now, depending on how high or low you are with this margin, you can also go, let's just go a bit higher. You can increase or decrease this. So let's add a bounce animation up in our class. This should take 2 seconds, and let's just create it linear. So let's go back to JSX, to our dialog box, and that little class right there that we just created needs to be brought in here. Now we could use a state again. So const useState, we're going to pass in here an empty string, and then for the state, we're going to pass in a bounce, and we're going to set the bounce. And again, we need the help of useEffect. So useEffect will be used in order to time this bounce effect. This bounce effect will be again determined by the subscription.status or state. So when the subscription changes, only then will the bounce effect or the bounce animation be triggered. So let's use a set timeout, which is going to have a callback function, and within here we're going to set our bounce. And do you know why I'm setting it to nothing? Well, because I actually will set our bounce in here. This return function is the clearer. It cleans up and resets the useEffect. But I don't want to reset the useEffect. I actually want it to set it to something. I'm going to set it to bounce, and here we're going to have bounce. So what I'm actually doing here, when useEffect starts, is going to start to remove, to empty actually the set bounce. Why am I doing this? Well, because I'm going to enter set bounce, or we're going to use this bounce in here in this class. So for this, I'm going to wrap this into curly brackets. I'm going to replace the double quotations with a template string, and I'm going to add here as interpolation, as a variable, the bounce state. And now if I hit refresh, just take a look here, you see it animates in. Why am I animating from the left side? Let's subscribe. X, Y. Is this the wrong axis? Did I use? Oh, there should be Y. Sorry about that. There should be Y. Okay, so top and bottom are left and right. Okay, so hit save, and now refresh the page, and you will see that it animates in from above. I can actually increase this to 100 pixels. So let's go here and let's add 100 and unsubscribe, and so far and so on. So that's basically it. That's it for the project. Again, let's just take it. I hope you understood what I did here. So I'm using useEffect to clear my set bounce because I'm adding set bounce here. This means this is going to be added as a class. If I would use here set bounce to bounce, then it would just add the class over and over and over again each time I'm changing the state. And I'm actually adding it here, so I'm resetting it, and I'm clearing it here. I'm removing it after a certain time. So let's just take a look at, let's just select this component, and let's take a look at its classes. You know what, I can actually make it larger. So momentarily, it doesn't have, right here is its class. I just selected the div. Card is the main div, okay? Card, BG Lite, mauto, MT4. So let's add a subscription and just take a look at the class. It has bounce, and then it was removed, because if I click on this again, it needs to add bounce in order for the animation to take effect. The CSS animation, it once took effect, it cannot take effect again. So this is why I'm adding and then removing the class just a couple of seconds later. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a lot. and see you in the next project. Take care. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a contact application, and it will be also searchable. You can filter for our contacts by filtering for their first name, as it says here. So there are a bunch of contacts. If you take a look here, a bunch of contacts. I don't know. I think I have like 5,000. Let me just take a look. Yeah, a lot. I don't know how many contacts there are. There are a lot of contacts. Wait. There are 1,000 contacts. Ooh. Okay. So let's say you have 1,000 contacts and you want to search for somebody. Let's see if we got a Daniela. Okay, there we go. We got a Daniela. Perfect. So as you can see, it is searchable. It will only show you it will search after the first name, and it will show you the person which name matches with whatever you type in here. Okay, so in this project, you're going to learn how to use useEffect, useRef, useState, and you're also going to learn how to import data from a JSON file and then export it or show it in your UI. And basically, depending on the JSON, after the JSON file was loaded, you can then search through that file and find different, we could also update this application and search for specific telephone numbers or last names or complete name or username or whatever you want, email addresses. Okay, but for now we're going to focus on the first name. So cool application, a lot to learn, and let's get started. Okay, so let's get started by, as always, creating a new folder. This will be number 14. We're going to call it filter-contacts-app. Filter-contacts, that's enough because the app part will be, oh no, let's add app, let's add it. Okay, so filter contacts app. We're going to create a file. It's going to be filter and contacts. Don't forget camel case and app and .jsx. Okay, rfc filter contacts, and let's also import it in our apps. So let's go down here, filter contacts, and it was imported automatically up here. Let's check it. Yep, and it also here. Okay, so let's go to our filter contacts application and let's get started with the UI. So as you saw here, we just have a title, a search box, and then down here we have the context. So pretty simple. We're going to import title from components, title from and components. Wait. 2 levels up, / components / and title. So let's bring in the title here and use the component title, and we had a text prop on it, and we're going to pass in this right here, and let's also close up, and it should be a string, not a function. So filter contacts and app. Okay, there we go. We have here our text, and let's just add up here to the main div a class name of text and center. Next, let's take care of the input field. So let's just create an input. This is going to be text. Let's say as a placeholder, we want a search by first name, so in order the user to know what he or she should search by. And let's also add here class of margin bottom 2, and let's add a all around padding of 1. Oh, that's too much. Oh yeah, because I added in as a style here. So I'm going to remove the padding. Let's say style, and I'm going to add just a small padding. Let's say 0.3 rem top and bottom, and it should be in a string, of course, and 0.5 rem, let's say left and right. Why am I not putting them into strings? And there should be only one string. Woo! So 0.5 rem. There we go. Okay, so there's our search bar. Now, as always, I do want to automatically focus on this when the application loads, so you know what to do. We're going to bring in our favorite useRef and useEffect for this. So useRef, we're going to assign it to a variable. You can initiate it with let's say input. I'm going to use input search here as a name. You can name it whatever you want. And let's use ref on it and assign it to a null value. Next, let's use our useEffect. I'm going to pass in here input search, and we're going to focus, actually current and focus. Okay, now all we need to do is add it here as a ref, and we can now use the value here, because as soon as the application loads, it will be triggered by useEffect and it will automatically focus here. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Now let's create under this input field a section. So section tag, and let's add a couple of classes because I want the section tag to be displayed as flex. And let's also add a style to this. because as I saw in the finished project, we did have a bit of gap between each element on both axes, so we can easily achieve this by adding here a gap, and let's say 15. This is going to cover all axes, and let's say that we want the max width for this, so width to be 1000. You could do whatever value you want, but I usually don't go over 1600 pixels. Okay, and let's also add margin auto, and we're all done. Margin and auto, and this should be a string. Okay, we can't see anything within our section because it didn't add anything. So next up, let's add some data to this. In order to add data, I'm just going to create here a file. I'm going to just call it data dot, and I'm going to use JSON. Okay, so JSON, and within this, I'm going to copy in my data file. Now you do have it in your downloadable content, so please go ahead and download this. It's basically within a array, we're going to have an array of multiple objects. So this would look something like this. And yes, there are 1,000 objects, and this is basically exactly what I wanted in order for you to see how useful this can be. Because we're going to use filter, we're going to use map method, so this is going to be an amazing project. Okay, so we got our data. Now how can we import the data within here? Well, it's pretty simple. We're just going to go up here and import, let's say data. We're going to call it data from, or context, should we call it context data? Yeah, let's call it context data, and we're going to import it from within the folder data.json. Now please remember to also add the extension to this. Okay, now how can we use this? Well, pretty simple. You can just go down in a section, and within our section tag, what am I doing here? Between this section tag, just open and close curly brackets. Let's say contact data dot map, and for each contact, give me a contact. Okay, now we have different options for context, so let's use a contact name. This is a contact last name, and I'm going to get a bunch of contact last names. Now usually I should put this into a li, and they should be now in here, actually ul, and let's put the li's in here, list elements, and I'm going to copy and cut this one out, paste it into the li's, and we don't need the curly brackets. Wait, I messed up. They should be here. Okay, so contact.data, there we go. Okay, and I'm getting a bunch of first names. You can also add email or last name. Let's with last name, first name. So basically we have access email to all of the contact data. If you take a look in your data, you're going to see we have access to IDs, first name, last name, email, phone number, and username. Okay, so we just created title, a input, and we exported some data by importing it from our data file, which could be a server, but we would use something else if it would be a server. We're also going to come to that. We're going to use a mock server, a JSON server, and we're going to fetch data from that server, but that will be in a late project. Okay, so I actually don't want to import it this way. I want to have a context, a different component, which will then import, and in that component, I'm going to push in a contact, and then it's going to give me the email address and so on and so on, name and first name and everything. Okay, so next up, let's create a actual contact component that we could then import here and use it as our export. And we'll look something like this then. Okay, so let's get started with that one. And for this, we're going to go into our filter context, create a new file. We're going to call it contact, singular, and JSX, and RFC. We're going to call it contact, and this will export a contact for us. This means I'm going to accept here as a prop a contact, and I will return a contact here. And let's just add a couple of classes. So first of all, this is going to have a class of card, then bg light, and margin auto. Okay, I'm also going to add a style as always. I'm going to have a width of width, and I'm going to pass it up here as a prop. Then, whoa, what just happened? So width, there we go, pass it in as a prop, and set it to 300. Okay, let's also import the context so we can see what we're doing. So instead of this, I'm going to import, let's import first of the context. So importing the data, now we're importing our contact component. And instead of having here a UL, I'm going to use our contact. And in this contact, we're going to have contact, and we're going to pass in the contact. And also close it up, of course, because you're yelling at me. Okay, so we're getting contact. So why are we getting this contact? Because we don't have any names, and we don't have anything displayed there. Now, usually when if you do a right click and inspect, you will see again this error that each child in a list should have a unique key and prop as a prop. So let's pass in the key here, and grab onto this here. Actually, I'm just going to pass it on the main div at the very start of it. So key, and I'm going to pass the key in as the contact that I'm grabbing on from here .id. Okay, so now the error should be gone. If you check this out again, okay, so the error is gone because now we're having a key and it's exporting as the key the contact ID. You can also do the index or some specific number that's unique to each element on itself. Okay, let's close this one up. So we got our context here, we got our style. Now, how about adding some names? Well, we're going to add everything down here. Let me just lay out the land so you know what it's expecting you. So we're going to have a card header. After the card header, we're going to have a card dash body. This is going to have a text alignment to the left. Within the card body, we're going to have an h4 as a card text. And after that, we're going to have a couple of just simple card text, so as paragraph tag and card dash text. And we're going to have multiple paragraphs tags with card text, and each of them is going to have a span in there, span tag, which will have a class name of font weight dash bold. And let's just add here for the first one will be an email. And actually I could start copying and pasting this. Oh yeah, and let's just also pass in after the span tag, we're going to pass in the contact, and the very first one will be contact email. Okay, so again the email there. Now up here in the title, we can pass in a contact name. Actually, this is going to be the contact last name. Okay, so there we go. We have a contact last name. We should also pass it in. Before that, we should pass in a span tag with a last name. You can already see how nicely this is transforming into a really useful application. Okay, so I'm going to copy this paragraph tag 2 more times. 1, 2. And let's change the email to phone. You know what? I'm going to close out the left side so we have more real estate here. So it's going to be the phone number. And let's also add here a user and name. I'm going to go with lowercase name or all over the place. So this would be then phone. Okay, we're getting a phone number here. And you should be username. So user dash name. If you hover over the contact, it should actually no, because it's passing it down. But we can see here, you have a username, phone, email, last name, first name. So we need our first name, and this will be in the card header. So right here, we're going to pass in the contact dot first and underscore name. And there we go. Now our contexts here are not the prettiest thing on the face of the earth. So let's add a bit of styling to it. As you can see here, this is dark, this is red, and we can also change it up. And in order to change it up, I'm going to do something different this time. I'm going to pass the possibility of changing up the cards up here as props. So the first thing I want to change is this background. And for this, we're going to just type in a card color. And I'm going to automatically assign this to a card danger. Now let's pass in this card color down here. And this would mean that I'm going to replace this with curly brackets and this with a template string. Okay, and now I can pass in here my variable of my proper card color. Is going to transform everything into a red background. Now that's not all. I also want to be able to pass down to each and every text a color. And right after this font bold, you can now go down here, hold down, click once, hold down option, bum, bum, bum. No, I'm going to do it different. This, select it all and hold on Control D, bum, bum, bum. Then place it into curly brackets, go to the start, delete this, add a template string, go to the end, hold down Command. Actually, it's Alt Option. So Option is going to just add here template string, hold down Option, right, delete, and close it up. And now go inside there and add the variable of text color, and I'll just grab onto it and also edit here. Now I'm not going to assign anything to this because we want to be able to assign it outside. So up here, if we wish so. So basically, if you want to change the background color, you can now go up here and say card color, and let's say we're going to add a. Now these need to be the card classes, so you can pass in card primary, and then it will change the background color. And you can also pass in a text color, and let's say this could be a text and info, which looks extremely ugly. So let's go with danger, which is not that good at all. And if I will also do a primary, yeah, that's not better either. Now go with what you want. I'm kind of stuck on danger here and text dark. Dark, come on. Okay, so that's basically it. Also, info is pretty cool. So info, but I like danger more because it's dangerous. Okay, we have a card. So next up, wait just a second. This isn't displaying as I wanted. Let me just take a look at the code. Maybe I should pass in here pixels. Oh, I forgot the flex wrap. Whee! So flex and wrap. And we're going to set this to wrap. Wrap. Okay, there we go. So we got our max width, and this would mean 5 cards on one row and multiple columns, and this is also completely responsive, as you can see. Okay, next up, let's add our filter possibility. So let's start doing this. So in order to add filter to our cards, well, that's exactly as you heard it. We need to add a filter here, and we need to add an event listener to our input tag. So let's import first of all useState, and we're going to assign here a state. Let's just do it after the ref. So const and search. Wait a second, what am I doing here? Const useState, and assign it to an empty string. And let's go back here, and let's say that we're going to add here a search contact and then a set search and contact. Now we need something to trigger this, and you either can create here a function or just pass it in here, but we are going to use an on change event, and that event is just going to take here a callback function with the event, and then we're going to set search contact to that e.target and value, of course. So whatever we pass in here in our input tag as a value will be then assigned to this search contact. Now we're going to use this search contact as a reference when we are looping over this information. So instead of map or before the map, we're going to use a filter method. We're going to filter through these contacts. Let's open and close parentheses. And we're going to search for a contact that, well, will have a condition. If the search contact is an empty string, then we're going to return the contact. Else if the contact.firstname.to lowercase, so we don't have any kind of confusion, it doesn't matter if it's R capital or lowercase r, and dot includes the search contact.to lowercase again, then again return the user or return the contact. And this are functions. Okay, so let's see. Let's try out Anna. A, N, A. We don't have an Anna. Let's try out a Norbert. Don't even have a Norbert. Amazing. Let's try out a Laura. Man, what do we have? Gabriella. Gabby. We have a Gabby. Okay. Do you have a George? No. What else do we have? Do we have a David? Devay, and Devon. Ha! Amazing. Okay. Well, this does show me that it works, and that's it for application. So if we make this a bit larger, so if we do a refresh, it should automatically focus here because we're using useRef. Then we created our contact component. Each contact component will then return a contact, and it's going to have a card which we defined what kind of card we want to have. It's going to have also some design to the text, and yeah, and we can search for it. Let's see, Barney, nothing. That's so amazing. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a lot. You saw me using map method, filter method, and useState, useEffect, useRef. So pretty cool project. Okay, everyone. Hope you liked the project and you learned a lot. So catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, in this project, we're going to create a simple registration form with some basic validation. Also, if we're successfully registered, then the form will disappear and a successful alert will appear. So let me just demonstrate this. Also, when the project loads, it will autofocus. You already know how to do that. But of course, I am going to show you that. So we're going to use useRef for this. But not only that, if you try to register, they will see these alerts appear, or these props appear, which will tell us that each field should be completed. Now, if I would just type in here Norbert and try to register again, then please take a look at what happens with the pointer. Then it will jump down to the next one. Now, if I try to register again, it won't jump down to this as long as the previous field is not completed. So basically, this is also a conditioning. So let's say we're going to complete this, Norbert at mail, and want to register again, and still we have to pass in the password. So let's pass in some kind of password and click on register. This will then succeed the registration. A alert will appear, which will automatically disappear. This is basically our alert component. And yeah, that's basically it. So final little project, we're going to use useRef, useEffect, useState hook, We're going to use our alert component. We're going to use our title component, our button component. So a lot of stuff in order to achieve this little project. So basically going to learn a lot. Hope you're excited. Let's get started with the project. So let's get started with the project by creating our project folder. In projects, let's create a new folder. This will be project number 15. And it's going to be simple. Let's just call it reg-form validation. Okay, let's copy it. And let's create our very first file within here. Oh, so I shouldn't have the P here, just the number, so 15. Let's go in here, create a file with form, let's call it reg form and .jsx. Okay, RFC. And for starters, we're just going to focus on styling. So I'm only going to bring in here the import title from up one level components and title / title. Let's copy this and also bring in our button. And we will also need a alert. Now, if you haven't already done this, oh yes, we have our alert in here. So if you haven't already copied in your alert into components, then please do so. We're going to import the alert from our components. Okay, so also a alert. Select both of them, Control D and alert. Okay, so we have all our components that we need for now. Let's get started with styling the UI. So I'm going to use this div only to use a class of margin auto. And that's all for now. Let's also import this into our app. So go to app and import the application here. Let's go under our next project, our previous project, and let's say form, reg form, and import it in here. Okay, we should see the registration form. There we go, there's a reg form. Let's go back to our reg form, and basically I can close up the left part. Okay, we have a container here. Okay, and we're going to start here with our form first. So I'm going to type in a comment, form, design, and let's start by wrapping our form into a container. So container.margin auto again, .margin from the top. I want to push it down with 4 rem and a all around padding of 2. And I'm also going to give it a shadow of small shadow. Let's go with SM. If you want to enlarge it, then go with the MD. And let's also give it a border of 5. Okay, so let's add to our form. Now in our form, we're going to use our first component, which is going to be title. And we're going to pass in here the text for the title of registration. Okay, so this is basically our registration form. Also close up the component. Right, after the title, I'm going to pass in the form itself. So a form tag, we don't need any kind of action. We'll only need here later a submit event. But for now, we're just going to concentrate on the form design itself. Okay, now the form will have, as you can see in the finished project, 3 inputs. Now, they're not only inputs, but they're actually input groups. So what I'm going to do here is create a form group class, which is actually already created in CSS, and it's going to contain a input tag. With the first one is going to be text. It's going to have a placeholder. This will be enter your name. And after this, I'm going to have a label tag. So right after the input tag, we're going to have a label, which is going to have the class of text-danger and font size small. Okay, let's hit enter. And I don't need a HTML4. Okay, and within here, so because this is the username, you're going to enter here, and I passed, sorry about that, so this is form group, okay, and this should change, okay, you see it's automatically styled. So form group, and within the label tag, just pass in, please enter your name. Okay, and you can always see down here, please enter your name. Now we're going to condition this later on to be displayed or not depending on a dependency, but not for now. Now we need to copy this form group 2 more times. So paste it in 1, 2, and let's change it. So the second one will be an email. So let's change it to mail. The type of the input tag, actually email, what am I doing? So it's going to be the type of email, and also please enter your email for the placeholder. Then down here also please enter your email for the label. And the last one will be password. And of course, enter your password and enter, whoa, not here. So here replace it with password, also here, and also here replace it with password. And right after, so we got our 3 form groups, and right after the last one, we're going to pass in a button component. Button, let's also close it up before it starts yelling at us. And it's going to have a class of, let's say, btn primary, and also btn large, because I want to have a large component and also display it as block. So btn-block is going to take up the entire width of its container. And the text will be not click, so text, but register. Okay, and well, that's pretty much it for the UI. Next up, let's use our useRef to autofocus on the first and also focus on the next ones depending on if there is something or not in here. Okay, so if I click this, this should then automatically send me to the next one and also stop the registration of the form. Okay, so let's tackle that on next. So we need to bring on useRef. Let's go up to React, bring in useRef as a hook. Let's go down off before our return, and let's create here a input, and the first one is going to be name. So input name, I'm going to assign this to useRef. I'm going to assign this to the value of null. Let's take our input name and add it to our input tag right here as a ref, and I'm going to pass it in here. Okay, now this is referring to this. Next, we need our useEffect hook. So let's bring in useEffect, and we're going to bring it down here and use our useEffect hook. And also let's add here the condition. So if the input name dot current dot focus. Okay, now let's do a refresh and it should automatically focus on this. Perfect. Now how about the next fields? Well, for this, let's create a couple of other refs. The second one will be email and the last one will be password. And let's also pass them in as a reference. So let's go to a type of email and ref. I'm going to pass in here input email, then copy it, go to the next one, and let's change this to input password. Okay, so we got our 3 references, but how do we jump through them? Well, simply by handling this registration. So you can see that the registration, first of all, it's refreshing the page, which we don't want, and the registration is taking effect after we click the button. So we can either go here and add an on click event listener, or we can go up to the form itself. Let's add a on submit, and we're going to handle the submit. So handle submit here. Let's copy this, go up before our return, and let's say const handle submit is going to be assigned to anonymous error function, which is going to take in the event as a argument, and it's going to first of all event prevent e.prevent default and open and close parentheses, and this should no longer refresh. Okay, so this is working. Next, let's condition the focus. In order to condition our focus, we need to check the values of each input field. So let's bring in useState, because we need now to check the state. useState, and let's go above our handle, and let's say const and useState. Let's assign the state now to an object, also passing the values here as a state and a function that will set our values. So which values do we want to set? We want to set the values for username, email, and password. So let's take on user and name, assign to an empty string, then email, and assign this an empty string, and also password, and also assign this to an empty string for starters. So this is the value that we're going to start with. Now we need to assign each of the input fields the value. So let's go down here, and after reference, let's add a value. And you know what? I'm going to click once here and go to my next input field, hold down Option or Alt on a PC, click once here, and to the last one, and click once here. Let's say value, and now we can pass in for each of them the value. So I'm going to pass in value, because this is the state value, and now we're going to go to each one of them, value.username, then the next one will be value.email, and the last one will be value.password. So from the object, we're selecting each key value pair. Now, if we want to change something, then we need to handle that change. And this would mean that we are going to assign a handle change to each one of them. Let's create a const here with handle a name change, pass in an e.target arrow function. I'm going to copy this. And no, first of all, we're going to set the values, open and close parentheses, and let's copy this. We're going to set different values. Also, you could just pass in, first of all, the values as an argument, and from this point on, we're going to destructure this object. So let me copy this once, 2 times. The next one will handle email change, and the last one will handle password change. Now, each one of them will update different parts of the object. So the first will update the values. So we're going to spread our values using the spread operator, 3 dots and the values. Then we're going to grab onto our username, and we're going to set this object now to the e.target.value. Now remember, the handle change will be now passed into the input field or into the input tag as a onChange event, and is going to trigger our handle change. So basically, if I type in here something, then it's going to work now. If I type into the email something, or the password is not going to work because it's awaiting this onChange event. So we could just copy this, pass it into all three of them, change them to handle email and handle password change. Okay, so we got all three of them. Now let's update the value of the email here. Email, we're going to again e.target.value. Then even smarter of me would be to create a let. It's going to call value and assign this to e.target.value. And then you should only need to pass in as for the password, for example, for the last one. Just trying to do this, you can do it different ways, and you can just pass in here the value. Okay, and this will be basically the same thing. If you start here typing in something, it will also work. Okay, so how about jumping over them using the useRef? Well, let's just hit a refresh. We got all three values. Now we can add conditions to them. If you go down to your handle submit and try now to check for certain conditions. So if there is no values.username, basically it's empty, then something should happen. And that something it should be to take the input name and .current.focus. Now else if there is no values.email, then the input email.current should be focused. And you guessed it, the last one will be if the password is empty, then the input password should be focused. So what does this mean? If I try clicking on register, then it's going to focus the first one. If I type something in here, click register, is going to jump to the next one because this condition is now met. If I click register again, it's not going to jump to the next one until this condition is not satisfied. So let's also type in add something, and now it's going to jump down here, and voila. This is basically the simple part. Next, let's jump to the next part, which is going to make these conditions here. So please enter your email, which is actually checking if there is something in here. Then these will disappear, and they will also only appear upon clicking on register. Okay, now let's start handling this. So first we're going to try, let me click refresh here, to tell the application that we just clicked on this registration and we're trying to submit. So for this, let's go up here where you have our very first useState here. Now let's add another state. We're going to create a different state in order for the application to know when it is submitted. So let's call here the state of submit and then set submit. And we're going to set the state of submission using useState to false. Now, how can we change the state of submission? Well, when we're clicking on this registration button, we're telling actually that we're submitting the application. So I'm going to take the set submit, which is going to change the state and pass it down here in our handle submit right after everything was checked. So set submit to true. Okay, so when we're going to click on register, we're going to change submit to true. Now let's go down to our labels. I'm going to grab each and every label. And let's do the very first one. So I'm going to grab onto this label, pass it into curly brackets, and let's say that, so if submit is true, only then show me this label. Else, show me nothing. If I hit save now and click on register, then the text will disappear. So let's do another refresh. The text disappeared. If you click on register, then it's going to appear again, because it sees now that I just clicked on register, and this is why the text appears. But what if I type something in here and click on register? It's going to jump down. That is not what we want. We want actually this to recognize that there is something in here, and now you can delete this text. So for this, we're going to go after submit and say end, so you only be shown if there also is no values.username, because we are in the username portion of the code. So let's do a refresh again, click on register. This is going to be shown. If I type something in here, then it's going to automatically disappear. Also, if I click on register now, it's going to jump down to the next one. So this is all that we need to do. Okay, so let's do this to all of the labels. Basically, we're going to go to the next label, pack it into curly brackets. We're going to copy this right here, paste it in as a condition, also end it with a null condition in order to disappear. And let's change this to email. So the next one should disappear now after a refresh. Okay, and the same thing for the password. So let's go to the password value, or a label, sorry. Pass this in. Also, I can end this with a null, go up here, pass in this and change this to just password. Okay, after a quick save, this will also disappear. Now, if you click on register, we need to meet the conditions. So let's type something in here. Also, if you press enter on the keyboard, it's going to jump to the next one. Now, at the email address, you can just jump through it as long as you don't add an @ as something after that. Let's go to the password, add some kind of password in here, and boom, register. So we just registered, and this means that we should have a successful registration. And for this, we're going to use now our alert component and a title component, because we're going to welcome the user after they registered and then make the alert disappear. So let's do this next. So we want to validate our form. And for this, we need to display some kind of message. And also, after you have validated the form, we should make our form disappear. So before this container for the form, I'm going to create type in here, a comment alert and welcome. Basically, this is where our alert component will come in handy. So let's grab onto our alert component and let's type in here let's use a success alert. You can use anything you want. Success. Okay, so there's our alert. Let's also add a message to this message. And the message will be registration was successful. Now, you know that we also have a delay to this. And you know that we can also use a delay, and we're going to set this to the boolean of true, of course. Now you should always see that your alert will disappear after a couple of seconds. And also remember that if you hover over it, you will see all of the props. And we can also add in a delay timer. So if that was too quick for you, then you can set the delay and timer to, let's say, what was it set to initially? Let me just take a look. It was set to 3 seconds. Let's set it to 5 seconds now. This would mean 5,000 milliseconds. Okay, now if we hit a refresh, then it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's gone. Okay, now after our delay, we have a title. So let's bring in a title component. The title and the text. Well, text will be welcome. And let's also close up our component here. Okay, so there's our welcome. We also have our alert up here, which will disappear, but we don't want to display everything simultaneously. And this will mean that we need to make the registration form disappear. So let's add here a condition. Let's actually pack everything into curly brackets. And let's say that only when this was submitted and it was validated, and when it is valid, so valid is also true, we're going to create this valid just in a couple of seconds. Then we're going to display this alert. And if not, then you're going to pack this div. So I'm going to pack this into parentheses. And also, wait just a second. Let me just clear this up. You can see these are 2 elements now, and you know we can only return 1 element. And I would suggest that you just use a fragment. So open and close and fragment, and let's pass both of them, except in the parentheses. Let's pass both of them up here. Okay, and now it should work. Form, and so this is open up here. This should be closing, or this should be closing actually here, and I don't need you, and now it works. Now we're missing this valid, and this will be just another state. Let's go where we have submit, and let's create another const. We're going to call this valid, and we're going to need our set valid in order to set the state, and we're going to use state on this. And obviously this will be false for starters, but we can then change it after submitting our form to true. Now, where do we know that the form is truly valid? We need to have some kind of conditioning for this. So let's go down here and let's say if the values.username exist and the values.email exist. So we're not going to check for types, we're not going to check for length, we're not going to use any kind of regular expressions here. We're just going to check for their existence. And also if the values.password exist, then we're going to set valid to true. So we're going to basically change the state. Let's try. Clicking on register, nothing will happen. We're going to be prompted with our verifications. So let's type in Norbert or your name, then Norbert @mail, and then some kind of password, and click on register, and voila. Welcome screen and your alert prompt here. Okay, and that's basically it. Now, if you want to be really fancy, let me show you something. We're going to go down to our title. So the title that is welcoming us. And instead of just welcome, I'm going to change this string into a template literal and pass down here as a variable the values.username. So if I would type in here now Norbert and then just jump through them, Norbert @mail or just some kind of password, hit enter, then welcome Norbert will appear. Okay, so just a short little plus for this project. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned a lot. And with this being said, catch you in the next project. See you later. Bye-bye. So, did you ever want to take a note? Well, then you should create a note app. And that's exactly what we're going to create in this project. By simply clicking on the new note button, you will add a note. You can type whatever you want to type in here, and then you can also delete the note. Now, if you type on add a note again, you can type something in here, you can add another note, you can type something in here, add another note, and so on. So you can also make these notes larger. As you can see, they will rearrange themselves, and you can add multiple, infinite number of notes. Now you can also see the notes are automatically generated with different background colors. And also if you delete one note, and let me just resize this. So this is going to be these, and let me delete this, then it will be deleted. So pretty cool application, I must say. I'm actually using a more extended part of this project myself, just in order to take notes and store them into local storage. Now, this is going to be the simple part of the project. I'm going to update it later on into a more complex one. But for now, it's important that you know how you can create elements by creating a node component. We're also going to use style components for the very first time. So we need to install style components. We're going to use state, useEffect, and so on and so on. And we also are going to use IDs, automatically generated IDs for each of these nodes. But because when we're creating these nodes, we're actually creating a brand new element. In order to access this element, it needs a ID. So I'm going to show you how you can randomly generate IDs in just a couple of seconds. So let's get started with the project. All right, let's create our project folder. Let's close everything up. Remember to remove from here everything, comment everything out, do a refresh so you don't have any kind of interference. And let's continue on by creating a new folder. This is going to be project number 16. Hope you're proud of yourself. Project number 16. You're over 50% of the project. So this is going to be notes-app. Just Control A, copy this and create a new .jsx, and let's delete this app and this and note app. Okay, our FC notes app. Let's also bring it into our application. Notes app, close it up, hit save, and notes app should appear here. Notes app, why aren't you appearing? Because I didn't hit save as usually. Okay. So first thing first, in order to learn React, you need to learn how to save. That would be really useful. Now we're not done with creating here our files. We need two more files. One of them will be notestyle.jsx, and the other one will be new note.jsx. So wherever we will create a note, we'll actually grab onto a new note and push it in here. So let's already grab onto this new note and pass it in here, new note component, and we didn't actually create it. So let's go to a new note, our FC, create a new note component. Whoa, why did I just delete the title? New note, and bring it in here, new note, also import it. Import new note and import it from our project. Okay, new note, let's delete the notes app. Don't need this anymore. We also need a button, so let's bring in buttons. Import and button from open and close, one level up, components, and / button. Okay, we're going to use our button in our container. So let's add to this a class of container. And within here, we're going to add a button component. So button, open and close the button. Let's add a class to it. It's going to be a button, the class of success. So btn-success. For the text, we are going to have here a string of plus and new note. Okay, and this will then add a new note upon click. btn dash what? Not class, btn, not class name, btn class. Sorry about that. Okay, so there's our add note button. You can also do it. It's info. I think info looks better. Yeah. Also, our notes will be displayed in another container. So let's create here div class name of container, and it's going to be a container-sm and a dflex. Okay, and because this is flex, I'm going to now also add a bit of styling to this. So inline style of gap. I'm going to have a gap of 25 top and bottom and left and right. And we're also going to flex wrap, and we're going to wrap everything. Okay, now let's move up the note in this container. And there we go. We should have the note in here. And if I would create multiple nodes, then they would flex. Let's say boom. Okay, so this is working perfectly. Now let's delete these nodes. And that's pretty much it for this part. So this is all that I want to show you. Create the UI, create the nodes, create the style. You are going to handle the style in just a couple of seconds, but we also have here a note and that's it. Now, next up, we're going to install React style components, and we're going to create here a style for a node. So let's do this. All right, so it's time to use style components. Now, if you go to style components, or just type into Google React style components, you will land on this page. Now, from this page, well, it's basically a short documentation about style components. This is from where you can install them. Click on documentation, go to installation, if you wish so, but this is all you need. npm install save style components. You also don't need this save necessarily, so let's close this up. Now let's open up another terminal. Let's click here on plus, and let's npm install save style components. This is going to install style components to, oh damn it, sorry about that. If you did the same thing, then you just need to click these two. So not these two from your folder. If you click this, you will see it's outside the sandbox. Also node has been installed, so you don't need this. Let's select both of them and we can delete them. What you need to do is cd into project sandbox, and from here npm install style components, and this will now install style components, and you can also check them out in your package.json. So after this is finished, you should see here everything finished successfully, and now we can use style components. So if you never use style components, it basically lets you use CSS within JavaScript. So exactly as you would type CSS, you can now type it into JavaScript. Now, in order to access a style component, you need to import, first of all, let's just go in here, import styled. Like always see, it's recognized from style components. In order to use a style component, you need to export whatever component you create. In our case, we're going to create a const, so you always need to export them as a variable, const nodes or node style. And now you need to use the style property and dot and whatever element you wish to create. In our case, I wish to create a div. You could also create a p, a paragraph tag. Just type in p. After you typed in a div, then you can now use regular CSS by just opening and closing the backticks. And within here, you can type in whatever you want. Let's say color and red. Now, one last thing. You can see I don't have any kind of IntelliSense here. This is because you need to install style components extension. So go to your extension tag, type in styled components, and there we go. This is the very first one. Style components, install it. Also has this blue check mark. Everything has now a blue check mark. So after this is installed, and let's do here save. If you type in color and then red, and you can see IntelliSense is working. Now, in order to use a style component, we need now to go back to our node. So one node, and you need to now import. So import within curly brackets our node style from style components. So node style. In order to use it, after you imported it, instead of returning a div, you will now return a node style. And after you hit save, just take a look at the color. It should turn red. Okay, so whatever you pass in here, for example, background and green, hit save, then you're going to have a green background. Now, for your surprise, I'm not going to actually style these nodes because they are already styled using my classes. So all I want to do is actually delete this. I just want to show you something. Hit save, go back to your node, and just add to this a class name of card. Okay, and that's it. You now have a card as a component. Next, let's go down here and let's add a class of card dash header and also a text dash right. Let's move this node up here so you can see what is happening. Oh, not that one. This one. Okay, so we're in a header now. And if you take a look in our finished project, you will see we have in our header two icons. One is this the edit button, but we don't need the edit button because as soon as you type in here something, click in here, you can automatically edit each of these components. But you also have this delete button. And if you click on the delete button, it will delete a component, the new node. So this is what we're going to add to our header. Now, obviously, we need to import a couple of icons. So let's go up here and let's do import. I'm going to open and close curly brackets from React icons and /md. So from the md library, and now if you go back to your curly brackets, you can type in md and outline, note, and alt. And this is the first one that we're going to import. And after that, we're going to md delete forever. So these two icons. The first icon that we're going to pass in both icons, but the first one will be this icon. I'm just going to place it here, and this should be a component. So this is the first icon, this note sign here. And after that, we're going to have our second icon, which is going to be this icon. So open and close and pass in the icon here. Now let's say I want to style these two icons. I could pass in here div and just do a basic styling, but I want to have a hover effect on this icon, on this delete icon. In order to have a hover effect, I would need to create a class in CSS, or class name in CSS, and icon hover, and so forth and so on. And I would need, because inline styles cannot create hover effects, but style components can have hover effects. So let's go back to our node style. And after we have created our node style, we can create another one. It's going to be export const, and we get export here a icons. Okay, we're going to use style on this. We're going to use on this styled again, and this time we're going to create a span tag, open and close backticks, and let's display everything that is in this span tag as flex. We're going to justify the content with space between, and we're going to increase the font size to 1.5 rem. You can see how easily we can style here something. Now, you know what? I'm going to import this before I finish styling into our nodes app, and we're going to wrap. So let's import from here, just comma, and also import the icon, and wrap this to icons into our opening and closing icon style. Go down, select both of them, move them up, hit save, and just take a look. They're just increased, and they're also displayed as flex and space between. But well, there's not enough space here, but we're going to take care of this just a couple of seconds. So let's go back to our node style, and now let's add a cursor and pointer. So basically, if I hover over one of these two icons, my cursor is going to be pointer, and let's also add a margin to the right of 0.3 point. Come on, point. What am I doing? Point. Why isn't this working? 0.3 rem. Okay. I don't know why this didn't work. Now that we have our icons, I can create a different style, which is called export const, and I'm going to create a delete icon style here. Icon, again, styled dot span tag again, and let's pass in here that, and this is exactly as in Sass. So if you never use Sass, which is a superset of CSS, in order to target a parent element, you would use ampersand. So ampersand, and now I can use the hover effect. This just means I'm targeting this span, and we're going to say color and red. Okay, so whenever I hover over something, it's going to turn it into red. Now let's also add a transition of all and 0.3 seconds and ease. Okay, now let's use our delete icon. We're going to import it here, delete icon. I'm going to wrap the last icon into this delete icon, and let's also use it as a component, open and close up the component, and move the delete icon in here. So this means if I hover over the delete icon, it's going to have a red color. Okay, and also the transition effect. Now that's basically it for styling for our nodes. Just to finish up this part, let's just go back to our node and pass in after this div another div. Let's call this div with a class of card-body, and this is where our text area will live. I'm not going to add a max row or ID or columns to this. I'm just going to basically add a inline style of border none and also a outline of none. Okay, let's hit save, and there we go. So there's a text area. Now the text area will take in a text, but we're going to take care of that just in a couple of seconds. So let's add a functionality to this button to add a new node. For this, first we need to import useState. So comma up here in React and useState. And now let's create the state of the nodes. So const, let's call this nodes, because this is going to take care of all of the nodes, and also set and nodes. We're going to assign this to useState, and we're going to assign this to a empty array. And this array, each time we create a new state, is going to be added within this array. Now in order to handle this set nodes and set a new node, we're going to create here a const with add node, or add new node. Let's call it add new node. This is going to take in a new node, and is going to pass it into a new array, because we have here our array, our existing array of this state. So we're going to create a new nodes array, and we're going to destructure here our nodes and add a new node. Now this new node will be then checked if it has an ID. So we're going to use filter, and we're going to pass in here a callback function, which is going to check for each and every node, not none, node. And now we're going to check if there is no node with a ID, then we're going to create a node with a ID, and we're going to assign this ID to, and now comes the interesting part. Now we need to install UUID. If you do a Google search for UUID, you will land on this page. And basically, it's extremely simple. You just npm install UUID. So let's close this up. Go down here, npm I UUID, add install, and you should, so my package, install UUID. Let me just check this. Do I already have it installed? Did we install it in a previous project? So let's go to here. No, it's not installed. It's so strange. Okay, if this doesn't work, then do a npm I UUID and then space dash dash and force. Press enter, and this is going to be forcefully installed. But yeah, we need it. So there we go, UUID version 9.0.0. And now let's bring in UUID. And for this, you need to go to your app up here and import. And this will be a function. So you're going to import v4 as UUID v4. And we're going to import it from, and now you should see UUID appearing here in your library, UU and ID. Okay, I know we have an error, and that's not a problem because we're going to take this UUID v4, and down here where we're checking if there is a node that does not have a ID, then node.id will be equal to UUID, and because this is a function, so UUID v4, you need to also execute it here, and also wrap this into parentheses. Now, after we have created a new node, we also need to set nodes, and we're going to pass in the new nodes that we just have created. So this array. Okay, now let's go down to our button here and let's grab it to onClick event. And now we're going to pass in here, add node. And this will mean that each time we click on this, it should add a new node. Now, where will we display the nodes? Well, down here, instead of this one node, we're going to now open close curly brackets and grab our nodes, which is up here. Hit a save, you will see it's empty. Now we need to loop over them, .map. And now we're going to take each node that is in here and pass it into a node component. So new node, and we need to pass it in here into our new node. And for this, we're going to go to our new node. You can actually close up styles. Don't need them anymore. We're going to go to new node and accept a prop of node. Okay, go back to our app and just grab onto this node prop and pass in here the node, because we are going to use IDs from them and so forth and so on. So if you now click on this add new node, then let me just check what just happened here. Console log, console, node filter is not a function. So filter node, and node, pass in a node, set nodes. We have to set it to a new node. Just console log here nodes, new nodes. And if I click on this, then what did I do wrong? New nodes, or new nodes, sorry about that. Okay, so let's do a refresh, click on new nodes, and there we go. Okay, now we're still getting this each child needs a key. This is very simple. We're just going to go down here and also pass down as a key the nodes.id. Now, if you're wondering about this UUID, let me also show you what happens when we're accessing this function. So basically, if I'm going to click on this, we're going to generate not only nodes, but also a new ID. So you can see here, this is the ID that was generated from line number 13. This is the UUID. Okay, so each time I click on this, it's going to generate a brand new ID, which is going to be then assigned to the node ID. You can also prove it down here. Just node, where can I console log it? I can also do it here. Node.id and delete this, and this is going to console log the node ID. Node is not defined. Oh yeah, let's do it another way. Down here, going to nodes.map and just return a node, and the function will be console log node.id. Okay, and now it's console logging all of the IDs that were created. And as you can see, we have 6 nodes, and that's why we have 6 IDs. Okay, so that's it for creating nodes. Now, how about deleting nodes? So let's do this next up. So we can now create nodes, and let me also delete this. But it's time to delete nodes. In order to delete nodes, let's go up here. After creating a node, I'm going to create another function const. I'm going to call this delete node. Now this function is going to take in a ID, and it's going to grab onto our set nodes again, and we're going to pass over the nodes.filter, and we're going to return the node or the nodes that have an ID, and the node that does not have an ID, so node.id, which is not equal to the ID that we just clicked on, will be deleted. Now, where do we pass this in? Well, we're going to go down to our nodes and we're going to create here on click, and we're going to pass in here our delete node. So let's also go in our new node, grab onto this on click and add it to this delete icon. So let's add here on click event, and this event will handle that on click. But let's actually pass it in here as an event, and this on click will then take the node. So we are passing in the node, okay? We're passing in this node and it's going to grab onto its ID. Now each node should also be able to have a text in here because we can see which one we're deleting. So let's also pass in here a text as a prop and pass it also up here. Text, and that's it. So let's type in some kind of text here. Each node has now an individual text, say Norbert, and I'm going to delete now Norbert by clicking this delete icon, and this will remove Norbert. Okay, let's delete this epsilon, and this one is gone. Let's delete this one, and so forth and so on. Okay, so that's it for deleting nodes. The next thing that we need to do is create randomized nodes, because you can see we're basically creating the same node all over again. I want, as we have in our finished project, to create individual randomized nodes, and as you can see there, the color is constantly changing, and we're just going to use math.random again. So let's take care of that. Okay, let's delete all of our nodes, or just hit a refresh here, and back in our main app we're going to go up here, and before the return I'm going to create now a const of cards, and I'm going to assign this to an array. Now we're going to have here a card-info, then a card-danger, then a card, and I think you know where I'm getting at, so I'm just going to basically copy and paste them in. These are all of the card classes. Now we have an array with all of the card classes. Next, let's create a function that will randomize the backgrounds. So randomize BG. This function will now create a random element, and also missing here an n, by using the math.floor and math.random method, and we're going to multiply this. So this is going to basically randomize the cards, the array that we just created up there, and its length. So it's going to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and we're going to just return the cards, and in that array we're going to pass in the random, so the new randomized card. Now where should this function be triggered? Well, it should be triggered down in our node. So each time a new node will be created, we're going to pass down here a card BG as a prop, and it's going to take this function. So let's go down into our nodes, create that card BG prop that we just created here, which will pass down the randomized node, and we're going to add it to a state, because each card will now have his individual state by assigning it to a new card BG and set new card BG, and also use state, and this will also a state. This should also bring in state, but it didn't bring in state automatically, so we need to bring it in ourselves. So comma and use state. Okay, we're going to leave this open, and now let's just think about it. Where should this be passed down? Well, this should be passed down in here as a actual class. So let's pass this in. Let's pack this in the curly brackets. Let's add here backticks, card, and also the variable of new card BG. But the card that we're passing down here, the function, is not yet assigned to the state. In order to automatically assign it, we can now use useEffect. So each time the card loads, is going to also load here a new card class. So let's also bring in useEffect, and I don't need you. We're just going to say that if there is no new card background, then set new card background to card BG. And also watch if this changes, then do it again. So let's try this out. Click on new node, and we're going to have a purple, is it purple? Yeah, purple one, not a purple one, a green one, a green one, a red one, a red one, a purple, yellow, green, blue, so far and so on. Blah, 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 blah. If I go further down, then it's going to create multiple ones. Let me do a refresh. So add a new node, finish recording, a new node. No, I don't want a red one. Let's add a new one, purple. Hope you enjoyed the project. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, in this project, we're going to create a navigational component, and this navigation will also be responsive. This means that if we reach a certain breakpoint, then the navbar or the navigational items on the right side will disappear, and a hamburger button will appear, and if we click it, we can then make our items appear on the left side in a drop-down menu. Also, we can navigate through these items. Just take a look at this home title down here. So you can go to about, contact, and back to home. Okay. Also, we can close this one up, and that's pretty much it. Now, in order to achieve this, we're going to use React hooks like useState, useEffect. We're also going to use a couple of icons, those two icons that you just saw up here. You're going to use React icons. We are also going to use style components. We're going to style our navigation using style components. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So this is the project. Hope you're excited, and let's get started with the project. Okay, let's go into our project folder. Let's create a new project, number 17, -responsive and -navigation, or just nav. Responsive nav, that's enough. Okay, let's create our very first file. This is going to be responsive nav and .jsx. Okay, rfc. Here's our responsive nav. What did I type in incorrectly? Respond. Missing an N here. And also let's change this respond. There we go. Now let's add it to our app. Let's go right down here after our notes app, and let's create or import a responsive nav as a component right in here. Okay, now right from the get-go, I'm going to change this to a nav tag. Then I'm going to include it in here. Let's go down here. Let's do a couple of tags. Now let's create a nav logo. So class of nav bar dash logo. Remember, these are just classes from my included CSS. You know what? I'm going to save this and also close up the left side. In our nav bar logo, as you can see here, we're going to have only this Norbert BM. You can type in your own name or type in your company name, whatever you wish. But this one will be in a anchor tag. You normally don't use anchor tags, and we are going to move in a specific project to React Router, which is going to basically handle the different routes for us. Okay, let's also give it a class name. It's going to be nav bar and dash brand. And let's, you know what, I'm going to move this, delete this actually, and type in here now Norbert BM, and there we go. After this, we're going to have I'm just going to type in a comment, open and close icons. We're going to handle this later on, icons. And after our nav logo, we're going to have our nav collapse, which is basically this part right here. So let's create right after this div, another div of nav bar dash collapse. Within here, I'm going to create an unordered list, which is going to have the class name of navbar dash items, because this is going to contain all of our items, and we're going to have 3 items, li, and so on and so on. Li, and the first li will have a class of nav item, and within here we're going to have an anchor tag with an href. It's going to go nowhere, and it's going to have a class name of also nav link. Basically, this is what links our items to where we want to send it. Okay, so nav dash link. And this can then contain, for example, this is going to contain home, let's just say. Okay, so back to our project. There's a home button, there's a logo, nothing special until now. Now I would need to create 3 more items, 3 more nav items, but you know what? I'm going to create out of this nav item a actual component, which we're then going to include here, and it's going to have different effects depending on, well, what we pass in there. So next up, let's create a nav item component. So let's open up our Explorer tab on the left side, this one. But within here, let's create a new file. We're going to call this nav item.jsx. We're going to return here a function again. It's a nav item, and we're going to change this to an li, and I'm going to also immediately bring it in here. So import nav item from nav item, and we're going to actually cut this out, the entire thing, li, and paste it in here. Go back here, import, go on to this, import it in here as a nav item component, close it up, and voila, we should have the same thing. Now back to our nav item. Let's also close up the left part. The nav item will have a couple of props. For example, within here, in our class name, I want to also add a active class. Basically, this meaning that, so let's wrap this into curly brackets. Let's change this to backticks, and let's add here, let's pass in here a prop as a variable of active. Okay, I'm also going to pass it up there. So active, pass it also in here as a prop. And whatever we pass down here as active, and whenever we're going to pass this down as active, then this link or this navigational item will be the active one. I'm also going to assign this to an empty string. So basically this is going to be empty for now, this class. Now instead of home here, we're going to pass down a text, because this will not necessarily be home, it could be anything. So let's pass also up here text as a prop. So whatever we pass down here as a text will be the navigational item. So let's go back to our responsive navbar, and instead of just item, let's type in here text, and the very first one will be then within quotations home. Now we can set this one as active. Just type in here for the prop of active, we're going to pass in the class of active, and if we do that, then this very first item will be active. Now I have some specific class in my CSS that will take care of this, but just remember the one that is active will be different from the other items. Now let's copy this, paste it in. I'm going to take out active from this and replace it as about. I'm going to copy it one more time and replace it with contact. So we have 3 items. Okay, now this is looking not like a navbar, so we need to take care of this. So for this, I would suggest that now we move on and style our navbar here. In order to style the navbar, we're going to create a new file, which is going to be actually a style component. So let's go into our folder, create new file. We're going to call this nav and style.jsx. Let's import styled from style components. And now we can export our nav style here. And also you should assign it to a variable. So export const nav style. And we're going to start out by grabbing onto styled, then dot. And I'm going to create now a nav tag. So this means that when I'm going to use this nav style, and let's also go back to responsive navbar, let's import it. So import within curly brackets, don't forget, nav styled from in here nav style. And instead of this nav, I'm going to use now nav style as a component. And didn't I save it? No, I did not save it. Okay, there we go. If we inspect this element, we'll see we still have a nav element. There we go. There's our nav element. Okay, nav element with some weird class. This class is automatically created by style components, but no worries. We're going to add a couple of classes to this. Nevertheless, that we do have a nav. So let's go back to our responsive nav, and instead of having just nav style, we're also going to pass in a class name. And we're going to pass in here nav bar and bg primary. Hit save, and you're going to get this. Now, in order to change the text, you can just pass in text that dash light, and you will have a light color. Okay, now let's move back to our nav style, because we're not done with styling it. It's not enough that we just created a style component. Let's also add a bit of styling to it. If you would, for example, change here the color, and change it to hash EEE, then you would think that all of the anchor tags would change their color. Well, that's not true, because they're stubborn little fellows. So you need to change the color to inherit. And if you do that, you will see the color changing to white. Just close this up. Also, if you would just remove the color completely, you still have this text light within here, and they will inherit this text light color. So as you wish, you can either remove this and add another color within here. I just wanted to demonstrate this. Okay, now let's display the entire thing as flex, and we're going to justify the content as center. We're also going to align the items as center, and let's add a box shadow of, let's say, 0 pixels, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, and a RGBA of 000, and the last one 0.2. Okay, let's add an all-around padding of just 0.8 rem, and let's take out the user select by setting it to none. Now this is especially important for Windows users. Now next up, we're going to take care of the items. So let's add a dot for the class of nav bar dash item. Let's display them as flex. We're going to justify the content as center, align the items as center, and that's basically it for now. Now, remaining within here, we are going to add to the parent element, which is the navbar items, a show navbar class. Now, if this class exists, then we are going to again display them as flex, but align the items to the flex and start. Also, we're going to change the flex direction to a column, and we're going to add a gap of 15 pixels. Now, again, this will only take effect when the navbar items, so this entire thing right here, has the class of show navbar. And we're going to add this class using useState later on. Now, we're not quite done here. We're going to also add a margin of 15 pixels and a width of 100%. Now let's take care of each individual item on its own. Again, we're going to target the parent element, and if in this parent element exists a class of nav link, then we're going to add a margin to their right of 1 rem. It will push them 1 rem apart from one another. We're going to change the opacity to 0.8. We're going to add an all-around padding of 0.15 rem. What is up with this percentage? 0.15 rem. This will be top and bottom, and left and right we're going to go with 0.35 rem. Also going to add a border of 1 pixel, solid and transparent. I'm going to see why just in a couple of minutes. Let's also add a border radius of 3 pixels and a transition all 0.2 seconds and ease. Now remaining within the nav items, let's target them by selecting the parent, and let's give them a hover effect. So when we're going to hover over one of the nav items, then we're going to change the border to 1 pixel, solid, and a color hash DDD, meaning if I hover over one element, then the border will appear. And now comes for that active class that I told you. So if one of those elements, again, parent selector, has a class of active, and remember the first one does have the class of active, then its background should turn to white, the color of the text should be black, and when it goes from active to inactive, it should have a transition of all 0.2 seconds and ease. Okay, so for example, if I would change it to about, if I would change the active tab now to about, this should change color. Now the last thing that we need to do is target the nav itself. So again, let's target in the parent selector the nav, and let's say that if this has a class of show nav bar, then we're going to display it as flex, align the items as flex start, and we're going to change the flex direction to column. Simple as that. Okay, so that's basically it for styling our nav. Next up, let's show and hide the navigation. So how can we hide and show the nav bar? First of all, I'm going to close off the nav style because we're done with it. Now let's go back to our responsive nav item or nav bar, and let's import useState hook and useEffect hook from React. The first thing that I'm going to do is create up here a state for the element itself. So let's create here a const, and let's pass in here show element and also set show element. And we're going to assign this to useState. And within here, I'm going to pass in an object. Now I'm going to pass in a nav bar nav. I'm going to set this to true, meaning that when this is shown or when this is true, something should happen. Now we're going to add here multiple effects that I want to take place depending on the state of the element. Let's also pass in here the hamburger icon, hamburger and icon. Set this to false. Let's pass in a close icon, set this to false, and a nav opened, and set this also to false. And now using useState, we're going to monitor the width of our window. So when, as you can see in a finished project, when the window reaches a specific width, the nav bar is shown or hidden. Now this is not done using CSS media queries, but this is done using React. And we are going to use the window on resize operator. So let's use effect here, and this is going to watch for the window. So as soon as the page loads, it's going to watch for the window, and it's going to watch for the on resize event, and we're going to assign this to a callback function. And let's create here variables. So when let window width, we're going to assign this to window.inner width, because you can basically grab onto the inner width of the window. And just to demonstrate this, let me just console log. Hey, what are you doing? Console log here, window and width. Now this input, we don't need it. So if I would open here up the terminal, right click, console, and just take a look. Let me also clear this. Let's just take a look down here when I'm resizing the window, and also delete this. So now resizing the window. Wait a second, we are in a finished project. Sorry about that. So in our project, let's inspect, then console, not record, console, let's clear this. And if you start resizing this, you will see some number appear, and these are actually the widths of the window. So window width is actually now console logging. So let's say we are now at 500, but if I'm going to comment this out, if the window width, the variable that we just created, is greater than 600, then we're going to use set show element, and within here we're going to grab onto the state of nav bar nav, and we're going to set this to true, although it is set to true, but we're also going to make the hamburger icon disappear, false. So this is one condition. Now there's another condition because if you're larger than 600, then we don't want the hamburger menu to appear. Basically this, you can see in a finished project, if I'm larger than 600, it's going to disappear. But if I'm less than 600, then let's set the nav bar to false and set the hamburger icon to true. Now we need these two icons, so let's bring them in. We're going to go down here and import, and I'm going to import from, you guessed it, React icons, and we're going to go with the AI library, not meaning artificial intelligence, just IA. We're going to import IA outline and menu, and we're also going to import AI outline and close. There we go. Now I'm going to use the AI outline and close and our AI outline and menu down here where we had the open and close icons. So let's add them both here. Now we can set a condition to them. So let's change this into a component, and let's also do the same thing for this one. I'm going to set this one to the condition that if show elements, show element dot hamburger icon is true, then show this element. Let's go to our project, and there we go. There's a element, and I'm going to remove this, and let's wrap the close one into open and close curly brackets. I'm going to use here the show elements dot close icon, and if this one is true, then show the close icon. Okay, and basically this is going to make the close icon disappear. Now how about the items menu here? And as you can see, we are at 500 pixels, so this means they should disappear and show hamburger should appear. So let's go down to our nav items, wrap them into curly brackets, and say show element dot nav bar. And if this is true, then show me the elements, and if this is not true, then nothing. Okay, and they're gone. Now if I would go over 600, let's just see what happens. Then they will appear, and the hamburger menu will, or the hamburger icon will disappear. So if we go back here, the hamburger appears and those disappear. Okay, and I can now close up my console. We don't need it anymore. Okay, so this is only happening on resizing. Now next up, we need to open and close our navigation. So as you can see in the finished project, if we click on the hamburger icon, then the nav bar is shown. If I close it up, then it's hidden. So let's tackle this. For this, we just need to go up here and create two functions. One that is going to open the nav bar and one that is going to close the nav bar. So let's create a const open nav. Let's assign this to a callback function, the arrow function, and we're going to set show element. And now let's change the object or the properties of the object within here. So nav bar will be now set to true if we open the element. Then the hamburger icon will be set to false. We want to hide it. Let me just scroll up here a bit. The close icon will be set to true. We want to see the close icon. And the nav opened will be set to true, signifying that the nav bar is now open. So where do we need to add this? Well, we need to add it to our icon, which will open the nav bar, and that is the hamburger icon. So we're going to go here and say on click, and we're going to pass in, the function of open nav bar. Okay, so if we click the hamburger menu, it should open up the nav bar. Now we need to close it up, and for this we're going to go to the top again, create another function. Actually, we could just copy this. We're going to call this one close nav. Okay, and let's add it. Let's actually first of all change the effects that it's taking here. So we're going to set the nav bar to false now. We're going to set the hamburger icon to true because we want to show it again. We're going to hide the close icon, so we're going to set this to false, and we're going to respond to the is the nav bar opened? Well, no, so we're going to set this. So we're going to set this also to false. And let's take the close nav, go down to our close, on click, and we're going to pass in the close nav here. So if I click now on X, it's going to close the icon. Now, what is not happening here is them being displayed in a column. This is because we didn't add the show nav bar class to the main class up here. So what I'm going to do is grab everything, all of the classes, wrap them into curly brackets, replace the quotations with backtick, add here a $, and pass in here show. Actually, let's also replace this with a backtick, add here show $, and show element dot nav opened. And now here is where the question will be answered. If this is true, then add the class of show navbar. Okay, let's hit save, and you can see now it's in a column direction. So let's close this up, open it. Okay, we're still missing something here. These are not aligned correctly. This is because we need to pass this show navbar. So let me just copy this. We also need to pass it to this right here, the navbar items. Let's wrap it into curly brackets. Let's change this to backticks using template literals, and now we can pass in here. Let's copy and paste this again. Okay, and now they are in a column direction. If I close it up, they disappear. Also, if you would resize this again, then they would appear and disappear. Also, if they are in this position and you're resizing the elements, you will see they will not reappear in a column direction until you open and close the navbar. Okay, so this is why the useEffect up here is extremely useful, because it's constantly monitoring and changing the state. Okay, so what there's left to do is display here title, and depending on which element we click here, let's also change this to active. Now let's make our items here active. Let's go down to our icons first of all. So items, nav item, each one of them has a text as a prop and a active as a prop. Now what I also want to pass in here is a on click event. So we're going to call this on click. I'm going to pass down here a handle active. Okay, and let's also pass this down as a prop and copy and paste it for all three of them. So here and here. Okay, let's also go back to our nav item, pass it in as a prop. So comma on click, this is going to go down here. And remember to set it on the anchor tag, not on the li. So here anchor tag and on click. I'm going to pass in click, and I'm going to pass down here the on click event. Okay, so where's our handle active? Well, we're going to, you can also close up the nav item, we no longer need it. Let's go up and create our handle active. So this function handle active, we're going to go here. Let's get the const handle active. Let's pass in an arrow function. We're going to pass in the event, and we're going to first of all grab onto the document dot query selector all, and we're going to select all of the classes that have the nav dash link in there. Now for each of these classes, we're going to loop over them. We're going to grab onto a nav link, and we're going to take that nav link, and from its class list, we're going to remove the class of active. So when I'm going in here and clicking on one of these elements, first things first, I'm going to remove from all of them the class of active. So let's click on the first one. You can see the class of active disappears. Now how can we add it back? Well, simply by targeting the specific element that we just clicked on. So e.target, target, and dot class list, we're going to add back that active class that we just removed. Okay, so if I would click on about, then it's going to add to the about the class list. Now if I click on anything else here, then it's going to remove it and add it to this one. So first thing that it does, remember, it removes all of the classes, then it adds it to the one that I clicked on. If I click on home again, it's going to, well, you can't see it, but it's actually removing it and adding it back in here. Now, how about the title that you just saw here? We're going to just use a little trick, and because you're not using pages, we're just going to display the title depending on what we're clicking on. But that's not even a trick. It could be done this way. So let's go down after our navigation, after our bar here, nav style, and we need to wrap everything into a fragment. So let's go up, create a fragment, pass in our nav link into the fragment, move it up here, and after the nav link, I'm going to create an h1. I could import the title, but it's basically unnecessary. Class name, title, and text center, and text primary. Okay, and within here, I'm going to pass in a statement that is going to check that if there is no page title, then just say home. But if there is a page title, then display it, page and title. Okay, now let's go on to this page title and create here, and where we're going to create it. I actually need to create it before this useEffect, so let's create up here our next state, const and page title, and also set page and title, and to assign this to useState. As I said, we're going to leave it empty, because if it's empty, then it's basically going to display the page. You can see it's already displaying home, because there's nothing to display, anything else that the home element. But if I would now click on one of these elements, then it should display whatever I clicked on. So we could use this page title, actually set page title, go down in our handle active, go down here, and say that we want to set the page title to whatever e.target, to whatever we targeted, dot inner and text. So basically it's going to grab onto the text of whatever we clicked on, home, about, or contact, and display it down here. Okay, and that's basically it. We just finished the project. So congratulations. Hope you enjoyed the project and hope you learned a lot. And see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a text animation using a component. We're going to install a component using the Node Package Manager. So we're going to bring down a component and we're going to install it into React. We are also going to create a form group component, our own component. And by entering something in here, for example, I love React.js, and hit enter, you'll see a small animation appearing. Also, if the text is longer, then that will appear. If you wish to clear the animation, just click on clear or hit here, enter again, and that will clear the animation. The animation is looking just a bit slow. This is because of my hardware. So this should look much quicker on your computer, zoomed in at 150%. So don't worry about that. So although the project does look simple, we do need to do a bunch of things in order to make this project work. We will also use useState, useRef, useEffect. We're going to, as I said, import, we're going to create a component, a phone component. We're going to import the button component. We are going to add the animation component, which we are going to bring down from the internet, and then wrap that component around the text that we are going to animate here. Norbert is a great teacher. Boom. Nobody's a great teacher. You can also change the animation. Let me just quickly change here, for example, the direction. Let's say we're going to do this one directional. I'm just going to come in from the top. And if I would save this to a Norbert here, hit enter, it's going to only come in from the top. You can see each and every character animating. And I could also change this in order for it to animate the entire text. So let's type in here React again, React. Then it's going to animate in the entire word of React, not each letter at once. So these are properties that you can change in this component. Okay, so hope you're excited and let's get started with the project. Okay, so let's open up our Explorer, go into the project folder, create a new folder. I'm going to call this 18 and text-animation. Okay, let me also make this just a bit larger. Let's go here. And let's create also a text animation app. So text animation and app and .jsx rfc, and let's just type in here something text. I just type in here animate and text. There we go. Okay, let's bring also our project into our app. Let's go down right here, and there should be text animation and open, close it up, and this should also be imported now up here. Okay, everything is compiled. Now we can get started. So I'm going to close up the left part, and let's get first of all started by creating the UI, which is going to contain the form and a button. So let's go back to our text animation, and let's just wrap this in a container. So I'm going to give this the class of container, then text center, and within here we can start off with a form with the class of container again, and also a class of deflex. Okay, and that's it for the form. Let's move this text animation. Now in our form, we're going to bring in our button. It's going to take care then of the submission. So let's import the button component. So button from, and 2 levels up, components, and we're going to bring in our button component. Okay, let's add the button in the form. So remember, remain within the form in order for this button to submit this form, or to actually have an effect by clearing it. So let's add button, open and close it up, and let's just add for a text as clear. Text of clear. Let's also add a btn class to this of btn and large. btn dash large. I think I made it red, so let's add a btn and danger, and that's it. That's it for the button. Okay, now for the form, we're going to create here a div with a class of form dash group. In here we're going to have a label. Let's just remove this HTML4. We don't actually need it, and let's type in here the label text that we're going to use. So label text, and underneath the label we're going to have an input tag. So input, in our case this is going to be a text input. We're going to have a placeholder of your text, and that's kind of it for now. I could also add here the label for this. It should be type in your text to be animated. Okay, let's also add a margin from the top. So I'm going to take the form to a margin top of 4, and that's it. Okay, so we got a form, we got a clear button here. This is refreshing the form. We're going to stop that. Let's actually stop it right now. I'm going to go up to the form and do a on submit. I'm going to pass in here a handler, a callback function. We're going to grab onto the event and just passing e dot prevent default and execute it in here, so we can no longer wait. E dot prevent default, and if I submit this, default prevented. No, I said prevent default. What am I doing? Okay, now it should prevent the default behavior and so no longer submit the form. We'll see if I hit enter, nothing happens. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Next, we're going to take this and create actual component from this form group. So that's what we're going to do next. So let's create a component and let's just create it immediately in components. Let's go in here, create a new file. We're going to call this form group. So form and group and .jsx rfc, and we're going to return here a div with the class of form group. Now I could just go back. Let me just leave this open, close up the left part, close up the explorer. I could just copy in this entire thing, copy it in here. Now go back to our text animation, delete it, and bring in our form group by copying the button, tabbing here, form and group. Okay, let's hit save, and we should have a form group. Wait, components, form group, and what seems to be the problem? Can our form group, so far and so on, text animation. Not found. Why is that? So form group. Oh yeah, because I have to also from. I tapped in from group. Oh man. Okay, so let's go back. Sorry about the misspell. So form here, and also that's it. Let's see. Did we name it? Yep, I just named it form group. And now I can go in here. Yes, please update it automatically because VS Code is the best. Okay, so we got a form group. Let's also bring it in here. Component, form group, and there we go. Okay, now I can delete this. And now let's go back to our form group. So I want to be able to pass down a couple of things, a couple of props. The first prop is going to be obviously the label. I want to be able to pass in whatever label I want to have here. So let's call this label and text. I'm going to pass in instead of this. First of all, you know what? I'm going to pass it in here. Label text, I'm going to cut this out, go back here, and wait just a second. So save, go back here, and add to the form group the label text of label text, and this should be within quotations because it is a string. Okay, so we got this done. The next thing I want to pass in is the input type. So we got here text, but what I actually want is to pass in the input type. Let's go in here, replace this with input type, go back to our form. I'm going to change this. Also, just so you know, if you don't define any kind of input type, then it's going to be text. Okay, so if you don't define anything, you can delete the type of the input. It is automatically going to be text. So I could leave it as it is, but I do want you to have it. So input and type, and we're going to have the type of text. Okay, we could also replace the placeholder. So instead of this placeholder, we're going to cut this out, type in placeholder, pass up here placeholder, and let's go back and pass now here the prop of, what am I doing with the comma, placeholder, and pass in here the text. So paste it in, your text. Okay, we got a placeholder back. Next, we need a value. Now this is very important because without having a value, we cannot change its value, and we will also be able now to pass down value. But I'm actually going to call this, for the value, I'm going to call it values. So values, because we can pass in multiple values. That's just why I'm calling it values. So values, and now I can call here upon values, and let's just set it momentarily to an empty string, so nothing. I'm also going to create a couple of things which we will not use yet, but because we are creating the form group component here, I want you to have everything. So let's start passing here the most often used events. So on input will be a pretty often used event, and this on input will be on input. I'm going to call for a on input. After that, we're going to have a on key up. This is also extremely often used. So on key up will be defined by on key up. Then we'll have on change. It's going to be on change. Let's also pass it up here. Of course, we want to be able to pass classes to this. So let's pass here a class name, and it's going to be class name. Oops, sorry about that. Class name. I'm going to pass it up here again as a prop. And the last one will be a read-only property. So read-only, going to set it to read only, and this will be a boolean which we are going to set for now as false. Okay, so we're pretty much done with our component. Next, let's try and do actual things with this. For example, use an onState to change the value here. Okay, so in order to change the value, let's bring in useState. Going to go up here. Let's bring in useState. Let's destructure it here. So const. Let's assign the state here to input value, and then a function that's going to set the value. So set input and value. I'm going to assign this to useState. And I'm just going to leave it as an empty string. Let's pass the input value now down here as a at the values. So basically, if I would type in here Norbert, then this should be or Norb. Okay, so now we can see the value changing. So let's delete it, and now we can create a handle change or const handle input change, and this is going to be an error function. I'm going to pass in also the event, and then we're going to set here the input value to whatever we pass in here as a event.target.value. Okay, so all we need to do now is handle the input change, and we have our prop here of handle change, and let's pass in handle value change. So if I start typing, I'm missing here T, sorry about that. So if I now start typing in anything, then the value will change. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. We can change now the value. We have access to all of the property or all of the props of the form component. I think we could now move on to actually make this text animation animate in. So for this, we need to install something. In order to get our animated text component, we need to go to npmjs.com, and from packages, you can search for React animated text content, and also you're going to have this link in the resources for this project. So all we need to do is install it using npm. So I'm just going to copy this, open a new terminal and install it. Now, if they should give an error, which it does, let's just make this larger. And what we could do, actually, I think it's actually telling you this. Yeah, use force. Well, let's use force. So paste it in again. Go to the end of it, space, -- force, and install it this way. Okay, and now it should be successfully installed. You could also check it in your package.json. Basically here, you should see, where do you have it? React style components, UID. Oh, did I install it as a dependency? And there it is. On the dependencies, you will see React animated text content version 1.1, exactly the version that we have up here. Okay, let's go back to our project now. Let's close the package.json, and let's also close up the form group. We don't need this anymore. You can also close up your Explorer. Now we can bring it in by going up to our import. We're going to import, and this is just a component. So as a regular component, you're going to import animated text, and you're going to import it from, between quotations, React animated text content. In order to use the component, let's go down here. Right after the form, we're going to insert our component. Let's also make it as a component. And please be careful, because this component actually has an opening and closing tag. So you need to open and close it up. So animated text component, let's go in here. And within here, we're going to animate some kind of text. So we're going to create up here another state. So let's use const and animate text, and also set animate or animated text. Also, let's change this to animated text, assign it to useState, and let's leave it empty, or actually null. We can pass it just like this. Now let's change this down here to animated text, open close curly brackets, and let's say we're going to pass it in this text animation, or in this animated text component. So what should be animated? Well, whatever we type in here. Now this component actually runs as soon as you start your application. So if I would, for example, as animated text, I would use here a string of text, save it, you can see it's animating in. Now if I want to increase this, because you cannot pass in here any kind of other components, for example, I cannot pass in here title component, what you can do is add classes to this animated text, and we could add here the class of title. Again, it's going to be larger. Now, each time I change something in my component, do any kind of changes here, this is going to animate. So what I am going to do is wrap this into condition, then only if animated text exists, you should then animate some kind of text. Okay, now because this does exist, here I'm going to take it out. So now if I do any kind of changes to my component, nothing happens. But I do want to animate this text. So how can I do this? Well, by using useEffect. Well, by using a change that is going to happen in the input tag and is going to reset the state of animated text. So what I'm going to do is create a const. I'm going to call it handle clear. We're going to assign this to an error function. And let's say that I'm going to set the animated text here to the input value. I'm going to use this handle clear on my button here. Okay, so on click, let's handle clear. Now let's see what happens if let's do a refresh. And let's see what happens if I type something in here and now submit it. You can see now it's actually, because the value of this state, which was empty, did change. This means that the component resets the state of animated text to whatever this is. Now I can also clear this out by resetting this input value by using the set input value and resetting it within here. So I'm going to use a callback function within here and just going to reset it to an empty string. Basically, this means that if I would hit enter now here, it's going to delete the value, but it's going to remember the value from input value. So because the new state of animated text is now this. But if I would hit another enter, it's going to delete the value. Also, if I type in Norbert, enter, submit, is changing the value of the animated text, is deleting the value here. And if I would hit enter again or clear, then it's going to clear the value. Okay, so pretty straightforward. Now the animated text has a couple of properties. For example, we're animating in a type of words right now. Okay, so if I would type in here multiple words, Norbert loves React, enter, Norbert loves React. But I could also, let me just put this down here, also this, because I want you to have it. Let's paste it in and let's comment out this one. So instead of words, I'm going to type in here char, which stands for characters. Okay, and now it's animating characters in. So each character one after another. You can see the speed is a bit quick. You can increase or decrease the speed by changing the interval and the duration. So let's go, you know what, I'm going to move the class completely up here. And let's set here another property of interval. You can set this to 0.04 seconds. And you could also change the duration. I'm going to change this to 1.1 second. Okay, it's much slower, as you can see. You can also change the direction of the animation. For example, you just need to type in for the directions a animation, and this is bidirectional, meaning it has two axes. One will be the x-axis, so you can basically animate it in from the top or bottom. So let's do a -100 pixels, and this should push it. Oh wait, x-axis is from the left and right. So x-axis and y-axis. Sorry about that. What is wrong with me? So from the left and right, so you can see if I hit another, let's do 150. I'm coming from 150, and we could also do a y-axis. Let me comment x-axis out. Change this to y-axis. This is going to come from the top down from 150 pixels. You can also do it from say 250 pixels. Going to come way up from the top. You can also do it vertically from the top left by typing in -100 and -250, or from changing this direction. Okay, so you could just play around with it. Also, this has a speed using ease. Oh wait, this should be in an animation. So within animation, use ease, and you can add the ease property of, let's say ease or linear. There we go. Or ease in, ease out, and so far and so on. Okay, so I think you got the idea here. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the component. What I want to do next is on clear, refocus here, refocus in the input tag, and also at the start of the component, we should focus here. So you already guessed that we're going to use useRef. So let's import useRef, use ref hook, and also use effect hook effect. And I could also go down here. Let's create a let input value, assign to use ref. It's going to have the value of null. Wait, I already have input value. What did I name it actually? Input text. There we go. Text. Input text, use ref, and use ref. So about that, use ref. Now input value needs to be added to the form group to the input text. So we're going to create here a reference. We're going to assign this to input text. And now let's go down your component. So open up your Explorer, go into form group, And the last thing that I'm going to add here is reference, and down here reference, we're going to assign reference, actually ref, not reference, ref, we're going to assign ref to reference. Okay, and now it should reference that little input tag right there. So what we need to do now is use effect, and we're going to input text dot current and dot focus. Oh, sorry about that, focus, and open, close it up. So on refresh, it should focus on the start of the application, it should focus in here. But how about focusing after clearing this? But it kind of does the same thing, mainly because when we're clearing it, we're reassigning the value. So this means that it's going to re-render, it's going to do a side render. As you can see, this is doing a side render of the application. And this means that useEffect is going to take effect again and it's going to refocus this. So as you can see, it is a pretty simple effect that is helping us on multiple planes actually. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it and I hope you learned a lot. And with this being said, see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to get a bit financial. So we're going to create an interest rate calculator app. Basically, this application will calculate the interest rate of whatever investment you want to make once, or you want to make multiple investments. For example, let's say you have $10,000, euros, pesos, whatever, and you want to invest it at a 5% interest rate. Don't tell me it's 7% because it's 2% is 7 minus 2% inflation, and you also need to deduct a couple of fees because now it's going to do it for you for free, so it's more like 4, 3, something like that. So let's say 5, okay? And you're going to put this money to the side for 10 years. So basically you're going to have $16,470.09. But how about, so this means $10,000 at 5% interest rate for 10 years. In 10 years, you will have this sum. But how about if you add just $100 monthly to this package? Okay, so what will happen? Let's just try it out. 100, and you will have, after 10 years, with only 10,000 invested, and then 100 invested monthly, $41,998.32. Okay, so you can see how powerful a monthly contribution could be. Now, in order to create this app, we are going to use a couple of financial formulas, but I'm just going to paste them in there. I'm not going to go over them. The important part is to understand how this application works. Okay, so hope you're excited for this financial application. So let's get started with the project. So first we're going to get started by creating our UI, but first things first, let's also create our folder. So this is going to be number 19, and what do we call it? Compound interest rate calculator. Compound and dash interest dash rate dash calc. That's enough. Okay, let's go in here. Let's create our file, our application file. It's going to be compound interest rate and let's say app.jsx. Okay, RFC, and there we go. Okay, let's wrap this in a container class. Class name, container. Let's move in here. I could add a title. If you want to add a title to it, I don't necessarily feel the need not to add a title, but I do feel the need to add this to our application and not wonder why it isn't working. Okay, so compound interest rate, close it up, and there we go, it's working. Also going to close out the app, close up the left part for now, and within our container, we're going to create another container. What a surprise. Let's create another not a card. We're going to create, in our container, we're going to create a card. So basically the entire application that you just saw will be in a card with a class of card dash, let's say primary. You can change the color if you want, primary. Also, we're going to add a BG warning. And we're going to add a shadow and MD, medium shadow to this, a text dark, a margin auto, and a margin to the top of 4. Hit enter, and voila, there's the application. Okay, let's go in here. Let's also add a max width to this. So let's go after classes style. Don't want this to be infinite. I'm going to have a max width of just 300. This should be enough. Okay, so there's an app. Okay, let's add to the card body now. So within the card, we're going to create a class of card body, and within here, well, we're going to use our previously created form group component. So let's bring in import form group from 2 levels up components and / form group. Okay, so let's go into our body and add in here the very first form group, which is going to be for the principal interest. And let me bring on our finished application. I'm just going to drag it. So this is going to be our first form group, then the second, third, and fourth one, and down here we're going to have a footer. And what I'm also going to create a footer right away. So after the card body, we're going to create our cart dash footer, but remaining within the cart component, okay? And text dash right, and also font size dash LG. Come on, there we go, LG. Okay, I'm going to just type in here, let's say the text of result. No, you know what? I type here $sign and 0.00. Let's hit save. Let's go back to our application. Okay, so there we go. There's our result. It's nothing. And now let's delete this. And we're done with this part. Now let's add. So the very first form group, as you saw, is this principal amount. So I'm just going to also copy the text. Go back here. The very first form group. And let's add as a label. What am I doing? Label text is going to be this principal amount. Then we're going to have a input type of number. We're also going to have here a value of an empty string, and we're going to have an onChange event of basically nothing for now. So let's just console log here 0 or principal amount. I'm going to pass it in here. Principal amount, this string. Okay, and also I'm going to pass this in as a callback function with an event. It's going to basically execute this callback, this console log. That's it. So if we inspect it, right click inspect, go to the console, getting an error here. There's some kind of div. Oh yeah, I know what it means, but I don't care about that. So if I type something in here, that will do anything, but normally you should console log this principal amount. Okay, now for the next form group. So let's close this up. The next one will be the monthly contribution. So we just copied the form group. We're going to replace this with monthly contribution. The type will be still number, and the value is going to be open, and it's going to be, let's just leave this all as empty strings. Don't do anything in here. Copy the next one. This is going to be the interest rate. It's still going to be number. We're going to add the value later on to this. And then the last one will be years of investment. So let's copy it in here just like that. Copy, paste this in here, and then cut this out and paste in here years. What am I doing? So years of investment. And that's pretty much it for our styling, for the UI. The rest of it, we're going to take care when we're starting to assign values to them. Okay. The very last thing that I want to do here is add the autofocus on the principal amount. So the user knows what he needs to do first of all. So let's import here the useRef hook. So useRef. And let's, as always, let input prints. Okay, that's principal. And let's assign it to useRef. Passing here the null value. Let's use useEffect. I'm not going to do any kind of re-rendering here. I'm just going to leave you empty and pass in here the input. Principal amount is the current, and you should focus it. Okay, and now let's also pass this down here as a reference, and we're going to assign this to input principal amount, and useEffect is, oh, sorry about that. Let's also bring in useEffect. Okay, that's it. If we refresh the page, it should now focus on the principal amount. Okay, and we can start typing in here whatever we want, because this isn't working until we add our states. So I'm going to create a UI state for the entire thing. So let's do this next up. Now we need to take care of our input values. So let's import useState from React. Let's go down here and let's create a const. We're going to assign this to compound and set compound. There we go. Assign it to useState. And the state for this will be an object, because this compound state will have different values. It's going to have the principal amount value, which is going to be an empty string for now. Then it's going to have a monthly contribution. So this right here. And you know what? Later on, I'm going to add to this a check mark. So you do know that we have a disabled state for this. So I could use this to disable it. But this is actually something for an update and later on. So next, let's add a monthly contribution key here. Contribution. I'm going to set this to null, because it still want to be able to use this. So we are going to use the calculation even if there is no monthly contribution. Now the interest rate, we're going to set, rate, I'm going to set this to an empty string. And the last one will be the years, which we're also going to set an empty string. So we need all three of this to make a regular calculation, and all four of them to make a calculation with a monthly contribution. Now let's add for the first values. So this is going to be compound and dot principal amount, meaning how much money do we have to invest. This is then going to, and instead of this callback function, I'm going to have here a set compound to, we're going to update the compound and then add to it a principal amount. We're going to add to this the e.target.value. Okay, so what are we passing here? It's going to be passing here. It's going to also update the state, and we'll see later on how I'm going to use each and every value then to calculate the compound interest rate, the final amount that we're going to get here. So we're going to do the same thing for all of them. Basically, the next one is going to be compound and dot monthly contribution, which is then going to set the compound. So I'm just going to copy this, and instead of console log, we're going to set the monthly contribution to e.target.value. Okay, so we can also type something in here. The interest rate again is going to be as a value the compound and dot interest rate, which is going to set then on change the interest rate. Okay, and the very last one will be compound dot years, which is going to set on change the years. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. We can now enter our values here, but we are not getting any result, because next up I'm going to create a different component where we're going to get all of these values, pass them into this component, and this component will then make the calculations in here. And also is going to make two different calculations, one depending on whether it is passed within monthly contribution, one depending on if it's without a monthly contribution. So let's create now our calculator, which is going to calculate the compounded interest rate. So let's open up our Explorer and create here another file. It's going to be compound interest rate and calc.jsx rfc. I'm missing here a e, so let me go in here into, there we go. Okay, interest and interest. Let's close up the Explorer, Command D, and let's bring in our compound interest rate down in the footer. So instead of this, I'm going to have a compound interest rate, not the app, but the calculator. Why am I missing interest? And I messed something up here, interest. There we go. And I still need to fix it up here. Okay, so the component is now brought in, and this is going to take in a couple of props. But first of all, let me show you the formula for the normal interest rate, for the normal compounded interest rate. The formula looks like this. This means that the future value of the investment is equal to the principal investment multiplied by 1 plus the annual interest rate, which is R, then the number divided by the number of times that interest rate is compounded per unit, T, which is time is years, or actually are months, but we're going to divide T then, actually there are 12, and then we're going to have T, which is the time the money is invested or borrowed for. Okay, this is to the power of. So we're going to do a bit of math here, but first things first, let me create a const here with an A, which is going to be assigned to a object, and I'm going to exactly lay out this formula. So basically A is equal to an object which has a key value pair of P, which is principal amount, and it's going to have a key of principal amount, and this is going to be brought in as a prop up here. Then we're going to have our R, which is the interest rate, and we're going to divide it by 100 in order to get a percentage out of it. Then we're going to have our N, which is going to be 12, basically 12 months in 1 year. And then we're going to have a T, which is going to be the number of years. So we need to bring in interest rate as a prop and years as a prop. And after that, we're going to have a PMT, which will be the monthly contribution. Wait a second, contribution. Okay. I'm going to also show you the formula for monthly contribution, but first we need to calculate it without it. So we'll return here a very complex formula. Let's start out by creating the very simple one, which is going to be, we have our div. So we'll return here a dot, because basically we have now access to this object. So let me post this in here. A dot P times, basically P is this. Now we need to multiply it in a parenthesis 1 plus R divided by N, and then everything to the power of N times T. So we're going to use math.pow to the power of, and now we need to wrap in here what we want to raise to the power of 2, which is going to be 1 plus a dot R divided by a dot N. and now comma, because this is at what the power of is going to be at, and times t. So a times a dot n times a dot t. And that's pretty much it. And we're getting here another number because we didn't pass the principal amount and so far and so on. The props, we didn't pass them to our component here. So let's pass them down. We have our principal amount, which is going to be equal to compound, basically everything that we have up here, compound, so the state of compound dot principal amount. Then the monthly contribution is going to be equal to the compound dot monthly contribution. The interest rate is going to be equal to the compound dot interest rate, and the years will be equal to the compound dot years. Okay, so we know now that we can set the state, and I'm going to delete this, cut it out, actually go back here and add, well, I'll just do, and add before my, after my div, just add a $sign and a space. Okay, so I'm going to have 0, and now let's just go back, hit save, and now let's start passing in something in here. So if I type in here 10,000, you see it's updating on change. Then 5 for the, let's do a 10, let's be optimistic, and let's do now years. Okay, and I'm getting here a lot of numbers, and this is because we need to trim everything down to only 2 decimals after a period, and we can use to fix this. So right after the parenthesis, we're going to use to fixed and just 2 decimals, and they should, we don't have any kind of decimals. Let's do here 12 years. Hey, come on. 10 years. Why don't I have any kind of decimals? Okay, I need to wrap everything in here into parentheses. Sorry about that. Okay, now it's working. So next up, let's add the monthly contribution, because if I type something in here, you can see it's not changing. So we got to take care of this. I'm going to add another formula here. So I'm going to copy in the formula, and it's going to be right here. And let's just put it in right here. So as you can see, it's almost the same formula, but we are now taking the monthly contribution and multiplying it by, you know what, I'm not going to go over the formula, just stick with me, I'm going to show you how we can do this. First, we need to ask a question. What should this calculate? Should this calculate a interest rate without the monthly contribution or with a monthly contribution? Now, if you go back to our main component here, you will see that our monthly contribution is set to null. Now, I specifically set it to null in order to use it here as a condition. So if I would go in here and say that the a.pmt is equal to null, then calculate me the interest rate without the monthly contribution. But if it's not, then you should do something else, and that something else is the formula for the monthly contribution added to the interest rate. So let's get started. We're going to open and close parentheses, a.p, basically kind of the same thing that we did here. So I could just copy the very first part, this right here, pass it in here. I don't need 2 parentheses, just 1. Actually, I do need a second one. Now, plus, so everything that we did up here, except in this suffix, we're going to use it a bit later on, plus as you can see also here, a.pmt times, again, this formula, and wrap this into, we're just going to wrap this after math, wrap this into another parenthesis, and subtract from this 1. Next, we're going to divide it by a.r divided by a.n. And then we're going to wrap this entire thing to another parenthesis and say, after that, to fixed, to 2. Hit save, and yeah, let's do a refresh. So let's say we have 10, let's do a 5,000. Yeah, 5,000 credits, and we'll add a 2% interest rate for 10 years. So now let's also add to this a $100, and you can see it is calculating, it is changing. If you don't believe me, there are also tons of principal calculators or principal interest rate calculators on the internet. So just do the same calculations, use the same number, and see if you get the same results. I will guarantee you that you will get the same results because I spent a lot of time with this application. Okay, so hope you enjoyed the application, and let me just check, are we actually done? I hope I did everything. Sometimes I miss things out of a project and I need to add them once again. Okay, so we did everything. We have everything in here. What I did not do, yeah, it's a background color. So let's add that background color. Oh my god, I did forget something. You can add the background color pretty easily. Yeah, before the return, you could just do a document.body.style.background and just assign this to a string of hash 2174AF4. Okay, and you should get nothing. Why aren't we getting anything? I think I had too many F's in here. Okay, there we go. And we're done with this part. So hope you enjoyed the project. Hope you learned a lot, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. This project is, well, my favorite project, mainly because it is inspired by my little 2.5-year-old daughter. Initially, I was trying to do something completely else, but because she was into rockets and she was not letting me code, I created a little rocket for her. So this little fella right here is on the planet Earth. And if I press this launch button, then it will whoosh, exactly as my daughter did. She always made this sound whoosh, and it's gone to the moon. Now we can also bring back the rocket by landing it. But because she was into something else also, she has a little doll there that she plays with, I thought to myself to surprise her, and when you bring it back, it's a penguin! She was dying laughing. Okay, so although this seems like a really simple, small project, it's actually pretty complex. And as I said, it is my favorite project because it is inspired and co-created by my little 2.5-year-old daughter. So hope you're excited for this project, and let's get started. Okay, let's go back to our projects and let's create a new folder. This is number 20. As I said, it's pretty close to my heart, this one. Let's call it space and penguin. Also going to copy it, open up the folder, create a new file. We're going to call space penguin, paste it in here, app.jsx, and also let's start deleting here a couple of things, capital case, and also penguin, capital case. Now we do need to download the perks, which are, let's create a folder, SVGs. We're going to have a moon SVG. Let's put it in here, a planet Earth SVG, a penguin SVG. And I'm actually going to give you 2 ships. You can choose which one to use at your willing. Okay, so we have our SVGs in here. Now let's create another folder. I'm going to call this objects. And within here, we're going to create a moon object .svg.jsx, then a planet object.jsx, planet object.jsx, and the spaceship. Oh, not the folder, sorry about that. I need here spaceship, space and ship object.jsx. Okay, so if you're asking yourself why I'm not creating a penguin object, well, you will see later on. Okay, we have this, we have this, we have this. What else do we need? That's pretty much it. Let's go to a spaceship, space penguin app and start up with a RFC. I just misspelled penguin. Oh, damn it. Penguin, penguin, and where else do we have penguin? Here we have penguin. And also the SVGs are broken. Penguin. Okay, now let's import our space app, space penguin app into, let's just say first of all, let's import it into apps. So let's go into app, into the main app file. I'm going to import here, space, wait a second, it should be an object, a component space penguin app, and there we go, we should get here our space penguin. Okay, also going to close up the presentation. As you can see, it's extremely jiggery, and this is mainly because I'm on a Mac, and Macs do not have great graphic processing power. Okay, so we have this in here. I also need to change my folder name, penguin. Okay, that should be the less misspell. Yes, please update it. And you should now refresh. Penguin, space penguin, space penguin. What is happening? Save. Okay. Okay, there's our space penguin. I'm going to close up the app because we're going to have a lot of files here opened. Let's see. We only want for now to have our little space penguin app opened. And we're going to return here a div. We're going to give this a class of space. Class name space. And if you're asking yourself where this class is coming from, well, I created an extra CSS especially for this application. So please also copy in the ship CSS. So just copy it in here. You see there's just some basic styling for the body. So the background color for the body is the space, the environment, the buttons, and so forth and so on. So just a couple of styles here. Now let's import the CSS file within here. So / dot / and ship.css. Okay, and after you hit save, you should see that your screen is turning dark because that's the background color of the body. Also going to bring in here the button component. So import button from our components dot / and components and the button. And let's go down here now. Let's delete the space. We don't need it. Spaceship. Let's bring in our button component. Actually, let's use it. Button. And the first button, as you saw in the finished project, will be for launch. So let's give it the text of launch. And let's also give this the class of ptn-danger. So it's going to be a red button. Okay, so it's down here on the left side. Now this is already styled. Okay, so it's going to be displayed as let me just say this should be displayed as flex as grid. Okay, so we're having 3 columns because in the middle column is where the action is going to happen. Okay, we're also going to have an on click event on this, and I'm just going to set it to for now to absolutely nothing. And let's now copy the button, paste it in, and the second button will be land. And let's change the color of the button to info. You can see there now, and the land button is now to the right side of the launch button, but as I said, this should be to the right side. So in the middle of them, we need to add here something else. We're going to add a section, which is going to have the class of environment, so env. And within this section is where everything will happen. So this is where I'm going to bring in those 3 objects that we still need to create. And it's going to be the spaceship, one component, the next, and also I'm going to comment them out because it's just going to throw errors because you don't have them. The next one is going to be the moon object, and close it up. Also, let me just check because I think I made a spaceship object. Let me just copy object, spaceship object, and the last one will be our planet object. Okay, so exactly as you saw in the project, up here is going to be the moon, down here is going to be Earth, and between them will be a spaceship. So planet, as you can see, planet is down here and moon is above planet, so it's going to be up here, and between them is where the spaceship will do its thing. Okay, so I think we can move on to the next step, and let's start creating our objects. Okay, so next up, let's start creating our objects. First, we're going to create our spaceship object. So let's actually we have it here. Spaceship and RFC. And first I'm going to bring in, let's call this, so I'm going to delete this div, also this, and I'm going to bring in here a image tag, and this image tag will have as a source a prop. So let's type in here image object. Well, actually we could type in a change ship for an alternative. Let's have here spaceship. Let's also send our prop up here. And now this specific image, I want this to be styled and positioned absolute. This is very important because I don't want to be bounded by any kind of boundaries. I want it to move freely. So we're going to position absolute. And now I'm going to put it to the bottom, 50. And also I want it to be above all other objects. So I'm going to give it a Z index of 1, okay? Now, because I want to be able to manipulate its scale, you saw in a finished project that it was getting smaller and smaller as it was getting farther away from us. I'm also going to pass in here a width, and I'm going to pass in here a scale. Now, this scale will be also sent in here as a prop. And at the end, I'm just going to add to this a class name of animation, which will be sent down here as a variable. So let animation, and I'm going to assign it to the start property, which I'm going to bring up here as a prop. So basically this object, let's also import it in our space penguin here. So our space object, import space object, and also comment it out. You can see we have it down here now as a broken file because we don't have any image. So I could bring in now an image. Let's bring in our ship, and let's import ship from, and let's say we have our ships in here and SVGs, and I'm going to import, and I have to type in exactly the name. So space, you know what, I'm just going to copy it, whichever ship you want from this to the similar but a bit different. I'm going to use this one, so this and .jpg, SVG, sorry. I used too many JPEGs. So let's send this ship down in the ship object, and you know we had our properties here of change ship. So I'm going to change ship and assign this the ship. And you should always see this ship. Now if you want to change it to the other ship, which just has here a rocket instead, rocket, then you're going to have this ship. Now this is immense, isn't it? So we need to scale it down. And also I'm a bit zoomed in here. Let's just say 125%. Yeah, that's actually enough. Then we can use the scale property, scale prop, and let's just say this is going to have a scale of 10. Oh, that's too small. 100. 200. We're going to insert then the right scale just in a couple of minutes. Okay, just 200, and this is the scale for it. Okay, that's pretty much it for the ship object for now. Next up, let's do our planets. Actually, the moon is not a planet. Let's do our planet, planet Earth, and let's do the moon also. Now, the planet and the moon object are pretty simple, so let's go into planet object, our FC, and we're just going to return here a image. And this does not have a closing tag. So a image, close it up, src for the source, and we're going to pass in here a planet, and whatever planet will be passed in here will be used as a image. Okay, we can also do a alt. I'm going to say here planet in case we don't have a image showing. Now let's also add a class name because I do have some design for this. So planet with a CSS, and let's import now. Actually, the planet is already in our space, but I'm also going to close up the left side. Let's bring in our planet, and let's also spaceship object, copy this. And instead of spaceship object, we're going to change this to planet object. Okay, let's hit save, and there's a little planet. You can see it's rotating. Actually, let me make this larger. It's rotating down here as a planet. Cool. Now this is rotating because of CSS, because of the CSS animation that we have in here. So ship and planet, you can see it has a width of 400, animation rotation 10 seconds, linear, infinite. This is why it's rotating. Position absolute, and it's positioned absolute to the bottom. And if you take a look at the rotate animation, that it's just rotating 360 degrees. Okay, let's close it up. And now let's actually bring in a image. You know what? I need to create your comments so it's more obvious. So these are objects and these are images. So let's bring in our next image, which is going to be planet. Or no, you know what? Let's call it Earth. We're going to bring in Earth from planet, and this is planet Earth. So let's copy the name and replace it in here. Hit save, and now let's pass in Earth into planet Earth, and we had here the property of planet. Let's pass in Earth, and there we go. There's our Earth. Okay, next up, let's create our moon object. It's also pretty simple. Let's just go into moon, our FC, moon object. Again, extremely simple. Just create the image tag here, img, pass in here moon, copy it, pass it down as a prop up here, and I don't know why I named it. So let's moon, and I accidentally gave it the class of Mars for some reason. Maybe I want to send the ship to Mars. Nevertheless, okay, so this is the class. You can change it up if you wish, but yeah, it's going to be just smaller, and still is going to rotate it. If you take a look in your CSS, this is Mars. You can change it to moon if you wish. Let's change it to moon. And I just don't feel comfortable with having the wrong name here, so moon, and that's basically it. Close this up, close up the CSS, close up the planet object, and the spaceship object. We also don't need that one. And let's just go in here, copy and comment out moon, go down here, copy this, change this to moon, and also copy the moon, and let's copy the name in here, right before.com, copy it, paste it over, and remember moon is not defined. What is not defined? Moon object, oh, because I should have brought it in as a object up here, so I didn't bring it in. So let's just replace planet up here with moon. Okay, hit save, and wait, what? Planet, moon. Oh yeah, we need to pass in here the moon as a moon. Moon, hit save, and there we go. There's a little moon. It looks cheesy, doesn't it? So we have a planet object, we have a moon object, and we have a little rocket here. We just need to launch it up here. But for this, we need to bring in now a couple of hooks. So let's do this next up. So let's bring in our hooks. Let's go up here. We're going to bring in useState and useEffect. First, let's give right here before the return the state of ship action and set ship action to the state. So use state, and we're going to leave this empty. So the ship action will be defined for the ship. So instead of here, we're going to use the prop of start, and we're going to set here the ship action, or insert here the ship action, because setting the ship action will be done down here by starting the ship. So we're going to create a event that will start the ship. Let's create the function start ship. We're going to assign this to an arrow function, and this will basically set ship action to the class of fly. But again, these are CSS classes. So if you take a look in your CSS, you will see the class of, where do we have it? Fly. This will transform, translate on the y-axis, basically from here to here, 85 viewport heights, and it's going to take 5 seconds ease in, and it's going to have an opacity of 0. So basically, this is why the ship is going to go up here and be opaque. Now we also want to do another thing. You saw here the scale. I set it to 200, but I actually want to be able to manipulate this. So I can either pass it. Let's do it the simple way. I'm going to pass it in here as transform scale, and let's set transform scale. I'm going to copy this and set transform scale here. So transform scale will be now passed in here, and we're going to set transform scale here when we fly in the ship to 50. Okay, now this has no scale. This is why it has no initial state. So we're going to pass in here 200 is the initial state at where it starts. And when we want to, so basically we could now start the ship, and we also want to land the ship. So let's copy this and change this to land ship. We're going to set then the ship action to land, which is basically another class. And we're going to change this back to 200. Okay, so the start ship event will be passed in as an on-click event here, and the land event will be passed down here. So we're going to pass it on-click land ship, and this basically works. So if I click now on launch, it's going to launch my ship. It's going to start animation, as my daughter said. And if I want to land it back, then I'm going to bring back the ship. Okay, now I could combine these two by creating here actually object. You know what? I'm going to create another state. So I will leave these two in here, but let's create another one of ship props and set ship props. I'm going to assign this to useState, and we're going to pass them in a object. So I'm going to have you can have the ship props of action. So action, what kind of action do we want to perform on the ship? We're going to leave this as a empty array, and we also going to have the scale of the ship, scale, and we're going to set this to 200. So it's initial scale. So I can now change this to ship prop and go down here where we have ship prop transform ship prop dot scale. And this should be now at 200. And ship action, instead of ship action, we're going to have ship props dot action. Okay, it's basically going to do the same thing, but instead of having here these two, I'm going to leave them in but comment them out. And when we're going to start the ship, then we need to set ship actions, ship props, not actions, props. We're going to destructure here ship props, and let's change here. Actually, you know what? Don't have to destructure it, because I will actually override everything. So the action will be fly, and the scale, so exactly as we did up here, will be then 50. Okay, and this basically do the same thing as these two, but less code. Okay, so let's start the ship. If I want to land the ship, then I'm just going to copy this, paste this down here, change this, and let's type in here fly and 200. So I want you to have both of these. Okay, now I can land the ship, and it's basically going to do the same thing. Okay, so next up, let's do the thing with the penguin. How did I call back a penguin instead of a ship? Now, in order to change the ship to a penguin when it comes back, we're going to use useEffect. Also, let me just comment out these two states up here, because we have this one. But I'm going to leave this in your finished code, so you can just change them up and also learn. I'm going to leave them in here. Also, if you want to add actions to the ship, we maybe want to change the ship in the middle of its path, then we would just add another class. And I also think about updating this project later on with a couple of new things here, obstacles and so on and so on. Okay, so let's bring in the penguin. This is the most interesting part. How can we change the ship to a penguin? First, let's bring in our penguin. So this is an image. So I'm not going to create a new object, but I'm just going to bring in the penguin from .svgs and / and let's copy in. There's the penguin. Penguin, there we are. Penguin, close this up, also close up the Explorer tag, and bring in the penguin.svg. Hit save, and now it's time to use our useEffect hook. So down here, you're going to use our useEffect hook, And this is going to watch for the change in the ship prop.action. So let's create here a couple of conditions. So if the ship prop.action is equal to land, then we will change the ship. So remember that we have here a ship brought in as an image. So basically we brought in the image as a ship, but I'm going to create a new state. So const ship and type and set ship and type. We're going to use state and we're going to set the state of the ship to ship. So this one right here will be passed in here, and the ship type will be now passed in here instead of the change ship. Okay, so nothing happens because we still have the same ship. And also, as soon as the application loads, it will see the state, which is ship, and is going to pass it in our ship object. So no changes until now. Now let's go back to our useEffect. So if the ship actions is equal to land, then we're going to set the ship type to penguin. And if the ship type, if the ship props action is fly, then we're going to set it to ship. I should have used here spaceship. So let's see if this works. So I'm going to launch it. It's going to fly away, go up there, go on the moon, and it's going to return as a penguin. Pretty easy. Okay, but now we have a penguin and we want to launch our ship. Actually, if I click on launch, it's going to reset this. But I do want to change it back to a ship as soon as it lands. So I'm going to do here a set timeout. And we're going to set here, using a callback function, the set, well, I just clicked out the set ship time. What am I doing? Time out. We're going to set the ship in here back to a ship at a certain time. Now this time you should set the value of this to whatever you have set in your CSS. You can obviously change this, and we have set here 5 seconds for the fly animation. Now if I would pass in here 5 seconds, then as soon as the animation finishes, it's going to turn into a ship. So I'm going to pass in here 5500, meaning 5.5 seconds. This means that it will have a bit of a delay after it lands, and only then the penguin will change back to a ship. So it's going to take 5 seconds, going to land, a bit of a delay, and then it's going to change back to a ship. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So let's try out this once again. I'm still hearing my daughter saying whoosh, when the ship flies away, goes to the moon. She obviously doesn't know what the moon is, not yet at least, and when the ship comes back and it wants to land, it's coming back as a penguin. Pretty amazing. And then it turns back to a ship. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it, hope you learned it out, and catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, in this project, we're going to create a task tracker. Simply put, you can add a task, you can add a date. Let's say we're going to add this date. We want to finish the project. No, we want to start the project. Start the project, start task tracker, task tracker project. Then add it. Then we want to, let's say later on, finish the project another day. Finish the task tracker project. And we want to then, somewhere before Christmas, finish the complete course. Okay, let's add also this task. Now, as you can see, you can add multiple tasks. If you hover over them, they're going to have a bit of effect. So in order to signify which task you're on, you can also click on the task, which is going to gray it out. This also means that this task is now completed. And you can then also delete a task if you wish so. But before that, you're going to have an alert signifying, actually a confirmation alert. Do you really want to delete this task? And if you click no, then it's not deleted. But if you would click OK, then it's going to delete the task. Okay, so pretty simple. Hope you're excited. So let's get started with the project. All right, so let's get started by creating our project folder. Let's go into projects. New folder is going to be 21, and this will be task or tasks tracker. Okay, let's copy this and go in here. Go into the folder, create a new file. It's going to be tasks tracker and app and .jsx. Let's start up with an RFCE. And for now, we're just going to create this part right here, which is going to be the title. So let's bring in the title. Import title from components and / title. Let's go down here, use our title component, title, close it up, and title should have a text of, I'm just going to pass in this text into a string and delete the app and make a space here between task and so on and so on. And let's also import it. So app go down here, import the component of tasks tracker, and up here it should be automatically imported. Okay, and there we go, we have a tasks tracker. You know what, I'm just going to say task tracker. Although there are multiple tasks, it is so dumb to pronounce. Let's go back to our task tracker, and I'm not going to return a div here, I'm just going to return a empty fragment, after which I'm going to return here a table component. We're going to create this component just in a couple of seconds. So table component, and this is not only going to be the table component, but it's also going to be the table style. We're going to open and close this one up because this is going to be a component, a style component in other words. Then this is going to contain a UL with a class of table and head. I know it's not defined, and within here I'm going to have a li for date and another li, just copy and paste this in, for task. So basically, what is the task? After that, we're going to return the task itself. So this is going to be a task component, which is also missing, so I'm going to comment it out. And then in another unordered list, we're going to return in the class name of table-row, we're going to return here our tasks. So I'll just type in here tasks. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to put it into curly brackets. Let's just have it as text. And I would like to, well, everything is in this folder right here, so I can't comment it out. Basically, we could just start by creating our table style, our style component, and bring it in here in order for us to see something. Okay, so let's take care of a table style component next up. Now, if you don't want to see this error, you could always click this part out, and well, if you save again, you're going to see the error. But if you just want to see this without that annoying error, you can click it out. Let's just go back to our test. So as I said, this is the title, this right here. And then we're going to have this table head, which we just created here in our UL. This is the table head. And I should have moved this down, so sorry about that. This is outside of the task, and the table is outside the table head. So basically, this will be the table head. Then the tasks that we need to pass in the task input container will be this right here. We're going to have a input field for date, and then the task itself, and then a add button. Now, we're going to create a separate component for this, and we're also going to create a separate component for a new task, which will be passed in here. Okay, so down here, we're going to have our tasks. As you can see, if I choose any kind of task and paste it in, this is where they're displayed. Okay, so let's go back to our project. We're missing this table task, table style. So let's go ahead and create it. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it table style.jsx. And we're going to import here. Also, let me close up the inspector. Import styled from style components. And we can start up by exporting here. Export a const of table style. Okay, and let's add this by using style, and actually going to create a div, another table. Tables are awful in React. Do not use tables, believe me. Now I'm going to give this a width of 700 pixels. Oops, too many columns, semicolons there. Too many columns there. Let's also give it a margin. Wait a second, why isn't this? Yeah, I'm going to give it a margin auto. Let's go back here and hit save again. And oh yeah, we should import it. So let's import curly brackets table style from table style, and voila, we're getting our style now. So date and tasks, and the task down here, which are not displayed yet, but let's just keep on for now styling our table. Okay, so we're going to have a font weight after that of 600. 6,000, that's a lot. And remember, we had a UL in unordered list here, so let's grab onto this. Remember, everything that is in here, basically I just created a div, and in this div we have an UL, and this UL has a class of table head. Table. This is why basically you didn't see any kind of styling happening, because now I'm going to do all the styling within this component. So this table head will be displayed as grid. We're going to use a grid template columns of repeat, and I'm going to do 2 times 1 FR, so basically 2 times 1 fraction. Okay, let's change the background color to a hash 333, dark color, and now let's change the color of the text to hash and FFF, a white color. Let's do a little bit of border radius in here, border radius of just 3 pixels, not much, but I don't like those sharp edges. You can cut yourself. Now let's add a padding, because I'm going to add padding top and bottom, left and right of 15 pixels and 30 pixels, not XP. Pixels. Is 30 too much? Yeah, let's add 20. That's enough. Also, let's add a margin top of 25 pixels and a margin bottom of 25 pixels. Boom. Now we also have in our table styling, if you take a look here, another UL which has the class of table row. So let's grab onto that. Just going to grab onto the top one, move down here, and instead of table head we have table row. And I'm just going to give this a margin to the bottom of 25 pixels. Now we're going to grab on within the table row, so I could just grab to the parent selector to the LIs, but not the class, but the element. Okay, let's change the background color to #FFF. Let's give them a box shadow of 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 5 pixels, 1 pixel, and RGBA of 0,000 and 0.2. Now you can't see anything because we don't have a LI. So if I would just add in here LI, and let's say this is going to be task. Okay, so there's a task. And why don't we just type it in correctly? Task. If you want to have multi, let's add another one because I do want to have a bit of space between them, so you also see what will happen. Okay, let's go with the same border radius of 3 pixels, but I'm going to, let me just copy this part. So we're going to have 3 pixels border radius, but the padding will be increased to 25 and 30. Okay, and margin bottom is enough, 25, but I'm also going to have a transition all and 0.2 seconds and not dimensions, 0.2 seconds and ease. Remaining within here, we're going to grab onto the parent element, which is now the LI, and let's just say if I hover over an element, then I want the cursor to be pointer and I want the box shadow to be none. Okay, and that's basically it. So if I hover over them, then they shouldn't have a box shadow. Now in order to differentiate one from another, just make a bit of difference here. Let's say we want the nth child, let's select the even ones, even, to have a different background color. So I'm going to change the background color to RGBA, and let's go, no, I want it a bit more light. That's it. That's a much better background color. And the top one, I don't know. Let's also do a odd one. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to change this to odd, and this should be then 2. Let's see. No, that's not enough. So a bit more difference. 3. Yeah, that's better. So if I would do, let's just copy them in. Let's have 4. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, I'm going to leave them in until we're going to create our components for each task. Now, we're not done yet here. Let's still remain within the LIs, and let's say that the LI, the parent, has a class of completed. Then we're going to change the color to gray. You know what? Everything is gray. How about I change the task color to something more friendly? Some kind of blue color. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, this looks perfect. Let me copy this, add it down here. Perfect. So now if I would complete one of them, let's add the very first one here. Let's add a class of completed. So class name and completed, and this should be gray for the text, and also the background color should also be gray or light gray. Can't see anything if everything is gray. Light gray. There we go. Okay, so if one of them is completed, then it's going to be light gray, meaning it is completed. And also let's take out the box shadow. So box shadow and none. Basically, this one is done. A couple of things now. We will have up here input tags signifying this and this, basically the date and type of task. So let's go outside the table row, leave the table row completely. So UL table row, just click on this, it should highlight the last one. And let's say if we have here an input tag, then the border should be set to none. Basically it should be borderless. Should have a padding of 0.35 rem and 0.75 rem. Still adding this percentage is amazing. Let's change the font weight to bold and the font size to 0.9. Okay, and also if we will hover over a input tag, so hover, then the background color, or just the background, should be RGBA a 104, and all 3 of them should be 104. Okay, so that's kind of it. Now the last thing that I want to do is to add some styling between in the elements in here. You'll see later on when we do another export here of new task style, also const new text style, and we're going to add this to styled, and we're going to create here li, which is going to be displayed as flex. So display flex, and just justify the content with space, between. So we're completely done with our styling for now. So I can close up this component, and next up we're going to take care of our tasks and new task. So let's start adding this part right here, which is the task itself, the task adder. I didn't find a better name for it, so I just named it the task. So we're going to create here a new component. I'm going to call this task.jsx, and this is going to return RFC. And let's just use here the class name. So we're going to display this as flex. You can see here there are two input tags, one button. We're going to display this as flex. So the flex. Let's do a bit of inline style here. We're going to justify the content. It's space between. So space dash between. Sorry about that. Border button string of 1 pixel solid and hash 666. You know what? I'm going to also add this task in here as a component. So after title, we're going to import task exactly as I have it down there from within the project file and task, and we can comment this one back in, and there we go. So there's a task. It just says task for now, but let's continue on styling here with margin. Now it comes the margin bottom, margin button of 2 rem. So 2 rem, and that's enough. So as I said, we're going to have 2 input tags. We're going to create one input tag with a type of datetime, and you can also use local. You can use datetime or datetime local, whatever you wish. We don't need any kind of name, and we don't need any kind of ID, so I'm just going to delete them. And let's just add as a value a date, which is going to pass up here as a prop. So I'm going to copy it with curly brackets. Then we're going to add a on change, and we're going to set this to on change. I'm going to pass it. Oops, I just hit save, and we're missing a couple of things. No worries. So we're going to pass it in as on change, and that's it for the first one. Now the next one, I'm going to copy it. Instead of date, I'm going to have here type, and here we're going to have text instead of data, instead of datetime local. So text time, and this will also have a on change event. But you know what? No, I will rename them. This will be set date, and the other one will be set type. And because on change and on change would be basically the same thing, and actually I need to add 2 props here. One that is going to on change set the date, and the other one is going to set the type. So basically we're going to pass down here 2 props using then useState. The type, yeah, we also need to add this up here. Remember, you can add them in whatever order you wish to add them, it doesn't matter. Okay, the last thing that we need is a button. Now I could bring in my button component, but yeah, actually let's bring it in. I love my component. Import button from, and now we need to go with still to levels up, and components and /button. Okay, so let's add a button component here. Button, and text will be a plus sign and then the words add, and then class name, not class name, btn class. We just need to add here the btn success class, or if you want to add something else, then please feel free to do so. You can also leave it dark as it is right here. This is also pretty sexy. You know what, I'm going to leave it that way. I'm not going to add here anything. Leave it empty and just add the on click event, and you could pass it actually up there as on click like that, and pass it in here as a prop. So down here, pass it, so it will be passed in here as a prop and passed down here then, and so far and so on. Okay, so we got, there's the input tag. Now let's add to this input tag a placeholder. Where is it? There it is. Placeholder, specify the task, and that's it for now. Okay, so we're done with this part. We could be, or we should be now able to add a task, but let's first of all go up here and add those properties, add those props to this component. Let's also use state to pass down here a couple of props. So we're going to have, let's first of all import useState. Going to import it up here, useState, and we're going to destructure here const, which will then have a new task and set new task as a setter. Okay, so let's use here useState and pass in here an object. So we have a new task that is going to have a date, which will be an empty string, a type, which will also be an empty string, and we also need to have the state of completed or not completed. And I'm not going to set it to a boolean, just going to set an empty string again. So we need to handle the changes that we do here, because momentarily I can't do anything. I can pass then here a couple of values, but I'm still missing the set type and date and set type and set date. Okay, so we're still missing them. because as soon as I type something in here, I want to set them to this state. So to set the values or whatever we pass in here to this new state. So let's add here, we got our date. We're going to set this to new task and dot date. And then we have the way to set this date. So not here. Also the curly bracket is set date. And we can set this to set new task. No, actually this will handle the changes that we do to our date. So change date. Okay, so we're going to create change date up here. So const and change date. I'm going to set this to an arrow function, because this is going to watch for the event, and the event will then set new task. And we can now destructure here the old task, so new task, and change the date to e.target.value. Okay, so when I'm changing something here, it's going to reset the state or change the state. So let's do the same thing for the type of the task that you want to add. So we have here the type. We're going to add here the new task dot type. And we also want to change this, so set type, we're going to assign it to handle change type. Okay, so let's create this handle change type. It's kind of the same thing that we just created up here. So I'm going to copy it, paste it down here, handle change type, change the name of it, and instead of date, it's going to change the type. So it's going to update the new state, but it's going to change the type by changing the type. Okay, and that's pretty much it for this part. We can now set our time, date, so far and so on, and we can also type in here task, and then we can later on add it using a onClick event, but also using here a function that we still need to create. Okay, next up, let's create a new task, and let's also create a style. Actually, we did already style it, didn't we? We created here in our table style. Yeah, we created here the new task style. We're going to use this new task style to style here our new task. Okay, so let's handle that. Okay, let's go ahead and create a new file. We're going to call this new task. Oh, what just happened? We're going to call it new and task.jsx. So RFC, and let's return here. What are we going to return? We're going to, first of all, we need to import the style that we just created here, table style, the new task style. So import new task style from table and style. Okay, instead of these two divs, we're going to pass in the new tab style, which is going to return a li, and also I'm going to use my new task and already pass it here in a task tracker app. Instead of these tasks, I'm now going to return a new task. So let's import here new task. Okay, this gave me an error because new task from new task. There was style in user. What did you mean? Yes, I did mean that, and that's a problem. Okay, and you can already see we have here a new task, and it is already styled because we're using our table style. So that's why this looks like this. Also, we did style it a couple of minutes ago in table styles. Now we can close up table styles. We can close up tasks. We no longer need them. Just need these two. And within here, not quite done. Let's return here a div. Within this div, we're going to return h3 that is going to contain, first of all, the type of the test that we just created. So I'm going to pass this as a prop up here. And I also want to pass down here a date, which will be in a small tag. So small tag class name of text and dash danger. I'm going to pass in here the date. Okay, and now let's actually create a new task by targeting this add button, and then it should add a new task. And I'm also going to explain why you see here a empty task, which shouldn't do anything. So let's move back to our tasks tracker app. And don't close your task, your new task just now, because we still need to add a couple of things to it. First, let's go right after our handlers and create a let tasks, and we're going to assign this to a new array. This array is going to have an object, and this object is going to have a date, which is going to be empty, key value pairs, and a type with the value empty string. Okay, so we have this array of tasks. Now I'm going to pass this array of tasks into a new useState. So we're going to create a state of task, just task. Then we're going to create a setter, which will set task, and then assign it to useState. And we're going to pass in useState the tasks. What this means is now I'm creating a empty task. As soon as I create this empty task, I'm going to actually the state, I'm going to go down here. You know what? In order for this not to be confusing, let's call this task list. And also this will be task list. So the task list is going to contain the task. So task. And let's go down here in our UL. Within here, we're going to pass in between curly bracket that task list that we just created, and going to loop over it using a map method. And this map will return a task and its index. And it recognizes that it already exists. Let's just take tests. Okay, tests is also good. I can live with tests. So let's also create a condition that if the test.date does not have anything in it, so it is not an empty string, and it also the test.type is also not empty, then we are going to return this little component right here. We'll pass it in here, and else we're not going to return anything. So now it's asking me what this task is and why isn't it passed in anywhere. Expect an assignment. Wait, actually don't need the curly bracket, so you need to explicitly return then something. Return, and okay, and now it's asking me for the task. So what is this task? What does it do? Well, it's pretty simple. This task should be this right here. So tasks, sorry for the misspell, task, and task. There we go. So in our component, now we can pass down, first of all, a key. You'll notice if you're returning a map, you should return a key, and we're going to pass in the index as the key, so it won't yell at us. Then we can pass down a date. We know that the task, the new task has a prop of date. Let's pass it down here, and we're going to assign it to the task.date. Now I also need a type, so let's pass down a type of task.type. So we're grabbing on from the task list to the task type and the task date, and this will be whatever we pass down here. Now how can we update it? Because this is basically a empty array. How can we update this to have these values? Well, we do have here a add button. This add button, we can now go back to our task, and you can see it has an onClick event. OnClick event, close out the Explorer. The onClick event should now do something. So let's go in here into task and onClick, and this will add the new task. So let's create this function right after const of task list. So const add new task, and this will set the task list to the array of, first of all, we're going to pass in we're going to use a spread operator to spread out the tasks, and now we will update within this the two objects of date, for which we're going to assign the new task and .date, and the type, which will have the new task.type. So basically I'm grabbing on to these states. Remember, the first thing that will happen is when I pass something in here, I'm going to reset, I'm changing here something. So on this onChange event is going to update the state of these elements. So first task, and click on add, and there we go. There's a first task. So let me just do a quick refresh. I want to show you something different. So let's say we're going to set a task. We're going to call this task 2, and let's do it task 1. So we set out 2 tasks, but I also want to be able to complete them and then delete them. So remember, we did have the possibility to add a class to them. Now the way we're going to add a class is by using a click event directly on the task. So let's take care of that and also take care of deleting the tasks. First, let's go back to the new task. After our little div here, we'll add a button. Now this button, let's also import a button component. So import button, and let's use a button component after the div. So button, and let's close it up. This will be a light button. So btn class is going to be a btn-light. And let's also make it small, so btn sm. Now instead of click, we're not going to have any kind of text. So I'm going to do here text equal to the empty string. Okay, this is going to take out the text. But what we are going to have here is an icon. So that icon will be a little recycle icon, which is going to be imported from React icons. So import, I'm going to import from React icons from the library of RI. I'm going to import here the RI delete bin number 6 fill. Okay, let's bring this in and add it in the button as an icon. So we have also the prop. Remember, our button has text, btn class, icon, and onClick. So in this icon, I'm going to add the icon in as a component. So just copy this, paste it in here, and voila, your icon should appear. Now let's increase it a bit. Let's just style it a bit. So I'm going to go in here, style, and let's add a font size of 1.2 rem. And also I'm going to use here a couple of classes. So let's use here text danger. And actually, you know what? I can delete this and use an FFS of LG. Let's basically do the same thing. So instead of that, I'm going to use classes. It's better that way. Okay, we have this done. Okay, so there's our little icon in here, but I want to add now to the button also the onClick event. OnClick, wait, I had it as onClick, yes, on, oh, I'm in the icon tag, sorry about that. So after the icon, I'm going to add the onClick event, and this is basically just going to be passed in as a onDelete. So we can now pass down here a delete event. And I also want to pass another event here, and that will be a onTask click. And I'm going to add this onTask click as a click event on the task itself, so on the style component. On click, and we're going to pass down here onTask click. Now this onTask click will handle my completed status, and the onDelete event will handle my delete action. So let's go back to task. Let's bring in, so from the new task, we have the onDelete and onTask click. And let's go to the task and let's just add here. So on the task itself, on the new task, a onTask and click. We're going to pass in here the handle completed. Okay, so let's create our handle completed. Up here, let's create a const and we're going to name it handle completed. We're going to pass in here arrow function and handle completed with just e.target. So we need to pass down the event in here, e.target.class list, not name, list, and I'm going to toggle the class of completed. Okay, so as soon as I save here and start clicking, then it's going to complete my task. Okay, so we can now, as you saw, we can now toggle them completed or not. Now let's also delete them. So we have here our onDelete. I'm going to assign this to, hey, what are you doing? We're going to assign this to handle delete. So handle delete and task. Why not? So handle delete task, we're going to pass up here const handle delete task, assign to an arrow function, e.target, and we're going to, first of all, check if the user really wants to delete. So we're going to window confirm. I'm going to ask the user, hey, do you really want to delete this task? And if the user says yes, confirms it, then we're going to e.target, what am I doing? Target, and we're going to delete the parent element, and we're going to delete it by just simply removing it. Now, other ways of doing this is actually the more JavaScript way, but in later projects, we're going to do much complex things. So this is why you're just starting simple, with simple steps. So why is this the parent? Well, because I'm clicking on the button, and this button, if you take a look in here, this button is in this as a child, in this new style, in this new task style, basically in the task. So when I'm clicking and telling it to remove the parent of the button, you will see the parent is actually the task itself. So if I would click here and delete, then it's going to, oh, delete, that's not what I wanted. It's going to delete the parent. Okay, and that's it. Okay, so you just saw, let me show you again, let's add another task. Let's add the task one back again, that I accidentally deleted the icon. This is because the icon is selectable. Now there's a way of working around this without actually accessing the task itself. You're going to use IDs and so on and so on to access the task itself. But for now, you can actually disable what you just saw there. Let's add test 1 again. We can actually disable this by just going to the button, not the button, the new task, here it is, to the icon, and now we're going to use the style property on it, and we're going to disable two things. So style, we're going to disable the user select, we're going to set it to none, and also the pointer event, we're going to set this to none. So basically, if we now would click on the icon here, it's going to delete the entire thing. Okay, so this is a simple way of taking care of this icon deletion. Okay, so let's add a couple of text, another task. Let's go with this one. Set task 2, add it. Task 3 on the same date, add this one, and now we can just simply delete the tasks by clicking on them. Okay, pretty simple. So that's kind of it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it, and see you in the next one. Alright, so in this project, you're going to be tasked with creating a game UI. So we're going to start off with just a simple premise. Create a game UI for a card game. And in this example, we're just going to create a simple UI. We're going to go from starting the card game by pressing this button to the actual game to start. And that's pretty much it. Now, don't think that this is a simple task, because we need to create each of these cards, mirror them, add attacks, defenses, morale, unit, count to them, also different types of units. And, well, accepting the fact that this does not have any kind of functionality, this is kind of the closest you get to creating a UI without creating the actual game. So this is a pretty cool project. I hope you're excited. So let's just get started with it. Okay, let's get started by creating our project folder. Let's go into projects, create a new folder. This would be number 22, card-game-UI. Okay, let's create our file here. Let's call it card game UI and .jsx. Okay, RFC, the card game UI, and we'll get started by just importing useState and assign this to the state of const start and set start. Okay, and let's assign to useState, and we're going to set the state here to false. Basically meaning, let's just grab this entire thing into a container with text. No, I'm just going to leave it this way. So container, and let's go down here, and let's say that if we, I'm going to close curly brackets, if start is set to false, non-existent, then you will have a section. Not I'm going to go outside of this. Comment this part out because I need to code something in here. So game UI, I'm going to leave you in here because this will be the second part. So after we're done with this, we're going to return a game UI. But if not, then we need to start somehow the game. So we're going to create a section here, and this section will have a class. Also close out the left part. So class name, and this is going to be text center. So let me just hit a refresh here. We're basically going to create this part right now. So when we're starting the game, we need a starter page. So let's go back to our app. Hey, I didn't add it to the application. App, let's go down here. Game, card game, not game. Card game UI, import it, and there we go. There's a card game UI. Also, I want to change the background. So before returning anything, document.body.style and .background, and we're going to set the background to hash 170536. Is kind of a dark bluish scheme. I don't know. And let's also change the color of the entire text within here to BAB6BF. There we go. No way, BAB6B, not NBF. Okay, there's a card game. So back in here, in the first section, where everything is centered, we're going to import the title component, and we're going to import it from our components. So up, and away we go to components and title, and copy and paste it because we also need button. So let's go in our section. Let's add our title component. It's going to have the text of the string of card game, and close it up here. And after that, we're going to have a button that's going to start the game. So button, and you should have a text of start and a btn class. We're going to actually have multiple classes. So btn success, because we have a green button, and also want it to be large. So btn lg. There we go. There's our starter button. And now let's just add some kind of text underneath of it. So it's going to be an H2 with, should I use an h2? No, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to use a title component with the classes of subtitle. And we're going to, I'm going to close it up. For the text, we're going to have here a rules. Okay, so rules. So what are the rules? Well, for the rules, we're going to use a UL, and it's going to have a class name. So the ULs will contain multiple LIs with lorem ipsum of, let's say, lorem ipsum. Let's do 20. I'm going to do even more. So 20, I'm going to copy this a bunch of times. Bum, 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 bum. There go lorem ipsums, bunch of lorem ipsums. And you know what? I'm going to increase here the font size to MD. No, wait, LG. Okay, so the font size LG, then we're going to do a D and flex. Why am I flexing this? Why am I flexing? Because I want to use flex direction column. So flex column. And also we're going to use now a style of gap, and the gap will be 15. So why is this adding to the very first one only? It's a mystery to me. Gap, 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 flex column. Now let's start the game. So basically when I click this button, it should start the game. Exactly as you see here, start the game. One nice thing, you need to add to your file system here, CSS file, which you can download it, and also the SVGs, which will be in a archive folder. So add both of them in your card game. Now let's import in your main component here, import the .card game.css, and also, well, that's basically it for now. Okay, now let's start a game. Let's go up here. Let's create a const start game. I'm going to assign it to an error function, and this is going to start the game. You could also add it down here to the button, but I'm going to add multiple functionalities to this later on. So start game, set start. What am I doing? Set start. I'm going to set this to true. This means that this will be now true, and I could now move this section in here. Also comment this back out. So if start game is not true, then you're going to display this, but if it is true, then you're going to display this. Okay, so let's click on start game, and nothing happens because is assigned whenever used. Because you need to go to a button and a on click event, and this is going to handle our start game. Okay, so start game, and there should be a start game, but it is wrapped around the parentheses, so it isn't showing anything. Okay, so I'm going to add here a fragment. What is up with this free fragment? No. And I'm going to pass this start game in here, and now it is displayed here. Now this is actually going to be a title, so I'm going to use the title component again, title, and add here the text of, let's say, 0 and 1, and also close it up. No, that's enough. So 0 and 1, and that's basically it. Now let's go back here and let's do a text and center, and voila. So that's pretty much how you can start your game. Click here and this should show the game. Okay, I think that's it for now for our starter page. So this would be the main menu, starter page, something like that. Okay, next let's take care of our section down here, down here, where we're going to display our cards, our game itself. Okay, next let's start creating our card. Let's go back into the project folder. Everything, we're going to create another file. We're going to call this card.js xrfc, and we're going to start here by returning a div with a class name of card, then text center. Also, we're going to have one margin all around and a shadow of LG. Okay, let's also import the card. Now the card will be returned here, but it's going to be returned in a main class, in a main tag with the class of container, a margin auto, and now this is specific to this project only, a game dashboard. Now within we're going to have two sections. If we take a look in our finished project, you will see we have this left section for the blue team and the right section for the red team. So we're going to create a section tag with the class of player_1, and then another section tag. So I'm going to go to the end of this, copy paste it with player2, of course. Between those two sections, we're going to have another section, and we're going to call this one fog of war. basically from which point on no one can see to the other player or to the other side. And pretty simple, we're going to include here our card component, and voila, let's also import it. Let's go up here, import and card. We're going to import the card from card. So let's hit start and we should see here the very first card. Now let's go back to the card because this card will have a bunch of properties. So I'm going to close up the Explorer. We have a bit more space and let's just go in here. Also, I want to add to the card, I want to limit each card with a style of maximum, so width of 180. This will be also 180 pixels. Now let me also add another card. Go back to the card game. You know what? I'm going to close up this section. So basically we're only going to see this. I'm going to copy this card component and I'm going to paste it now into player 2, to the section where player 2 should be. So we have one card and another card. So let's go back to the card and let's ask this card, what kind of card are you? Are you a player 1 card or a player 2 card? So I'm going to turn all of the classes here. I'm going to wrap them into curly brackets, turn this into backticks, turn this into backticks, and let's pass in here our very first prop. This prop will be player. Let's also take it, pass it up here in the card. And if this prop of player is equal to the string of player underscore 1, then we're going to have a card dash info. Else, we're going to have a card dash danger. So all we need to do now is go back to the cards and use this player prop. And let's pass in here player underscore 1. Hit save and the left side will be now blue. Now I'm going to pass to this one also the prop, although it is not necessarily needed player 2. It will automatically turn to red if it's not player 2, but I still want to have the difference. Okay, we have one card for player 1 and one card for player 2. Now let's carry on and still continue on styling our card. Which is what we just did is just the main wrapper around the card. Next, let's add here a section, which would be the card header. So card dash header, and we're also going to display this as flex. Also for styling, we could add a space between, so justify content, and we're going to justify the content with space and between. So what should this card header actually hold? Well, it will hold two things. One will be, you see also in our finished project, will be the defense, and the second one will be the attack. And also going to hold one icon and the value, and another icon and the value. So let's go back into our section, header section, and let's create a div with a class of defense. And within here, we're going to bring in an image. And the source for this, let's just limit a empty space, shield. And let's also pass in here the alternative of defense and img. Now, because multiple icons and images will have the same style, I'm going to go up here and create a let a icon and style. And I'm going to assign this to an object, and we're just going to pass in here a couple of repeating styles so I don't have to style each one of them. I could use a style component. So let's add a margin to the right of 10. Then we're going to add a width of 20 and a background of transparent. So the string of transparent. Okay, I'm going to pass this now down here as style, and you should be the style for whatever we passed in here. Next comes a span tag, and the span tag will basically only hold the numbers, so the value for our defense. Now let's start adding images here. We're going to go up and import shield from, wait a second, shield, and we're going to import shield from 2 levels up, from 1 level up, svg, and the shield.svg. Okay, so if I would replace this in here, or just take out the quotations, then I should get my shield. And also please declare if you don't have this style, then it will, well, not only that, but also it will, let me just do it this way. It will look like this. Okay, so that's not what we want. We do want the styling to be in there, and just make the icon smaller, add a little spacing between there, and that's it. Also, when we're going to have a value here, then I would like to display that value, but if not, then just display those 2 zeros. So I'm going to wrap this into a condition that if there is no defense value, then display 0, 0. And this is going to be passed up here as a prop. Okay, for the next section. Now we need our attack. So attack, copy and paste the above div, which was defense, and we're going to replace here everything with attack. So this will be a sword, and let's also import our sword. And also here, sword. Oh, there should be an S. Swords. There we go, because there are 2 swords. Okay, so we have our attack. This down here should be attack value, and let's also pass it up here as a prop. Next, let's take care of the card body. So card body. Within here, we're going to have an h4 with the class of margin bottom 1. And we're going to add here the unit type and name. Also, when we are going to have a unit type name, we're going to display it. So if there is no unit type name, then display unit type name. And if there is one, then display that unit's type's name. And also let's pass it up here as a prop. After the unit name, we also need to display the unit as it looks. So let's use here image tag. For the source, we're going to have the unit type image. And also let's pass this down here as alternative text. So let's pass in here a unit type. Let's go up, copy this word, and replace this with a, oh wait, not here. If we are here, let's just replace it with horn. We're going to use our horn just in a couple of seconds, and replace this with horn, and that's it. But the unit type name will be passed down as a prop. Also the unit type image. So let's go up here, and let's say that this should take in then a unit type image, and let's pass it up here as a prop. Now go outside the card and go back to the card game. And for the very first card, we could now pass in a unit type name as sword cavalry. And for the unit type image, we're going to bring in now let's say, let's just go down here. I'm going to bring here units. So import, I'm going to start importing all of the units. So they are already all in your SVG file, so just copy them in. So let's bring the war horseman and let's pass it into the very first card. And there we go. There's a very first horseman. For the second card, I'm just going to copy both of them, both of these properties. So this is player 2. Now you can see, first of all, it's a horseman. In our finished project, we had the horseman back, then a pipeman, then forwards a horseman, and back a pipeman. So what I'm going to do is copy in here another one. I'm going to replace this with a pipeman. Oh, actually, it's called a spearman. So spearman, and yeah, it could be. And let's replace this with spearman img. Okay, and there's a spearman. So I'm going to copy this and paste it down here. Replace this with player 2. Now the problem is that these 2 guys are facing the wrong way here, as if they were running away. Also, I don't like the background. Although I do have here everything on a white background, you could do 2 things. Either change this background to a white background. Let's just go back to the card itself. Go down when you have your image, and let's set here style for the image. So style, we're going to set here the style for the background. Remember, these are SVGs, so you can change the background. You can either do a white background, as I did, #FFF. They're all going to have a white background. Or you could do a transparent background, transparent, and just a transparent, okay? And then they will look like this. You could still change the color to #FFF, or with the SVG, so you can't change the color. But you could change the color of your body, which would, if I do here BG light, then this would look like this. Now I would leave this, if I were you, without the BG light, and I would do something like #FFF here and just delete this part. Now for the directioning. So as I said, these 2 are facing the wrong way. So what we can do here, add a comma within the styling, okay? Let's do a transform, and I'm going to set this using backticks, because I'm going to pass in here a variable which is actually going to be a prop of mirror. Yes, we're going to send you up here. So mirror will be, now let's go back. Now we should detect whether the players are player 2 or cards are player 2 or player 1. But we're not going to do it here. We are going to do it within the card itself. So as soon as the card is loaded, it should automatically know what it is and in which direction it's facing. So we're going to go before the return and create a function. Let's call it mirror img. And this function is going to take in the player and it's going to check that if the player is equal to player 2, then we are going to mirror and we're going to set this to scale, and let's just add here -1. And this is just a CSS setting. Else we're going to set mirror, let's just copy it, to scale and 1. Okay, now in order to use the mirror function, actually we could just execute it here. You could also do an if you want, but I do want you to see the mirror function. So mirror and image, I want to execute the function. We're going to just execute it here and pass in here the player. Remember, this is a prop which comes from here. Okay, and I didn't initiate here a let and mirror. Okay, and this shouldn't be here as a prop. This should be down there. Now this function should at the end return that mirror property. Oh, and I made here a small mistake. This should be mirror on the x-axis. So scale, not scalar, scale on the x-axis. Okay, and as soon as you hit save, you will see these two will turn and these two will remain the same. Okay, so let's finish up our card here. We still need to add a couple of things. We need to add the footer section, which will have the morale and the number of units. I'm going to delete this card, and this shouldn't be a div, this should be a section tag. So section, okay, and let's copy this section, go down here, copy the section, go down here, replace it with card footer. And actually, no, I'm going to do it another way. You can copy the above section, which was card header. So copy the card header section, paste it in here, change this to footer, the header, footer, and instead of shield, we're going to have horn. There we go. And this should be morale value. So morale. Then instead of sword, we should have the unit type image again. Unit type image. And instead of attack value, we should have unit value. Okay, we're missing morale and value, but we're going to pass them up here. Morale value and unit value. Okay, that's pretty much it for this part. Now, if we wish to add multiple cards, you just need to go back here and let's just say we're going to copy these cards. And let's replace this with archer. And I'm going to leave this as horseman. And let's copy up here these two cards for player 1. And again, let's replace the horseman with archer. Okay, and there we go. So let's try this out again. Start the game, and there's your game. Simple as that. So for now, that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned a lot. Till the next project. Alright, it's time for a new exciting project. In this project, we're going to create a login animation. Basically, if you want to log in, let's just see the refresh. Basically, if you want to log in somewhere, let's say you have a profile picture and down here you will have your login form. Then you need to add your credentials, because if you just try to submit the form without your credential, then this will happen. The border will turn red. Whoop-dee-doo. Not that exciting, but if you add your credentials, let's say Norbert, mail, and some password, and enter, then this will happen. Okay, so pretty fun stuff. We're also going to use, so let's just see, we're going to use useRef, useEffect, useState, we're going to use style components, and we are going to use animations within style components. So exciting stuff. Hope you're excited. With this being said, let's get started with the project. So let's go back to our folder and let's create another file. I'm going to call this file form style. Oh, and by the way, you could also do a .style and .jsx. So you know that this is a style component, but I don't know. But let's do it this way. It really doesn't matter. And the only problem that I have with this is that you need to remove that dot afterwards, because it's always taking the naming convention of the file. But when you're going to import it, you are going to import it from form.style. So I'm going to show you just in a couple of seconds. Actually, I'm going to show you this right now, because the best way of doing this is actually importing it. So I'm going to go up here and import form style, but I'm going to import it from form.style, as you can see. But the component will still be camel case. So this is different from this form style, because this is now a component. I'm going to also pass it in here instead of this div. Hit save. Now this is going to fail because this is not exporting anything, it's actually exporting a div. We also don't want to export this as default. We want to export a variable of const and want to bring in here, instead of React, you don't need React, you could actually leave it in, but you want to bring in styled from styled components. Now we're not going to export here function, but we are going to export a form, actually that's a form style, and this is going to be equal to, and not return anything, so I'm just going to delete this. This is going to be equal to styled and dot, and let's create the element, a div. Now backticks, and we can now type in our CSS within here. So let's hit save, default, what do you mean default? Save again. Form style was not found. Oh yeah, sorry, now I need to import it as within curly brackets, okay? And that's pretty much it. I don't know why I didn't do this from the get-go, sorry about that, but now you know how you can mess it up and how you can fix it if you wish so. So within the form, let's start styling it. Let's go here and let's start adding a margin of 0 top and bottom and auto. Then we're going to add a margin from the top of 75, actually just 70 pixels. Now please take care that this will wrap around the entire form, and also there actually are going to be two elements within here. The second element will be that form animation that we're going to create. This element in here will be actually just a small little animation. So I think the best way actually will be to, let me just think about it. I'm going to rename this to container, so it's not going to be confusing. Let's go back to our form style. I'm going to rename this as login and container, because this will wrap around everything, also around this form animation that we're going to create here. So let's create a form animation, and this will be in open and close. Okay, we're not going to use it, just going to leave it empty and comment it out. And now it's missing form style, I know, but I'm going to replace you with the login container here. Okay, so let's just replace this. Oh, not you, just you, and there we go again. So let's just see, oh no, I don't want here. I want to have margin auto all over the place, so margin. And you know what? We're not going to create this space. We're going to use it somewhere else. Now let's display this as flex. Remember, this is wrapping around everything. It's kind of hard to show you without putting something in there. So I'm going to also export here a form animation, and also this should be a const. So const form animation. This will be another style component. We're going to assign this to styled. We're going to use here again a div. Okay, open and close backticks. And let's just add to this a width of 250 pixels. You can play around with this, you can change it later on. And also a height of 250 pixels. And I'm just going to add quickly the background here. So background, and for the background, we're going to send in here a, within backticks, URL. And now I'm going to bring in my image as a variable in here, a Norbert img, and this will be brought in as an image. So import, now I'm going to import my image. Let me just copy it in. Now, by the way, this image, I don't know, I won't upload it. Just take a look at me. Oh yeah. Please use your own image. You can use whatever you want. So Norbert, name it whatever you want, but please don't use my image. So I'm going to import it from, and we are in our folder here, and Norbert img, that's the name of the image, and also PNG, because this is the extension. Okay, so now you're not recognizing it. Wait just a second. I don't need the backticks right now. And let's also comment it in here. Okay, form animation, we need to bring it in. So up here, where we're bringing in our form container, we're also going to bring in our form animation. Hit save, and you should see the image. Now this is a bit too large, so you're going to go here and add the center and dash cover. It's just CSS properties. Okay, you should have something like this. Okay, let's also center it by adding to this a margin top and bottom 0 and left and right. Oh, not audio, auto. And why do I have a comma here? So let's add a text align center, and let's add a flex, display flex. So display flex. Let's change the flex direction to a column direction, so everything that passes in here will be aligned. And let's also add the margin for it. I want to push it down a bit, so margin top. I'm going to add a 75 pixels here. Okay, there's something wrong with my image here. Yeah, now I can change them. So display flex, this should also be displayed in a, I'm going to go up now. Let me also close this. I'm going to up now to a login container, and I'm going to change the flex direction here to column. Okay, and now they're displayed in one column. Okay, now I'm going to move back to my image and finish styling it. You saw that we have here border. So we're going to also add that border in the finished project. I mean, we had that ugly border as a frame. Let's add that border. Let's add a frame by using a border. And I'm just going to add 10 pixels solid and hash 333, the dark color. Okay, let's cut down the borders a bit by adding a border radius. And I'm just going to add 5 pixels. That should be enough. And let's also add a box shadow in order to look like a painting. So 15 pixels, 15 pixels, and 15 pixels for the spread, and a RGBA. And now you can play around with this. I'll go with a dark color and just add a 0.3 opacity, and I don't know, maybe less, maybe more. You'll be the judge of it. Now that's pretty much it for this part right now. We are going to add a couple of more properties within our style containers even, but for now that's pretty much it. Next up, we need to make our form stop refreshing and actually handle this submit event. So let's go back to our folder and let's create another file. I'm going to call this file form style. Oh, and by the way, you could also do a .style and .jsx, so you know that this is a style component. But I don't know. But let's do it this way. It really doesn't matter. And the only problem that I have with this is that you need to remove that dot afterwards, because it's always taking the naming convention of the file. But when you're going to import it, you are going to import it from form.style. So I'm going to show you just in a couple of seconds. Actually, I'm going to show you this right now because the best way of doing this is actually importing it. So I'm going to go up here and import form style, but I'm going to import it from form.style, as you can see. But the component will still be camel case. So this is different from this form style because this is now a component. I'm going to also pass it in here instead of this div. Hit save. Now this is going to fail because this is not exporting anything, it's actually exporting a div. We also don't want to export this as default. We want to export a variable of const and want to bring in here instead of React. You don't need React. You could actually leave it in, but you want to bring in styled from styled components. Now we're not going to export here function, but we are going to export a form. Actually, that's a form style, and this is going to be equal to, and not return anything. So I'm just going to delete this. This is going to be equal to styled and dot, and let's create the element, a div. Now backticks, we can now type in our CSS within here. So let's hit save. Default, what do you mean default? Save again. Form style was not found. Oh yeah, sorry. Now I need to import it as within curly brackets. Okay, and that's pretty much it. I don't know why I didn't do this from the get-go. Sorry about that, but now you know how you can mess it up and how you can fix it if you wish so. So within the form, let's start styling it. Let's go here and let's start adding a margin of 0 top and bottom and auto. Then we're going to add a margin from the top of 75, actually just 70 pixels. Now please take care that this will wrap around the entire form, and also there actually are going to be 2 elements within here. The second element will be that form animation that we're going to create. This element in here will be actually just a small little animation. So I think the best way actually will be to, let me just think about it. I'm going to rename this to container, so it's not going to be confusing. Let's go back to our form style. I'm going to rename this as log in and container, because this will wrap around everything. Also around this form animation that we're going to create here. So let's create a form animation, and this will be in open and close. Okay, we're not going to use it, just going to leave it empty and comment it out. And now it's missing form style, I know, but I'm going to replace you with the login container here. Okay, so let's just replace this. Oh, not you, just you, and there we go again. So let's just say I see, oh no, I don't want here. I want to have margin auto all over the place, so margin. And you know what? We're not going to create this space. We're going to use it somewhere else. Now let's display this as flex. Remember, this is wrapping around everything. It's kind of hard to show you without putting something in there. So I'm going to also export here a form animation. And also this should be a const. So const form animation. This will be another style component. We're going to assign this to styled. We're going to use here again a div. Okay, open and close backticks. And let's just add to this a width of 250 pixels. You can play around with this, you can change it later on. And also a height of 250 pixels. And I'm just going to add quickly the background here. So background, and for the background, we're going to send in here a within backticks URL. And now I'm going to bring in my image as a variable in here, a Norbert mg, and this will be brought in as an image. So import, now I'm going to import my image. Let me just copy it in. Now, by the way, this image, I don't know, I won't upload it. Just take a look at me. Oh my God. Please use your own image. You can use whatever you want. So Norbert, name it whatever you want, but please don't use my image. So I'm going to import it from, and we are in our folder here, and Norbert mg, that's the name of the image, and also png because this is the extension. Okay, so now you're not recognizing it. Wait a second, I don't need the backticks right now. And let's also comment it in here. Okay, form animation, we need to bring it in. So up here, where we're bringing in our form container, we're also going to bring in our form animation. Hit save, and you should see the image. Now this is a bit too large, so you're going to go here and add the center and dash cover. It's just CSS properties. Okay, you should have something like this. Okay, let's also center it by adding to this a margin top and bottom 0 and left and right. Oh, not audio, auto. And why do I have a comma here? So let's add a text align center, and let's add a flex, display flex. So display flex. Let's change the flex direction to a column direction, so everything that passes in here will be aligned. And let's also add the margin font. I want to push it down a bit, so margin top. I'm going to add a 75 pixels here. Okay, there's something wrong with my image here. Yeah, now I can change them. So display flex, this should also be displayed in a, I'm going to go up now. Let me also close this. I'm going to up now to a login container, and I'm going to change the flex direction here to column. Okay, and now they're displayed in one column. Okay, now I'm going to move back to my image and finish styling it. You saw that we have here border. So we're going to also add that border in the finished project. I mean, we had ugly border as a frame. Let's add that border. Let's add a frame by using a border. And I'm just going to add 10 pixels solid and hash 333, the dark color. Okay, let's cut down the borders a bit by adding a border radius. And I'm just going to add 5 pixels. That should be enough. And let's also add a box shadow in order to look like a painting. So 15 pixels, 15 pixels, and 15 pixels for the spread, and a RGBA. And now we can play around with this. I'll go with a dark color and just add a 0.3 opacity, and I don't know, maybe less, maybe more. You'll be the judge of it. Now that's pretty much it for this part right now. We are going to add a couple of more properties within our style containers even, but for now that's pretty much it. Next up, we need to make our form well, stop refreshing and actually handle this submit event. Okay, so next up we're going to handle this rotation effect. Actually, first of all, we're going to handle this failed login effect, which is going to make the border red. So only if I type in some kind of real credentials, then it's going to log in. Also, if I only type in one of them, then it shouldn't log in. You do need both of them. Okay, so let's go back to our project and let's go to the animated login form component. And here we're also going to bring in useState as a hook. Let's go, actually I'd like to create my state at the very top after this useEffect. Okay, so const, we're going to destructure here a state of rotate and set rotate. So rotate and set rotate, because what the form submission will actually do is test for this rotation. So useState, and within here I'm going to pass in an object which is going to be animate. I'm going to set it to an empty string, or animation, any animation actually. Then border color, this will set our border color, and then the last thing will be a background. We can also use background color, but I'm going to use background because I'm actually changing the background, not the color. In other words, if you're actually, I'm changing also the background color. Let me just show you. Pay attention to the image up there when I'm logging in. It's going to transform to a circle, is going to change the border to green, and it's also going to change the background color to green, as you saw. So once again, if bong and log in this, then no hashtags, just take a look. Look at the border, look at the image, and look at the shape. Okay, everything turns green. So we're going to actually pass down into style components a couple of variables, a couple of props. So let's handle our submit first of all. Let's go down here. Let's say const handle and submit. Okay, let's assign it to an error function. Also, let's listen for the event. The handle submit obviously is going to go down to the submit button. I'm going to go down here to the button, and on submit, we're going to handle submit. Now, this button, let's go back here. Let's try submitting it. You can see it's refreshing the page. So we're going to go up here, and first things first, we're going to stop that refresh by prevent default and set it to the function. Okay, so now it should prevent, well, it should prevent the default behavior, but we need to go back to our button component. There we go, because it didn't add a on submit effect to it. And on submit prop here, so on submit, we should on listen for it on submit. Okay, and let's pass it up here, and now it should work. No, wait, why did I add it to the button? I actually wanted to add it to the form up here. So form on submit, stop the submission, and now it's working. I don't know why I added to the button. I was confused. Sometimes I'm confused. Also, take out your on submit from the button. What am I doing? Okay, so let's add our on submit here, the handler to our on submit, handle submit. Okay, now if we try to refresh or we try to submit, the form is no longer refreshing the page. But what else should this submit do? Well, it's going to check if the values here are empty. And if they aren't empty, then it's going to submit the form. But you don't see me passing in here any kind of values, but you see that we have a reference. So this means that I could do something like this. If the email, remember this is by using useRef. Okay, so this is the email variable. So if the email.current.value, you thought that I'm only going to use this email to set the focus. No, we can also use it for something like this. Is not empty, and the password.current.value is also not empty. Well, then we're going to do something, and that something is to set rotate. And now let's manipulate a bit the data that we have in that object. So we have a animation. We're going to set this to a string of animate. This animate, let's go back to our form utilities, form style, will actually be here and is going to grab onto the div, so the parent. And if this parent element has a animate class, then it's going to use a animation property, a CSS animation property. So for this, we need to create a keyframe. Now comes the important part. By using keyframes, you need to take into consideration two things. First of all, the keyframe, the add keyframe, needs to be created before it's called into action. So it's not like CSS. CSS, you know, they can create a keyframe here, it's going to be called up here. If you're creating it down here, it cannot be called. It needs to be created above of its execution. So it needs to be created into existence before it's executed, just like a variable. In order to use keyframes, we need to bring it in from style components. So up here, comma, open and close curly brackets, keyframes. Okay, now let's use our keyframe. For this, we're going to create a variable. Let's call it const. And we're going to call this animate and logo. We're going to set it to keyframes. So we're not going to set it to styled. We're going to set it to keyframes. And now you can pass in here between backticks, whatever and what animation you want to create. So we're going to start with a 0%, and at 0%, the border radius will be 0, 0, 0, and 0. So top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right. And it's going to transform, rotate to 0 degrees. Okay, now let's copy this for the number 25. Something in right here. Oh yeah, because you're waiting. Okay, we can actually pass it in here. So animation, you must now use the name of the animation, and the name of the animation is animation logo. So let's use it here, but you need to use it as a variable, so pass it in as such. And it's going to take, let's say, 1 second, and it's going to be linear. Now it should be passed down here. Okay, now at 25%, we're going to have a border radius of 25. And we're going to be rotated to 45 degrees. And so far and so on for the next two. So I'm going to do here pass down here, a 50%, which is going to be at 50%. And it's going to be rotated to 90 degrees. And then a 75%, which is going to be 75%. And it's going to be, 75%, rotated to 180 degrees. And then at 100%, we're going to transform scale to 0. Basically, that is why it's, I need a refresh here. That is why it's disappearing, getting small and disappearing. Now that's only the animation. We also need to add in a transition, because the animation, you know, after it's done, is going to go back to its initial position. So we're going to not only animate it, but we're also going to transform and rotate to 180 degrees. Then we're going to change the border radius. Didn't I close this up? Boom, there we go. Border and radius, we're going to change to 50%. We're going to transform and scale to 0. And if you're asking yourself, well, why are you doing this? You already have it in your animation. Again, the animation only animates it. This is definite. And the transition will take 1 second and it's going to be linear. So we're basically replicating what we did in our animation. Okay, now let's go back to animated login form. I don't know why I have my button still opened. Close it up. And let's go up here to a set rotate. And now we can pass here border color of green. Now this border color, let's go back, let's copy it. Let's go back to our form style, go up to, actually here to our form animation. And we do have here a border, where do we have it? Background, border. We do have here a border color, okay? But we can change this color by simply telling it that it should use a prop here. And the way you use props is actually using a callback function, typing in props, and then using an arrow function, you will say that props.border color, so exactly what you created in your state, should be passed in here. Now, if this does not exist, then it should use, I'm going to use the OR logical operator. Then it should use, and now you need to use a string in here. Wait a second, they should be within here. The curly bracket should close it up here. So we're passing in the props into this form animation. And we're using from the props, the border color. Now, if this does not exist, then use this color. This is why the OR is in here. This is how you can pass down props even into style components. Now we're still not done. We also want to pass down the background, so it's going to turn green. And we can do the same thing. Let's go back. Let's say that the background will be now also green. Pretty simple. So we need to pass down this background as a prop here. It's kind of the same thing. We just need to wrap this into curly brackets and use a variable sign here. Now this URL, actually this will be URL, will be passed down as, so select the URL till cover and wrap it into backtick. So also if you will hit save, you will see it's still working, so we don't have any kind of errors. But before this, we're going to pass down our props in an arrow function. I'm going to say props dot and use from the props the background, and that's pretty much it. And also a OR sign. So either one or the other. Okay, let's go back to our animation login form. So if these are true, then it should execute the set state, but else it should set, rotate, and now we're going to set it to, the animation will still remain empty, but the border, was the border color? Yeah, the border color will be red. Okay, so where do we use this rotate? We're going to pass it down to our login container here as a class. So class name, and now we can pass it down using curly brackets, rotate, and we're going to check for animate. Animation. With animation, yes, so the very first one. Now we also need to pass down to the form animation those props within here. So background will be set to rotate dot background. Wait, what am I doing? Background. Yeah, just background D. Okay, close it up. Now border color will be set to rotate and border color, and then the class name, which is be rotate and dot animation. Okay, and let's see the refresh again because it's automatically setting it. So if I would try to submit, then following things should happen. Without entering the credentials, it will turn the border red. But if we type something in here, then it will rotate. Now it needs to rotate the entire thing. So this is why I'm also passing into the login container the rotate animation. So let's go back to our form style. Where's our login container? There's our login container. Again, we need to create a container animation. And it's actually pretty simple. I'm just going to take the animate logo, paste it in here, copy it, paste it in here. I'm going to change it to container. And we don't need borders, so I'm just going to delete them. And also don't want to scale it down, so I'm just going to remove this. Now let's go down here where we have our login container, and I'm just going to copy what we have in our form animation, pass it down here. We're going to leave the animation as it is, but replace it with animate container. We're going to transform, rotate 180 degrees, but also translate on the y-axis, basically on the vertical axis within here, y-axis. We're going to translate it to 400 pixels, which means it's going to go up. Woo, it's already happened. Okay, so let's do a refresh. Border radius 50, yeah, don't need this. And also we don't need the transform scale. So that's all that we need. Now remember, if this container, the entire thing, has the class of animate, then it's going to execute this, which has an animation, which is actually this keyframe. So let's hit save, let's go back, and that's kind of all that I need to add here. It should work now. So let's submit. It doesn't work. Let's use our credentials and submit, and now it's gone. Okay, simple. So that's pretty much it for the project. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a lot. And as always, see you next time. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a phone book. In order to access the phone book, we need to click on the phone book. This will open up the phone book. If you want people to be in an alphabetic order or not, then we can just switch it by clicking on this button, which will reverse the alphabetic order, meaning it's going to be still in alphabetic order but reversed. Now we can also search for personnel. So let's search for Norbert. Is there Norbert? It's a Norby. Oh, check it out. And you could also call that person. As you can see, I could call it by directly linking up to my iPhone. Okay, if we delete this, then it's going to give us all of the contacts in our phone book, and we can reverse it again and so forth. Let's search for another name. Let's say John. Let's say Joey. Okay, so as you can see, we have a lot of people in here. If you scroll this down, there are, I don't know, a couple of hundred people in here. Now we're going to use useEffect, useState, and all of this good hooks. Also, we're going to include icons. Also, we're going to generate random avatars here. And this is also going to be brought in using a local database. Okay, so pretty cool project. Hope you're excited, and let's get started with the project. Okay, let's get started by creating a new folder. This will be number 24, project number 24, and we're going to call it phone and book. Okay, let's create our main component, which will be the phone book app.jsx rfc, and return it and just call it phone book. And let's also include it in our main app. So include the component of phone book and also import it. Close it up, and there we go. Again, if you had some kind of problems with your background, refresh the page. So first things first, we're going to design the entire thing here. This means bringing in a title and also creating the layout here. So let's get started. Let's go back. I'm going to close this up for now, the Explorer, and we're going to bring in a title component. So import title from our components. We're going to go from and out of our project into components and then title. Okay, let's use the title up here. And actually we're going to return here just a fragment. I don't need a div. So title component, and let's use here text and phone book, and that's it. And we can delete this. After title, we're now going to create a main tag, which is going to have a bg doc as a class, and let's also change the text color to light. And I'm also going to give a 1 rem padding all around to everything, so it is not tangent to the margins. Now up here is where this little filter is going to come, or our search component is going to come into place. So I'm going to create here search, just type in a search and filter and close it up in here and also comment it then out. After the search filter, I'm going to create a container for everything that is in here. Basically, you do see that we have here a white margin, and up here also. So the entire thing, let me zoom out a bit. This entire thing is actually just 600 pixels high. You can make it higher if you wish. I just wanted to illustrate that it's not the entire height, and it also scrolls within it. So let me do it this way. You can see it scrolls within here. Basically, I created a container within a container, and now I'm going to zoom back in so you can see something. So let's create this by creating a div, and actually this is not going to have a class. I'm going to style it in here. So I'm going to use a style property, and let's just style it by adding a height of 600, and now you need to add a overflow of auto. So let's go back. Okay, so this will be in here. Now let's create a title, a h2 with a class of subtitle and a text-center. And let's type in here display and context. Okay, so this is where our context will be displayed. You know what, I'm going to actually make this a bit larger. So let's say 700. No, 650, 650. Yes, I still have a bit of margin down here. Now context will only be shown if they exist. So let's bring in useState, and we're going to create here state by instruction in a const, a show contexts, and then set show contexts. I'm going to assign this to useState contexts, and obviously we're going to set this to the boolean of false. So only when this will be true, then we're going to show in here our contexts within a component of contact list and close it up. Now I'm going to set this momentarily to true. Now I'm going to comment this part out for now so it doesn't give me an error. And next up we're going to create a contact list, but before that I'm actually going to create one contact and then bring it into a contact list and then show it in here. So let's go into our phone book. Let's create a contact.jsx, so RFC, and this contact will be styled using a style component. Now I want to show you something. You could actually create style components within here, and I'm actually going to show you something you should never do. You can bring in style components, so import styled component, style from style component, and you can just start styling by creating outside of the export a const, a contact text style, and assign it to a styled, and create here a li, and then within backticks, as you can see, we really can create it here. I'm just going to show you something. So we're going to take this and wrap it instead of this div. And what should I add in here? Also, let's add the contact to a contact list. So let's create here a contact and list.jsx rfc. We're going to bring in here the import contact from contact. I'm going to display here a contact. Okay, we're going to also bring in the contact list into our phone book. And remember here, contact list. So if contact list, if show exists, then display the contact list. Let's see. We're going to bring up here import contact list. So we got a contact list, and I'm going to set this to true now. So true, and we should get now. There's nothing in here. Let's pass in a contact, singular contact. Okay. No, wait, not here. That's the contact list. Go back into contact list, pass in the contact here. So we're getting the contact, it's passed into the contact list, and then it's passed into the phone book. Okay, and there's our singular contact. So let's go back to contact list, and now we can start, not contact list, sorry. Actually, I'm going to close up contact list. That's after we created our contact. So into contact, we can now style our contact, and we are going to, let's first of all create what I want to have in our contact here. So we're going to have here a div, and in this div, I'm going to have a icon, and if there is no icon, then display I'm going to bring in now icons from React icons. So let's go up here, import and open and close, and from React icons, and from the library of FA, basically font awesome. Let's jump in here. We're going to bring in FA user alternative and FA phone. There we go, phone. Okay, so these two will be brought in here. The first one is going to be FA. Close this one up, and also let's give it a class name of text-info. Then I'm going to have an image tag here with a source of, I'm going to pass in here icon. Basically, you can change this later on. Icon, and yeah, that's kind of it. So I can close it up here. Okay, you're waiting for icon, and icon will be just passed in here as a icon, as a prop. Okay, so we're going to have this user right here. And if an icon is going to be passed in here, then the user will disappear and the icon will appear. Now the user also needs to have a first name. So let's go outside of this div. And let's create another div, and we're going to pass in here a first name. So if there is no first name, then display, let's say John. But if there is a first name, then display that first name. So first, and name. And let's also pass the first name in as a prop. So all of these props will be passed down to this little fellow right here, which is our contact. And also we need a last name. I'm going to replace this with last name, pass it in as a prop. And next we're going to have the phone number. which we just pass in here as a phone and number. And if there is none, then we're going to display the 000-000 string. But if there is a phone number, well, then we're going to wrap it into an anchor tag. Haha, you didn't expect this. So an anchor tag, which will have a class name of text info and is going to href, so send you to the possibility to actually call that phone number. And you can do this by typing in here tell, and then as a variable, we're going to pass in the phone number. And then we also need to pass in here, let me close up the left side, close up the anchor tag, and then pass in the phone number. Okay, pretty simple. Also pass down the phone number as a prop. And you should be John and Smith. Come on. Okay, so we have here John Smith with an icon with the first name and last name and the phone number. And if this would be a real phone number, and you will see when the phone number is passed in here, then this will be active. And you can click on it just as we have it in here, and then it will be shown. Okay, pretty simple. So the only thing that we need to do now is style this. Okay, let's go back to our style, to our context style, and let's say we're going to display this as grid. So display grid, you can see Emmet is already working. This means I am in a style component. Now grid template columns, we're going to repeat a 4x1fr because we have 4 elements. We're going to align the items center. We're going to give this a max width of 700 pixels. We're going to set the margins to auto, basically going to center it. Then let's add a bit of a padding, top and bottom 0.2 rem, and then left and right 0.4 rem. Okay. Also, let's add a border to the bottom, border and bottom, in order to differentiate them from one another. So to have a nice grid, 1 pixel, solid, and hash 666. Okay, now we can target the parent element, and we can say that if we hover over element, then the cursor will be pointer, and we are going to change the background color to hash 666. So the same color basically as the bottom border. Okay, so you're going to have this nice effect when you're hovering over the elements. Now, if there is an image within here, then I'm going to give it a height of 50 pixels and border radius of 50. So it's going to be 50. It's going to be a rounded image, basically this right here. Okay, so that's pretty much it for our contact component. Now, normally you should have this in a separate component, but in this case, you could get away with it. Now, depending on the version of React that you have installed, it could be that you are going to see here an error, and especially we're going to maybe see here an error after we're going to execute this contact. We're going to create multiple loop over them, create multiple contents, so on and so on. So there could be some errors ahead. Now, one last thing that I forgot to add here is the phone icon. You can see here this icon. Let's just go down here. Actually, after the phone number, we're going to include the icon here. Let's close up the component. And let's just add to this a class name of text and success and margin left of -1. Okay, let's close this up. Wait a second, what just happened? Oh, because we're not displaying it. So if I would just copy it in here, you will see the icon. Okay, but we're not displaying any kind of number. This is why we're also not displaying the icon. Okay, so that's it for this part. Let me just check something. No, that's kind of it. We can close up our contact. And now let's create the contact list. Okay, so let's open up the Explorer, go to our contact list. I should also close up the Explorer. We brought in the contacts. Now we can display down here our contact. And we know that our contact will have a icon prop. I'm going to set it to nothing for now. Then it's going to have a first name prop, also set it to nothing. A last name prop, set it to nothing. And a phone number, and also set it to nothing. All of these will be brought in using our contact list, and the contact list will be passed in here by one single prop, or the contact will be pressed into the contact list using a single prop, which is going to be contacts. But what I wanted to show you for now is actually how we can generate here an icon for this fellow. There's a pretty cool link, a pretty cool API that you can go to. Let me just open up a new tab and open up the avatar dice bear, and you can get a bunch of avatars from here. So let's go to the documentation. Let's go to HTTP API request, and you can see that this would be the API that we would make the request to. Now you can then replace this sprites, which is here, with male, female, human, and you would get, let me just go to one of them, styles, you can see adventure, then bots, female, so on and so on. So you can get multiple sprites by just replacing that little property right there. So what I'm going to do is go to the documentation, drag onto the API, this right here. We're going to go to our icon, and I'm going to replace this string with backticks. I'm going to pass in the HTTP request, so avatarsdice.com API, and right here, I'm going to replace this with a variable, and this variable will generate a random image, and you can replace this with /, so the seed with just, let's say, john.svg, and also a question mark here. Okay, so let's go back to our app. We have here a little problem. We don't have the function, so let's create the function. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to create a const generate random. So this function right here, I'm going to copy it, paste it up here, send it to a arrow function, and within here we're going to create a array of types. Now I'm creating this array of types because I want to be able to pass in, as you saw in the API, in styles, to pass in multiple styles within here. So I'm going to create an array of strings of male, female, human, and so on and so on. You can see there's not all. You can include all if you want, but I'm just going to include only, how many? 3, 6, 10. 10 is enough. 10 is a nice number. Okay, let's say I'm going to console log here the type. So let's go back to our application. Let's open up the console, inspect. You see my image is already broken. It's trying to add an image here and not a icon. And then we're going to return here a types. There should be types and types. Basically from types I could call now the very first one, which would be a second. And I didn't execute it here. Okay, so I'm getting male because that's the very first one. If I would remove it, then I'm going to get all 10 types. But I want to get a randomly generated type. So not just return type, but I'm going to return types. And now I need to say that from this array, use the math.floor method, math.floor, and get me a math.random times the types.length. Okay, and as you can see, it already works. It just got me a lady here. So basically that's a female icon. If I would refresh this, then it's just going to randomly generate another one. It's still going to be the male. Okay, robots, and so on and so on. This is going to constantly randomly generate a icon. Okay, let's close up this. Comment out the console log, close up the console. Now let's replace first name with the contexts. They are going to be sent in here, and from there we're going to get their dot first name. You know what? Let me actually pass in the context, and you will see later on how I can do this. So next up, let me bring in the data, and then we can just pass it in. So let's create a database. Okay, let's open up our Explorer, and please download and add the DB file that you were provided in your resources folder and add it here. And if you open it up, you will see you're just going to get a variable called contexts, which is an array of objects. And if you scroll down, there are a ton of objects. There are 1,000 or something like that. Well, there are a lot. But at the end, you're going to export a function that's going to be called getContext, and it's going to return the context for you. And somewhere down at the end, you are going to see, so 1,000 context, and somewhere down at the end, you're going to see export function. So you're exporting here a function that is called getContext, and this will return these contexts right here. You can close out the DB, also close up the Explorer. Let's move back to Phonebook. So to the Phonebook app. In the Phonebook app, we're going to import. Let's also add here a comment that this is DB or database, short for DB. And we're going to import here our function, which was getContext from our DB file. Now we can use this getContext and add it to our contact list component. As you remember, we have a prop of contexts, and let's pass in here now getContext. You can pass it either as a function, and if you don't like this, then you could also bring it up here, the very first at the top, also as a variable. So you can create a getContext, and you can assign it to the getContext function. get context, open and close. You can replace it with this down here, however you wish to use it. Now this context, or context from DB, let's call it context from context DB, DB context. Yeah, let's call it DB context. DB and context. So DB context, we're going to use a map method here. I'm going to return a contact and pass it in here as a contact. Return here contact and send it down here as a contact. And then using arrow function, you're going to explicitly return a contact. Now let's go to a contact list. I'm going to pass down the context here. And from that context, we're going to return, if you take a look in your DB, you'll see that each contact has a first underscore name, last underscore name, email, and phone. And you need to use them to, let's go back in here, close up the navigation. And in contact list, I can call upon contacts dot first name. Just copy this contacts dot and last name, hit save, and phone number. So contacts and dot phone number, or just phone. It was just phone. Okay, so we're getting our icons here, which are randomly generated. Then we're returning. Oh, and wait just a second. Should I use the map method in here? So we're just going to send down this in here. So I'm going to cut this out. It's actually a way better way of doing this. So I'm going to send down the context here. Then I'm going to grab onto them as a prop. But I'm going to return here a unordered list. And in this unordered list, I'm going to actually pack in this little fellow who's going to grab onto the contacts and return for me, instead of a contact component. And this contact component will have a contact, so without the S, a contact. And I also need to pass down the ID as a key here. So key, which is going to be the ID. Okay, and you can see it's loading all of the contacts now. So this is why before it wasn't loading it, it was just loading one singular contact, because as soon as we passed in the entire list in here and use the map method to loop over it, which is going to return a new array, then we got ourselves our contacts. As you can see now that the phone icon is after the number, so it appears. Also, if we click on the number, it will make the possibility to call that person. Okay, so that's it for now. Next up, let's include the search bar here, and also let's make them searchable. Okay, let's open up the Explorer again. I need to create another file. This file will be the component which is going to make it possible for us to search the context. So we're going to call it search, exactly as you called it in your phone book app. Oops, I just created a file. This search filter. So let's go to this file that we created by mistake. Hit enter, RFC, and close up the Explorer. Now we're going to return here. First of all, let me change this to a section. Then let's add a class here of text center. And now we're going to try to create this input tag with two icons left and right. These icons will actually be buttons. So I'm going to bring in import button from our components and / button. Bring in the first button in here. Button. We're going to have a class of a btn class of btn-dark. So let's go into the button. Yeah, it's also bringing the component, so comment it back in. And let's also import it from contact list. And this is going to be, what do we call it? Search filter. Okay, let's hit save. And we should already see it here. Why can't I see it? Search filter, search filter, search filter, search filter from search filter. Why can I see my component? Do a refresh. Okay, there it is. I don't know why, but it seems that it needed a refresh. So the button btn dark, that's strange. Should I change it to light? Let's just leave it as btn. Okay, there we go. btn, we actually don't need another class, but I'm going to leave it open for now. But we need the icon property, and the icon property will insert here a icon, which we're going to import now from import. We're going to import icons from React icons, and we're going to import them from the font awesome family again. Let's go in here and let's import FA address book and also FA arrows, FA arrows and Alt V, because they're in both directions. I know you're missing the icon. The first icon will be the book icon. Let's save it. There we go. Let's take out the text by typing here text. I'm going to assign it an empty string, and we're only going to see the icon now. We're going to copy this button, replace the address book with the arrow, and now we have our two buttons. Between them, we're going to now create an input tag with the type of text, and we're going to have here a placeholder of search by first name. Let's also style it a bit by adding a class name of margin bottom 2 and margin on the x-axis of 1. And let's add a style of just padding. Here, style padding. I'm going to add a 0.3 padding and a 0.5 padding top and bottom. Left 0.3 top and bottom and 0.5 left and right. Okay, so that's our search component. And the only thing I want to do here is make this show and hide. Basically, if I click on the first icon, then I'm going to display my my phone book. So this is pretty easily done. We're going to add to this button a on click, and when this click happens, then it's going to handle. No, we're going to pass in show. We're going to pass in here handle toggle contexts. Okay, let's pass in this up here as a prop. Let's go back to our phone book, and now we can use our handle toggle show context. We're going to set it to a function that is going to, I'm going to set this to false. So the state of show context is going to now set to false. This means that if this is true, show context will not be shown. But we can now create here a function called toggle context, which will check if the show context is true. And if it's not, then it's going to set show context to false, or otherwise it's going to set it to true. Okay, so let's pass this function in here. And now if I reload, then it shouldn't show the context, but if I click on this, then it's going to load all of the context. Now it does have a bit of a lag because my Mac is now at 100%, so it's going to kick the bucket in just a couple of seconds. No, it's not going to kick the bucket, but as you can see, it's kind of slow for now. Okay, next we're going to rearrange them in alphabetic order or reverse alphabetic order. Okay, so let's do this next up. Okay, now in order to reverse their order, or to display them in a alphabetic order, we need to go down to our contacts here where we're passing them in, and I'm going to change the way that I'm passing them in. First of all, I'm going to create up here a function that is going to toggle the way the contexts are sorted. So let's create a const. We're going to call this toggle sort A to Z. Let's assign this to an arrow function, and we're going to say that if sort AZ is true, then we're going to change the state of sort AZ to set sort AZ to false, and obviously else we're going to set sort AZ to true. And also make this a capital Z. Now this means I'm going to create another state. Let's go up here. I'm going to change this to sort AZ and this to set sort AZ. And I'm going to set this to a state, and I'm going to also set it automatically to true. Okay, we have our state. Now where will we use this function? We're going to use this function on our button here. So let's go to, let's save. Let's go to the search filter. Let's go down to this button. Let's do another on-click event. And this is going to handle the toggle sort AZ. Okay, now let's pass it in as a prop up here. Let's go back to our phone book. Go to the search filter component. Let's call upon the handle toggle sort AZ and pass in here the toggle sort AZ function. Now at the time, if we click on this button, it's not going to do anything. Also, it should show our context. It's not going to do anything except refreshing the page, not the page, but refreshing the icons. This is because we need to go now down here, as I said, and change the way this is displayed. We're going to ask down here the questions. Let me make a bit more space. If sort AZ is true, then display contexts, but so this will be up here, but we're going to use the sort method on it, and we're going to sort A to B. Go in there, use a arrow function, and we're going to return a.firstname.local compare, and we're going to compare it to b.firstname. But if this is not true, then we're going to call upon our db contexts, and we're going to do the same thing again. So I'm just going to copy it, but replace B with A and A with B. So now if you start clicking on your arrows here, first of all, I don't know if you noticed this, but let me take this out. They're also automatically sorted in, now it's sorting them automatically. They are also, so if you set this to true, they are also automatically sorted in an alphabetic order, which they weren't before. So toggle the button and you can get A, B, C, D, so far and so on. Toggle the button again, and you're going to get them from Z and so far and so on. Z, X, W, and ongoing. Okay, and this is the way you can actually sort something in an alphabetic order. Now, the last thing that we need to do is filter or search for someone, which means that we need to filter the items here or the users in order to get them by first name. So let's take care of the filter. Okay, in order to search for someone, we again need to change the state of this component. So let's go up here, let's create a const, and we're going to destructure here search contact and set search contact. Let's assign it to use state, and I'm going to leave this as an empty string. Let's just make a bit of space here, states, and I'm not going to create any kind of function. I'm just going to set the search contact. I'm going to send it down in our search filter. I'm going to create here a prop of set search, actually handle search. Let's call this handle search contact, which is going to be passed in here. Now can also save, don't forget to save, go back to your search filter, and in your input, you can now use the onChange event and set it here to handle search contact and also pass it up here as a prop. Now what this will do is actually we're going to pass it in here as a callback function. We're going to use the event and we're going to set it to whatever e.target.value of the input is. Basically, we're going to update here the state. Okay, now let's go back to our phone book, to the main application. Scroll down to where you sorted your contacts. Because after they are sorted, remember, this is a process. The first step of this process is to create a component, to insert here a component. Then by using its prop, it's going to send you the contacts from the database. Then you are going to, using state and then a sort function, sort through them and return, well, depending on this condition, return the contacts in a alphabetic order or not, and so on and so on. Now, after this happened, now you will wrap everything into a parenthesis, and now you will filter over them, and the filter method will return a contact, and this contact, whoops, just close up the parenthesis, and this contact will be then, depending on if search contact, the state, is equal to a empty string, then it's going to return the contact. So exactly as they are. Okay, let's just have them opened here. So if there's nothing in here, then it's not going to return anything. But else if the contact dot first name, and because we also have capital letters here, I want to bring everything to lowercase letters. So we're going to transform this to lowercase, and we need to transform it to local lowercase. Now we're going to search if it includes, by using the include method, the search contact, basically the state, dot to lowercase, and this is also a method. Then, so this is just a condition, then you should wait, I think I missed one parenthesis. Notice it. Then return the contact. Okay, so let's try this. Let's type in oops, no, I think I did miss one of those parentheses. Because as soon as I do here, wait, no, I did miss something. You are closing, so if statement, this is the, then return the contact. And I forgot to execute this. Okay, now let's open up our phone book and let's search for nor B. Damn it, there's no Norbert, nor B. Okay, there's our nor B. And nor B is there. Let's search for Laura. We don't have a Laura. Let's search for John Wick. John Wick is not here. And we can rearrange them. Close up the phone book and voila, there's our application. Okay, everyone, so hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned a lot. This was a bit longer, but as I said, from beginner to more advanced applications. Okay, so hope you enjoyed it and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a expenses calculator app, which is a really useful skill to have because you could actually use this to calculate your expenses. Let me just demonstrate this. Let's set a budget of, let's say, $4,000. And the sum of these expenses are here, $2,940. Now, from your budget, this is what you will have at the end of the month or at the start of the next month. Now, all of these expenses are actually already stored into local storage. I'm going to come back to that just in a couple of seconds. But for now, let's just add another expense. Let's say that we will have an expense, or we had an expense on the 28th of November, and that was a car wash. And it was, I don't know, how much is a car wash? 50, that's too much. Let's say $10. Okay, let's add this expense. Okay, we just add it here. It has a small animation. And let's say we're going to remove our gym membership. That's much better. We're going to remove our gym membership. So we can just delete it. Now we're going to get an alert. It's going to delete the gym membership. Also, this $10 was now added here and increased our expenses. Now, if we remove, just take a look here, this should be minus $80. And there we go. We just subtracted minus $80. We just had an alert that an item was removed. And now we have more money when we're starting our next month. Okay, now let's say that our Netflix expense is too high and we miscalculated, or grandma is actually no longer needing Netflix and we don't need the family package. So we're not going to pay for all 10 people Netflix, and we're going to reduce this by, let's say, $50. So this means I could edit it by clicking on the edit button. This will now appear here as editable. Also, as you can see, the button down here changed. And now I'm going to edit this. You can also edit the description. You can edit the date. I'm just going to edit this to 150. Click on edit and take a look down here at your expenses. They just change. And also here, the expenses change. If you hover over expenses, you can see the shadow goes down, meaning that you're on that expense. It's just a simple effect for demonstration purposes. Now, once again, these expenses are actually stored in your memory. So if I would have here a refresh, you can see the expenses are still here. Although I refresh the page, nothing happened. So let's go to inspect and then to application. And here you will find all of your expenses. Each expense will have a uniquely generated ID. We will use UUID for this. You can see the very first expense, $1,250. It is for rent, this date it was added, and this is its ID. If I would remove this expense, delete it, then it will also be deleted from the storage. Now, if I would refresh this, it is gone forever. Also, if I would change an expense, let's say I miscalculated my car wash, it was actually $20. And because it was a car wash interior plus exterior, and now we have $30, and edit this. So close out the edit, please complete all fields. Okay, cannot take a plus sign here. Okay, now we just edit not only the text, but also the expense. Again, this was edited here, and also it was edited, and it was also edited here in your memory, in your storage. Now, if I would delete all expenses, then you just need to clear all expenses, and all of them are now deleted, and they're also deleted from here. So pretty cool project. Hope you're excited, and let's get started. All right, so let's get started by creating our project folder. So let's open up our projects again, create a new folder. This will be number 25, project number 25. So 5 more to go. Actually, 6 more to go. I'm not good with math. That's why I became a programmer, a web developer. So expense, let's get this expenses dash calculator. Okay, so let me just lay out the playing field here. We're going to have a main app. And we're also going to have, say, main app file. It's going to be expenses calc and app.jsx. Let's RFC, create a functional component, and also let's bring it into our app. Yeah, hit save. Oh, yeah. Hit save. Always save your project. Okay, let's go down here and bring it in. Expense calculator app, close it up, and it should also be brought in up here. Now let's continue on by creating a folder here. We have a components folder. Components. And within this components folder, I'm also going to have another folder called styles. Okay, so components and styles, because we're going to have a component and we're also going to have a separate style for it. So I want to keep my styles separate from my actual components. Now you need to go back into expenses calculator app, and within here we're going to lay out the application. So we're going to close up the left side, the Explorer window, and we're going to create this part and this part. So everything will be in a main tag. It's going to have the class of container. I'm saying class, but you know I mean class name. Within here we're going to have a title component. So let's bring up here and import up here, import title from title, not from title, import title from components /title. Now let's use our title here. title, and we're going to have, close it up, a text. I'm going to call the text within a string expenses calculator. After our expenses calculator, we're going to have a alert. Now, I'm just thinking, how about I would put the alert above the app. It doesn't matter. I just didn't want to push it down, but no, it doesn't matter. Maybe I think about something else later on. So we're going to have here a alert component. We're going to create this component later on. Then we're going to break this up into two sections. One will be the left section, one the right section. The left section will be where we're going to create our expenses form, and the right side will be the expenses themselves, so basically the expenses list. So let's create here a section tag. I'm actually going to style it. Should I style it within here? I could create this different style for this, but that's just nah. I'm going to style it within here. So style and display. I'm going to display this as grid. I'm going to use here grid template columns. We're going to have two columns. Create template columns. And why am I not using display flex? Well, mainly because if you would design this in another way or edit this, it would be much easier to, let me just show you. So repeat, and I'm going to create here two identical columns of 1FR, not Q1. Meaning if I would like that one of these columns to occupy more space, you'll see later on, then I would just add more space to the column. Basically, I could say here that one column should be, let me just go here. One column should be, for example, 2FR, and the other column should be 1FR, so one fraction and two fractions. Now let's also add a gap. So this is why I think that displaying it as grid is much better. Set an all-around gap of 25, and let's also add a margin of 1 rem. Okay, this is basically going to add the all-around margin to it. After this, I'm going to have another section, and this section will hold the expenses. It's going to be a component, so I'm going to already type it in, expenses list. Okay, now moving back to our top section, so to our left section, let's just pack this into a div. We can also pack it into a side, and we're going to pack within here a expenses form. It's going to be a component, and comment it out. So this is going to be the form. Now after the form will come the budget list. So I'm going to remain within my aside, but here I'm going to create another section, which is going to be a class of card, a margin to the top of 2, a BG primary, a text light. So basically exactly what you see here. And then let's add here another class of card dash body, and within the card body we're going to have a component of budget list, because this will be a component. Budget. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say list? I mean budget style. So budget style, then need to create this, and this will style actually. So open and close it up. This will then style this right here. Basically h3 of budget. And we can already add here $, and after that I'm just going to have an input tag. So input tag with a type of number, and the value, we're going to assign the value later on. So value, I'm just going to leave it as an empty string, and that's it. So let's also go to our app. I'm just typing here. So budget style, of course, is not defined, so I'm going to comment it out, but I just want to create the layout. So there we go. And after budget style will come the total expenses, basically going to be calculated, and economies will also be automatically calculated. We need to add, after our input tag right here, after our budget style, actually, we're going to add a h3 again, and we're going to give this a class of margin bottom 1, because I do want to have a bit more space down, and there we go. Close it up. Again, this is going to contain the total expenses, which are going to be expressed. Now you can add here whatever you want. $. And this is actually a perfect case to later on use a context API to transform them in a different value. That's a good idea. Let me put a comment into my notes. This is going to be an update for you guys. So add, and we're just going to return here the total expenses. And after that, we're going to return the economy. So we need to calc here economies. So again, a h3, I'm going to calculate here the economies. So economies and $. Okay, and I don't have to style anything for the right side, because this is going to be styled automatically then later on using style components. Okay, so next up, I think we could get started with our form up here, because this part shouldn't be even able to see. But the top part, which is the form, this right here, is going to be inserted above our budget here. Okay, so let's get started with our form. So because the budget form is a component, we need to create it in our components. So we create here a new file. I'm going to call this expenses and form.jsx rfc, and we're going to return here, instead of this div, a form. So this is a form. That means we need our form groups components, and we need our button. So let's import button from up and components. What am I doing? Components and button, and let's also import our form group. Oh wait, we need to go 2 levels up. What am I doing here? There we go, and 2 levels up, and also form group. Components, and you should be here. So let's select both of them and copy and paste over them. Okay, so we have buttons, we have form groups, but we also need a couple of icons here. These icons will be this add icon and also this edit icon. Okay, yeah, I know I didn't edit anything. So let's go in here and let's say open close curly brackets, and we're going to import from, because it's much easier to type it first of all in, and then you're going to see the React library. So React icons /md. And now let's jump back between the curly brackets, and here we're going to import md edit. There we go, and md add, and circle. We need that with a circle. There we go. Okay, let's go down into our form. We're going to start up here by on submit. We're going to handle here the submit, handle submit. This is going to be a prop, so let's start passing it up here. Then the entire form will have a class of card and bg primary and text and light. Let me do here refresh. So let's import our form into expense calculator. We're going to go up here, we're going to have title, then we need our form components. Remember, these are the components that we just created within here. So we're going to import our form, expenses and form. Okay, I'm going to comment this in, and we should see, oh wait, cannot resolve components, expenses, form, why expenses, oh wait, and there we go. So if I just type in here form, it's saved as a form. Okay, so we have it imported. Now I'm going to pack the entire form into a card body. So let's create here a div with the class of card body, and within here I'm going to use the form groups component. So form group, open and close, and from here we're going to use label text, and the text will be date. We're going to have a input type of date. Now I can choose a date from here. The value will be the date that's going to be passed in here as a prop, so date, and let's also pass it up here. In order to change the date, we're going to pass in here on change, and we're going to change the date by handling the date change. So handle date. Okay, and let's also pass it up here. Now we can start copy and pasting this, because the next one will be expenses, or just expense, because we only have one expense. So this is going to be expense, and we're going to handle here, the type will be a text, and we're going to handle here the charge. So basically, what are we charged with? And then here we're going to handle the charge. Okay, and let's start passing them in. So first the charge, and then the handle charge. Okay, we have one more to go, which is then setting the amount. We're setting here what we're charged with, and then we're setting with how much we are charged. So let's copy this, paste it in. Again, this is going to be a number, so the type is going to be a number. Then this is going to be the amount, and we can type in here placeholder if you wish. You can type a placeholder for all of them. Let's actually do that. Let's type in here placeholder, and let's pass in here a string of EG and rent or credit card, whatever you wish. And down here we're going to pass in a, let's say 1,600, 1,500, I don't know, whatever rent you want to pass in here. Amount, missing an N here. Okay, so we got our expense, we got our amount, we got the placeholders. Now let's add down here a couple of buttons. One will be in order for the form to be submitted, and one will be so to add basically a expense, and the other one will be to edit the expense. So within here we're going to create a condition. So if this is editable, so if the edit exists, the state is true, then we're going to add here button component, button, then close up the button. Going to be a class of a btn class of btn block dash block, and then we're going to also add here icon, the icons that we just imported up there. And first icon will be md edit, I could have also started this the other way. So negate this and the add button first, and then add, let's close out the Explorer, and then add this component here, add the other component, and then this one. Okay, so we're going to go with edit. You can do it both ways if you wish. Then I'm also going to add a class to this icon of btn-icon, and the text will be not btn text, just text. So let's go outside the icon and in here, and for the button we're going to add the text of edit. Okay, and then we're going to have after the edit button, we're going to have basically the same thing, and to just copy it, paste it in, and this will be md and add circle, and then the button will also have a btn warning class, and then here for the text we're going to have add, and I think I'm missing these two. So we're missing not charge, this should be amount, and this would be change amount. So for the value amount, and then the handler is going to handle the amount. Okay, and let's also pass them in here, amount and handle amount. And we're missing edit, yep, because edit it's also need to be passed in here. So if this is true, then this is going to turn into edit. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Next up, let's handle the expense list. Now the expense list is also going to be a component, so let's go back into components, create a new file, called it expenses list.jsx rfc, and this is also going to contain a icon. So I'm going to bring in import, and from React, well, what am I doing here? React-icons, we're going to use from the library of md a delete button or a delete icon. So let's go in here, md and delete. There we go. Now I'm going to return here a empty fragment. Let's go down here. You should be a fragment. What are you doing, buddy? Come on, move up there. So we're returning here a fragment. This fragment is going to contain a ul on the list with the class name of list. This list is going to return a item, a expense item. Now the expense item will be again a component. So I'm going to type in here expense item, close it up, and I'm going to comment it out because we don't have the expense item yet. Also, as you can see in our finished project, we have here a clear all expenses. Now I explicitly chose to display it here and not on the right side because I want to have all of my trigger elements which handle all of the items on the left side. So right after this list, this ul, if in case you were wondering why am I creating a unordered list inside of a fragment and not just create everything in an unordered list, well, this is why. So in here we're going to have this clear button. I don't know why I added two icons, but I will remove one of them. So this is basically going to be in a button. You can use the button component, but this is so easy. I'm just going to use let me just go here, a regular button for now, and a class name is going to be btn and a btn danger, and this is going to have a on click event, which is basically just going to clear items. Okay, we're going to pass this up here as a prop, clear the items, and within here we're going to have a icon of md delete, close it up, and after the icon itself we're going to have the text of clear all expenses. Okay, and we should already see it here appearing. Why am I not seeing it? Because I didn't import this expense list. So as always, don't forget to import your stuff. Now where do we have our expense list? We have it down here in the next section. So we're going to comment this back in, and now we need to import it up here. So expense form, you're just going to copy this, change this to expenses list, and now we have it in here. Okay, there's a clear button. Now this button will only be shown if, you have to add this into a condition. As you can see here, if I delete actually all of my expenses, I'm going to delete now everything, they're all deleted, the button is not showing. Basically, we're going to have our expenses stored in a couple of minutes in local storage, and this is going to watch if there are expenses, so the expenses dot length, because they were going to be in a string, will be greater than 0, only then this button will be shown. So easy as that. And if we go back to our project, I know expenses are not in here, only then should be the button shown. Now I would for now suggest to transform this into a question mark and return here a null, because you are going to get an error as long as you don't have your expenses. So because as you can see, this is not generating anything. We're going to set this to an array of just one. Also, if you set it to an empty array, it's going to be the same thing. So let's just set it, let's just leave it as a empty array. Is it greater than 0? No, it's not, because it's empty, so it's not going to be shown. But unless you have this, this is not going to return anything. Okay, now next up we need to return a expense item here. So let's go ahead and create the expense item. So again, let's go back to our components. Within our components, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this expense item. So not expenses, just singular, JSX, RFC. And this item, whoa, expense, I messed it up, expense, sorry about that. Let's change this quickly, expense item. Let's also bring it in here into our expense list. Let's hit save, expense, 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 and item. And there we go. Let's import in here our expense and item. And let's comment it back in. And we should see here expense item now. Okay, let's go back to our expense item. I'm going to wrap this into a class of expense-details. And if you're wondering where this class comes from, well, we're going to create, as I told you, a style component. But first of all, I want to design this complete item. So let's go down here within the div. Let's create another div. This time we're going to create a class of dFlex and then .flex in a column direction. And I'm also going to add just a bit of styling to this of style, and let's justify the items, or sorry about that, align the items, align items. We're going to align them to flex start dash start. Now, what kind of items will we have in here? As you saw in our finished project, we're going to have, let's just, there's nothing to be edited here. So we're going to, let's quickly add something. Again, our rent and 1,300, let's add it. So we're adding now these to the expense, the name of the expense, and the amount. So these are the first two. So I'm going to use a small tag here, actually H4, because the first one will be the charge. So I'm going to pass in here the charge as a prop. So let's also pass it into the component, and this will have the class of text and primary. Let's go in here, and let's also, if no charge, let's just display a, actually we don't need to display it. We're going to display them when there is a charge, so we're not adding anything. We cannot see this component without adding it, so it doesn't matter if it does have a charge or not. A placeholder, I mean. Okay, the next is going to have a class of text-danger, and this is going to contain the date as a prop. So this is also going to be passed into this component, and it's going to be then displayed. Now going outside of this div with the class of flex and flex column, so these were these two. Moving under it, we're going to have a div with a class of text and success, which is going to contain in a $sign the prop of amount. Okay, so let's also pass it up here. And now I'm going to delete this expense item. Actually, don't need it. Next, we need to create these two buttons, and this means we need to import open close curly brackets and md edit and md delete, and we're going to use them from React icons and the md library /md. Now these two will be in a separate div. So let's create here a div, not going to have any kind of class. Then you could either import now a button component or just use a button and add to it a class, the class name of btn and btn-sm, because we're going to use a small one. Now on click event, which is then going to either handle the edit or the delete. So I'm going to create the first one, which is going to handle the edit. So the first button will be handle edit, and this is also going to take an ID, because we need to tell this edit button which expense we're editing. So it needs the ID of that expense, and within here we're going to pass an icon. But first, oh no, we can also pass in the icon. That's okay. So pass in the icon, and now let's copy and paste this button because we need it one more time. This is going to handle delete, also going to take in the ID, but it's going to change here to delete. Okay, and that's it for the design. Now we still need to style this. So let's go ahead, open up the Explorer, go into styles, right click, new file. I'm going to call this expense item.style.js. Let's import here styled from style components. And first I'm going to use an animation, a keyframe. So I'm also going to bring in here keyframes. So let's create a const. Let's call it animate expense and style. I'm going to assign it to keyframe. And this is a pretty simple one. We're just going to say that at 0%, it should transform and translate on the y-axis with -100 pixels. I'm going to copy, wait a second. So copy this, and I'm going to change this to 100% and change, sorry, not 1000, and change this to just 0 pixels, so just 0, doesn't matter. Now let's use this in our export const, and we're going to export here a expense, item, and style. Okay, so let's assign this to styles, and we're going to create here li, and within this li, let's display everything that's in here. As you can see here, is displayed as flex. We're going to remain in a row. We're going to also, the flex direction is row. We're going to justify the content with space between. Let's align the items center. Let's increase the font weight to 600. I'm going to add this border down to the bottom. So border bottom. And I'm going to go with 1 pixel and solid. Now let's add this little box shadow. It's going to be a box shadow of 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 1 pixel, and a RGBA, red, green, and blue, and also alpha, because I do want to have a bit of a spread there, 0.2. Let's also add a padding, so we have a bit of space there, and this is going to be all around, so 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, a margin to the bottom of 1 rem, and then a border radius of 5 pixels. Now, because we are going to have that little animation when, say, for example, we're deleting it, and when we're adding an item, let's add here something and some kind of value. And this is where the animation happens. In order to give all of the effects, everything that has in here some kind of effect, I'm going to use here a transition all 0.3 seconds and ease. Okay, and now, do you remember that expense details that I just added? So this class right here, expense details. Now when a item has this class, so parent selector, we're going to have that class. Oops, forgot the dot there. Then we're going to have a width of 70%, and now we're going to display all of these items. So this is one item, this is one item, and these two are actually one item. We're going to display them using display and grid. And remember, try to occupy as much space as you can with the very first item. So I'm going to create here a grid template column of 4 FR, then a 1 FR for the price, and a 1 FR for those two buttons. Okay, and let's also align the items center. Now we're not quite done. Still need to do one more thing. I do have an error here. Let me just check. What is this? ID handle. I know. Just in a couple of seconds. I also want to be able, when I hover over the element, so if you hover over one of these items, you can see the shadow is gone. So I would say hover, then we're going to change the cursor to pointer, and we're going to box shadow, set it to none. Okay, what am I doing here with columns? I don't need them. Now the last thing that I want to do is, if this has the class of edit, basically item is in an edited state, or it's being edited, then the color should be light and gray. Okay, as you can see here, as you can see in the finished project, when I'm editing, then it's transforming. Okay, so I just add here color gray. Now the last thing that we need to do is add this animation. So I'm going to copy this, and I just add it down here. So animation, and it's going to have the name of what you pass in here. And remember, you need to pass this in as a variable. And now we're going to add here 2 seconds and linear, and that's it for the item. Okay, so what I want to do next is also, let's add those. So let's go back to item, and let's start adding everything that we have in here. So the amount is added, but we still need to add the ID from here. And let's also pass down these two changes. So handle edit after the ID, comma, pass this one in, and also handle delete, pass it in, so we don't have any errors anymore. And also let's style this down here. You can see we do have that button. But let's style this budget down here next up, so we're done with also this part. Okay, so let's start styling our budget style here. All right, we're going to create a style component, so let's go into style. But first of all, why is this white? Let me just check something. Form, not the form. Expense item. Yeah, I still need you. The styling of the expense item I'm going to close up. We don't need it anymore. Let's go in here. So where we have our budget, form, here's a form. Actually, we don't have to do anything with the form anymore, for now at least. Let's say expense item. This is also correct, and we still need to do something with it. And in the expense list, this is also correct, and we have here a little bit to do still. And now for the budget, there's a section card. This is the budget, and it's, oh, I messed up here. That should be a BG primary. There we go. Okay, now let's create a component that will style everything that is in here. I'm going to go into styles, new file. I'm going to call this budget and .style.js. I'm going to import here style components. So styled from style components, and let's export here a const with the name of budget and style. Let's assign this to styled dot, and we're going to create here h3 tag. And within this h3 tag, we're going to grab on. Let me also import this. So let's just hit save. I'm going to import it into expense calculator app. And as you can see here, this budget style, which is wrapped around this h3. Let's comment it back in. And let's also import it at the top. It's going to import, it's going to be in components, but then in style. So let me select both of this, delete and budget style. And I'm going to escape this and now go into components. And remember, we have this in a style folder. So style, budget style, and this should be dot style. Okay, and we just need to import this as budget style from components and styles and budget style. There we go. Okay, so now we have wrapped around this h3 and this input tag another h3, which is this budget style. Now, if there is a input tag, let's tag here the input tag, and let me take out these outlines and also these arrows. So we're going to do this by, so we're going to set our outlines to none. Also going to take out the border, set this to none. Then I'm going to increase its width to 100 pixels, or decrease it actually. And let's change the background. I'm going to set to inherit, and this will basically take up the same color as its background. Also going to change the color to inherit, so whatever color is set by default, it should be now white if I type something in here. And then let's also add here a text align right, so everything that I type in here should be to the right side. I'm also going to close up the Explorer. Then let's set a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and a grayish color. So this should look something like this at the end. Okay, let's add all around padding of 0.1 rem and 0.5 rem. Let's add a bit of margin to the bottom by adding a margin of 1 rem. And let's increase the font size 1.3 rem. And the last thing is to increase the font weight to just bold. Now for these two arrows here, which I cannot stand, we're going to target the parent element. And now we're going to use a WebKit. We're going to use the WebKit. If you follow along with my YouTube channels, you know that I always take them out. We're going to take out the WebKit inner spinner, and we're going to comma take out also the WebKit dash outer spinner. There it is. Okay, now you can set it to dash WebKit, not animation but appearance, and you're going to set this to none. This will basically take out those two arrows that you have. Okay, and also you're going to add a margin 0, and this should take care of it. Now the arrows are done. You can now type in here numbers, and they cannot be scrolled up and down. Even if you use the arrows, they no longer work. Okay, so that's it for budget styling. Next, we're going to, well, we can start off by setting a couple of values. We're going to set the state values for all of our components. Okay, so we can close this one up, and then we're going to take care of expense items, which will then push an item into the list, and then we can grab onto each item and push them out here. All right, so let's add a bit of state to our components here. We're going to start up here by, first of all, importing useState. So after React, let's import useState. And now let's type in your comment, state values. Okay, so let's start out with our expenses. We're going to destructure here expenses, and then set expenses, assign this to useState, and for now I'm just going to assign it to nothing. We're going to use local storage just in a couple of minutes to grab onto the state, to grab onto our expenses and load them in our state. So this will be all expenses. Then we're going to load a single expense, so single amount and single expense, and also a single charge. So I'm going to copy this, paste it. Actually, no, let's create a const. Let's assign this to date and then set date. Again, use state, I'm going to set it to nothing. Then we're going to have an amount, const, the structure here, amount, and then set amount. And of course, assign this to useState. useState, set it to an empty value, and then we're going to have, well, we have expense, we have, actually set the expenses, we have date, we have amount, and we need our charge. So let's go down here, const and charge, and then set charge. And also this will be assigned to useState, use and state, and let's set it to nothing. Okay, let's also pass them in. So we're going to have here our expense. Where's an expense? There's our expense. We're going to have here the date, which is going to be set to date. Then the charge, which is going to be set to charge. Then the amount, set to amount. Basically, we're just setting the props now to the state. And also let's add here budget. And why isn't this flex to the right? Let me just check something. Car primary, text, light, and oh yeah, it should be also text and right. Okay, now everything's to the right side. Now we have here the budget, which we also need to add. Budget, come on, budget. And the budget is again a state, which we are going to destructure up here. So let's add another comment, budget, and let's go down here, destructure, budget, and then set budget. And we're going to assign it to useState hook. And again, this can be just a empty string, or you could automatically set something in here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is set the budget. So let's take care of the budget. Now the budget will be extremely simple. We're just going to go down to our budget. Whatever we input here needs to be set then as a budget. So we can input, but we can change the value because the value is currently set to nothing, the empty state. This means we need to insert here a handler. So we can do here on change, and we can basically set this to a change budget. Okay, so whatever we pass in here, then we can create this function, go up to the budget. I'm going to create it right underneath the budget. So let's call this, oh, didn't want to comment you out. Let's type in a comment of handle. Actually, I can call this handlers. Handlers, and this will be handle budget. And let's start out here with a const handle budget. Let's assign it to an arrow function. This is also going to take in the event because I want to grab onto the e.target and so on. So I'm going to set now the budget to whatever we pass in here, target.value. And you know what? I'm also going to use useRef now. So useRef and set, I could have used this in another way. Let's call in here, let focus input budget, useRef. We're going to focus on the budget when we start our application. Okay, now useEffect. Let's also bring in useEffect hook, effect, and let's focus. So useEffect, and I'm going to focus on the budget as soon as everything loads. So input budget, going to use the current and focus on it. Now I can go down here in our budget and say ref, and this is going to reference the input and budget. Okay, so when this loads, it's going to ask us for the budget. You could also go to your budget list, to your budget style, go down to the parent element, and let's say that if the parent is focus, then background color, oh wait, we had background, so let's change background to hash FFF. Okay, so we could do something like this. If I click in here, then and the color, let's change the color. Color hash 333. And if I'm not focused, then it's going to change back. Okay, so simple as that. And what I don't like, this should be displayed as flex. So display flex. There we go. Much better. Okay, so when the application starts, it's going to focus there. You can type in your budget. Ooh, still typing in E. See 3000. And if you 3008, if you click somewhere else, then it's going to turn back to the initial color. Okay, so we can change our budget. We can set our budget. We can set it to the. Let's also close this up. We can set it to the state, and we can update its state by setting it using e.target. Also, you could use ref if you wish. So ref and value. So let's close up the Explorer, and you can also do here instead of this. I'm going to comment this out. Input budget dot current dot value. This should do exactly the same thing. So let's do a refresh here. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, it's basically the same thing. So let's move on, and now let's take care of storing everything into local storage and also reloading everything from local storage when we start the application. All right, so let's handle our storage. And for this, actually before I export this function, I'm going to create here const. There's multiple ways you can do this. Let's create here const, and we're going to call this initial expenses. Now let's assign this, missing here, initial expenses to local storage dot get item, and we're going to get from here the items from the expenses, and if there are expenses, then we're going to return them as JSON. So JSON dot parse, we're going to return it as a string from local storage dot get item, and we're going to get the items from expenses. And else, just going to be an empty string. Wait, in here, yeah, should be outside of this. Okay, there we go. Now remember what I said that the expenses are an empty string? Well, basically now we can set our expenses in our state as a variable. So these expenses, when they are loaded, they are going to be assigned to the expenses state. Then we're going to use effect. So let's go to our useEffect, and we're going to look here if the expenses update, then local storage dot set item. Now we're setting the item. So if anything changes to those expenses, then in the expenses, we're going to update using JSON.stringify with the expenses. Okay, so we took care of local storage. Next, let's add an expense. So this means that we need to submit our form, and this will add a expense. Okay, in order to add an expense, we first need to take care of our handlers here. So handle the data that we're importing. So let's go up after. Here are the handlers. And now let's handle, I'm going to copy this. We're going to handle charge, we're going to handle date. Actually, I could have just copied this. Handle expense, handle amount, handle date, so on and so on. So let's handle each one of them. Handle charge, handle date, and let's also handle amount. Okay, they're not in any specific order. Let's start up with, again, const handle charge. Let's assign this to an arrow function, e dot, and set the charge to whatever the e.target dot value is. Okay, I'm going to copy this, paste it in here. This is going to be date instead of charge, and also set date, and then we're going to have the amount. So basically copy this amount, and instead of date, let's change this to amount. Now let's add our handlers. We know that we have done in our expense form. Let's go down in our expense form. Where is it? Expense form. We have here the date, the charge, and the amount. So let's handle, what am I doing? These are handle date, handle submit, and handle charge, and we're missing one. Handle amount. There we go. So first is handle date. It's going to be assigned to our handle date here. Then handle, or should I put them? Yeah, I'm going to put them one after another. So handle date and handle charge will be assigned to handle charge. Handle charge, and then let's handle amount. Let's assign this to the function of handle amount. Okay, so now we should be able to type things in here. Now one last thing that we need is to handle submit. So let's go to expenses form. Let's go to the form, open it up, and let's see, do we have handle submit? Yes, we have it here. So we can go ahead, go back to expenses calculator, and at the end handle submit, and I'm going to assign this to handle submit, which we still need to create, handle and submit. Okay, so let's create the function. After we're done with all of the handlers here, go down here and say handle submit, and we're going to const handle submit, again assign it to an arrow function, taking the event, and as always, first things first, we're going to e.prevent default behavior. So the default, and open and close it up, and we should now be able to just submit without refreshing. Now that we're in here, when we're submitting our data, we should then change the expenses. So we need to set the expenses. So set expenses by using set expenses, and we're going to set them, well, to what? To a temporary expense actually. So before I set the expenses, I'm going to create here a variable. I'm going to call it let temporary or temp expenses. Now we're going to loop through our existing expenses by using a map, and we're going to set here I'm going to call it an item. You can call it an expense, but it's too confusing. Let's set this to an arrow function, and we're going to return from this a item. Now these temporary expenses will then be set in here. The only problem is later on when we want to change this, we will need some server IDs. And next up, let's take care of generating a unique ID for each of our expenses. So in order to give this a ID, we will use again UUID. Let's check your dependencies if you have UUID. So go to package.json and check for UUID. If you don't have it installed, then open up a different server and just npm I UUID, and this will install UUID. I'm not going to do it. I already have it installed, so I'm just going to bring in UUID. We're going to go up to the top. Let's also close up the left side. And we don't need expense items now. Form list. Oh, let's just leave them open. Also, I'm going to close out the app just for now. So let's go up to the top and let's import here v4 as UUID v capital V and 4. I'm going to import this from UUID. There we go. Okay, now in order to generate a ID for this, first we need to create a state that's going to hold the ID. So let's create here const, add here comment, IDs, const, and I'm going to this structure here ID and then set ID, and I'm going to use useState. I'm going to set this to 0. Now we're going to return here not only an item, but we're going to check if the item.id is equal to the ID. Then we're going to return the item, destructure it. We're going to return the date and the charge and the amount. Else we're just going to return the item. Now let's add a bit of a conditioning here. So we will create an ID, but first let's check if there is anything in here. So let's just say that after we wait a second, did I just add here an amount? No, I should have added this into submission. Sorry about that. So cut that out, paste it in here. So when we're submitting, we also need to check for if the date does not have an empty string, and also the charge is also not empty, basically an empty string, and the amount is greater than 0. So not only that it's not empty, but it also needs to be a number that is greater than 0. Then I'm going to pass, let's just select this. Ooh, that's too much. Then I'm going to pass this up here. This is going to be executed. But also I'm going to create another condition. If now we need to check if it is edited, then we will let this happen. Basically, we're going to reset the temporary expenses. And after that, we're going to add them again back in the state. Now it's looking for this edit, and I'm just going to assign this momentarily to 0. I'm just going to assign it here, let edit, and just initiate it. We're going to take care of this just in a couple of minutes when we start editing some kind of expense. Okay, now let's also see what happens if the conditions are met. Then we're going to create a const. We're going to create a single expense. And now we're going to assign this to the ID of, I'm going to generate a ID using UUID. So you also need to execute this here. And then we're going to also set the date and the charge and the amount. After we have this, we can again, if you have a single expense, we can then again set the expense by destructuring the already existing expenses, basically the state, and adding to it a single expense, which then contains a ID, a date, a charge, and an amount. Wait a second, this should be up here after this if statement. Okay, next let's add a couple of alerts. You know what? We're going to do alerts at the very end. Next, let's oh yeah, and one last thing before we move on, I want to show you something. So let's say we type something in here. Also, let's type something in here and try to add this. Then remember our useEffect. Each time expenses change, this should be executed, but also this will be executed, meaning that it's going to refocus. If you try to add it, it's going to refocus this. So we're going to add here a condition that if the input dot current dot current dot value is not empty. Actually, if it is empty, then you should focus, else you should not focus. So basically, if I try to do this again, then it's not going to focus this anymore because there is something in there. Also, if we refresh, now it's focused. Let's add some kind of number in there. We're trying to submit, or we're trying to add some kind of values here, and so on, so on. So it's no longer focusing. Also, if you do an inspect, let's do this. Let's make this a bit larger. Do a inspect, go to your application. So let's do an inspect. Let's go to application. And now if I try to add something in here, we'll see it's going to add multiple items. It's going to add, yeah, it did add it multiple times. That is because we're not looping over this yet. So this is still a bug. We're going to fix it, but you at least see that local storage is working. Okay, so now we can move on. Now it's time to start displaying our expenses. So let me just do a refresher. Also, I just saw that this should be here, that item right there. We're outputting our expenses because I forced this output, but we're going to output them. First of all, let me show you that it's actually going to be on the right side. I have a little mistake here. This section should be in, this little section should be in here. Let's save, and now it should be in here. Now in our expenses list, we need to grab on to the expenses that we are creating. Our expenses are stored and updated in the state. So we can take our expenses and pass them down in here in our expenses list. So if I would now go to expenses list, and also please open it up and pass in here expenses, comma. Now you can remember that we set our expenses to an empty string, but instead of expenses empty string, we are now going to remove this and set the expenses here, replace it with expenses. Now it's not getting anything because there's no prop passed down. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to expenses calculator app, and we're going to pass down here expenses. We're going to add our expenses in here. And now the expenses should be in here. Now because it sees one expense, this clear all expenses appears, our button. We remember in our expenses list, we set the condition that if expenses is greater than 0, then display this button. Now we're going to loop over our expenses when we're passing them in here, and where we have our list, we're going to actually grab this into curly brackets. We're going to pass in our expenses. We're going to map over them and return a expense, and then we're going to return in an arrow function the expense item. So let's move it up here, and you know that the expense item, what are you doing? Should now have a key. Why aren't you returning? Return expense. Oh, this should be, wait a second. And also you should be in here. Okay. So we're returning an expense. This means we're going to return here expense item, which are going to pass it in here. Now we're going to set the key to the expense dot ID, because they will have IDs now. We're going to set the expense we're going to pass on the expense. Also, let's go to our expense item. Let's open up that file, expense item. And now we're going to grab onto the expense itself. So expense, also add a comma there. And from this expense, I'm going to destructure now and pass down all of these events. So ID, date, amount, charge. I'm going to pass them through this expense. So I'm going to cut them out, go down here before our return, create a const. And I'm going to destructure now a object of ID. I can pass them all in, ID, charge, so far and so on. I'm going to set them is equal to expense. So basically when I'm using here, instead of using expense.id, .charge, expense.date, expense.amount, so far and so on, I'm going to destructure it up here and pass it down here. Now the handlers, I'm going to leave the handlers in here, And that's it for this part. And I'm just seeing that I didn't pass in the style element. Huh, that's really strange. This should be now in a, let's import the style element here. Why is this looping? These are all the expenses that we created. Nice. Let's go down here, clear all. We can't do that right now. But at least we can see our expenses. So let's go back into the code, and I'm going to import here, import. And we're going to import here expense item style. I'm going to wrap this entire thing into a expense item style, open and close, and move the entire div into the style component. Okay, there we go. Let me just take a look in our expense item style. Seem to be missing here something. So it's displayed as expense details. So if the parent element has this class, wait, why is this displaying it as flex? Let me just check the code really quickly. So expense item style, expense item style. Oh, I just selected the parent element. That's not what I wanted to do. Basically meaning that if in this li there is a expense details, then they're going to be displayed, so on so on. So that's what I did wrong there. So please edit that in the code. Also, I'm having too much room here. Let's go back to expense item. We have these two buttons and class name display flex. Okay, so we're getting all of our items. Now there are too many rents in here, but we're going to take care of that just in a couple of seconds. Okay, let's go back to the expense list. There we are. So we're returning an unloaded list. It has the class of list. It returns our expenses, maps over them, and it returns within here expense. We got our key, expense.id. Then we got our expense, which is going to pass on the expense. We're going to destructure it in our expense item, extracting from it the ID, the charge, the date, the amount. Now we're not quite done because we also need to pass in here the handlers. So handle delete, and it's going to then handle our delete. Also handle delete, and also handle edit, which is then going to handle the edit for us. Not delete, edit, handle, and edit. Okay. Now we need to also grab onto them up here. So again, handle delete and handle edit will be passed up here. Remember, we're passing them actually through the expenses calculator app. So we need to go back to our expenses list and pass also in here handle delete. We'll set to handle delete, and then we're going to have handle edit, which is going to be assigned to handle edit. Oops, they should be in here. So we're missing handle delete and handle edit. And it should be edit. I'm going to comment them both out. I'm going to create them later on when we're taking care of our edits and our deletes. But let me just check. Expense item, handle edit, handle delete. We're going to take in the ID, and that's basically it. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Next up, let's actually add our own expense. Okay, so first things first, let's get rid of everything that is in here. We're going to go to inspect, and we're going to go to application. And within our application, we can see we have all of these IDs. And let me just make this a bit larger. So you will see in your local host, in your storage, application, storage, local storage, and click on this local host 3000. You will see all of these IDs which were generated by us. Now just click on this button up here, clear all. Okay. Now if you're going to do a refresh to your page, all of the expenses will be gone. Now again, you will see here a expense, but it's going to be empty. If I click here on add, not going to do anything. So let's choose a date, a car. Let's type in credit card, and let's say 300. And let's click on add, and you can see one expense was added. Let's add another one. Let's say you're going to choose another date. Let's say car wash, and it's going to be 50 bucks. Let's add this one. You see, we just added this. It's added using also the animation effect. So we have our date, we have our title, our description, we have our amount, we have those two buttons. Let's add also a third one. Let's choose another date. Let's say it was past then, and we did a student loan. Should be one word. It's going to be 30,000. So let's just add it. Okay, we have all three here. You saw if I click this, it's going to delete it. So how about we're going to clear our expenses? How about we take care of this? Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Next up, we're going to clear all of expenses. Basically, we press this button, it should clear all of expenses. So let's take care of this next up. Okay, now I'm going to close this up. I should close it up. I'm going to close it up and make it a bit smaller. I'm going to open it up again when we're done with our code. Okay, we are now in our expenses calculator app. Let's go back to our file and let's go before the return. Let's type in your comment, handle clear all expenses. Now this right here should not only clear the expenses in the UI, but it should also clear it in the entire code, so also in your backend, which is in our case the local storage. Let's create a function. I'm going to call it const clear expenses, clear all. Let's call it clear all expenses. Passing it as an arrow function, and we're just going to set expenses now. We're going to use the setter from our state, and we're going to set it to an empty string. Now later on, I'm also going to add here an alert when we're going to come to the alerts. So let's take this clear expenses. Let's go down to expenses, the expenses list. And let's pass it in here as a handler. Let's say handle clear all expenses. We're going to pass it in here, and we're going to go now to our expenses list. Let's also save it. Go to the expenses list, and right here where we have our button, we're going to, instead of clear items, going to handle clear all expenses, and also I'm going to replace this here. Okay, and remember, when we're clicking on this button, it's going to update clear expenses. We're going to update, where do we have you here? It's going to update the set expenses, and set expenses will then update expenses, and when expenses are updated, then here we go, useEffect will take place and is going to reallocate everything in your set. Is going to reset the storage. So if I click here, you know what, I'm going to now open up, inspect, and we're going to open up our application. I'm going to go to local storage. So let's see what happens if I click on this button. Boom, everything is gone. Okay, simple as that. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this part. Next, let's add an expense again, and let's try deleting it one by one. Okay, now in order to delete one expense, we first need to add a couple of expenses. Also, I'm going to close out the application now. Move it to the right side. Let's start adding a couple of expenses. I'm going to add this again. I'm going to add the same thing. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Let's also change it up a bit. Something and free is that, and so far so on. So we're going to try to delete this single expense. So let's add here budget because it's constantly refreshing. So one single expense, let's try and delete it. We're going to go back to our calculator, and we're going to handle, typing a comment, handle delete one expense. Okay, let's create a const. Let's call it handle delete. And we are not targeting all of the expenses, we're targeting one specific expense. So we're going to pass down here a ID because we need to identify that specific expense, and the easiest way is to identify it by the ID. Okay, I'm also going to create a condition, so not that you accidentally delete it by pressing the button. We're going to window.confirm and delete expense, question mark. And if you click on yes, then you're going to delete that expansion. Wait, not in here, in here. So I'm going to go over our expenses, filter out all of the expenses, and only return those expenses that are not deleted. So we're going to use it here, a let filtered expenses. We're going to assign this to expenses, and we're going to filter, use the filter operator, and we're going to filter out one expense and return here the expense.id that it is not equal to the ID that we just passed into this function. Now, after that is done, let's remain here in the if statement. After this is done, then we're going to set our expenses again to the filtered expenses. And also I'm going to alert here. So I'm going to create here a to-do. Okay, alert. Also, we had an alert up here. So we need to take care of these when later on when we're handling all alerts. Okay, now we need to pass this down, handle delete, in here, in our expense list. So let's comment this back out. Let's go to our expense list. The handle delete is now here. It's passed down to the expense item. Let's go to the expense item, and this is where it's going to be handled by this button right here. So right now, let's also open up, because we're not only deleting it from the UI, we're also deleting it from our local storage. So let's see this fellow right here, number 5. Let's click on delete, confirm, and it's gone. You can see it's gone from the UI, it's gone from local storage. Okay, and this is how you can now delete one singular expense. Okay, next up, let's try editing them. Now, editing them means actually updating a expense, and we're not going to edit them in here. We want to edit them in here. So this means we need access to our submission form again. So we're going to close up this, and also it's going to be edited in your storage. Let's go back to expense calculator app. Let's comment this actually in, and we're going to need our handle edit. Let's go up here after handle delete is done. Now create another const handle edit, and again this is going to look for a ID. It needs to know what it is editing. Again, we're going to create here a new array. We're going to return a new array which is going to be edited expenses. These expenses, this is going to loop over the expenses and find the expense that has the ID, not OD, ID that we just passed in here. So it needs to, this expense that we're trying to edit is going to be found in the expenses, and it needs to be this ID. So basically we're passing in here the ID. It's going to check, is this ID, so which ID is this ID? It's going to find that ID, and then I'm going to copy edit expenses, and then it's going to edit a couple of things. First, let's destructure here from edit expenses the charge and the amount. We're going to pass in, we're going to destructure it from edit expenses, and now we can set charge. I'm just going to pass in charge. So instead of passing in edit expenses dot charge, and then we're going to also, oops, not this. We're going to then set amount by passing here the amount. Now, first let's go up here before finishing this. We also need to set it to the ID that we just passed in. So we're going to set ID. I'm going to take that ID and pass it in here and reset the ID. And the last thing that we need to do is check if this is edited or not. So I'm going to create here after the ID. I'm going to copy this ID, pass it down here, and ask if it is edited. So edit, question mark. And we're going to reset here the state, whoops, for edit, and then set edit. And this is just going to be a Boolean, so false. Now remember that I created that let edit. I'm going to delete it now, because this is what it was checking here. Okay, so if edit, then temporary expenses, and so on and so on. So now if we're returning here our expenses, we're setting the expenses to the temporary expenses. Now we can set the edit to false here. Also, we're going to pass in here a to-do alert. And also down here, we'll need an alert. So I'm just going to copy and paste it right now. In here, we need to reset. Remember, we are in this edited statement. We need to reset here the set charge. We're going to reset this to empty string. And we also reset the set amount to an empty string. And then remember that we checked here, if all of these conditions are met, only then can this be fulfilled. But we also need now another else statement here, which if the conditions are not checked, then we're going to I'll just do an alert here, and I'm going to take care of this in the alert section. So let's check. Is everything passed down? We have our handle edit, which is this function up here. It's going to create a new array, which is then going to return the item that is edited. Then it's going to be passed into our expenses list. It's going to handle here the array into the expenses item. Then it's going to be passed down here. This is actually the trigger. When we click on this, it's going to trigger. So let's try the very first one. It's going to trigger here our edit. Okay, so if we reset here something to 14, and this will be let's say Netflix. What I'm doing, Netflix, and it's going to be $10, and set edit. Wait, what just happened? Let me just delete this. So once again, edit Netflix and 10, and we're missing here the edit button. Wait a second, because in here in the edit item, we're now passing down handle edit. This should now change to edit. So I think I'm missing here something. This should be actually in the calculated form. So we need to change this to edit. This is the list. Oh yeah, here. So back in our calculator, right before our budget, we also need to pass down here edit as a prop, and we're going to set this to edit. So let's go to the form. We're grabbing onto edit, to the prop I mean, and we're passing it down here, and now the button should appear. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's edit, let's do a refresh here. Okay, let's edit this one. The button is not changing. That's strange. So if edit is true, then it should display this button. Edit. If not, then it should display this button. So why isn't it true? I just clicked on edit. Oh wait, let's go back here. Let's see, edit. I should also set edit to true. Yeah, I forgot here to set edit to true. Okay, let's hit the refresh. And again, let's take the very first one. Okay, now we have our edit button because this couldn't trigger the edit, which is then passing it back. So let's say Netflix. I'm stuck on Netflix. Netflix and $10. Enter or click. Let me just take a look in the form again. So form, if you oops, and the button is not doing anything. We are now submitting the form again. This means that we need to go back to our submit. And if edit is set to true, then it's going to create this temporary list. It's going to expense map and return here item with the ID. And if the ID exists, then it's going to destructure items, date, charge, and amount. And else it's just going to return an item. And then it should set this to temporary expenses. So why isn't this working? Oh, wait just a second. Let me try this again. So let's change the date to the 7th. Let's do a previous date. Let's say 27th. I'm going to HBO now. HBO, too many Netflix. And it's 25. And let's click on edit. And there we go. It works. This is why alerts are so important. So I was forgetting to add the date. Okay, so this is how we can now also edit our, let's do another one. Let's do a Netflix. Let's just add here a Netflix now. I need to do Netflix. Netflix, and let's do $10 and let's edit, and there we go. Okay, so this is working. Now let's take care. What is next? Oh yeah, let's also calculate here the budget. So the total expenses and the economies. So let's take care of this next up. Okay, for this I'm going to create here a little helper function in order to calculate our budget. Let's just, it's irrelevant. Let's just say function, and let's call this calc economies. Okay, this is going to take in two things. It's going to take in the budget and the expenses. And then it should return the budget that we're passing in here minus. Now, it's not going to return minus the expense, but actually I'm going to take here in all of the expenses. So expenses, which is actually going to be the state. So all of the expenses, they are passed in. And from that, we're going to use now the reducer operator. I'm going to reduce here in total and expenses or expense. And we're going to return then the total. I'm going to parse int. I'm going to turn here an integer. The expense, let's just see the expense dot amount, and comma 10. Okay. And also this needs to be at the end wrapped into 0. Okay. Now the calculate economies, the function, we're going to pass it in up here where we got our calculate economies. So instead of just returning this economies, we're actually going to return here our calculated expenses. This needs to be wrapped in a function. But this function needs now a budget and a expense. So we can pass in here the budget, comma, expense, which is going to yell at us because it doesn't have, and the expenses, but it does not have the total amount of expenses. Also, this is not that state that we created up there. We first need to calculate up here the total expenses. So we're going to wrap in here expenses dot reduce. Wait, did I have here a redo? Not the reducer, the reduce. What am I doing? Okay, so expenses dot reduce. I'm basically going to take the same formula again. So I'm just going to copy and paste it in here. Okay, and there we go. Now it's a huge minus, but if you add in here budget, then it's going to be automatically calculated 30,000 million. Yay. Okay, that's not what we want. We also don't want to be minus. So let's edit here a couple of things. It's going to be just 32. Also, let's add a date. Edit. Let's edit this to 10, 100. And let's edit the next one to some kind of number. So we just calculated our total expenses and our economies, and we can now move on to add a couple of alerts. Okay, so let's start adding our alerts. Now, the alerts will also be coming from a specific component, and this time I'm going to create a different component for alerts. So let's go into components, right click, new file, alert, and this should also be a JSX file. So let me just change this to .jsx or fc, and we're going to return here a alert, which is just going to have two props, going to be the type of alert and the text of alert. Okay, and down here we're going to return a div with the class of alert, but I'm going to wrap this into backticks completely so I can change a couple of things. So alert and alert dash, and now within here we're just going to pass in the type. Also for the text, instead of alert, I'm going to have here our text, and if there is no text, then it's going to be the string of alert. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to close up alert. That's all that we need for now. Let's import alert from components. Let's choose both of them. Alert. And right when we started to return here, where do we have it? To return down here, right when we started to return everything, we are going to insert our alert. So alert component is where we're going to insert our alert. We're also going to condition it that if alert dot show, this means I'm going to set it into a state, then we're going to use our alert component, and the type of this will be alert dot type, and the text of this will be alert dot text. Okay, simple as that. Don't need you. Oh, actually we do need you. What am I doing? But I didn't close up the component. So there we go. So as I said, we need a state for this alert. So let's create our alert up here where we created all of our states. So let's go after edit and have our alert. Let's create a const and the structure here alert, then set alert, and we're going to set this to use state, and this is going to have a prop of show, not a prop, but with the structure here a show and false from this alert state. Now each time I want to set the alert, I'm also going to create here a handler. Let's create it up here. Oh, no, let's create it down. Let's create it completely down. So we're going to maintain. Let's create it here. Handle alert const handle alert, and we're going to set this to an arrow function, but also going to pass in here the object of type and text. And each time we're going to use this, we're going to set alert to whatever the show alert and the type and the text will be. So show alert, we're going to set this to true when I'm using it. The type and the text will be also passed in here. Now, in order to have a timeout for the alert, I'm going to set it in here, so not using useEffect. Set timeout, and we're going to use here callback function, and we're going to set here alert then to show and false. It's going to take 3 seconds. So where are we going to use our handle alert? Well, each time we do something, and the first thing that we do is that we check here for the edit. So instead of alert, instead of these two, we're going to handle our alert in here, and we're going to pass in here the type, going to be success, and then the text. Wait a second, this should be a object, and there we go. And then the object will be not the object, the text will be expense edited. Okay, so let's try this. When we're editing something, let's edit student loan. Let's edit this to this, and what should I edit it to? Again, car wash. I want to wash my car. Car wash. And let's edit this to 300 and edit. And just check here something. So alert.show, then the type will be alert type and text will be alert text. So did I just do something wrong? Yeah, it's blinking, but then it's disappearing. Strange. Why is that? Oh, yeah. Why did I pass in here? Oh, the moly. So this should be actually here. That's where I messed up. Sorry about that. I passed in the seconds in the set alert. Jesus. Okay, so car wash was edited. Student loan. Let's take out the student's loan. Let's do something else. I don't know. Do here a edit. That's it. Edit, and there we go. Expands edited. Okay, let's do another alert. I'm going to actually copy this handle alert. The next time we're handling an alert is down here. It's going to be also success, and we're going to have expense edit. This is when we're adding an expense. So let's add a new one. Change the date. Let's say new and $100. And also take a look down here. It's constantly changing. Okay, expense edit. this changed, and we just added the expense now. And we also have one here when this is not going to take effect. So if the condition up here is not met, then we're going to have here a alert of danger, and the text will be please complete all fields. And there we go. So if you try to add here something without having everything completed, it's going to have please complete all fields, test again, please complete all fields, and 375, and now it should get success. Okay, this is also working. Now we need to our clear item. So when we're deleting an item, let's pass in here clear item and alert. We're going to have a danger here, danger, all expenses deleted. Okay, so when we clear, oh, I don't want to do this. Do I have a, oops, well, I just cleared everything. Okay, so that just happened. Okay, let's just add another. Damn it. Okay, another one, some kind of thingy. Okay, now we need also the delete button. This was the clear all. Let's copy this and handle all delete. It's also going to be danger and expense deleted. Boom, and if you click on OK, expense deleted. Okay, so that's it for our deletes, or for our alerts. I'm still having that delete in my head. Yeah, that's basically it. This was a bit of a larger project, so let's just try it again. Let's take here date, doesn't matter what date. Let's say finish the project, and for starters it's going to be $10. Okay, so that's it for the project. I am planning to add a couple of other features to this later on, but for now that's it. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned a lot, because this one was a large one. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey, this is going to be an interesting one. Next, we're going to create a mortgage calculator application. So if you're planning on buying a home, then you most probably will take a mortgage, because, well, I didn't have my entire money up front when I bought my little home here, my little apartment. So let's just say you're going to buy a, I don't know what the prices are at where you're living. Let's just calculate here something. Let's say you're going to buy a million yes, the 6 zeros, 1 million worth home, and you have 265,000 saved up. Okay, so the loan that you need to take out is going to be calculated automatically here. It's going to be 735,000, whatever you want to call them, dollars, euros, yen, I don't care. Now comes the interesting part. Now comes your interest rate, and depending on where you are and depending on in which year you are, because for now we're in 2022 and the interest rates are exploding. So let's just say you're going to have a 3% interest rate. Okay, now the loan duration, let's say, is going to be 10 years. Now guess what your monthly will need to pay in order to pay down your loan. Let's click on calculate, and you will need to pay, holy moly, you will need to pay 7,000, let's say they're dollars or euros. Let's say you will need to pay 7,000. Over 7,000, almost $7,100. So let's just increase this to 30 years. Let's recalculate it, and then you will need to pee. Yeah, I almost need to pee when I see $3,100 or euros or whatever per month. Jesus. Okay, so if you don't believe me that this is correct, then you can try out one online. Just type in mortgage calculator and try it out for yourself. Okay, so this is the project. Hope you're excited, and let's get started. So let's create a new folder. This will be number, hey, what are you doing? This will be number 26, and it's going to be called mortgage and dash calculator. Okay, within here, we're going to create our app, new file, and mortgage calc and app.jsx or fc. And let's also bring it in here in our app. Oops, I didn't comment this out. Let's bring it down here. Let's bring in the next one and the next one. Mortgage, and hit save, and let's see, it should automatically appear here. Okay, also do a refresh so everything's cleaned out, any kind of remaining CSS. Okay, let's close up the left part, the navigation. I'm just going to return here a div with a class of container. If you're asking yourself why aren't I returning the app with a class of container, this is because I want each of these applications to have its own container. So if you're using them later on your projects, you can basically integrate them in larger projects. All always want to have them in a container. And also going to give this a margin from the top and a class of card. We are doing cards again. Okay, there we go. I know what, let's also add a width to this. So a style of width, and let's do here 500, and this is now how you type width. There we go. Okay, so only 500, that's enough. We don't need more space than that. Let's import a title. So import components and title from up components / title. Let's bring in the title down here. Title, and for the text we're going to have this. So let's cut it out, paste it in here. Let's add a space here, calc app, and close the component up, and there's our text. Next we're going to add a form, and we don't need any kind of action. What we do need is on submit. We're going to prevent the default behavior, so I'm going to automatically prevent it in here. So prevent default and execute it. Basically, when I'm going to submit this, there's no refresh happening there. Now I'm going to pack everything into div. Let's create a div. It's going to have class of D and grid, and let's do here a grid, a style of grid template and columns of repeat columns. I could do a repeat, or I could just do 1fr and 1fr. That's it. Let's also add here gap, comma, gap and 10. Basically meaning that I'm going to have this on one part and this on the other part. So within this, we're going to insert our, let's bring in form group for our components, form group, and this is going to be form group. I'm just going to pass in here the form group, the very first one, because we're going to have multiple, as you just saw. So form group, and I'm going to copy it 2 times. No, wait. First, let's type in something. Label text is going to be home value. The type of input, so input type. The first one's going to, all of them will be numbers. Input type, number. Let's also pass in a placeholder. Enter the value of the home. And I'm going to copy this, and this will be down payment. Not payment. Down payment is going to be number. Enter your funds. And I'm going to copy this again, and I'll just take a look at our finish. I'm going to add one in here, so one form group here, and oh, come on, I think I'm going to add one form group here, and then I'm going to copy this and add it down here, meaning that I'm going to have, yeah, exactly like this. So this one is going to be the one in the middle where we have it. There you are. Loan amount. It's going to be number, and the place will be the calculated amount of loan. This is going to be the interest rate, and interest rate is going to be in percentages. So whatever you pass in here should be in percentages. And this will be enter your interest rate. Why am I missing this T? I don't know. Missing the T in interest, like the T in planetarium. Okay, and the last one will be the loan duration, which will be then in years. So when you're passing in here something, it should be years. Number, and you know what? I'm not going to force it to be number. Let's take this out. So it could be also text. And let's enter here the duration. The duration of your loan in years. Okay, so the last one that we need is after the div to add a button. So let's bring in the button component, button, also bring it in up here. Oops, and button, and this will submit then. So button with a btn class. Let's use here btn, well, btn-info and btn-block. Let's save. And there we go. There's our submission. It's not submitting anything because we already stopped that. Let's add here text for the button. Let's say calculate. Okay. So the last thing that we need down here is where we're going to display our results momentarily. If you refresh the page, you will only have this alert with complete all fields, and if you display the results, then it's going to return to you the results. So let's add here a h4. It's going to have the class name of, we're going to pass down here now the class of alert. So let's use here a string of whatever alert class will be passed down here. So alert, wait. It's going to be a alert class. And this alert class will depend on what type of alerts it is passed down. Basically, if we are empty, but the condition I'm going to do a bit later on. So let's just set this for now to alert and danger. You know what? The variable does not exist. So let me initiate it up here. Let alert and class. Okay, and then we have our alert danger down there. We're going to also add just a bit of style to this. So let's go into our h4 style, and let's just pass down here a width of auto and also a margin of 1 rem top and bottom and 0 left and right. And I having here too many. Wait, alert, that is there, and oh, the style is in here. Didn't want to do that. The style should be out of the curly brackets. Okay, that's it. So next, let's assign a bit of state to the entire thing. Okay, so let's start adding some state to our application. I'm going to go up here, import useState, where our React is imported. Import useState, and let's also start using state. We're going to go up here. So this is going to be states. Let's type in a comment. Now we're going to add state for absolutely everything that is in here. So let's do a const. We're going to add a home value and then a set home value. Let's assign it to useState. This will be an empty string, a value. Then the next value will be down payment, and also set down payment. Set it to useState, empty string. Next we need our loan amount, which will be then automatically calculated. So this will be const and loan amount. Let's set this to set loan amount and use state. Okay, the next one will be then the interest rate. So open and close, square brackets, interest and rate. And we also need the setter, so set interest and rate. Assign it to useState. And later on, I'm going to refactor the entire project to a bit more complex one. I do want to do is the simple way so everybody can understand it. Okay, next let's up the loan duration, and also set loan with capital loan and duration. Okay, and let's assign this to useState. Now the very last thing that we need is what we need to add here is the monthly payments that we need to execute. So const monthly payments, and this will be set and monthly payments, and we don't need an s here. Let's just call it monthly payments. Okay, useState, and let's assign this to an empty string. Now first thing first, I'm going to set this monthly payment down here, and I'm going to wrap this into curly bracket and say that if there is a monthly payment, and then display me this value. And later on we're also going to display something as we have it in our finished project. We're going to display this complete all fields alert, which we're going to start with. Okay, now let's add our states right here to our form groups. So we're going to have here our values, which will be home value. Then I'm just going to copy this. Then the next one will be the down payment. Then let's go to our form input group, which is for the loan amount. Now we're going to set here the read only. We're going to pass down here true. Now let's go to our form group. Let's go to components, form group, and we have here read only set to false. This means that this field will not be editable. Even if I would add then later on here value, let's also add the values of loan amount, which is an empty string. Even if I would add here something, let's say loan, we have loan amount, say 300, I will not be able to edit this. If I would add to the down payment a 200, save, click in here, I would be able then to later edit this using key up, key down, but this one will not be editable. Let's take out this, and let's also take out this. And let's also pass down here a style. So class name of, let's say, bg-. light, basically signifying that this is disabled. Okay, let's move on. Let's move to the next one, which will be then the interest rates. We're going to set the value of this to interest rates, and the very last one will be the loan duration. So let's go down to this group and values and loan duration. Okay, we have all of our states set up. Next up, let's calculate here the loan amount. Now, in order to calculate the loan amount, we need two things. We need the home value and the down payment. If this would be, for example, 0, then we won't need it. Let's just say that we do have a down payment. So we're going to go up here and we're going to create a function, and let's call it calculate loan amount. Now we're going to set here the loan amount. So basically we're going to manipulate this state by setting it here, and we're going to just subtract here the home value minus the down payment. And from this, we're going to return the loan amount. Now, where should this be? This function should be executed both on the form group of home value and also the down payment. Why? Well, because if we use here the onKeyUp prop, which will then pass down the event listener of onKeyUp and pass in the calculate loan amount. So let's just see what happens if I start typing here in the home value some kind of value to, just typing here something 200 and it's 0. Why is it 0? Well, because first of all, we need to manipulate or change the value of the state of the home value. And for this, we need to set the home value. So what we're going to do here is first of all set the home value by executing the onInput event listener, and this will be just executed on this function right here. It's going to set the home value to the e.target.value. So whatever I pass in here in this input tag will be then set as a home value up here. This means this value will be now updated, which was just an empty string, and now it can be executed in here. And now if I start typing in here something, you see it's going to automatically execute here. Okay, so the loan amount is for now 10,000. Now how about the down payment? Well, for the down payment, we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to first of all on input, execute the arrow function here with the event, and we're going to just set the down payment to the e.target.value. Now that we have a value, we can also execute on key up the calculate loan amount function. So if I now start typing in here 5,000, then I'm only going to be left with the loan amount of 5,000. Okay, so pretty simple. We're updating here our two states of home value and down payment, which will then be executed on the onKeyUp event listener, and the onKeyUp event listener will then execute this function, the calculate loan amount, which will then set the loan amount, which is displayed here, to the home value minus the down payment. And this is pretty cool because even if this is null, even if there's nothing in there, that's just going to take over this value right here. So pretty simple. Okay, next up, let's calculate the monthly payment. Now let's create here a function which will calculate the down payment. So function, and let's call it calculate. Not the down payment, the monthly payment. Monthly and payment. And let's start executing here a couple of, let's call them utility functions. I'm going to need here something that converts values into percentages. So I'm going to create here another function. I'm going to call it percentage and to decimal, and we're going to pass in here a percent, and we're going to just return here the percent that is going to be passed in, divided by 12 and divided by 100. Now why are we doing this? Because we need to convert the interest rate from decimals into percentages. So this means that when we're going to set the monthly payment, we're going to pass in here the function of percentage to decimal, and within this function we're going to take in the interest rate that is going to be passed in here. Now this will then be multiplied by the loan amount, which was calculated up here, and now we have it in the state, and then we're going to divide it by 1 minus math.power, to math to the power, math.power. I'm going to type in here 1 plus, and this is just the formula, percentage to decimal again, and now we're going to pass in here the interest rate, and now to the power of minus Now I'm going to need another function that is convert our loan duration, which is going to be passed in as years, but we're going to need to transform it to months. So let's create here another function. We're going to call this years to months. Not t, but 2. Now this is just going to take in an argument of years, and whatever years will be passed in here are going to be returned as years multiplied by 12. Okay, let's close it up. Now let's use the years to month down here and pass in as an argument then the loan duration. And at the end, we are going to return, at the very end of the function, the monthly payment. So let's go down to our form groups, and we need a couple of things. We need our values for the interest rate, because loan amount is automatically calculated. So let's go down here, and on input, we're going to execute here in a callback function e and arrow function. We're going to set the interest rate to whatever we pass in here, e.target.value. Okay, and we have to do the same thing also down here for the loan duration. So on input, and let's execute the callback function, and let's set the loan duration to e.target.value. Okay, we're getting here an error, expecting an assignment for function call. Let me just check. Should be up here somewhere. So we got here calculate monthly payment function. This is correct. This is correct. Set monthly payment. Set monthly payment. I need to wrap this into another parenthesis, and there we go. Okay, so calculate monthly payment will be then executed on our button click down here. This means we're going to go to the button and add here on click event listener and just execute the function down here. Okay, so let's just do a quick refresh, and now we should be able to add here 10,000, then 5,000, 5%, and 10 years, and calculate will not execute anything because now we need to display here the values. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next up, but we can see that it is executing something, but we're just not seeing it. So next up, let's also display here our value, our finished value, and also let's add our alerts. So let's first of all go up to the top where we created our form. Where do we have it? Here we have it, our let alert classes. Now underneath of this, I'm going to create a condition, but you know what, I'm going to move it now down here. So let alert classes, and we're going to check if monthly payments exist, then the alert class will be equal to alert-success, and if it doesn't exist, then it's going to be alert classes will be equal to the string of alert-danger. Okay, let's hit save. Also going to do here refresh. Now we're going to move completely down to our result. So we said that if monthly payment, if it exists, then display me this, display me a result. I'm going to change this now just a bit. I'm going to automatically display this result, but with the conditions. We already have here a condition which is going to set our alerts depending on if this is calculated or not, and if there is a result or not. But also within here, I also want to set another condition. So we're going to display here, if the monthly payments exist, then we're going to display the text of monthly payment, monthly and payment. I'm going to display what exactly the monthly payment is. So I'm going to wrap this into backticks instead of double quotes. And let's display here the monthly payments. Now, if it is not calculated, then we're going to display complete, the capital C, complete all fields. Okay, now because it's not calculated, we're going to have complete all fields. So let's calculate it. 10,000 or 1,000, that's also now 500, let's say 3%, 10 years, let's calculate it. And we're going to get a extremely large number. So why is this? Well, because we need to transform it. We need to use toFix to cut it down to only 2 decimals after the comma. So I'm going to use here toFixed, and we're going to only use 2. So let's try here now a 500,000 something home. Let's have a 28,500 down payment. Let's do a 3.5% interest rate, and let's do 15 years. Let's calculate it, and we'd have 3,370.65. Now you can add here dollars if you wish so. Now, as you can see, it is prompting me here. This is actually what the Visual Studio Code recognizes, that this, if you would check it, let me do something here. If you check the, let's just console log here, the type of monthly payment when we're executing this, and let's also open up the console, inspect and console. Let's execute this again, calculate. Oh, is it already executed? I didn't hit save. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so hope you enjoyed the project and hope you learned a lot. This was the mortgage calculator application. As you can see, you can verify this if you wish. Just go to the internet and look for a mortgage calculator app. You will basically get the same results. I guarantee you this. Okay, so hope you enjoyed it, hope you learned a lot, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this project, we're going to create a course store, which will contain a couple of course cards. You can buy each of them. But that is not what is special about this project. This project is special because if you take a look down here at the prices, you can see they're in pounds. Now, how about displaying them in US dollars? So let's just click on US dollars, and they will be displayed as dollars, also already converted. If I go back to British pound, you can see it's 17.39, and in US dollars it will be 23.79. Okay, so the conversion rate is not really up to date. We will set a personal conversion rate. It's not necessarily have to represent the truth, but you can change it later on. Also, you can set it to euros, and also the background of this will change. Now, in order to achieve this, we're going to use the context API. So basically, we're going to create a store, which is going to have a course, which will be in courses. You can always see we're going to create multiple components, and then they will be regulated by our context throughout these buttons. Basically, we're going to have a context which will regulate which currency should be displayed, and for the currency, the cards will then also change. Not only the rate will be converted, but also the cards themselves will change color, as you can see. Okay, this project is completely responsive as always. So hope you're excited, and let's get started with the project. So first of all, let's create the project structure. And for this, we're going to open out our Explorer, create a new folder. We're going to call this course. Wait, this will be number 27. Woo! And we're going to call this course dash store. Just call it course store. That's enough. Okay, let's go in here. Let's create our application. This will be the store component. This is also going to be the main component. Store component, JSX, RFC. And also let's export it or import it into our app. Let's go down here. And let's import our component store. Close it up. They should be up there. And let's do a refresh. There we go. There's our store. Next up, we're going to create a components folder. Components. Then I'm going to create an image folder, img, and a context folder, context. And the last one will be a DB for the database. So so DB. Okay, I'm going to close up the app. We no longer need that. And now let's go back to our store. Let's close up the Explorer. Let's just do a bit of general design. So first things first, I'm going to take the document.body.style, and I'm going to change the background color to a hexadecimal color. You can see we have here a kind of bluish grayish color. So this will be a 282C34. Okay, and obviously the text color, so I'm just going to copy this and change this to color. Should be then a lighter color. I'm going to go with EEE. Next, let's add to the general div a class of container and also a all-around padding, so P1. Then I'm going to create a header tag. Header is going to have a class of text center and a margin on the y-axis of 4, and this is going to contain these two, actually a title, a subtitle, and a paragraph tag. So let's go in here. I'm actually going to just use regular H1 for now. The title, then font size XL. Wait a second, I'm having an E too much here. I'm going to type in here course. Okay, so there's a course. Just going to copy this, change this to H2, and then going to change this to a text and uppercase and a MB-2, and this will become a web developer and have much fun in your life. Fixing bugs, that is. And now we're missing our paragraph tag, which is going to have the class of MX and 2. and a lorem 10, I believe. No, it's more than 10. I did a whole lorem ipsum here. Okay, there we go. And everything that is left is, I'm going to leave this store here because this is where our, actually no, I'm going to take it out. This is where our courses will come in. Core and says component, which we are missing for now. Okay, so that's it. This is the general design. Also, we're going to have above our header a h4 with a class of margin, bottom, and 1, which is going to just be this part right here. The currency, I'm going to paste it in, where we can change our currencies then. And this is going to have a couple of buttons. So I'm going to pass in here a button component, button, close it up, and I'm also going to bring it in up here. So import button from our library of components and button. Okay, we have a click here. Also, this button will have a class, not class, but btn class of btn-light. And we want a small button. You can leave it as a larger button. I much prefer that this button should be smaller. Okay, this button won't do anything for now. We're going to take care of this button later on. I'm also going to have 3 buttons here. Okay, so that's it for this part. Next up, let's create our courses. So this right here, our courses component. So let's open up our Explorer tag. Let's go into components, new file. I'm going to call this courses.jsx. It's RFC, created. So we're not going to return a div, but we are going to return a UL, an unordered list. And let's also give this the class name of dflex. And we're going to give it also a margin to the top of 2. So let's also comment it back in here in our store, and let's bring import courses from within the project, the components folder, and /courses. And now we should see courses. What did I do wrong? Courses is not defined. Why? Oh, missing here an S. There we go. Okay, so courses. Now we have courses here, and we're returning an unordered list, which should have in here li. I'm just going to pass in now a bit of mock data. So course 1, I'm just going to copy and paste it. Change it to should have 6. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 courses. I don't like it how they are displayed. So let's let's do here a style, and let's give them a flex and wrap, and we're going to set this to wrap. Basically, I'm going to make this smaller or larger. They should, hey, what are you doing? Flex, wrap, and wrap. Okay, and let's also add a gap of 30. Colon and 30. Now they should go and misspelled here, wrap. There we go. Flex wrap. Okay, and there we go. So this means that each course that is going to be brought in here will be displayed here in a list. So I could already pass it up here as a prop that we are going to need here a list, which will then communicate to this courses UL the elements that are going to be passed in here, basically here, as a list. Now we do not have that list, so that is why next up we're going to create our course. This is going to be passed in here, and each course should be designed in a, let me close also this up. Each course should have its own design. As you can see here, a finished project that a course is in a, this is actually a card class. It has a header, it has a image, it has a description, it has a price in a footer, and also has a buy button. Now in order for each course to have its own price, its own image, its own tag, its own header, its own name, its own description, we need to create its own identity, and this is why we're going to create a separate course component which is going to hold this design. Each time that the information is passed into one of these components, then they will be displaced, or they will be passed through here, and then they will be displayed in our courses here. Okay, so next up, let's create the design for one of these courses. So let's create our very first course, which will be also in components. This will be singular course and JSX. Let's create here function, and this will be course. Okay, and now let's go down here, and as I said, we're going to return li, so list items. Let's also go here so we can see what we're doing. Let's go also into store, course, courses. It should be here. Let's just rearrange it a bit, and let's bring up here import course from, and we're going to go, well, actually we're going to remain it in here because this is in the components folder, and we're going to bring in a course. which then is going to be passed in here as for each course. We're going to have no longer an li, but we're going to have a course component. So let's pass in here course. No, not like that, as a self-closing component. So we have here one course. This is from, let's take this out. Don't need this also. We have here one course from this component. As you saw in our finished project, we are trying to design here a course card. And for this, let's also add to this the class to the li. What am I doing? To the li, the class name of, and I'm going to use here backticks because we are going to pass in here later on a couple of things. So backticks, card, and then margin bottom 2. And as I said, I'm intentionally passing this in as backticks because we're going to pass in here a couple of properties depending on what kind of currency we are on in. Now let's also limit the width of one of these cards by adding here style, and let's do here width of just 30. No, not 30, 250. Okay, so this is going to be here 250. It's already taking shape because we have here a little drop shadow. So within this course, we're now going to create a header. This is going to be in a div. So div, or just type the class of card-header. This is going to contain the title of the course. Then after this, we're going to have an image. We're going to leave this blank. And for the image, we're also going to pass in here alternate text, which is going to be course image. So just so that we know what is going to be passed in here. And also when an image is passed in, I want it to have the height of 100%. Okay, so we're already seeing this broken link because the image is missing and the alternative text is then displayed. After the image, we're going to have a card body. Let's create another card-body class. And I'm just going to pass in here a description of Lorem Ipsum, and that's basically it. You know what? I'm going to pass it in as a paragraph tag. You can later on change it if you wish so. And now for the footer, let's go outside the paragraph tag. Let's say here card-footer, and also display flex, so dot flex and dot space between, and close it up. And within here, we're going to have two elements. We're going to have an h4 with the price, and then we're going to have a button. So I need to bring in the button component, import button, and we're going to import it from button components. So we're going to go 2 levels up because we are already in our own components for this project. And let's use the button here, and let's type in btn class of btn success, and the text of the button, text of the button will be buy. Obviously want to buy something with this button, so just pass in here buy, capital buy or lowercase buy, as you wish. Now you should be space between. I think I'm missing this class. You will have all of these classes in your CSS file, so don't worry about it. Okay, there we go. We have a justifier, we have a button, we have a price, we have a title, we have a description, and we have our image. So we're good to go to actually then bring in our context API and pass down here information. But first, let's bring in some information, and for that we're going to add a database to our DB folder, and we're actually going to add 2 databases. One is going to be for the cards and one is going to be for the currencies. So let's start up with the information for the courses. Okay, let's go to our Explorer, go to our database, and within our database we're going to create a new file. I'm going to call this coursesdb.js. So from here we're going to export then a array. So let's create a const of courses db, meaning that within an array we're going to create a couple of objects. Each object is going to have its own ID. The first one will have the ID of 1. Then it's going to have a title. The first one is going to be the road to React. It's going to have a price. Let's say 1999, and it's going to have a image. And now for the images, we will need to bring in here, I'm going to go up here, images. Now these images we're going to store in our image folder. We're going to have an image for our React image that you just saw there, then for JavaScript, for GraphQL, for SAS, for Bootstrap 5, and for GitHub. And maybe later I'm going to add a couple of more. So I'm going to copy them all in here. Whoa! So I'm going to copy them into images, and now I can import them. Let's import the first one, import React. I'm going to import it from. I'm going to go 1 level up into images, and within here we have our React dot, and this will be a JPEG. And from. Okay, and now I can pass this in here, and I'll set a comma here, And there we go. We have our very first object, which is our very first course. Now, in order to use one of them, so close up the left side of the Explorer, we need to bring this into our store. So let's go back to our store. Let's bring in here, let's say comment db. I'm going to import here a courses db. This will be then passed down into our list prop. Remember, we do have on our courses a prop of list. When this is passed in, it's going to be passed down to courses. And now we can take that list, grab it on here, list. We can map over it. And for each course, we're going to display a component of course, in which we can pass in as a key, because we're doing here map, the course, it should be into curly brackets, the course.id, and as a item, the course itself. Well, let's just call it course. We should call it item. The courses will have a, so from the list we're passing in, just thinking about name conventions. So from the list we're grabbing onto items. Now I'm going to do it this way. From the list I'm grabbing onto items. So we're going to pass on here item, and this is going to go in to a prop of course, which is going to take in the item. Okay. Now we need to go to our course, grab on to the course that we're passing in, and I'm going to destructure it here. So const, open and close curly brackets, and we're going to destructure our course and extract from it. Let's see, the course, if you take a look in your database, has a ID, it has a title, it has a price, and it has an image. So I'm going to extract from it the title and the image. The image will be passed in here as a source, so image. And also, let's pass in here the title. Instead of this, I'm just going to grab the curly brackets, and we still need our course, 722 courses. Let's see, courses, course. Oh, because now this is item. Sorry about that. And there we go. There's our very first course. Now, in order to have multiple courses, let's go back to our database. And because this is extremely repetitive, let's just do one more, and the rest I'm going to paste in. So ID, you could also use UUID here, but I'm not doing that because I'm not grabbing onto data. So ID to title, the second one will be the route to GraphQL, QL, and we need here price. Let's say that the price is 29.99, and the image is then, and we're going to bring in the next image. It's going to be GraphQL, and what am I doing here? From React, no, not importing GraphQL, but I can leave the image as GraphQL as the name. Okay, let's add here comma. We're missing GraphQL, so we're going to import GraphQL from images and GraphQL.jpg, and there we go. So let's just type in here comment. So this is export db, and we're importing here import images. Okay, so we're exporting here the database, we're importing here the images. So we got now 2 courses. If I would have multiple courses, I'm going to copy now in the list of the courses. Please, for your exercise, please type them all in. Okay, also let's copy in, I do have them in a different order. Let's also copy in all of the images. The images are provided in your resources folder. So now we should have all of our courses. Excellent. There we go. Now let's go back to our course, and also let's bring in here price. And now let's also display our price down here. So we're going to go to price and pack this into price. But I will now tell you something. This is not the price that we're going to display here. Our display price will come from our context API. So next up, let's handle the context API, which will then change our prices depending on which price we want to display. Basically, it's going to convert from euros to dollars, from dollars to British pound, and from British pound and so forth. So it's going to do all the conversion on its own. Okay, so let's handle the conversion next up. In order to change the currencies, first we need to provide the project with a currency database. So let's go into our projects, let's go into database and create here a new file. We're going to call this currencies and db.js. Within here, we're going to export a const of currencies and db. And again, we're going to export here some kind of information. Now this time we're going to export a object, which is going to have multiple objects. First is going to be some information for euro. This is going to have a code of EUR, and then the label of euro. And let's start with this as a base conversion rate. So we're going to conversion rate. We're going to set this to 1. Let's type in here then a comment of base conversion rate. Now, if you want to do this to the dollars, so the USD, then you can set this as a base conversion rate to 1. But I'm starting with the euro. So let's change the code to USD. It's going to be the US dollar. And let's say that this is 1 to 19. I'm going to delete this comment. And the next one will be the British pound. So GBP. Let's change this to GBP and pound. What am I doing? Pound and sterling. Okay, and this is going to be 0.87. And there we go. There's our conversion. There's a currency database. Now we can close this up. We don't longer need it. You can actually just copy the title, what we're exporting, copy this object. And we need to import this to our store. So on the DBs, we're going to import, you know what, I could just, let's do this. Import, and within curly brackets, DB from our d/DB and /currencies DB. Next up, let's assign it to a state. So before our return, we're going to create a const. We're going to have here currency and set currency. Then we're going to assign this to useState. And let's pass in here the currency DB. And let's start with euro. And let's also bring in useState up here, comma, React and useState. Now, in order to set our currencies later on, we need here buttons to choose from what currency we want to display, or what currency we want to convert to actually. So for this, let's go down to our button here, and we're going to wrap this button, the curly brackets, and we're going to select from our currency database, because this right here is going to be used later on for our context provider. But within here, you need to loop over our currency database and change the button and what it does depending on the currency. And this button should also then set the currency here. So because we're importing, as you can see here, courses, now we need currency open. So currencies, because we're importing here an object, we need to, let's go back to store. We need to grab onto its values. So in order to grab onto the values from an object, we need to select here object and the values operator on it. And within here, we're going to pass in the object that we want to get the values from. So basically the currencies DB. Now we can map over it, and we're going to return here a basically a currency, which is then going to just return a button. So we're going to pass, cut out the button, pass it in here, and it's going to have a key of cur.label. We could also use code if you wish so. Now for the text, we're going to pass in here so I'm going to leave it at label. And now for the text, you can either pass in here, again, currency label, cur.label. You can see you have now euro, US dollar, pound sterling, or pass in here the code. And you will have euro, USD, and GBP. Also, you're going to need your onClick event, which will then set the currency to the cur that you're passing in here. Okay? So this is what will manipulate our state of currency, which is currently set to euros. So hope this makes everything clear, and it's going to make it clear just in a couple of, even clearer, just in a couple of seconds when we're going to actually change our currencies down here. But for that, we need our context API. So let's bring in our context hook next up, and let's take care of the context. Now let's go to our context folder. Within here, let's create a new file. Let's call it currencies-context and .js. Let's import here useContext and also React. And now we can export here, so there's not much to it, a const. I'm going to call this currency and context. Okay, we're going to assign it to React.createContext, and let's pass in here just null for now. Now let's go back to the store, and we're going to wrap our entire return. First of all, let's bring in context. It's going to be context, import our currency context from the context, and now we can bring it in here, currency context, and pass our return of div between the context dot provider. Now remember, this also has a value prop, and the value will be the currency, which comes, the currency comes from our state of currency, which we can change using these buttons right here. Remember, these buttons will change the context. Okay, now where is the context changing? Which one is the consumer? The consumer is the course. So let's go to our course, our singular courses and course. Let's also import here, import our currency context. Let's now create, and I was going to add a little bit of space within here. Now let's create a const of currency and .react.useContext. I'm going to use here the context from the currency context. So now instead of having this price, which will be structured here, let's create a context price. So const context price, and we're going to assign this to new intl number from number format. What am I doing here? New, which will just enable number sensitive language formatting. We can pass in here within a string of English and US, comma, and now we're going to pass in here the style of currency, because we want to have those $ and those euros. Wait a second, that's the finished project. So in front of them, I didn't pass here anywhere a $ or a euro sign or a pound sign, but I'm going to pass it in here as a currency. This is coming from here, okay? There's nothing new here. And now the currency will be currency, and we're going to set it to currency.code that we just set currency database. Now we're going to format this by using now our price from here, basically from the courses that we passed down. We're going to use the price, and we're going to multiply it. Oops. We're going to multiply it. Come on, multiply it by the currency dot conversion rate. Conversion and rate. Okay, and now I'm going to pass in the context price instead of the price down here, and as you can see, it has already converted it. Okay, and now if you would go up here, let me make this just a bit larger, and start clicking through it, euros, US dollars, and Great British pound or sterling pound, and you can see it's automatically converting it. Okay, simple as that. Now the last thing that we need to take care of is our backgrounds. Depending on our currency, we need to change the background. Okay, so let's start doing this next up. So in order to change the backgrounds, we're going to import here useState. So let's bring in useState and useEffect. We're going to need both of them. First, we're going to assign the state. So let's create a const and useState. We're going to leave this empty, but we're going to pass in here a course bg and a set course bg or lowercase g. And we can type in your comment of change course background or bg depending on currency. So what do we need to watch for? Well, we're going to watch for whatever the currency is. This should then set the course background. So we're going to use useEffect, and we're going to also pass in here the watcher, which will change everything, which is going to be the currency.code. And when the currency code changes, then we're going to have a couple of cases. For example, if the currency.code is USD, then we're going to set the course background color to card-light. Okay, so let's try this. Let's click on USD, and it doesn't do anything. Oh yeah, because remember, when I said that I'm going to put this between backticks, well, this is why. Because within here, I can now pass in the state of, what are you doing? Course BG. Okay, and now it's set to white. If I go back to euro, nothing happens because there's nothing set for it. So let's set it for euros. I'm going to change this to EUR. I'm going to change the color to primary. Now, because if I hit refresh, because this is the base currency, is always going to be set to purple, to the primary color. So the last thing that I need to do is to change it to GBP, and this will be then danger, or choose another color. It really doesn't matter. So let's try this out. Let's make it larger, and let's change it to US dollar, pound sterling, euro, so far and so on. You know what? I'm going to change the euro to blue. Let's see, what was the color to blue? Accept. Yeah, it was accept. So going to change U to accept. Okay, there we go. It's actually much better. So euro, US dollar. US dollar should be green, but I don't like it. Euro, US dollar, and grape, and pound sterling. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the code. That's pretty much it for this project. I am thinking of adding here a filter for depending on which one is the cheapest or the most expensive, and also a filter for filtering it after name. So Bootstrap, JavaScript, and so on and so on. Okay, hope you enjoyed the project and hope you learned a lot. And also see you in the next one. Bye bye. Alright, in this project I'm going to show you how you can create a form with a front-end authentication. This means this form will only then accept your submission when you will enter the right credentials. Meaning, if I would type here Norbert and some kind of password, I will try to log in. It's not going to let me log in. I need to type in the cap-sensitive exact password, and only then the application will accept my credentials. This will be treated using the context API. So the right username will be Norbert and the password will be 123, the hardest password in the world. And now if we try again, we'll log in successfully. Okay, also we can log out. So that's pretty much it for the app. It's an essential project, I think, that you really need to know. So hope you're excited and let's get started. As always, let's get started with the project by creating a project folder. Let's go into our projects, create a new folder. This is number 28. And I'm going to call this auth-app. Within here, let's create a file, our main auth app component.jsx, not slash. Okay, and RFC, and let's get started. It's also included in our app.js. Close it up, and you should see it appear here. At a quick refresh. After a quick refresh, we should see it appear. And also if I would save this. Okay, there it is. Okay, this entire thing will be again in a container. So let's class name container. Let's also give a max width to this of, let's use this style with a width of 300. Okay, instead of this app, we're going to have a title. So let's bring in title up here, import title from components and title. Let's add the title component, close it up. The text will have a small dependency because I'm going to link it to a state. So we're going to have here the text of UI title. The title, let's hit save. This is going to scream at us, but we're going to bring in now useState and close it up. And now we can use our state here. That's the structure equal to useState. And within here, we're going to pass in a wrapper, which I'm going to set to the boolean or true, and then I'm going to have a title. You can see there's 1,000 ways that you could do something. So authentication or authenticate. Okay, there's a title, and we need to bring in now UI and set UI. There we go. Now, why am I doing this? If you take a look in your finished application, after you authenticate, and 1, 2, 3, 4, this title and this entire thing will disappear. They are going to change. The title will change to welcome Norbert. This means it's going to take into consideration the data that you inserted into your input field. And also all of the input fields will disappear and just this log out button will appear. So if you would like to log out and we don't want to save our credentials, then you can see that everything comes back and also your authenticate title comes back. Okay, so simple as that. Okay, let's also work on our form here. Let's go underneath the title. And let's say that if the UI.wrapper is true, then we will display our form, well, which will basically just be a couple of form groups. So let's create here. Let's first of all bring in form groups. I'm going to copy and paste this. So form and groups. Group, just group, not groups. Group, there we go. It's going to yell at us and form group. I'm going to have here a label text of username. Then we're going to have an input field or input type. The first one is going to be text. Let's add also a placeholder. We're going to insert here enter fields. Not enter fields. What am I doing? Enter your name, buddy. We're going to also add the value. I'm going to leave this as a string for now. And let's copy and paste this because we need a second one. Whoops, did I mess something up? So 1, 2. You know what? I'm just going to leave this one in for now. I'm going to add the second one after we create the wrapper. So let's take care of the wrapper next up. But I could, you know what? I could add it into a fragment for now. So let's create a fragment, and because I'm basically returning 2 elements if I would do that. So I could now copy this, pass it in here, and the second one will then be password. This would be also password, and you should enter your password. Okay, pretty simple. And why aren't you showing? Let's do a refresh. There we go. I don't know, it just stopped showing for some weird reason. Of course, we also have our values, and that's kind of it. That's kind of it for now. Now, as I said, we need to pack this into a wrapper, and that wrapper will just add those animations here. So if I type in the wrong thing, this is going to start shaking. And we're going to do this using style components. As you can see, these are actually just animations using CSS. So let's do that next up. So for this, we're going to create another folder, components, where we're going to store our components and also our style components. So let's go in here, components, and let's create a new file, call it wrapper.style.js. X, why not? Okay, we're going to import here our styled and also our keyframes, because we need to do an animation, keyframes, and we're going to import it from style components. So first things first, let's create our keyframe. Const shake, going to be the name, and we're going to assign to keyframes. And within backticks, we're going to go from 0%, and we're going to start at 0% with a transform, translate of 1 pixel. This is 2 axial, so it's not on the x-axis or on the y-axis, it's on both axes. And 1 pixel, and then a rotate of 0. Then I'm going to copy and paste it. At 10%, we're going to have a -1. Basically, I'm trying to do a shake animation, which is going to go in all of its directions. -2 is going to be a -1 degree. Missing here an E. Then a 20%. Let's copy and paste this. Hey, what are you doing? Come down here. It's going to be -3. Then 0 and just 1 degree. And the rest of them I'm going to copy in, because I'm just wasting time here talking and typing out things. This is how it's going to look. So 30%, 3 pixels, 2 pixels, rotate 0 degrees, 40%, transform, translate 1 pixel, -1 pixel, rotate 1 degree. You can just copy it in from here. Now let's export a const of wrapper, and we're going to style this to styled.div is the element that we're going to create. And let's say that if the parent element, so the div, has a class of active, then we're going to animate. We're going to take in our variable of shake. It's going to take 5 seconds to activate, and it's going to have a, not to activate, to execute, it's going to have a ease out effect. Okay, now we're going to target the inputs within our wrapper. And let's say that the inputs will have a color and red. And now let's target the parent element, which is the input in this case, and let's target its placeholder, and let's also turn this to the color red. Okay, simple as that. Now, if the parent element has a class of, which is now the div, again, the class of hide, then it's going to be displayed as none. That's it for our animation. Okay, now let's bring this in. Let's go, I'm going to close out the app. Let's go to our authentication. Let's bring it in up here. So import, we're going to import our wrapper from components, wrappers.style, and we're going to wrap it around, instead of the empty fragment, we're going to use now our wrapper. And I'm also going to add a class to this, and let's go in here. If animate denied, then we're going to add to this the class of active. Okay, now let's create this animate denied. Again, this is obviously going to be a state. So let's go in here, animate deny, animate denied, and let's set animate and denied. We're going to use state, and we're going to just set this to false. And I misspelled here, I'm missing here an N. Okay, so we're going to set this to false. Now, where will this activate? Well, it's going to activate upon our login. Now, if you're wondering where's the login button, it's just this one. Well, simple. It's not in here. It's actually outside. We're going to create in our component, we're just going to call it authenticate or just auth. And this will be outside of this wrapper, this is going to be down here, and we'll display our button. And also let's just quickly Albert and 1 2 3 4. Let's authenticate here, and it's also going to display this alert. Okay, so it's going to take care of this part right here. So next up, let's create this auth. Now let's create our auth component. Let's go into components of .jsx, rfc, return the rough. Let's also import it, so I don't see that error anymore. Let's go up here, components. Well, we also do something like this and select both of them and auth. Whoa, what are you doing? Auth. Okay, there we go. There's our authentication component. Now let's go into the authentication component. I'm going to start bringing here our button. So import the button from components. What am I doing? It's going to be 2 levels up and components, and from here the button. So instead of this auth, we're going to return a button component. The first one is actually going to return 2 button components. The first one is going to have the class of btn-success, and then btn block, because I wanted to have a block button. Now the text for this, what am I doing, will be login. Wait, am I still in here? Oh, sorry. There we go. So the text will be login, and it's also going to have an onClick command, but we're going to take care of that later on when we're going to take care of our authentication. Okay, let's copy the button, because the next button will be then our logout button. So danger, and this will be log out. And we're going to have also a third button. I know this looks kind of dumb, but just stick with me, I'm on a roll. This would be primary, and this is going to be try again. Try again. So why do I have 3 buttons? Well, because of, let me refresh this, because of this, when I try to log in, the button will change, giving me the third button, which is actually try again. But not only that, we're also going to have here a alert. So let's bring in also alert, and our alert will be up here. Alert is going to have the type of success. And did I close you up? No. And the message of success. Simple as that. Now what and when will be displayed from these 4 components will depend on our, well, not on our state, but on our context. Again, we're going to use the context API for sending down here information and telling these components what should and should not be displayed depending on the authentication status. So next up, let's take care of our authentication. So let's create our context folder, context, and within here we're going to create our auth-context.js. Let's import React from React, and let's create our const. So let's export it here. Export default const of auth context. We can just export it regularly. Okay, auth context, and we're going to assign this to React dot. You know, there's multiple ways of creating this. We're also going to use the hook later on. Context, or we could just use context. Let's just use context, text, and I'm going to bring it in from React. And for the context, I'm going to assign here object. Now, this is going to have a state, not a state, a status of null. Then we're going to have a login, which is just going to be a callback function. Also, we're going to assign functions here in here. And then we're going to have a log out. So we just copy, paste this, and let's redefine this as log out. There we go. Okay, so our context consists of the status of the context, the login, and the log out, which are, what am I doing? Which are functions, and this is a Boolean. So that's it for the context. Let's we can actually close this up. Now, where do we set our context? Well, first of all, let's go into our auth. I'm going to close this up in our authentication container. We are going to bring in context in here. So let's import auth context, and you should also bring in, first of all, useContext, the hook itself, useContext, and let's bring in our context from, we're in components, so we need to step outside of here and go into context and then auth context. Oh wait, I did export as a component, so yeah, let's open up our context once again. We do need to use here React.useContext, create context, and there we go. Okay, we brought in our context. We can bring it in here. Let's just assign it to a auth variable. We're going to use context here, and we're going to use our auth context. So let's just first of all check this context. So what is console log here, the auth. Let's see what we get. So let's go to the console. We're going to get an error, obviously. Let's refresh this. Let's add here refresh. I'm also going to move down the console to the bottom. Let's do a refresh here, and let's see. You provided the value prop form. I know, don't need that. This is what I need, the context. Okay, so the context, as you can see, has a login, a logout, and a status of null. I can also use here from the context just the status. So it would tell me that the status is now null. You can see down here. Okay, so let's do our first condition here. So if the status is null, let's wrap the alert. So auth.status. If this is null, then we're going to display here, what am I doing? A empty string. Else, if the authentication, so auth.status is equal to true, well, now we're going to have two things. So if it's equal to true, then first of all, I'm going to display my alerts. I'm going to wrap this into a parenthesis. And else, because it can also be false, then I'm going to display this as null. And it's gone. Now, remember, I didn't assign the status to false. I just assigned it to null. So if it's null, don't display anything. Now I can also assign it to false, remember. Okay, let's continue on with our status, and also let's manipulate the buttons down here. So the first button, the first two buttons actually, I'm going to wrap, again, everything, all three buttons into curly brackets, and let's do here a couple of conditions. So if the auth.status is equal to null, then if the authentication status is null, then we're going to display our login button. So let's wrap this into a parenthesis. Else, if the authentication status is true, then we're going to display either, and we're going to now move up our logout button, or I'm going to wrap this into parenthesis. Wait, that's not cool. Here we go. Then we're going to display our try again button. Wait, where am I missing here? So if you are this, then this, and if not, I'm missing here something. Wait just a second. So authentication status is null. Then display me this button until here. After that, this could also be the status of true. Am I missing here some kind of indentation? Then display me the other button, basically this one. Oh, that was a problem. Okay, so our status is null, is displaying the login button. We don't have any actions on the buttons until now, so we're going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. But if that is true, it's going to display our danger button, it's going to log out. Else, that could be also false, it can display our try again button. Okay, so that's kind of it for this part. Next up, let's authenticate. And for this, we're going to move up to our authentication app. So let's move to our authentication folder. I can actually close out the app and the wrapper, so the context and the wrapper. You will only need our authentication file and our authentication container. And I can also close up the console here. So let's start up by, well, importing our context, authentication context, also in our main app up here. I'm going to import it here. And of course, the path is now not correct. This should be here. Now, first thing that I'm going to do is actually focus on this very first input tag. So let's just input here useRef and useEffect. Let's be professional here. Now let's start up by const input name and assign it to useRef. And let's set here the state of null. We're not referring to anything. And now we can use effect, and we're going to watch for the input name. And we're going to then focus input.current, and .focus. Okay, and we just need to reference. So we're going to go down to our input before the value, and let's reference is equal to our input name. Line 10. Oh yeah. There we go. So we have here autofocus. We have here our UI control, and we have here our animation state. Okay, now let's take care of the name and password. So let's type in our command control name and password. And again, we're going to use state. So const, we're going to assign this to, let me scroll up a bit, use state. We're going to set the state to an object, and here we're going to deconstruct our user auth and set user auth. We're going to set here the name. I'm going to set it to an empty string for now, and we're going to set the password, and we're going to also set this to an empty string. So let's handle the change of the name's value and the change of the password value. So down here, we're going to create a const, get a function of handle change name. You're going to assign it to an arrow function. You're going to watch for the event, and we're going to set user authentication, and we're going to destructure here the user authentication and change the name to the e.target.value. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for the password. So change password, and we're going to set here, password, and I'm going to change here the password. Simple as that. Okay, now let's pass them down in our two form groups. So the value of this will be user authentication dot name, and we're going to on change. We can handle then here the change name, and the same thing will go for the next one, which will be password, and we can handle the change password. Simple as that. Just do a save. We should now update the name and the password in our input fields. Let me just check something. Target. I always mess this up. What is wrong with me? Okay, so let's enter name, enter password. Okay, the last thing I want to do is wrap this entire thing into our context provider. So I'm not going to wrap the title into a context provider, but up here before our UI, going to auth context, we're going to assign this to provider and close it up. I'm going to move the entire thing, including the authentication. I'm going to move it, so the authentication container and the form, we're going to move it into the provider. Now this needs the value, and we're going to set this to status and auth status, which will be then handled throughout the state. We have our login. This will be handled through a login, and we have our logout, which will be handled then through a logout, log and out. Okay, so we need these three things in order to change the status of our form. Basically, we need to pass down our change our context in order to authenticate our form. Okay, so let's handle this next up. So as I said, we're going to create, I'm actually going to close up the Explorer. We're going to create our status for authentication status. So let's create here const use state, and let's destructure here auth status and set auth status. For now, we're going to set the status to null, exactly as we had it in our context provider. Now we can log in. So let's create here const login, which will then, well, change the status. So this is the most important part. This action will bring in our users. So change the state of our users, change the state of our UI, and then set the status of the authentication. So let's do first of all a verification here. So if the user authentication dot name is equal, and now we're setting it to what the authentication should be. Basically, you're setting as if you will bring in from your backend the username and the password, which need to match in order for the authentication to proceed. So in our case, Norbert, or typing your own name, but be careful, I typed in uppercase N, okay? And this is not enough. The user auth.password, and now you're going to set your password is, and in my case, 1234. Now only then will the set authentication status will be set to true. For now, it's false. After that, we can also clear our inputs. which I'm going to create down here. Const clear inputs. I actually just use a function. Function clear inputs, and the only thing that this will do is set our authentication or user authentication. Where is it? User auth. Going to set it, scroll up a bit, to the name of empty string and the password of also empty string. Okay, so this is going to be executed, then this is going to be executed, and then we got to authenticate, which will basically just mean, let's create down here a function that's going to authenticate, and this function will set the UI, and we're going to change the wrapper in here to false, and the title will change to, I'm going to pass in here the string of welcome, with backticks, and now the auth, and now the user auth dot name. Okay, so the name that is going to be passed in here, where is it? Username, user auth name. This right here will be then passed in as a welcome. Pretty simple. Now all we need to do after this is also handle our logout. So let's create here const log out t. Let's assign to an arrow function, and we're going to log out by simply doing a windows or window.location.reload. I'm going to set this to true, and there we go. So let's just click on login for now. Nothing happens. Why is that? Well, because we need to go back to our auth, our authentication container, and add those actions to our buttons. So we had here on click our auth.login, the login button. Then on log out, we have we need to add an on click auth.logout. And obviously on try again, we will have our on click auth.login again. Now let's click our login button. Oh, and just a second, because we didn't handle what will happen when we don't have our credentials. So let's go back to our authentication app, and in our login we need our else statement. So else. Now if this is not true, then something else should happen. Well, our authentication status should be set to false, or set animation should be set to true, and we will also add a set timeout to this because I want to remove it. So set timeout, and I'm going to pass in here a arrow function and set the time and set the animated denier to false again, false, after just a couple of seconds. So let's say here 600 milliseconds, which will just, whoa, what are you doing here? And I don't need you then. Okay, so now let's click on login, and as you can see, the animation appears, the try again button appears, and now we need to pass in our credentials. So let's try Norbert and 1 2 3 4, and what will happen? It will not let me log in because we need here a capital N. Let's also do just a 1 2 3. Again, this will not work. 1 2 3 4, and now it's going to send me to our welcome page. It's going to also have a success alert here, and we can also log out, and this will do a Windows reload. Okay, this is not how this is actually handled. You'll need your backend for that, but that's pretty much how it should work. Okay, so there's a complete authentication application for you. Hope you enjoyed the project and hope you learned a lot, and see you in the next one. Take care, bye-bye. Alright, it's time for a really fun but useful project. We're going to create a speech synthesizer using React and also using the speech synthesizer API. Now this is extremely helpful on sites where you can, well, for those who cannot read the text, the speech synthesizer helps them read out the text loud. Basically whatever you will, in our case, whatever we will type in here will be then read out by the speech synthesizer. It will also highlight the items that it just read out. Also, if you type something else in here, Norbert, then it will read out Norbert. Okay, you can also change the speed at which is read out Norbert. Okay, so pretty fun project and also pretty useful project. Hope you're excited, so let's get started. Okay, let's get started by creating a new folder. Let's go into our projects, new folder. This would be project number 29. I'm going to call this dash, so 29 dash speech dash synthesizer. Within here, let's create our new file, our synthesizer app.jsx rfc, and let's also save it. I always forget to save, and bring it into our application, into our main app here. Speech synthesizer, where are you? No, we call the synthesizer, and close it up. Okay, we should already see it here. There we go. Also hit a refresh, so we don't have any kind of CSS. Okay, we can close up our application, and the very first part is just creating the synthesizer app container, which will have a container class, class name, container. We're going to have two elements within here. We're going to have the speech narrator, which is going to be a component that we're going to create just in a couple of seconds. And we're going to have that text area that you just saw in our finished project where we can type in our text. So we're going to have here a text area. Let's open and close up this text area. And now let's add just a couple of properties to the text area. So normally a text area has columns and rows. Now you can define how many columns and rows they should have. Calls, and I'm just going to add here 30. You can obviously make it larger or smaller if you wish to, but for the start you should have something predefined. Rows, you're going to set this to 10. I know speech synthesizer is missing, don't worry about that. I'm going to comment that part out. Now they should also have a value. Basically the value is whatever we will type in here will be the value. So I'm going to set the value for now to an empty string. And also we're going to have here a onChange event. This means each time we change something here in our text area, should be then passed into, I'm going to also show you where it should be passed in here, into the text property of the synthesizer is going to pass in here the text. So whatever we type in here will be then passed in here. And also the text will be the value. So if I would just, I'm going to type it in as a string for now. So whatever text we're going to type into the synthesizer will be the value. If it change the text, it will be changed using the onChange event. And we're also going to bring in then useState. So let's also bring in useState, which will then update the state of the text value. So let's destructure your const. I know that we have here errors, but just ignore them for now. I'm going to set this equal to useState. And again, we can just set this to text. Now I can remove that text from there and type in text here and then set text. Okay, and whatever we pass in here, we can then use as a value of that text. So we can set the text here to the e.target.value. Okay, so we're missing here the text. It should not be in curly brackets. And if I comment this now out, use state. What am I doing here? Use state. There we go. Use state. Use state. My oh my. Okay, so whatever we type in here will be then passed in to our text state and also will be updated using the onChange event, and then it will be passed down here into our text into our speech narrator, which will then, well, using the synthesizer, narrate the text for us. Also, these two elements will be displayed as columns. So display flex and flex, come on, flex column. Okay, there we go. So next up, I would say that we should create a speech narrator. So let's get started with this. Now, we're not going to have multiple components, so I'm just going to pass it in here as a new file, the speech narrator that is. Whoops. So once again, paste it in. So we're not going to have multiple components, and this is why I'm just going to create the speech narrator within here and not create a component folder. So speech and narrator.jsx. Okay, RFC. Hit save, and I can now, this would also take in a text. And I can now comment this back in and bring it in here. So import speech narrator from speech narrator. Okay, and there we go. There's our speech narrator. Now let's just do a bit of design here for the speech narrator. As you saw in a finished project, we actually have up here a little robot. Now, I know you can't hear my desktop sound, so you could at least hear over the microphone from the speakers that this is really working. Because Macs have some really weird setup for recording the sound of the system. Nevertheless, we need an icon. We need here a output area. We need here range slider, which will change the range, not the range, change the rate. And here at the rate, I will actually include a value. And so let me just very quickly, a label should be here, the rate value. Okay, so 1, and there we go. Okay, so let's take care of this part right now. So let's go back to our synthesizer. I'm going to close up the Explorer area. We don't need that anymore. Also, even the speech synthesizer we no longer need. So we're going to have this clean one file. Okay, let's go down here. In our div that we're going to return, we're going to give this a class name of container again. We're going to display as flex. Flex direction should be column. And I'm going to give this a margin on the y-axis of 3. Now I'm going to have here multiple items, and I want between those items to have a gap. So let's add here a style element a gap of, let's say, 30. You can increase this later on if you wish so. So let's delete this speech narrator. Oh, actually, sure. Yeah, I'm going to leave this in here as a h1 user or the speech narrator, which would be this little robot right here. And now let's actually create that robot. So we're going to import, first of all, let's import a couple of icons. We're going to import from React icons and from the library of AI. Let's jump in here. We're going to import AI fill robot and AI outline robot. So I'm going to include down here, first of all, our fill robot and close him up. And after him, we're going to have our AI, our outline robot. Now, both of them will not be displayed at the same time, and we're going to condition this depending on if the speech narrator is narrating or not. Also, let's add a bit of style because, as you can see, they're extremely small. So I'm going to go up here and let's say const robot style. I'm going to set this to a font size of 100. So let's increase the font size, and let's also add this as a style here. So style, so you can see what I'm doing here. Robot style. I'm going to copy this and also add it to the next one because both styles are pretty similar. And padding set to 0. And also when we over one of these robots, we can indicate that we can click them. We are going to set the cursor to pointer. Okay, so when I'm over the robots, it should indicate that I can click on them. I'm also going to add to both of them the primary color class. So let's add here class name of primary dash color. Oh, sorry, color, no, text color. The text primary will change the color. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Only the fill one, which will indicate that it's running, should have the primary color. Now, next up, we're going to create the narrative bar here, which is going to indicate what is being narrated, and it's also going to highlight each and every word that is narrating. This will actually be a little component that we're going to integrate here. So let's call it highlighted and text. Okay, I'm going to comment this out for now. I'm not going to work on it until we have something to narrate. And the last thing that I want to do is create a slider and the output, which is going to control our speed, our narration speed. So I'm going to create here a div with a class of form-group. If you're asking yourself, group, and if you're asking yourself, why am I not creating, or I'm not using a form component, it's because we're missing a couple of properties that I didn't include in a form component, and I also don't necessarily see the need to include them. So let's do here label. I don't need the HTML4. The label will just say rate, and within here we're going to have the rate value. And for now I'm going to just type in here rate value as a string, but this is going to be a state of the input field, which let's just create it here. So we're going to have input field with the type of range, and I don't need the name, I don't need the ID, but what I do need is the step. This is extremely important because this should step only 0.1 on each of his steps. The speech narrator does not take in that many values, so cannot do minus values or 10,000 or something like that. It's going to go to maximal of, let's type in here 2, and it will also go to a min, as you can see here, of 0.5. Anything after that would be extremely slow and nobody can understand it. So it's also important that you set it. So 0.5 would be the minimum. Okay, now the value that we're going to change here, as I said, will be the form value, will be the rate value. Okay, so if we go back to our project, we can no longer change this because we don't have our onChange event. Also, this represents nothing. So we're going to do this. You know what? Let's take care of this later on. For now, that's it. We have everything that we need. Next up, let's bring in the speech synthesizer. So let's go above our return. And you know what? I'm actually going. Yeah, that's okay. I'm going to leave the robot style here. Let's go above our return and let's just create a const. I'm going to call this synth, and this will be equal to window.speech synthesizer. So basically this is integrated in actually almost all of the web browsers, and it's also supported by all of them. Now the speech synthesizer interface of the web speech API represents a speech request. Okay, so we're actually requesting something with this, and it will contain the content that the speech service should then read out, and also the information about how it should read it out. You can change the language, you can change the volume, you can change the pitch, you can change the rate, as you will see here. So it has different properties. Okay, next up, let's create here a let utte range. And we're going to assign this to a new speech synthesizer, and it will synthesize utte range. Also, as you can see here, it takes in a text of string and it will return it as a voice. Now, as you saw, now we need to pass in here the text, so basically this text right here from our component. And now we can add a event listener to the synthesizer by adding here event listener of. We're going to add an event listener of boundary. Within here, we're going to pass in here characters, so char index, and their character length, so char length. So let's wrap both of them into parentheses, and let's use our arrow functions because this is going to return. Oh wait, I have one too many. Should be outside of it. Okay, here. This will return our set highlight section as you saw here. Now I do have a little bit of work to do for this, but don't worry. We're going to just create our set highlight section, and we're going to pass in here from char index to char index plus the character index length. I'm missing here the arrow function. Just disappeared. Okay, we're still missing our set highlight synthesizer. So let's go up when we're passing in our text, and right before our const of robot style, we're going to create a function that is going to split up the words by using the split operator. So let's create a const split text. We're going to assign this to a arrow function, which will take in the text. We're going to take in from where it should split up and to where. And this will return, and we're going to have three values. First of all, the text.slice will go over, and I hope you know how the slice operator works. It needs a start and an endpoint. So it's going to go from 0 to from, which is going to be passed in here. Then the next one is going to text slice. It's going to go from to, and the last one will be text.slice to. Okay, now all of these will be now used in the React state. So let's create here const, and let's also bring in a state up here. useState and useState, and we're going to destructure here the highlight section, and we're going to set the highlight section. As a default value, we're going to set from to 0, and also to, we're going to set to 0. Now we can go down to our highlight the text, comment is back in, and we're going to pass in here the prop of text, which is going to take in the text, and we're going to destructure here the highlighted section, highlighted and section. Okay, so basically the text that we're going to pass in here is then going to go into the highlighted text. Whoops, wait a second. It's going to go into the highlighted text, which you still need to create. It's then going to be structured and constantly updated using useState. So let's create our highlighted text next up. Okay, right before the return, let's go up here, let's create the const. And we called this little fellow highlighted text. And we're going to pass in here the text from and to. And this should be all in an object. Okay, now we're going to set this to an arrow function. And we're going to take now our text from and to, destructure them, and pass them into a const of, we're going to destructure here start, highlight, and finish. Okay, and there will come from split text, which will then pass in those three. Very high, missing an H here, and finish. Okay, now this function will then return, as you saw in our finish project, is going to return this little text area here, which will actually be just a basic card. So let's create here div with the class name of card. So close up this div, and let's also add a bit of boundaries. So style, we're going to set this to a max width or just width of 500, And within here, we're going to pass in auth or start. Then within a span tag, so let's create a span tag. We're going to have our highlight. And after that, we're going to have our finish. Okay, and there's our text. Now, in order for this to be highlighted, let's add a class of bg warning. Okay. So whatever element will be read out will be highlighted in here. Okay, next up, we're going to handle the start and the listen and the pause of this beautiful API. Okay, so let's do this next up. Okay, so let's start our text narration somehow. And the narration will start when we're going to click on this robot, the upper robot. So let's create here a const of handle play. Let's assign it to an arrow function. And as I said, the handle play will be triggered by this icon. So let's go down to the specific icon. This will be the AI fill robot. And let's add to this a on click event, which will then handle play. Oh, wait, no, this should be actually when it's playing. So I'm just going to copy it. You're going to be down here. This one will handle play. And the upper one, let's also execute it here. And this one will handle pause. So I'm going to change this to pause. Okay, you're missing handle pause. No problem. We're also going to create handle pause. Where do I have handle? Let's create a comment of handles. Okay, and let's replace it with pause. Now, handle play will take our synthesizer, this right here, and let's go into the handle play function. We'll take our synthesizer and we'll use the speak method on it. And the speak method now takes in, as you can see here, uttRes, which is this one up here. We need to pass it in here. Okay, and I don't know if you can hear it, it's constantly now updating. So let's stop it. Let's stop it here. Let's also text this out. Now our handle pause will just pause then the synthesizer. So synth.pause. And you don't have to pass in here anything because it would just pause it. So if I would now click on this, okay, and you just saw it highlighted my text. Okay, now let's paste this in. Okay, so now let's click on our dark robot here, and it just read out our text. Now let's create a handle or a state where only one of them appears. So let's go up here. Let's say const. It's called a show play, and then set show play useState. We're going to set this to false, and in our play handler we're going to set show play to true. Okay, and now I can go down here, wrap these two gentlemen in here and say show play, then display me the first one, else display me, actually no, it's, oh yeah, it is this way. So click on show play, and if I click on this, it should now set show play, basically on pause, to false. Okay, let's try this out, and it should set it back. Okay, now to the play, I also want to add a synth and resume method. When we pause, this will resume the text then. So let's add up here, let's change the text. Actually, we're outside. Let's go to the synthesizer. And instead of, what do I have here? Text, let's say Norbert something. Norbert something. There we go. And as you can see, the rate is extremely high. So let's change the rate now by adding another state here. Let's also type in a comment of states. Actually, the synthesizer state. So synth states. And let's add here another one. Const of rate and actually rate value and set rate value. And also let me check something because, okay, let's assign to useState so I don't have the error state. I'm going to set this to 1 by default. That's the default value. And also let me check here, set text. This is right, but I think I didn't add here. Yep, now I can pass in here the rate value, and when we're changing something in here, in our rate value, we can now set rate value or handle set rate value. Handle rate value. Okay, so create this up here in our handlers, const handle rate value. I'm going to set this to set rate value, and this is going to be set to the e.target.value, and we also need to pass in another event up here. Okay, so if I would change this, then it's going to set the rate value. And let's check something. Rate handle, not the value. What am I doing here? Rate value, also here value will be rate value, and you will be on change. It's going to set the rate value. Okay, so now, but as you can see, it only increments with 0.1, and it also goes to a minimum of 0.5 and a maximum of 2. Okay, over something. Excellent. Now also let's use the rate value, and for this we need to go to grab onto a synthesizer, and now we can set the dot rate by assigning it to the rate value. So if I would go now down to 0.5, okay, it's extremely, let's correct this, extremely low rate. Norbert something is typing something. Okay.
Norbert something is typing something.
And if I increase this, okay, cool. Okay, let's bring it down here again. Now let me bring in a bit of more text. Let's paste this in, and let's start. Let's start here. Let's see what.
React course is a project-based course that focuses on sharpening your skills as a web developer by
okay, we can pause it and we can resume it.
Applications using the React JavaScript framework and its large library of npm packages.
Excellent. We can let.
React course is a project-based.
Stop, lady. Stop. Okay, we can also increase the rate.
Course that focuses on sharpening your skills as a web developer by creating modern web applications using the React JavaScript framework and its large library of npm packages. This React course is a project-based course that focuses on sharpening your skills as a web developer by creating modern applications using the React JavaScript.
Pause it again. Let's move this in here.
Framework and its large library of npm packages. This React course is a project-based course that focuses on sharpening your skills as a web developer by creating modern web applications using the React JavaScript framework and its large library of npm packages. This React course is a project-based course that focuses on sharpening your skills as a web
but this isn't taking effect.
Modern web applications using the React JavaScript framework and its large library of
Perfect. Okay, so that's basically it. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a lot. And with this being said, see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this project, I'm going to teach you how to implement lazy loads into your web applications or into your larger website where you need to load a bunch of data, which will, well, try to push the entire data down the pipe, and you will have problems loading your page. Now, there's a workaround which is called lazy load. Basically, let me do a refresh here. We are loading roughly 5,000 images within here. Now, these are only image placeholders. So you will see this 600 by 600, but it's simulating an image placeholder. This does take up data, and it is brought in through a API. So if I would refresh here, instead of having these images loaded, you will see an effect happening, a blur effect, which is representing, first of all, is going to load the information, is going to load all of the text, all of the design, but the images themselves, just let me hit the refresh, you will see loading. You can see the data is there, and now the image loaded. Now, and this only happens on scroll down, so it's not loading the entire page. It will only load what is in focus. Okay, so this means that your web application will work normally. You can see up here how much data we have, but it will only load the application, it will only load the information that is needed, and everything else it will then load later on. This really helps up with your network and also speeds up your application. Okay, we're going to use useState, useEffect. We're going to also use a callback function. We're going to use fetch, and yeah, fun project. Believe me, this is a really fun project. It's also an important project for you. When you're going to create larger application, you're going to bring in a bunch of data. This is extremely important to know. Okay, so this being said, let's get started with the project. All right, so let's get started by creating our project folder. Go into your projects. Oops, misclick there. Create a new folder. This will be number 30, and let's call this lazy-loading. Let me close out this. Now let's create a file. Let's call this image or posts. Let's call this posts image post. Let's call this image post. Image posts.jsx rfc. I'm also going to just bring in here, before I forget it, useState and useEffect. And down here, I'm just going to return a h1, the image post, image posts, images. And I should also, boom, bring it into the app. So down here, import it as a component, image and posts. And there we go. Okay, don't forget to hit a refresh so that you don't have there anything that will mess any stored CSS. Okay, let's also give this a class, as always, container, and only the title here, class name, text, center. Okay, now underneath of this, I'm going to have another container, and within this container, we are also going to, let's also display this as grid. So d-grid, or I could use flex. Yeah, let's use flex. Display flex and flex column. And I want then the elements to have a gap, so style and gap of 30. That should be enough. So let's go into the div in our container, and we're just going to return here images. So I'm not going to return for now anything here. Let me bring in the images. So I'm going to wrap them all in a component that we're going to create, lazy load posts. Okay, that's basically it. Now we need to create our lazy load, and each time we're going to load something, we're going to pass it in as here as the structure const of posts, and then set posts. I still thinking about naming them post images, but this is just too complicated. You know the idea. We're just setting here a state. I'm going to use useState, and let's just assign this to an empty array, because we're going to loop over this array later on over posts multiple. So these posts, when we're going to loop over them using a map, wait, I'm going to pack this everything, the functions. So we're going to loop over our posts using map function, which will return a new array, and in that array we're going to return a post, which will then have our lazy load element, a component here, and from that post we're going to set first of all the key as a post dot key, dot id, and we're also going to bring in a title, the post dot title, and we're going to bring in the image img of post dot img, actually the URL, because URL, because we're going to fetch the data from up here. Now where are we going to fetch the data from? And as use here useEffect, we're going to bring in our data using a fetch request. So fetch, we're going to fetch the data, and then we're going to return a response, and the response we're going to turn into JSON, and then we're going to send our JSON down in our set posts, and we're going to send in here the JSON that we just received. Okay, now where are we going to get this? We're going to bring it in from JSON placeholder again. So within strings, you have to bring it in from, let me type it out. So https column / JSON placeholder.com, and from here JSON placeholder dot typicon, and from .com, and from here we're going to bring in photos. You know, I could actually also / end it with a /. You know that I could bring in also posts, but I just want to bring in specific photos. Okay, and as soon as we bring in this data, you can actually just copy this if you wish, and open up here a new tab. And if you wait, https /JSON placeholder dot typicon.com /photos. There's something not right here, because this should return, so I typed something in wrong. So it's just a second. https /JSON hold, I'm missing an L here, holder, damn it. Okay, so this should now work. Not typicon, typicode. Okay, and let's try this. Okay, and this should bring you back this right here. Now, as I said, we're going to use the ID from this, the title, and the URL, which is going to bring you that little image. And as you can see, there are, let me just see how many are there. Should be 5,000 or something. Yeah, I think there are 5,000. I'm not going to scroll down. You can see the ID is 379, so far and so on. I'm not going to scroll down to the end. It will take forever. Okay, so we're still missing our lazy load post component here. So let's create this next up. Okay, so let's create here a new file. And we're going to call it, as you can see here, lazy load post. New file, lazy load post, and .jsx, rfc. And now I'm going to bring in our title component, import title from one level up, components, and /title. Now within here, basically this is what we return. We're returning this card, which has a title, and it has a body, and it has an image, and it has some text. So I'm going to change this div to, I'm going to give actually this div a class name of card, and MB, which is margin bottom, 4. Let's also go to our project. Lazy load post, we can now bring it in here. In our image posts, import our lazy load posts. Okay, and we shouldn't get any errors. Let's close this up. Let's close up the app. Now let's pass in here the props of title and image and alt and caption. I think I didn't even use caption. Wait a second. Title and image. Yeah, that's actually enough. You can also pass in the description, I think. Let me check this again, what we can extract from this. Title, yeah, that's kind of enough. For description, I'm just going to add the Lorem Ipsum. So we don't need alternative, we just need title and image. Okay, so we're going to add here within our card header, so dot card dash header, and within our card header, we're going to display a title. So we're going to also set it as a condition. So if there is no title, then display me the title component, the class of subtitle. So close it up here. And with the text, the text of post title, also capital P. And then else, let's display here the title component again, but this time we're going to use as a text the title. What do we have here? Oh, this is not what I wanted to return. Sorry about that. This should be in a parenthesis or nothing at all. So whoops. And there we go. There are our posts. So wrapped it into curly brackets. I don't know why I did that. I should have explicitly returned it then. So if you do, let me show you something. If you wrap this into curly brackets like this won't work. You need to then return this explicitly, and then it works. Okay, so it still returns this return and within parentheses. Okay, so each time you do that, don't forget you need to explicitly return it, but you could also just wrap it into parentheses, and then you can just forget about the return. Okay, also I want to wrap this into a title component. Why didn't I think of this? Let me bring in title. Let's go back here, bring in title, and also I'm going to create here a title. What are you doing? Title component, and the text is equal to this. Okay, so let's go back to our lazy load. So if there is a title, then display me that title. If there is no title, then display me post title. Now it seems that we're not displaying title, so let's check why we're not displaying title. Let's go back to our post, and this should be title post. Okay, I misspelled here title, that's why. Oops. And now I should get the titles. Okay, and did you see how hard this is loading? It's taking a while until this is loading. We're going to implement lazy load just in a couple of seconds, but let's finish our posts here. Okay, after our header, we're going to have it with the card dash body and dot deflex. I'm also going to add here a gap, style and gap of 30. No, 10. 10 is enough. And within our body, we're going to return a image. After the image, we're going to return a caption. So if there's a caption, after our image, we're just going to return a paragraph tag with a lorem ipsum, and that's basically it. Now for the image, we need to return here at the source our image that we're passing in down here. Okay, so there are our images. Now it took a while until, let me just refresh this. Okay, now it's fetching the data and fetching and fetching and fetching. I can't scroll, I can't do anything. And it took a while until it got all of the images. Even if I scroll down here, now just imagine there will be real life huge images. This will take forever because that's a lot of data. We just returned here a couple of background colors. Okay, so what we can do now is bring in lazy load. Now, before I install lazy load, because we need to install it, let me talk about lazy load a bit. So what is lazy load? Well, lazy load is a strategy that delays the loading of some assets, in our case images, until they are needed by the user based on the user's activity and also its navigational pattern, of course. Now, typically, these assets are only loaded when they're scrolled in view, okay? So this means that to optimize the assets, you use on your website like lazy loading images. And this is one of the most effective ways to improve web performance. So for this, we first of all need to install lazy load. So let's open up a new terminal. Please be careful to be within your projects. And from here, we can npm I and then react-lazy-load-image-component. Okay, press enter. And this should now install lazy load, and we can also check it down in our dependencies. Okay, it's all done. So let's open up our Explorer. Let's go to package.json. You should see here React lazy load images component installed, and there's the version. Maybe you'll see another version that I use. Okay, we can close this up. We can close up left side. Now let's bring in lazy load. Go back to my server. Up here, after our title, we can now import, and within curly brackets, we'll import lazy load image from React lazy load image. And you also need to import React lazy load image component from source /effects/blur.css in order to get that blur effect. Okay, now instead of this image right here, I'm going to transform this into the component that we just imported. So this will be lazy load image. We can still have the same props. So source will be our image that we brought in. So if I do here refresh, you can see that the posts are now loading in, but the images are not. Now it's also, let me give this a height of fit, this should be in a string, fit-content, which should make them smaller. Also width of, let's just say 500. And now for the effect, we can now add blur. Okay, so now if I refresh this, I have to make it a bit larger, our post should come in, and then the images should come in with a blur effect. Okay, simple as that. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this project. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a lot. I'm definitely going to add more content to this. It has a ton of potential to expand it to a more larger project. So stay tuned and catch you next time. Bye-bye.